Chapter 1650. Immemorial White Heaven. In the sky that was originally empty, there was now a tall gate tower. The gatehouse had tall eaves. There were 2 brick carvings on the door. There was a huge plaque on the door with the words 5 Xiong's Gambling Door written on it. The entire gatehouse seemed to be made of brass. It gave off a majestic aura. Initially, it was only a phantom image, but as time passed, it became more solid and clear. Qi clan had a total of 6 Gu immortals. They were all standing outside the gatehouse, waiting for it to turn solid. The leader was an old Gu immortal. He was thin but energetic, his eyes were shining brightly, his hands were behind his back was straight like a spear. It was Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Fa. On his left was the second supreme elder of the Qi clan, Qi Kai. He stroked his beard and said, "I've experienced the opening of the seal a few times, but this is the only time I'm impatient. I can't wait any longer." Third Supreme Elder, Qi Jin smiled. "This bet has been going on for thousands of years. It will finally come to an end today. As Qi clan's descendants, we can proudly worship our ancestors. The final victor of this bet is our Qi clan." As they spoke, the gatehouse turned solid. A large area of clouds gathered, supporting the gatehouse. 5 colored lights flashed on the doorframe, each representing the strength of the 5 Xiong. First, red light shined down, causing the clouds to turn red. But Shui Xiong Shui clan, because they cultivated blood path, was completely extinct. No one survived. Thus, after the red light shined for a while, it dissipated. Next, yellow light replaced it. On the other hand, Qi Xiong's Qi clan had descendants, but they were all living in their ancestors' immortal apertures. They did not think about improving themselves. They were like pigs and dogs in a pen. They naturally did not have any Gu immortals. Next, there was a brown light. Ni Xiong Ni clan had Gu immortals in the past. Even though there were not many, they were all elites. Especially Ni Ren. Some people speculated that his refinement path attainment level might have reached quasi-supreme grandmaster. He was the one who fused many immortal Gu with Ni clan's bloodline. This was to leave a legacy for future generations. But now, Ni clan's villages were all controlled by Qi clan. They could not make a comeback. After the brown light was a plain white light. "It's our turn." Qi Kai's spirit was suddenly lifted, and he became even more impatient. "Let's go." Qi Fa's tone was firm. He led the 4 Gu immortals behind him, and landed in front of the gatehouse, bathing in white light. The white light shook slightly as it strengthened rapidly, sweeping through the 5 Qi clan Gu immortals before returning to its previous state, and continuing to shine. But Qi clan's Gu immortals were all here. The descendant of the Qi phase did not increase anymore, and the white light also dissipated. As for the 5 Qi clan Gu immortals, there was a white cyclone on their foreheads. They had passed the test of Bai Xiong's seal. They were qualified to enter the 5 Xiong's Gambling Door. "The last one is the Bai family," Qi Jin said, unable to hide the nervousness in his voice. Qi clan's Gu immortals landed on the clouds. Before they entered the Gambling Door, they were on high alert as they looked around. They knew of Bai Ningbing's existence. Bai Ningbing had inherited Bai Xiong Grotto Heaven, and even cultivated the immortal killer move Bai Xiong. She had a stunning performance in many battles. When Celestial Court exposed Feng Yuan's information, they also took into consideration the Shadow Sect members around Feng Yuan. Even though Bai Ningbing did not truly join the Shadow Sect, her information was still leaked. Even though Qi clan was a secluded clan that did not participate in worldly conflicts, they still paid attention to the outside world's information. The blue light shined for a while, but no one appeared. It weakened and was about to dissipate. Qi Kai let out a breath of air. "All right, Bai Ningbing did not appear after all. This time, my Qi clan will definitely win." Ugh. He had just said that when he saw 2 figures flying over. They were extremely fast, landing in front of the gatehouse in the blink of an eye. Qi clan's Gu immortals looked over. They saw a man and a woman. The woman's silver hair was sparkling like tassels. It reached her waist. She had a pair of light blue vertical dragon pupils that emitted a cold aura. Her skin was white as snow. She had a cold expression. Her beauty was breathtaking. What was even more eye-catching was that this female immortal had a pair of small red coral-like dragon horns on her forehead. Seeing this female immortal, Qi clan's Gu immortals thought of a name, Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing came after all. This is bad. Then who is the person beside her? Qi Jin first noticed Bai Ningbing. He then turned his gaze to the other Gu immortal. This Gu immortal was a young man with long hair that reached his waist, but it was black like a waterfall. He had a tall nose bridge and a handsome face. His eyes were dark and deep. They were like the darkness that existed since time immemorial, able to drown the world. Seeing this young Gu immortal, Qi Jin felt like he was struck by lightning. His body shook fiercely as his heart turned cold. His throat moved. His voice became hoarse as he said with difficulty, "Fong Yuan." His performance was quite good. The Qi clan Gu immortal beside him was already shaking. His legs were shaking and his body was covered in cold sweat. Bai Ningbing and Fong Yuan's relationship was widely acknowledged by the Gu immortals of the 5 regions. If Bai Ningbing appeared to participate in the 5 Xiangs bet, then it was possible that Fong Yuan would come as well. They had already discussed this before the Qi family took action, so everyone was mentally prepared for it. But when Fong Yuan appeared in front of them, they realized that their mental preparations were useless. Fear, panic, hesitation, and other emotions filled their bodies and minds. They felt like they had fallen into an icy cave. This was Fong Yuan. He had spring-autumn cicada. He had been reborn. He refined immortal Gu on 3 Kings Mountain as immortal. He seized Hu immortal blessed land of central continent's 10 great ancient sections. He went to northern plains and destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. Nobody knew how many benefits he obtained. He inherited Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, and cooperated with Langya blessed land's variant humans. He was a traitor. He disguised as Wu Yihai and deceived Wu Yong. He toyed with the whole of Southern Border's righteous path in the Battle of the Dream Realm. He became the sect leader of Shadow Sect. Southern Border's righteous path chased after him. Celestial Court put him on the wanted list, but he was still at large, getting stronger as he fought. In the regional wall, he used rank 7 cultivation level to beat up rank 8 Gu immortal Thunder Ghost True Monarch, causing Celestial Court to lose its reputation. Langya blessed land was invaded by Celestial Court. He snatched fixed immortal travel and left. Several months ago, he ambushed the whole of Southern Border's righteous path. He kidnapped countless Southern Border Gu immortal experts and extorted them from the super forces. Not long ago, Celestial Court released information in Jewel Yellow Skies. Even the battle in the River of Time that no one knew about was exposed. The whole of the 5 regions Gu immortal world was shaken. Fong Yuan became a rank 8 Gu immortal without anyone knowing. He had killer moves like Spring Scissors, Summer Fan, 5-Finger Fist Heart Sword. And the most bizarre thing was, he even learned the long-lost time cutting edge. And Fong Yuan saw that his own information was exposed. He directly exposed the methods of Celestial Court. As the saying goes, it is impolite not to reciprocate. The Gu immortal world was in an uproar. Celestial Court's foundation and methods shocked everyone. But what was even more terrifying was that Fong Yuan still escaped. Celestial Court set up a super time path formation in the River of Time. They had several rank 8s and many immortal Gu houses, but they could not do anything to Fong Yuan. Even though Fong Yuan lost, to put it bluntly, he was like a pathetic dog when escaping for his life. After this battle was exposed, his reputation soared. It was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Not only because of his craftiness and ferocity, but also because his opponent was Celestial Court. Celestial Court was established since the remote antiquity era. It had 3 million years of history. It had suffered multiple invasions by demon venerables, but was still standing strong. It had deep foundation. It had been the #1 force of humanity since its establishment, Celestial Court. After such a long time, Celestial Court still could not do anything to a demonic path Gu immortal. This situation was extremely rare. Looking at the entire history of Celestial Court, there were only a handful of such cases. Countless Gu immortals and super forces were watching. They wanted to see when Celestial Court would capture Fong Yuan. How long could Fong Yuan last? Under such a spectating mood, Fong Yuan's reputation soared like the sun in the sky. Fong Yuan, who had rank 7 cultivation level, could resist rank 8. Rank 8 Fong Yuan had already become the king of demonic immortals that shocked the world. He rose up like a comet. His speed was shocking and otherworldly. Right now, this comet had already turned into a blazing sun. It was so bright that many people could not raise their heads to look at it. Demon King Fang Yuan. Qi Clan's Gu immortals were shaking even more intensely. Fang Yuan's appearance alone was enough to intimidate these people. Chapter 1651. Everyone don't panic. Qi Fa spoke. His voice was hoarse and hoarse. His normally straight body was like a bamboo pole in the wind. He was shaking lightly. No one laughed at him. Qi Clan had 3 rank 7 Gu immortals and 2 rank 6 Gu immortals. They were not Fang Yuan's match even if they worked together. In front of Fang Yuan, they were like fish on a chopping board. They could do whatever they wanted to him. After Qi Fa spoke, he mustered his courage and continued. We are now in front of the gambling door. We have obtained the gatehouse's approval and can explore that grotto heaven. We are also protected by the gatehouse. If Fang Yuan wants to kill us, he will have to get past the gatehouse first. But if he wants to destroy the gatehouse, he will destroy the bet and cannot enter the world on the other side. Qi Fa's words calmed everyone's heart. Fang Yuan could not help but look at Qi Fa. He smiled and praised. He is quite scheming. Qi Fa's words were directed at Qi Clan's Gu immortals. They were also advice to Fang Yuan. It was not without reason that Qi Clan was able to become the final victor of the 5 xiangs bet. After so many years, Qi Clan had developed to their current state. They suppressed and enslaved the other 4 clans. They did not have much of a reputation. They were very well hidden. Even Southern Border's righteous path did not notice them. At least, they did not try to touch the 5 xiangs supreme treasures. This showed Qi Clan's ability. But no matter how capable they were, against Fang Yuan, they were in a difficult situation. Fang Yuan's smile was even more terrifying in their eyes. He bared his white teeth, like sharp swords and spears that emitted a cold light. Fang Yuan took a look at Qi Clan's Gu immortals before turning his gaze to Bai Ningbing. The two had already discussed this beforehand. Bai Ningbing nodded at Fang Yuan and flew into the gatehouse. Qi Clan's Gu immortals were stirred, but they could only watch. As soon as Bai Ningbing entered the light blue icy light, it caused the icy light to waver for a moment before stabilizing. Fang Yuan nodded to himself. He was a little worried about Bai Ningbing's identity as a dragonoid. After all, dragonoids were mutants and not considered orthodox humans. However, from the looks of it, the gatehouse only recognized Bai Ningbing's bloodline and identity. It didn't care whether she was a mutant or a human. After a few deep breaths, Bai Ningbing officially received the approval of the gatehouse. Following an invisible gentle force, she landed on the clouds. Qi Clan's Gu immortals' gazes flickered with regret. Looks like Bai Ningbing hasn't been enslaved by Fang Yuan. Otherwise, the gatehouse wouldn't have acknowledged her. What a pity. Damn it, Bai Ningbing obtained the recognition and can enter the world on the other side of the gatehouse. Ever since Bai Ningbing was under the control of Elder Inkstone, the latter had never tried to enslave her. All their cooperation was in the nature of a transaction. After Bai Ningbing submitted to Fang Yuan, although Fang Yuan had ways to control her, he had never done it. It was precisely because of this gatehouse that he had taken into consideration. Bai Ningbing landed on the clouds. After inspecting it carefully, she turned around and said to Fang Yuan, "As long as I land on this cloud, I will have obtained the gatehouse's approval. Moreover, Gu immortals cannot attack each other for now." Okay. A bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. His next action caused the Qi Clan Gu immortals to gasp in shock. Fang Yuan also flew into the light blue light. The light blue light flickered for a moment before stabilizing. Even though Fang Yuan was in his original appearance, he had already activated the Immortal Killer move Familiar Face. He had modified this move and added in Bloodpath Immortal Gu, allowing him to disguise as a descendant. Back then, he had deceived Wu Clan like this, disguising as Wu Yihai and infiltrating Southern Border's righteous path. But before Fang Yuan could feel happy, the other 4 lights flashed on the gatehouse's surface. These 4 lights represented the strength of the other 4 xiangs. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. Earlier, he had asked Bai Ningbing to go first because he wanted to trick the light blue light. He flew into the light and deceived the light blue light, but to think that the other 4 xiangs' strength would burst out. Boom. The gatehouse shook. A formless force pushed Fang Yuan out of the light. Even Familiar Face can't deceive him? Fang Yuan's heart sank slightly. Heaven surveying 5 xiangs. This was a group that had once led Southern Border's Gu immortal world. They displayed their might and strength at this moment. Qi Clan's 5 Gu immortals let out a sigh of relief. Joy appeared on their faces. Fang Yuan's actions gave them a huge fright, but the final result made them feel gratified. So close, Fang Yuan could not get in. We have hope. This way, Fang Yuan will be left outside, while we only have to deal with Bai Ningbing. Her Bai Xiang killer move is troublesome, but our Qi Xiang true inheritance is not to be trifled with. Fang Yuan looked at this gatehouse with rapt attention. Undeniably, he had underestimated this gatehouse. Or more accurately speaking, Shadow Sect's information, and Bai Ningbing's information did not have much information on this gatehouse. To deceive this gatehouse, it was impossible to rely on familiar face alone. Fang Yuan did not want Bai Ningbing to explore alone. Bai Ningbing was not reliable. Even if she was, she could not deal with so many Qi Clan Gu immortals alone. Even though Fang Yuan suffered a setback, his determination to sneak in did not waver. Qi Xiang, Bai Xiang, Blood Xiang, Mud Xiang, and Food Xiang, these are the heaven-surveying 5 Xiangs. This gatehouse was clearly created by them together. It has the strength of all 5 of them. Fang Yuan fell into rapid thought. Qi Xiang, Bai Xiang, Blood Xiang, Mud Xiang, and Food Xiang corresponded to Qi Path, Ice Path, Blood Path, Earth Path, and Food Path. Blood Path and Earth Path. Fang Yuan had high attainment levels in them. He was very confident. In Food Path, even though his attainment level was not high, Fang Yuan had Spectral Soul's true inheritance. It contained the most authentic Food Path inheritance in the world. With such a foundation, Fang Yuan could be said to be in a strategic position. He had a deep foundation. His Qi Path and Ice Path attainment levels were very low, but his Ice Path cultivation was not a problem. Because Bai Ningbing's Bai Xiang true inheritance had great reference value, Fang Yuan was able to deceive the light blue ice light. So the only obstacle is the power of Qi Xiang. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a bright light. Fang Yuan's Qi Path attainment level was not high enough. Fang Yuan had little knowledge of Qi Path inheritances. After all, Qi Path had been declining for a long time. But it does not matter. I still have the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan decided to use the light of wisdom to forcefully break through. Qi Clan's Gu immortals conversed secretly. What is he doing? He seems to be deducing. Didn't the Celestial Court announce that this demon's wisdom path methods are extraordinary? It is useless. How can he deduce the arrangements of the 5 Xiangs in such a short time? Qi Clan's Gu immortals were very confident in this. They had already tried to unravel the power of the 5 Xiangs, but there were no results. Not only did 1 or 2 Gu immortals fail, generations of Gu immortals had tried but to no avail. They had failed too many times against the power of the 5 Xiang's seal. How could Fang Yuan be able to do it? Maybe Fang Yuan's wisdom path methods are far above us. But if he wants to deduce it now, he is too naive. This is like trying to deduce an unknown immortal killer move for the first time in a battle, trying to deduce and unravel it. He is too naive. Qi Fa shook his head incessantly. It seemed that with his words, the courage in his heart resurfaced, and his timidity gradually dissipated. Boom. At the next moment, Fang Yuan attacked fiercely, attacking the gatehouse. The gatehouse shook intensely. Qi Clan's Gu immortals' expressions changed. This. The demon attacked. He actually attacked the gatehouse. After destroying this teleportation door, does he not want to go to the other side? Did he fly into a rage out of humiliation after failing to divine? Bam bam bam. As Fang Yuan attacked fiercely, the entire gatehouse shook intensely. Qi Clan's Gu immortals also shook intensely. They could not stand steadily. They were like candles in the wind. Their faces were also filled with shock and fear. And some of them even began to tremble. Once the gatehouse was destroyed, they would have no protection. They would be captured by Fang Yuan. It would depend on Fang Yuan's mood. You must persevere. Qi Clan's Gu immortals prayed madly in their hearts. Fang Yuan's attacks gradually stopped. Qi Clan's Gu immortals breathed roughly. Their clothes were drenched in cold sweat. The feeling of their lives hanging by a thread was too terrible. They had never been so nervous before. But in the end, the gatehouse did not fall. The demon did not succeed. This is great. Qi Jin cheered. The other Qi Clan Gu immortals were overjoyed. They had excited expressions. Feng Yuan looked at them as he showed a mocking smile. "Oh? Why do you think I stopped?" Saying so, he activated an indescribable immortal killer move. There was no light or shadow, it was plain and plain, but his aura suddenly underwent an extremely profound change. Next, Feng Yuan slowly descended, bathed in the blue light. He easily obtained the gatehouse's acknowledgement and landed beside Bai Ningbing. Qi Clan's Gu immortals were all dumbfounded. Some even had their mouths wide open. They were motionless like statues. Their faces were filled with shock. Some unbreakable beliefs in their hearts were crumbling with Feng Yuan's success. This demon actually did it. This must be a dream. How can this be? How did he succeed in such a short time? Qi Clan's Gu immortals were extremely puzzled. A deep chill swept through their bodies and minds. Feng Yuan's battle strength was already ridiculous. Now that he displayed wisdom path attainment, it was beyond the limits of Qi Clan's Gu immortals' knowledge. No wonder the Celestial Court could not do anything to such a monster. And how could they deal with him? Gatehouse. Oh ancestor. This Feng Yuan is an outsider, he cheated. Qi Kai shouted angrily, his expression was filled with fear as well as sadness and anger. But the gatehouse was silent. The power of the five Xiang seal had stopped. Soon, an intense aura rose from the gatehouse. 5 colored lights shined brightly again. Qi Clan's Gu immortals saw this and showed expressions of despair. Because they knew that the gatehouse's change was not because it had exposed Feng Yuan's identity. It was about to teleport away. If you like this novel, you are welcome to vote for it at Start Point. Your support is my greatest motivation. For mobile users, please go to M. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 1652. The dazzling radiance gradually dissipated. Feng Yuan took a look. His surroundings had changed. He was teleported to a small world by the gatehouse. Bai Ningbing was beside him, maintaining the distance from Feng Yuan before the teleportation. Suddenly, Bai Ningbing's expression changed. A mysterious message was transmitted to her mind. She looked at Feng Yuan, seeing that he was unmoved. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "This is a public grotto heaven. The heaven surveying 5 Xiangs had once donated a portion of their immortal apertures to create it. The entire grotto heaven is split into 5 parts. The regions cannot be moved between, only the central mountain range is the same. That treasure of the bet is at the center of the grotto heaven. As long as the gatehouse acknowledges it, the Gu immortals who are teleported here can try to get it. Along the way, there are some resources that the heaven surveying 5 Xiangs left here. If you have enough strength, you can take them for yourself, but I suggest you not to dig up the roots and kill the goose that lays the golden eggs." Bai Ningbing received this mysterious message, but Feng Yuan did not. It seems that even though I used the light of wisdom to deduce a killer move and disguise myself, it is still too crude. But it is still too crude. Feng Yuan had a deep gaze as he looked afar. This means that we are very far from Qi Clan's Gu immortals, and we cannot move between the regions. Even if I disguise as Bai Xiang's descendant, I can only move around in this Bai Xiang grotto heaven? Feng Yuan wanted to test fixed immortal travel, but he did not know what Qi Xiang's region looked like. He had once killed Qi Clan's Gu immortal Qi Zai, but this person was one of the Gu immortals who advanced in the last 1,000 years. He had never been here, so he did not have any memories of this place. According to my experience of undoing the seals on the gatehouse, there should be a strong and tight defense here. There should be no space path or other methods. Even if I use fixed immortal travel, there is little chance of me getting out. Feng Yuan assessed the situation. Soon he made a decision. Let's go to the center. The entire public grotto heaven's 5 regions all led to the central mountain range. And the treasure of the bet was hidden in the mountain range. Since that was the case, Feng Yuan went straight for it. He did not need to search for Qi Clan's Gu immortals. Putting aside the fact that it was a waste of time and energy, they might not even be able to find it. As long as he reached the mountain range, he would be able to see Qi Clan's Gu immortals. Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing flew together, crossing mountains and ridges along the way. Bai Xiang cultivated the ice and snow Dao. This place was a part of Bai Xiang grotto heaven, so even though there were tall mountains and precipitous ridges, they were all covered in thick white snow. Look over there. Bai Ningbing suddenly said. Her gaze was fixed on a mountain peak. This mountain peak was extremely steep, and at the peak of the mountain, there were hundreds of ice mirror snow lotuses. This was a rank 6 immortal material that contained ice path and wood path Dao marks. There were many snow monsters around the snow lotus. There were many desolate level snow monsters. Once someone barged into this place and had designs on the ice mirroring snow lotus, these snow monsters would step in to stop them. In fact, Feng Yuan had already noticed it. He glanced at it indifferently before flying past with Bai Ningbing. Even though these desolate level snow monsters were not Feng Yuan's match, Feng Yuan did not want to waste time here. He went straight to the center of the public grotto heaven. Ice mirroring snow lotus, 100-year profound ice, 1,000-year profound ice, wide frost water, heaven craft divine jade. Along the way, Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing saw many resource points. Even though they were small to mid-sized resource points, they were very abundant. The deeper they went, the more resources there were in the grotto heaven, the more valuable they were. Of course, the beasts and trees guarding the resource points were also getting stronger. This was clearly the arrangement of the 5 Xiang. They wanted to test their descendants. Even though Feng Yuan could sweep through everything with his strength, he ignored these benefits. He only wanted to go to the central mountain range. Howl! A beast group roared as they flew out of the valley, charging towards Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing. These were jade frost antelopes. Some were as big as palaces, some were as small as 2 or 3 houses. The antelope's eyes were jade green, they had no pupils. The antelope's horns were curved upwards, one segment at a time. Even though the antelopes had no wings, they could move forward by jumping in the air. Every time they jumped, their hooves would emit a trace of white frost chi, producing the sound of wind chimes. This group of jade frost antelopes was very strange. Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing's expressions changed slightly. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand. A fan appeared out of thin air and was grabbed by him. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Boom. Summer Fan whipped up a tornado. The tornado was only the surface, it was the true power of Time Path. The aggressive antelope group was immediately engulfed by the intense wind. They were instantly cleared. Corpses fell from the sky like dumplings, crashing on the ground with loud sounds. In an instant, this large group of jade frost antelopes died. Not just that, the snowy peak below was also destroyed by Feng Yuan's fan, forming a huge pile of rocks over 100 li. Feng Yuan, however, shot down like lightning. With a loud sound, rocks flew everywhere. He looked at a huge rock wall. Sensing the aura on it, his expression was colder than ice. This was a gu formation that Feng Yuan had already destroyed. It had a clear chi path style. It seems that the rule of not moving between the 5 regions cannot restrict Qi clan's gu immortals. Feng Yuan said to Bai Ningbing, who was flying down. Bai Ningbing nodded. This is understandable. After so many years, Qi clan has entered this place many times. They have a deeper understanding of this place. Many of the 5 Xiang's arrangements cannot restrict them anymore. From the looks of it, the rest of our journey won't be smooth sailing. Feng Yuan smiled coldly. Qi clan's gu immortals are trying to stop us. They are definitely stalling for time so that they can snatch the treasure. In that case, we should not stay any longer. Let's set off. The two of them continued to fly, and as Bai Ningbing had expected, they were intercepted by many beasts along the way. But these beast groups crumbled under Feng Yuan's attacks. They were barely able to stall for time. Feng Yuan's methods are so terrifying. The small beast tide that we caused is like paper. No, it's as easy as blowing off dust for him to get rid of them. It's really too terrifying. They are here. They are close to the central mountain range. Don't panic, there is still a defensive line in the mountain range. There is an immemorial desolate beast there. The defensive line is broken. Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing are already here. Qi clan's gu immortals conversed. The atmosphere was getting tenser. When Feng Yuan arrived, the Qi clan gu immortals' hair stood on end. The atmosphere was so intense that it was almost solid. The location of the treasure was very obvious. When Feng Yuan flew into the central mountain range, he saw it from afar. At the highest peak, there was a palace. It had the same style as the gatehouse. This was an immortal gu house. Feng Yuan successfully entered the immortal gu house. He saw that at the center of the hall, Qi Clan's 5 Gu immortals were sitting around the treasure. Then his eyes were firmly glued to the treasure of the bet. This mysterious treasure was actually a white crane. This white crane only had one leg. Its feathers were pure white like snow. It was untainted by even a speck of dust. Its beak was red, its wings were folded and its eyes were tightly shut. Feng Yuan's brows quickly furrowed. He discovered the peculiarity of the white crane. It was not a true life form, it was not an immortal Gu, but it was giving off rank 9 aura. Amazing! Feng Yuan laughed heartily. So the treasure of the 1,000 years bet is a rank 9 killer move. Feng Yuan's laughter made the Qi Clan Gu immortals' bodies shake. While they were fearful, they also felt anger. The 5 Xiang's bet, Qi Clan's treasure that they had painstakingly hidden, was actually coveted by an outsider. He was trying to get his hands on it. The Qi family had already regarded the treasure as their own. Feng Yuan wanted it. This was a huge grudge. Qi Clan's Gu immortals and Feng Yuan were irreconcilable enemies. Feng Yuan's gaze was cold. He did not say anything. He pointed with his finger as a sword light shot out, attacking the Qi Clan Gu immortals. The 5 Qi Clan Gu immortals were instilling their wills into the white crane immortal killer move. They did not move, allowing the sword light to attack them. At the critical moment, a 5-colored radiance suddenly rose in the hall and quietly melted the sword light. As expected, Feng Yuan was not surprised. This hall could gather the strength of the entire public grotto heaven. It was also the strongest part of the heaven surveying 5 Xiang's seal. With such a force supervising it, Feng Yuan and Qi Clan's Gu immortals could not attack each other for now. Of course, Feng Yuan could attack them forcefully, but he would need to suppress the heaven surveying 5 Xiang's. He would also cause huge damage to the entire public grotto heaven. No wonder Qi Clan's Gu immortals are not moving. But since they have the qualifications to refine this killer move treasure, so can I. Bai Ningbing thought to herself as she got closer to the killer move. Next, she imitated the 5 Qi Clan Gu immortals and instilled her will into it. The 5 Qi Clan Gu immortals showed anxious expressions. Bai Ningbing's body shook, her expression changed. She quickly called out to Feng Yuan. Come quickly. Even without her reminder, Feng Yuan had already arrived beside her. He instilled his will into the immortal killer move and understood the situation. At the same time, a message from thieving heaven demon Venerable entered his mind. Oh later, I am Ben Jia-sun, you call me thieving heaven demon Venerable. When I was exploring immemorial white heaven, I found a mystical existence by chance. It was like the heavenly spirit of a grotto heaven. It was extremely sensitive. I spent a lot of effort to capture it alive. After researching it, I found it to be even more mystical. It seems to be related to the deepest secret of this world. It resonates with the second half of The Legends of Renzu. I called it the natural heavenly spirit for now. It could not be brought out of immemorial white heaven, nor could it be kept in my grotto heaven. It is filled with providence. It can be replenished at any time. Even I cannot refine it with my own will. I thought about it and found a way to forcefully refine it into an immortal killer move. I named it Heaven Form. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for it or vote for it. Your support is my greatest motivation. For mobile users, please read it at M. For the fastest error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 1653. Heaven Form. Feng Yuan was shocked, but also realized. He understood everything now. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was an otherworldly demon. He was skilled in Space Path and created Theft Path. He also had great talent in Refinement Path. He spent his entire life trying to leave the Gu Master world and return to his homeland. He was the wealthiest Venerable. He collected immortal materials from all over the world and refined immortal Gu. He traveled to many places. His footprints were all over the 5 regions and 2 heavens. One time, when he was traveling in White Heaven, he accidentally found a mystical existence. After researching it, he named it the Natural Heavenly Spirit. Even though he had the strength of a demon Venerable, he could not refine this Natural Heavenly Spirit. This was not hard to understand. According to the information left behind by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, this Natural Heavenly Spirit could not be brought out of White Heaven. And in White Heaven, it was constantly being replenished by Providence. When Gu Immortals refined Immortal Gu, The essence was to use their own will to get rid of the wild will in the immortal goo, and refine the immortal goo into their own tools. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable wanted to refine the natural heavenly spirit. Even though the method was complicated, the essence was the same. Even though the demon Venerable's will was strong, against the natural heavenly spirit's providence, which was constantly being replenished by providence, he could not win. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable suffered a setback, but he was not discouraged. Man was the spirit of all living beings. He thought of a way to combine the natural heavenly spirit with other goo worms to form a rank 9 immortal killer move. This made Feng Yuan think of his ghostly concealment killer move. It was also a rank 9 killer move. It was paired with divine concealment. Even though a long time had passed since Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used it, these two moves still existed. This seemed to be Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's style. The problem was, even if Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable thought of a way to turn the natural heavenly spirit into a rank 9 immortal killer move heaven form, he could not manipulate or use it, because he had not truly refined the natural heavenly spirit yet. But this was all within Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's plan. He knew that he could not refine the natural heavenly spirit in a short period of time, so he thought of this method to turn the natural heavenly spirit into the immortal killer move heaven form. This way, the natural heavenly spirit would receive less replenishment from providence. After Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created heaven form, he did not use it anymore. Before he mysteriously disappeared, he left behind many Thieving Heaven true inheritances. He did not forget heaven form. Heaven form has not been truly refined yet. I can't do it alone. It needs a long time and generations of wills to cleanse it. One day, it would be truly refined by a goo immortal. At that time, it will be used by one person. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's message also said that even though this killer move was left behind by him, because he could not control it, it was not counted as part of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. It needed the efforts of future generations. It was at most half a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Feng Yuan could completely speculate what would happen after that. One day, when the heaven surveying 5 Xiangs explored immemorial White Heaven, they unexpectedly found this half of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's message was very clear. This was a rank 9 killer move that could only be used by one person. All of the 5 Xiangs wanted it, they could not agree to it. Internal strife ensued. The 5 Xiangs only existed in name. The 5 Xiangs took action. They found that they could not refine this killer move with just the 5 of them. Thus, the 5 Xiangs made a 1,000-year bet. They decided to use a dual method to compete for the ownership of the immortal killer move. The river of time was turbulent. The wind and rain of time had destroyed many of its currents. Amidst the vicissitudes of time, the 5 Xiangs died. Generations of goo immortals from the 5 clans appeared and disappeared. But now, Qi clan obtained a decisive advantage. After countless generations of hard work, the immortal killer move was finally about to succeed. Feng Yuan interfered. One could imagine how angry and hateful Qi clan's goo immortals were. Since our ancestors, so many generations of hard work, we poured our blood and sweat into it. It was about to bear fruit, but you came to take it. How shameless. Too shameless, too despicable. It was these emotions that caused Qi clan's goo immortals to oppose Feng Yuan to a large extent. Feng Yuan was only a rank 8 goo immortal. They believed that as long as they obtained the rank 9 killer move, they would be able to defeat Feng Yuan. At the very least, they would have the strength to make Feng Yuan wary. They would have the right to negotiate. Feng Yuan came to Bai Ningbing's side. He instilled his will into Bai Xiang killer move. Bai Xiang killer move also had a will of providence. It was stubborn and unyielding. It was like an extremely sturdy fortress that occupied the high ground. And below Providence Fortress, there were countless wills. This was a sea of wills. The 1,000-year bet had been carried out again and again. A large number of goo immortals had left their wills here. The experts were like the 5 Xiangs. They were all rank 8 goo immortals. There were also rank 7 elites, like Ni clan's goo immortal Ni Ren. It was not strange to have such an accumulation. But what made Feng Yuan surprised was that these wills were unmoved. They were silent like rocks. They did not move at all. Only these wills that had just entered were like swimming dragons or rivers. They fought and fought against each other above the sea of wills. 3 of Qi clan's 5 goo immortals' wills were fighting Bai Ningbing's will. The remaining two were attacking Providence Fortress at the highest point. That is the core of heaven form. As long as anyone refines that place, they will become the owner of heaven form. Demon Feng Yuan's will has also entered. Persevere, we cannot relax, we are about to succeed. This is the result of our Qi clan's years of hard work. For this moment, we have sacrificed too much. We cannot let this outsider Feng Yuan succeed. Qi clan's Gu immortals conversed and encouraged each other. Their morale reached its peak. Actually, they had no choice. Feng Yuan's ruthless nature was well known. If they did not refine this rank 9 killer move, their outcome would be terrible. Without any hesitation, Feng Yuan's will charged forward. His will condensed into one. It was like a soaring dragon or a surging river. The three Qi clan Gu immortals' wills worked well together, but they could not resist Feng Yuan's fierce attacks. They were forced to retreat. They were only Qi path Gu immortals after all, while Feng Yuan had a huge advantage in this aspect. Persevere no matter what price we have to pay. We need to stall for time. Quickly attack and take down the core. As long as we obtain this move, we might be able to kill this demon king and destroy him. Maybe we can even obtain a large number of Gu venerable true inheritances. Even if we can't stop him, we have to exhaust his willpower so that he can't take down the fortress of heaven's will at the top. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read it at M. For the fastest error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 1654. Qi clan's Gu immortals were united. They were anxious and fearful, but they mustered their courage and fought desperately against Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan frowned. He found that his will could not be poured in endlessly. Once it reached a certain limit, it could not be poured in anymore. Furthermore, after his will was poured in, the main body could only watch from the side. The will could fight independently. Thus, a vast number of wisdom path methods were useless here. Heaven form was rank 9. Feng Yuan's wisdom path methods were rank 8 at most. Even if heaven form posed a threat, Feng Yuan did not want to use it. Because if heaven form's counterattack was triggered, it would be terrible. Even if it did not counterattack, if heaven form was destroyed, his greatest gain would be gone. Qi clan's Gu immortals needed heaven form to deal with Feng Yuan and protect themselves. Feng Yuan also wanted heaven form, because he needed a huge increase in strength to overcome the obstacle of celestial court in the river of time. Thus, the two sides could only fight using the most basic method of wills. In this aspect, Feng Yuan had a solid foundation. Long ago, after he suffered a huge loss from Mo Yao's fake will, he trained hard. Not only did he make up for this weakness, it became his advantage now. Qi clan's Gu immortals were not Feng Yuan's match, but they had the advantage in numbers. They had more wills, while Feng Yuan only had Bai Ningbing to help him. As time passed, Feng Yuan's advantage grew, but he could not turn it into a victory. The Qi clan Gu immortals who obstructed him attacked relentlessly. They were putting in a lot of effort. In fact, Feng Yuan had another worry, that was Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing had betrayed him once. She was an uncertain factor. But thankfully, the highest layer of Providence Fortress was very sturdy. It did not shake no matter how Qi clan's Gu immortals attacked it. Feng Yuan's thoughts became heavy. At this rate, even if he broke through the obstruction and destroyed Qi clan's will here, he would be at the end of his rope. He would not be able to deal with heaven's will at the center. After another clash, Qi clan's wills were pushed back. Feng Yuan's will was like a dragon. It coiled and wrapped around Qi clan's wills. Qi clan's wills were shocked. If Feng Yuan destroyed their wills, their situation would worsen. They would not be able to stop Feng Yuan from breaking through. Thus, the scattered wills gathered again and charged at Feng Yuan. Bai Ningbing, stop them. Feng Yuan ordered. Bai Ningbing's will was like a wall made of ice. It pierced in diagonally, but in order to block Qi clan's will, it suddenly turned around and attacked Feng Yuan. Qi clan wills were shocked. At the crucial moment, Bai Ningbing actually betrayed them. Feng Yuan's will was caught off guard by Bai Ningbing's attack. He was furious. Qi clan's wills observed and became happy. They attacked Feng Yuan from one direction. Feng Yuan's will weakened rapidly. He had to spit out Qi clan's wills that he had devoured. Bai Ningbing, you traitor, I will not forgive you. Feng Yuan's will roared, but he was already defeated. He could only lead his troops and escape downwards. Fang Yuan, with your personality, after obtaining heaven form, do you think you will not target me? I am Bai Xiang's descendant. Heaven form is my fortuitous encounter. Ha ha. Bai Ningbing's will laughed wildly. This is such a good chance. If I defeat you here, I will shine brightly for the rest of my life. Bai Ningbing's will did not want to let Fang Yuan's will go. She chased after it. Fang Yuan's will had no choice but to escape. What are you looking at? Come and help. Bai Ningbing's will shouted at Qi Clan's will. Qi Clan's wills were also very weak. Qi Fa's will thought for a while before shouting. Don't move, it might be a trap. Let them fight each other. Fang Yuan's will was counterattacked by Bai Ningbing. It was too pitiful. The scale was far smaller than Bai Ningbing's will. In the end, he was surrounded by her will. He could not escape. The more he fought, the lesser he was until he was completely destroyed. To think that this time, the demon Fang Yuan would be the first to lose. Guarding day and night. It is hard to guard against a thief in one's own home. Ha ha ha. This is the time for our Qi clan to rise up. It is a heaven-sent chance. Let's go, we cannot leave Bai Ningbing's will alive. Qi clan's wills attacked again. Bai Ningbing's will resisted tenaciously, but she was outnumbered. She was completely destroyed in the end. We succeeded. Heaven form is ours. Qi clan's wills were immersed in joy, with no enemies around. Their wills gathered together and attacked Providence Fortress. Boom. Suddenly, the fortress of Heavenly Will exploded, and a large amount of Heavenly Will surged out like a wild beast released from its shackles, pouncing on the Qi clan's will. All along, this final Providence had been defending passively. Qi clan's wills were numb. They forgot that it could move freely. Providence Fortress retaliated. Qi clan's wills were caught off guard. They suffered huge losses. How can there be so much Providence Fortress? This is impossible. Providence Fortress is too crafty. It actually showed weakness to the enemy. I cannot accept this. Quickly hold on, we cannot lose. Qi clan's Gu immortals were united. They went all out. From resisting with difficulty, they gradually stabilized their footing and turned the situation around. Eventually, they gained the upper hand. Heaven's will was almost exhausted. The core was exposed. It was waiting for a new owner. We finally won. A moment later, Qi clan's wills almost cried tears of joy. Only a small portion of them were left, while Providence Fortress was almost completely wiped out. That might not be the case. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's will surged in again. Qi clan's wills were stunned. They started to scream. Weren't you destroyed? This is impossible. You have already used up your portion. Normally, you can only use your will again after 1,000 years. Did you unravel this rank 9 killer move? No, impossible, this is a rank 9 killer move. It originates from thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan's will smiled mockingly. He did not explain, he pounced on it. Qi clan's wills were like rabbits. Fang Yuan's will pounced on them like a hungry tiger. They could not resist and were easily destroyed. Next, Fang Yuan's will replace Providence Fortress, occupying the core. He had become the final victor. Opening his eyes, Fang Yuan saw the 5 Qi clan Gu immortals fleeing in panic. Fang Yuan did not stop them. This immortal Gu house and the public blessed land were arrangements left behind by the 5 Xiangs. If he attacked, the 5 Xiangs' seal would stop him. Bai Ningbing stood beside Fang Yuan. She did not move. She did not have any intention of escaping. It turned out that everything earlier was Fang Yuan's scheme. He purposely arranged for Bai Ningbing to betray them, to put on a show. He did not want to deceive Qi clan's Gu immortals. He wanted to deceive Providence. Fang Yuan's experience in dealing with Providence was far greater than Qi clan's Gu immortals. He deduced that Providence's battle strength was very strong. Even if he defeated the Qi clan Gu immortals' wills, he would not be Providence's match. Thus, he purposely retreated, secretly withdrawing a portion of his will. Of course, Bai Ningbing's will was truly destroyed. The advantage of this was that other than deceiving Qi clan's wills, at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan could get rid of this unstable factor. Qi clan's Gu immortals' wills were already weakened by Fang Yuan. They were in a weakened state. They also had huge pressure. They could not see through Fang Yuan's scheme. This was very difficult. Because if the wills thought on their own, they would expend themselves. The less wills they had, the less ability they could think. At the same time, Qi Clan's Gu Immortals' wills had to preserve themselves to deal with providence. The final result was as Feng Yuan expected. He became the final winner. Heaven form was under Feng Yuan's control, but at this moment he did not go forward to inspect it. He looked at Bai Ningbing with deep meaning. Bai Ningbing, are you really not going to escape? Feng Yuan's eyes shined with killing intent. Bai Ningbing's value had been squeezed dry. She was not like the other Shadow Sect members. She was not under Feng Yuan's control. Since Feng Yuan obtained heaven form, it was time to deal with this problem. The atmosphere became tense. Feng Yuan's killing intent became stronger. The battle between the two sides was about to begin. Evidently, the current Feng Yuan was not someone Bai Ningbing could resist. Even though the killer move by Xiang was extraordinary and had once terrorized the whole of southern borders Gu Immortal world, Bai Ningbing's cultivation level was too low. Her foundation was far from Feng Yuan's. If they fought, Bai Ningbing would die for sure. Chapter 1655. Facing Feng Yuan's solid killing intent, Bai Ningbing smiled. She looked at Feng Yuan calmly, asking, "Why should I escape?" After pausing for a while, she said, "Qi Clan's Gu Immortals escaped because they do not know you well. We are both from Qingmao Mountain. With my understanding of you, how can they escape? Since I cannot escape, why should I escape? Not only will I not run, on the contrary, I will join Shadow Sect." Feng Yuan frowned. "I had thought of that too, but your Bai Xiang killer move is too profound. It can break almost all alliance agreements." Bai Xiang's specialty was that it could turn Gu Immortals into a special existence. Any fragment could be reborn. The essence of alliance agreements were faith path Dao marks. Bai Ningbing used Bai Xiang's self-mutilation to get rid of the corresponding faith path Dao marks and get rid of the alliance agreement. Thus, Bai Xiang killer move could also be used to heal injuries and get rid of the remaining Dao marks on the body. Indeed. Facing Feng Yuan's wariness, Bai Ningbing laughed heartily. She was not worried about her own safety. But because of this, isn't it even more exciting? Feng Yuan snorted coldly, saying in displeasure, "Don't treat me like you, Bai Ningbing." Bai Ningbing nodded. She stopped smiling as her dragon eyes shined with bright light. "That's right, I have always been pursuing excitement. That is why I envy you, Feng Yuan. The life you lead is really too exciting, too wonderful. Every time you plot, every time you succeed, and even every time you fail, it is extremely exciting. Especially the most recent time. You were ambushed by the Celestial Court and escaped like a dog. Haha. It was the most exciting time. The other members of Shadow Sect cannot understand my feelings. Some of them want to save Spectral Soul, some are afraid, some are depressed due to pressure. But my feelings are excitement and joy. The more turbulent it is, the more exciting it is, isn't that so? Others might not understand me, but I know you do, don't you?" Bai Ningbing stared into Feng Yuan's eyes, and her eyes lit up. Feng Yuan remained silent. Back on Qingmao Mountain, he had already determined that Bai Ningbing was a true demon. His judgment was not wrong. Bai Ningbing was exactly like that. In order to pursue a wonderful life, she could give up everything, even her own life. The values of the public, the complicated love and hatred, had nothing to do with her. She was different from the masses. She did not fit in with the world. She only followed her own path, indulging the feelings in one's heart, disregarding the life and death of all living things. To put it bluntly, Bai Ningbing and Feng Yuan were very similar. They were the same type of people, but they pursued different things. In pursuit of immortality, Feng Yuan was willing to sacrifice anything, including himself. Even if he didn't succeed in the end and died halfway, he would still be happy and gratified. Because this kind of goal and this kind of way of living made him feel that his life was full of exuberant interest and vitality. Bai Ningbing said that Feng Yuan understood her. This was definitely not wrong, just like how she understood Feng Yuan. As the saying goes, heroes appreciate each other. Demons naturally had the same feeling. The killing intent in Feng Yuan's eyes slowly dissipated. This layer of killing intent was purposely condensed by him. In truth, he did not have much killing intent in his heart. Why did he want to kill Bai Ningbing? The current Feng Yuan's strength far surpassed Bai Ningbing. The latter was no longer a threat to Feng Yuan. Sometimes, when he saw Bai Ningbing, Fang Yuan felt like he was seeing his own shadow. True demons like them were too rare. Meeting one was actually a kind of fortune, a kind of gratification to witness oneself. Because they were the most similar to each other, this was a kind of similarity, or rather recognition. So that year, when Bai Ningbing sacrificed her life to save Fang Yuan, she said those words. To let Fang Yuan live on for her, to witness the wonders of life. In essence, Bai Ningbing felt that Fang Yuan could replace her to a certain extent. Sometimes, Fang Yuan also thought, if he and Bai Ningbing exchanged identities, would he make the same choice as Bai Ningbing? Ha ha. Bai Ningbing suddenly raised her head and laughed. I can give you all the resources in Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven, but I want to keep the goo worms in Bai Xiang's true inheritance with me. The reason I was willing to join Shadow Sect is because the battle with the Celestial Court was indeed exciting. This was originally your excitement, but it will also be my excitement. In this case, there are 3 possibilities. Bai Ningbing squinted her eyes. Excitement and even a trace of madness could be seen in her eyes. First possibility, you will be killed by the Celestial Court. With your strength, even if you are killed, it will be a wonderful death. You will shine with unprecedented brilliance during your final struggle. I will witness your death. It will be an extremely rare and wonderful experience in my life. Second possibility, Celestial Court will be defeated by you, or even destroyed. Ha ha ha, that will also be very exciting. The fall of Celestial Court, the number 1 force of humanity, such a giant will be like a meteor falling to the ground. The dazzling sparks will stun the world. I look forward to the third possibility the most, because this situation is the most exciting. That is, the Celestial Court and you will be in a deadlock. Both sides will suffer heavy losses. This way, I will be guarding by your side. I will have a great opportunity to reap the benefits. Maybe, I will be the final victor, and both of you will be my stepping stones. Fang Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing calmly. His expression was cold as he said plainly, if I kill you now, these 3 possibilities will be impossible. Yes, yes. Bai Ningbing frowned. Her expression became somewhat dejected. Her gaze flickered with uncertainty. Her tone also became gloomy. It is like this. If I die in your hands now, although I will do my best to counterattack, the gap between me and you is too big. The excitement is simply not worth mentioning. However, if this is your choice, I will also accept it. She smiled and shrugged. Because my strength is too weak, I have to accept it. This kind of cruelty is also very exciting, isn't it? Death was not scary to Bai Ningbing at all. She was a madwoman, but also had reason and calmness. Such a person was undoubtedly very scary. And the person who was even scarier than her was standing in front of her. That was the person who made Providence helpless and the Celestial Court helpless, the Devil Path giant Fang Yuan. The corner of Fang Yuan's mouth slightly curled up. He also laughed. Very interesting. Bai Ningbing was a very interesting person. Now that Bai Ningbing was weak, she was at the mercy of Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing's persuasion did not absolve herself at all. She even said the opposite. She might be a threat to Fang Yuan in the future. This was because she understood Fang Yuan. A person like Fang Yuan's mind was as clear as snow. He had already clearly analyzed the pros and cons of killing or not killing. And once Fang Yuan made up his mind, it did not matter what Bai Ningbing said, it was useless. Even without Bai Ningbing's words, Fang Yuan knew that in order to overcome the obstacles of the Celestial Court and find the true inheritance of Red Lotus, he had to cherish every bit of power. Bai Ningbing was obviously such a precious power. If she was given a chance, she would definitely betray Fang Yuan. But so what? A sharp blade. Of course there was the danger of cutting oneself. But if he abandoned the blade and fought barehanded because of this, wouldn't that be stupid? How to use this blade well, not giving her the chance to betray. This was a test of Fang Yuan's ability. If I am not capable enough, and Bai Ningbing succeeds in betraying, I can only blame myself, right? Chapter 1656. Inside Rank 9 Killer Move Heaven Form. Fang Yuan's will flew like a dragon, spiraling in the sky before charging down fiercely. Rumble. Fang Yuan's will fell like a meteor, crashing into the sea of wills below. A large amount of wills were destroyed. However, this sea of wills was too vast and deep. Fang Yuan's attack only destroyed a small portion of it. Even though I snatched it and occupied the killer move's core, this place is filled with the wills of the 5 Xiangs and their descendants. Only after I get rid of these wills can I truly activate this rank 9 killer move. This sea of wills was truly huge. Even more troublesome was that these wills were affected by the rank 9 killer move. They were as firm as rocks. If Fang Yuan wanted to get rid of them, many of his methods were useless. Under the influence of the rank 9 killer move, Fang Yuan could not use any of his methods. Fang Yuan's thoughts changed as a brand new will surged in. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The will condensed into swords. Countless will swords rained down like a storm, landing on the sea of wills and creating countless holes. In a short while, this sea of wills was weakened by a layer. Compared to the results of the previous will flood dragon, this will sword rain was simply amazing. Fang Yuan saw this and sighed to himself. As expected of rank 8 Immortal Gu Wisdom Sword. He had rank 8 cultivation level now, he could activate this Gu. Even though this Gu was a sword path Immortal Gu, it was closely related to Wisdom Path. Fang Yuan used it as the core to deduce a simple immortal method that could unleash a large amount of sword will. The effect of using these sword wills to cleanse the sea of wills was the best that Fang Yuan had tried. But this way, Fang Yuan's investment had increased by many times. After all, Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu was rank 8, activating it required White Lychee Immortal Essence. And Immortal Killer moves required even more Immortal Essence expenditure. But this expenditure was still acceptable to Fang Yuan after some deductions. After all, his logistics were very strong, his immortal aperture management was flourishing. During the battle to break out of the River of Time, although Fang Yuan managed to escape and thwart the Celestial Court's plan to kill him, he also suffered great losses. Especially the destruction of the incomplete Immortal Gu House, he still felt heartache over it. This incomplete Immortal Gu House was created after Fang Yuan captured many southern border Gu Immortals and obtained their Immortal Gu. He then went through many negotiations, transactions, and extortions with Southern Border's righteous path before finally obtaining the Immortal Gu and assembling it. Fang Yuan had put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into this, but now it was all for naught. I hope this Heaven Form killer move can help me. Fang Yuan had high expectations for Heaven Form. If it were an ordinary killer move, Fang Yuan might be able to investigate it and deduce its power. But this killer move was rank 9, its level was too high, Fang Yuan could not understand it. This was the work of thieving heaven demon Venerable, he was proficient in space path and theft path. Even if this move was not used offensively, it would definitely have great effects. Even though thieving heaven demon Venerable did not say what this move's power was, Fang Yuan could deduce it from other aspects. For example, Shadow Sex Attitude. Shadow Sex Inkstone purposely helped by Ning Bing. His main motive was to obtain Heaven Form. Old Man Inkstone is also a Wisdom Path great expert. He must have deduced something. This Heaven Form killer move will definitely be of great help to Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan was the current leader of Shadow Sect. This Heaven Form killer move would naturally be of great help to him. Other than destroying the Sea of Wills in the killer move, Fang Yuan also started to unravel the 5 Xiang's seal. He controlled the Immortal Gu House on the mountain peak, as well as this 5 Xiang's public grotto heaven. This grotto heaven only opened once every 1,000 years. It was quite rich in resources. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals were busy escaping. They did not have time to loot them. These would all become Fang Yuan's cultivation resources. Boom. A huge explosion occurred. Bai Ningbing was blasted to pieces. But at the next moment, her Bai Xiang form gathered again, charging at Qi Clan's Gu Immortals. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals had ugly expressions. They experienced the terror of Bai Xiang. With this move, Bai Ningbing was almost unkillable. Of course, she was not fighting alone. Ying Wuxie and He Lulan were helping her from behind the scenes. Even though Fang Yuan ordered Bai Ningbing to chase after Qi Clan's Gu Immortals, he knew her limits. Ignoring everything else, she did not even have the most crucial immortal battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan had already set up an immortal formation and set up an ambush. Ever since he captured Southern Border's righteous path, he had been very fond of this method. After Qi Clan's Gu Immortals entered, they were immediately restrained by the immortal formation. They could not leave. They could only fight against Bai Ningbing. Ah! With a painful cry, the Qi clan Gu immortal who had recently become an immortal was dealt a fatal blow by Bai Ningbing. He died on the spot. It is my turn. Ing Wuxia was already prepared. He immediately took action, capturing the Qi clan Gu immortal's soul into the formation. The remaining Qi clan Gu immortals roared in anger. They retaliated intensely. Bai Ningbing was smashed to pieces again. After a few breaths of time, she revived, becoming a complete Bai Xiang. Even though Qi clan had many Gu immortals and had great battle strength, they showed expressions of despair now. Because they knew that Bai Ningbing could not kill them. She was trapped in the ambush. If this continued, they would die from exhaustion. What do we do? Bai Ningbing is too troublesome, and most importantly, Fang Yuan is too insidious. He actually buried this formation near our headquarters, Qi Si Grotto Heaven. Qi clan's Gu immortals were very vigilant along the way, but when they returned to their headquarters, they were all captured. What they did not know was that Fang Yuan had already killed Qi Zai. Even though Qi Zai had not entered the Five Xiang's Grotto Heaven, he knew about Qi Si Grotto Heaven's situation. This Qi Si Grotto Heaven was Qi Xiang's immortal aperture. After it fell into White Heaven, it could not be teleported away. It had to stay at the same spot. Fang Yuan relied on this information to set up the immortal formation secretly, eventually tricking Qi clan's group. At this rate, we will lose for sure. Stall. I don't believe that her Bai Xiang killer move is so powerful. There will be no consequences or repercussions. Don't forget about Fang Yuan. If he comes here, this is not the immortal Gu house's hall. The Five Xiang's seal will not be able to restrict him. We cannot break this immortal formation for now. We can only let Qi Ping Su come out and coordinate with us. That will be the fastest way to break this formation. That's not right. Qi Ping Su is the only person left in our headquarters. If he comes out, he will open the entrance. That will give Shadow Sect a chance. Who knows? Fang Yuan might be lurking at the side, waiting for the Grotto Heaven entrance to open so that he can break in. Fang Yuan did not come at all. But his terror and craftiness were deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. Qi clan's Gu immortals were feeling great pressure now. They were panicking. At the same time, in a certain corner of Central Continent, a young man stood quietly, looking at the immortal Gu in front of him. This young man had a mature and experienced expression. It showed that he had gone through many hardships in his life. It was none other than Guyue Fangzheng. Guyue Fangzheng was originally going to be executed by Crane Gate, but Fang Yuan left him alive and faked his death, allowing him to live in Langya Blessed Land. Guyue Fangzheng lived in an environment filled with hairy men. He was ostracized. He had been through wars for a long time. He was in a precarious situation. There were times when he was on the brink of death. Because of all these factors, he was no longer the same as before. He had truly matured. Later on, Celestial Court invaded Langya Blessed Land. Because of his special identity, Guyue Fangzheng was saved by Feng Jioga. After saving Guyue Fangzheng, he returned to Central Continent. If I am not wrong, this is a blood path immortal Gu? Guyue Fangzheng looked at the Gu immortal in front of him as he showed a mocking smile. You want me to advance to blood path and become a demonic path Gu immortal to deal with Guyue Fang Yuan? Is this the righteous path of your Crane Gate? Crane Gate's rank 6 Gu immortal Fan Shilu frowned slightly as he smiled. Any strength can be used righteously or maliciously. Don't you understand this? Just like how I cultivate poison path, I can bring blessings to the world. You cultivate blood path, you can do the same. Guyue Fangzheng shook his head. I cultivate blood path only because it is more beneficial to deal with Fang Yuan. After all, we are blood relatives. Even though Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, his time path clone still had a bloodline connection with Guyue Fangzheng. Fan Shilu nodded. That is indeed the reason. But don't you want revenge? After all, he slaughtered all of Guyue village's clansmen. Guyue Fangzheng let out a long sigh, his youthful face showing a desolate look of vicissitudes. So many years have passed, to speak the truth, even though I still hate him. I understand him now. I have thought about it. When I was young, I was very naive and ignorant. Fang Yuan took care of me a lot. On the other hand, my uncle and aunt were using me as a chess piece. Do you want me to take revenge for them? I am not willing to do so. Of course, the tribe leader and Guyue Qingshu took care of me and nurtured me. I am willing to take revenge for them. But I am tired, Sai. You kill me, I kill you. It is always like this. I don't want revenge anymore. Fan Qilu's expression did not change. It seems that you have been through a lot these years. Guyue Fangzheng looked at him. The mocking smile on his face intensified. The irony is, when I wanted revenge, my sect did not support me. They even wanted to get rid of me. When I did not want revenge, they saved me and supported me to take revenge. Saying this, Guyue Fangzheng looked at the blood path immortal Gu with a dark gaze. And I know that I have no choice but to accept it. Fan Qilu sized up Guyue Fangzheng again. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he smiled lightly. Is it really okay for you to speak the truth like this? There is no such thing as okay or not. I know with your methods, how can I hide my thoughts from you? Saying this, Guyue Fangzheng stretched out his hand and held that blood path immortal Gu, asking, What is this Gu called? Chapter 1657. By Ningbing, don't go too far. Qi Clan's Gu immortal leader, Qi Fa, shouted angrily. Bai Ningbing smiled coldly internally. Bai Xiang tore through the sky, appearing in front of Qi Fa in an instant, leaving behind Qi Jin's corpse, frozen in ice. The horrified expression on Qi Jin's face before his death was preserved, vivid and lifelike in the thick block of ice. Boom boom boom. Qi Path Killer moves exploded one after another. Bai Xiang dodged half of them. The other half was blocked by the immortal formation, while the rest destroyed Bai Xiang. But soon, Bai Xiang returned to normal. This made the remaining Qi Clan Gu immortals feel like they had fallen into an icy abyss. After a battle of life and death, 3 of the 5 Qi Clan Gu immortals died. Only Qi Fa and Qi Kai were left. Damn it, Bai Xiang is too powerful, we cannot deal with it in a hurry. Qi Fa gritted his teeth. The most important thing is this super immortal formation. If not for it, we would have escaped long ago. Qi Kai looked at Qi Fa with bloodshot eyes, pointing at him. Qi Fa was silent. Qi Kai was right. Even though Bai Xiang was powerful, they could escape even if they could not beat it. In the outside world, they would not need to fight Bai Ningbing to the death. But it would be hard to break this immortal formation and escape. At least, Qi Fa and Qi Kai had been trying since the start of the battle, but they had no results. Qi Fa sighed. You are right, let's ask Qi Pingsu to help. Qi Pingsu only had rank 6 cultivation level. He was guarding Qi Clan's headquarters, Qi Si Grotto Heaven. Right now, as long as he came out and attacked with the 2 Qi Clan immortals, they would be able to destroy a corner of the immortal formation and save the 2 of them. But this way they would fall into Fang Yuan's trap. Fang Yuan had purposely set it up. The immortal formation did not restrict communication. He wanted to lure people like Qi Pingsu, who were guarding the Grotto Heaven, out. It was precisely because Qi Fa knew this that he was unwilling to use Qi Pingsu, an external force, even after fighting for so long. But now that the situation had reached a point where he had no other choice, if he didn't use it, he would lose his life. Qi Pingsu was already prepared. He got the order and opened his immortal aperture's entrance. Bai Ningbing was overjoyed. I've been waiting for this moment. Saying so, she was teleported by the formation into the immortal aperture's entrance. Not good. Just as Qi Pingsu was about to go out, he saw Bai Ningbing rushing towards him. He had no choice but to retreat. The Qi Si Grotto Heaven was extremely vast, with white clouds everywhere and strong winds blowing. Once Bai Ningbing entered, she felt pressured. Her strength was severely suppressed by the abundant Qi Path Dao marks here. But Bai Xiang Killer Move's profundity was still present. Bai Ningbing fought against Qi Pingsu. The latter soon fell into a disadvantage. Qi Pingsu only had rank 6 cultivation level. His legs were crippled and he had injuries on his body. He couldn't defeat Bai Ningbing, so he immediately retreated. He had the geographical advantage here, so he quickly hid in the depths of the clouds and disappeared. Bai Ningbing could not help but frown. The situation had become troublesome. If she didn't kill Qi Pingsu immediately, how was she going to find him in this huge Qi Hai Grotto Heaven? Even if they found him, what if he ran away to hide? Suddenly, Bai Ningbing raised her head and saw that an extremely thick sea of clouds had gathered above her head. An intense sense of danger rose in her heart. Fatal danger. Instantly, Bai Ningbing realized the severity of the situation. She hurriedly shot down, like a meteor chasing after the moon, descending rapidly. In her vision, a round pancake-like yellow continent was rapidly expanding. Bai Ningbing's expression became increasingly grim, because the sense of danger in her heart was growing. Intense winds blew by her ears. She looked at the sky and saw that the sea of clouds was growing larger and larger. They covered the sky and land. Waves were rising and falling. A powerful killer move was being prepared. At the same time, Qi Pingsu was at the center of the sea of clouds. Seeing Qi Hai Heavenly Spirit appear, he was overjoyed. Qi Hai Heavenly Spirit, you actually woke up. This is too timely. Qi Hai Heavenly Spirit was snow white. It had the appearance of a young deer. Its eyes were shining with golden light. It was extremely dazzling. I was startled awake. Ever since I was heavily injured, I had to seal myself and stabilize my injuries. But this time, I sensed an extremely evil and powerful existence spying on this grotto heaven. Thus, I had to wake up, but I found that the person who barged in was not the existence I expected. Qi Pingsu was stunned. I know who it is, it must be that Feng Yuan. Heavenly Spirit, you have sealed yourself for countless years. You do not know that a terrifying demonic Pathgu immortal has risen up recently. He is called Feng Yuan. Even the celestial court cannot do anything to him. Qi Hai Heavenly Spirit was shocked. Even the celestial court cannot do anything to him? Then it must be him. Qi Pingsu pointed at Bai Ningbing, saying furiously, this person is Feng Yuan's subordinate. She has already taken the lives of 3 of our clan's Gu immortals. Qi Hai Heavenly Spirit was furious. Its golden eyes were filled with killing intent. A life for a life, not to mention that she is of Qi clan's bloodline. I will not let her live. As he spoke, there was a loud rumble, and a huge white pillar of Qi shot out from the sea of clouds towards Bai Ningbing with incomparable speed. At this moment, Bai Ningbing was shocked to find that a terrifying formless force was immobilizing her from all directions. Thoughts flashed in her mind, but her body did not move. She was like a bug in amber. So powerful. Even if I try my best, I can't move an inch. Bai Ningbing raised her head, only to see that the white Qi pillar was huge. It was like a mountain pressing down on her. This attack was clearly at rank 8 level. Even if Bai Ningbing had Bai Xiang, she would not be able to escape. She would die for sure. But right at this moment, a jade-like speck of light appeared. The speck of light exploded. The dazzling green light was like hundreds of thousands of fireflies flying everywhere. Within the green light, Feng Yuan's figure appeared. It's him. At once, Qi Hai Heavenly Spirit's body shook. It cried out in shock. That's right, he is Feng Yuan. Qi Pingsu's throat moved as he swallowed his saliva. He had a nervous expression. Facing the white Qi pillar, Feng Yuan's expression did not change. He pointed with a finger. Swoosh. Amidst the sharp whistling sound, an extremely sharp and powerful sword intent rushed up and directly pierced through the white pillar of Qi, splitting it in half. The white Qi pillar's power vanished. Qi Pingsu opened his mouth. He was extremely shocked. I'm saved. Bai Ningbing was stunned. Her lips curled up as she flew up, standing beside Feng Yuan. What move is this? Bai Ningbing looked up. She had a hesitant expression. Don't tell me. It should be Qi Xiang's signature killer move, Unlimited Qi Si. This move is grand. It is also complex and ever-changing. It can be used for both offense and defense. It was the method that made Qi Xiang famous in the past. Feng Yuan answered. His expression was solemn. Unlimited Qi Si was a rank 8 killer move. It used many Qi Path Immortal Gu as the core and tens of thousands of supplementary Gu worms. It could absorb all the Qi in the world to increase its power. This killer move was quite unique. It had the nature of growth. After Qi Xiang created this move, he absorbed all sorts of Qi and stored them in his immortal aperture, increasing the power of this move. Thankfully, Qi Xiang had died many years ago. Even though unlimited Qi Si was left in Qi Si Grotto Heaven, because of its high level, Qi Clan did not have any rank 8 Gu immortals. It allowed all the Qi to dissipate. Until now, when Feng Yuan coveted Qi Xiang's Grotto Heaven, he awakened Qi Si Heavenly Spirit and forced it to activate unlimited Qi Si. After so many years, this move had finally reappeared. Even though this move is powerful, Qi Xiang is gone. How much power can it have by using the heavenly spirit? Fang Yuan snickered. He suddenly flew into the sky, charging into Qi Si. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth. She had an urge to fight alongside Fang Yuan, but she soon wisely stopped, a trace of unwillingness flashing in her eyes. She was too weak. She did not have the qualifications to interfere in a battle of this level. Rumble. Bai Ningbing looked at the sky. She saw that Qi Si was rumbling. After Fang Yuan charged in, the waves became more intense. It was like a white tsunami. At the same time, thunderous explosions resounded endlessly. Life Qi, Death Qi, Sword Qi, Blade Qi, Dusk Qi, Vitality Qi. Bai Ningbing was dazzled. All sorts of Qi gathered into countless forms, like flowers, grass, blades, spears, swords, halberds, beasts and birds. They were like a hodgepodge outside Qi Si. They charged into Qi Si and fought with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt huge pressure at first. He could barely move, but after a while, he understood some of the profundities of this killer move. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, his Time Path clone was sitting in front of Wisdom Gu, bathing in the light of wisdom as he rapidly deduced unlimited Qi Si. After fighting for a while, Fang Yuan's brows relaxed as he laughed heartily. He started to charge. Everywhere he went, no matter what kind of obstacles he faced, they were all destroyed by him. He was unstoppable. He rampaged all the way until he reached the Heavenly Spirit. Qi Si Heavenly Spirit's ownership requirement was very strict. Fang Yuan could not fulfill it in a short period of time. This was the information he obtained from Qi Zai's soul. And Fang Yuan's Bloodlight Spirit Suppression method could not suppress a rank 8 Heavenly Spirit. Thus, Fang Yuan decided to kill it, killing Qi Si Heavenly Spirit. Once Qi Si Heavenly Spirit was gone, the killer move Unlimited Qi Si also stopped being used. I surrender. Qi Pingsu's body trembled. He was subdued by Fang Yuan's overwhelming demonic might. Fang Yuan looked at him coldly. You are quite sensible. Forget it. If you want to live, go and convince Qi Fa and Qi Zai to surrender. Otherwise you can die with them. Yes. Qi Pingsu was filled with pressure as he was sent into the formation. After Qi Fa and Qi Zai learned that Qi Si Grotto Heaven was taken, their mental fortitude collapsed. After hesitating for a while, they surrendered with pale expressions, giving up on resisting. Chapter 1658. Qi Si Grotto Heaven. Puff. Fang Yuan's main body shouted as he stretched out his right hand, grabbing at the unlimited Qi Si in front of him. Immediately, an orange-yellow Qi current flew out of unlimited Qi Si. This Qi current was very peculiar. It was dazzling and had a long trail behind it as it tore through the sky. There were naturally auspicious clouds at the top of the Qi current. This was luck. It was a type of immortal material. Unlimited Qi Si included all sorts of auras. Luck was one of the rarer ones. Because even in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, luck of this scale was very rare. If a Gu immortal could encounter it, it was a publicly acknowledged blessing. Fang Yuan was currently splitting unlimited Qi Si. This killer move was Qi Xiang's greatest trump card. It was similar to Fang Yuan's Luo Pa Seal and Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Unlimited Qi Si also used immortal materials. They were all sorts of Qi. The more types and scale of the Qi stored, the greater the power of unlimited Qi Si. Of course, activating this move would not only expend immortal essence, it would also expend the stored Qi. Even if he did not use it, as time passed, the Qi would be depleted. Thus, when Fang Yuan faced unlimited Qi Si in battle earlier, it was not at its peak state. It was the 5th day now. Ever since he succeeded in attacking Qi Si Grotto Heaven, he had been resting here. 2 days ago he had calculated all of his gains. He had also placed slave contracts on the 3 Qi Clan Gu immortals, Qi Fa, Qi Kai and Qi Pingsu. Some resources could be moved into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. He had ordered Ying Wuxie and the rest to do it. Meanwhile, he placed his focus on unlimited Qi Si. This killer move was Qi Path. It was not practical for Fang Yuan. Instead, after splitting it, he could obtain a vast amount of Qi currents. It was a huge fortune. And most importantly, only after splitting the killer move could Fang Yuan do something to these Gu worms. Otherwise, if he refined these Gu worms, he might trigger a backlash from the killer move. After all, this move was a complete entity. It was not ordinary. According to the current speed, I will need 3 days to completely extract these qi. After that, I will have to refine these immortal gu. Fang Yuan planned in his heart. There were many mortal gu that formed the killer move unlimited qi si, but Fang Yuan was not interested in any of them. His main focus was on the immortal gu. There were 6 immortal gu that made up this move, but only one of them was a rank 8 immortal gu called Great Qi. It was the core of the killer move. Other than that, there were some rank 7 and rank 6 gu worms. Among them, the one that attracted Fang Yuan's attention the most was a rank 7 immortal gu called Big Family Qi. This Qi Path gu worm could store all kinds of qi, including tribulation qi. The last point was crucial. Fang Yuan had once used many small family qi gu to store tribulation qi and help him pass tribulations. Big Family Qi was an immortal gu. Its ability in this aspect was even stronger. With this immortal gu, I can store and release tribulation qi. This is a great method for me to undergo tribulation. If the calamities and tribulations are strong, I can use this gu to absorb the tribulation qi and weaken the power of the calamities and tribulations. If the calamities and tribulations are weak, I will release tribulation energy, allowing me to obtain more Dao marks in the end. Using this gu, I can also absorb the outside world's heaven and earth qi and store it. If the sovereign immortal aperture needs it, I can release it. I will not have to place my aperture and absorb heaven and earth qi to stabilize the sovereign grotto heaven. The specific situation was analyzed in detail. It was not that the higher the rank of the immortal gu, the more helpful it was to the gu immortal. For example, for Fang Yuan, the rank 7 Big Family Qi immortal gu was far more helpful than rank 8 Great Qi gu. Refining these Qi Path immortal gu also required Fang Yuan to spend some time and effort. There was no difficulty. Fang Yuan had Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster Attainment Level, Theft Path Great Grandmaster Attainment Level. He even had Great Thief Ghost Hand and other methods. Like Fang Yuan expected, he extracted all the qi a few days later. These qi currents had their own storage methods. Fang Yuan could not satisfy all of them, so he kept some while selling some to Jewel Yellow Skies. Not just these qi currents, some of the resources in the 5 Xiang's public grotto heaven and Qi Si grotto heaven were also sold by Fang Yuan, exchanging for his own resources. Normally he bartered with other items. Immortal Yuan Stone was rarely purchased. Because Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 8, he had White Lychee Immortal Essence. To a certain extent, 1 bead of White Lychee Immortal Essence could be converted into 100 Red Date Immortal Essence beads, which could be converted into 10,000 Green Grape Immortal Essence beads. That was to say, 10,000 Immortal Yuan Stones could condense into 1 bead of White Lychee Immortal Essence. This conversion rate was too low. Thus, normally speaking, the Immortal Essence of a rank 8 Gu Immortal was produced, stored and accumulated in their Immortal Aperture. Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture had abundant time path resources. It produced White Lychee Immortal Essence with high efficiency. He did not need Immortal Yuan Stones to replenish it, especially when this replenishment was too strenuous and inefficient. Fang Yuan's cultivation resources were basically all exchanged for other immortal materials. He was going to refine gu on a large scale. While Fang Yuan was concentrating on refining Qi Path Immortal gu, Yingwu Xie secretly came to speak to him. Right now, he was no longer a woman. He had changed into the body of a southern border Yang clan gu immortal. His soul path Dao marks complemented his body. And during battle, Fang Yuan would even condense some pure dream reality seeker physique bodies for him to use. Yingwu Xie spoke. Lord Sect Leader, you have already refined the immortal gu of the 3 Qi clan gu immortals and returned them to be rented out. This is a very good method to control them. But why didn't you use it on Bai Ningbing? Although Ice and Snow Path is very useful to Lord, this is only temporary. Your Ice and Snow Path attainment level will definitely rise in the future. At the same time, Bai Ningbing has the killer move by Xiang. It is very powerful and makes people wary. Even if she joins Shadow Sect and is restricted by the alliance agreement, Bai Xiang killer move can easily bypass this restriction. To be honest, you seem to be indulging Bai Ningbing a little. Fang Yuan smiled, shaking his head. That is because you don't understand her. A person like her is never afraid of her own death. If I treat her like this, she would rather die than submit. Even though I have methods to keep most of her immortal goo, what use is that? You saw it in the Battle of Reverse Flow River. Sometimes, I need some people to restrain Celestial Court's people. With your current strength, you cannot execute such a tactic. Bai Ningbing, who has Bai Xiang, is very useful. With her current identity and environment, it is very difficult for her to join Celestial Court. At the same time, she needs me to refine Yin-Yang rotation immortal goo to help her regain her male body. Fang Yuan had quasi-supreme refinement path attainment level. Bai Ningbing did not have the confidence to refine immortal goo herself. We are too useless. Ing Wuxia lowered his head. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. I understand your other meaning. Next, I will take care of you and raise your battle strength. In the past, Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level. He naturally prioritized himself. But now it was different. Fang Yuan was rank 8. Ing Wuxia, He Lulan, and the rest could raise their strength. This was the icing on the cake for Fang Yuan. There was also another reason. Fang Yuan did not have the time and energy before, but now that he was rank 8, even though he was still weak against Celestial Court, ordinary people could no longer find trouble with Fang Yuan. Instead, they had to avoid him. Adding on Fang Yuan's powerful methods to guard against deductions, as long as he did not go into the river of time, he would be safe. With such an environment, Fang Yuan could easily raise the ranks of his subordinates. He had a premonition that these people would be useful in the future. Furthermore, raising their cultivation level was simple. The most important thing was to use time path methods to accelerate the flow of time in their immortal apertures. Even if they attracted too many calamities and tribulations, Fang Yuan could help them. After getting Fang Yuan's promise, Ing Wuxia left happily. Next, Fang Yuan used his free time to summon He Lulan. Let me show you someone. Fang Yuan took out the Gu immortal He Cheng, who he had captured long ago. He Lulan stared with wide eyes. She was furious. She wanted to tear He Cheng apart. Even though He Cheng was her father, there was a deep hatred between them. He Lulan did not act rashly in the end. She watched as Fang Yuan imprisoned He Cheng in his immortal aperture. She breathed roughly, her eyes were red as she said through gritted teeth. So He Cheng had fallen into Lord Sect Leader's hands long ago. Does Lord Sect Leader want to recruit him? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Don't worry, compared to him, I value you more. As long as you cultivate hard and work hard, I believe you will take revenge one day. Chapter 1659. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Gu refinement was at its most crucial moment. The huge cicada pupa quietly floated in the air, about 5 feet above the ground. The surface of the cicada pupa was not smooth. It was rough and had a metallic texture. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, activating the killer move that he had prepared. In an instant, cold winds blew around the cicada pupa, dark clouds gathered in the sky, forming a huge lump as the surrounding light dimmed. Howl, howl, howl. Waves of ghostly cries resounded. The ground turned gray-white, pitch-black ghostly hands stretched out from the ground. They were thick and sinister, grabbing towards the cicada pupa. The ghostly hands grabbed the cicada pupa, but they were illusory. The ghostly hands rippled as if they were grabbing something from the cicada pupa. The huge hands clenched into fists before shrinking back into the ground. Hundreds or thousands of pitch-black ghostly hands stretched out from the ground, grabbing the cicada pupa again and again, pulling out the impurities inside. The cicada pupa was only a half-finished product. It was not stable, but as the ghostly hands grabbed it, it shrunk. The rough surface became smooth. The metallic texture became more obvious and beautiful. Fang Yuan had been observing with full concentration, and seeing this scene, he was inwardly satisfied. This method was his own creation. The core immortal Gu use was rank 8 Soul Beast token. In the previous refinements of Spring-Autumn Cicada, there was a flaw here. The immortal materials were not processed thoroughly. Now that I am using this method, it is definitely done thoroughly, but there are some repercussions. The cold wind stopped at some point. The number of pitch-black ghostly hands decreased until none remained. The dark clouds in the sky became thicker and heavier. The cicada pupa had already shrunk to half its original size. It was emitting a metallic eerie light, emitting waves of coldness. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He took out a large lump of fire. This was the rank 8 immortal material Phoenix Cry Fire. The flame was orange-yellow and had 2 layers. The outer layer was light yellow, while the inner layer was orange-red. The inner layer of fire was shaped like a phoenix. It continued to flap its wings and sing loudly. As the flame continued to burn, it let out a clear and pleasant phoenix cry. Puff! Feng Yuan shouted as he raised his hand. The basin-sized phoenix cry fire accurately landed on the surface of the cicada pupa. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the flames quickly spread and covered the entire cicada pupa, burning fiercely. At this moment, the cry of a phoenix resounded through the clouds. Then the voice faded, but the flames became more and more wild, ruthlessly burning the cicada pupa. Feng Yuan held his breath and fixed his gaze on the cicada pupa. Soon, wisps of ghost qi appeared on the surface of the chrysalis, but they were burned away by the flames. This step of Gu refinement was very difficult. It was hard to grasp the intricacies involved. However, Feng Yuan remained patient until all the ghost qi in the cicada pupa had been burned away, and the surface of the cicada pupa had even begun to melt. Only then did he unhurriedly use another method. The dragon's roar suddenly exploded, and a huge dragon-shaped ice and snow whizzed over, fiercely colliding with the cicada pupa. The flames on the surface of the cicada pupa immediately resisted, but the dragon-shaped ice and snow was huge, and with the full support of Feng Yuan, it quickly gained the upper hand and suppressed the cicada pupa in the center of its body. The phoenix cry fire on the surface of the cicada pupa was extremely stubborn. It lasted for several hours before it completely dissipated. Meanwhile, the dragon-shaped ice and snow changed its fierce style, condensing into a block of ice and sealing the cicada pupa. The cicada pupa had already shrunk to the size of a palm. When the wind and snow stopped, Feng Yuan carefully took the ice block of cicada pupa into his hand. Next, he lightly let out a breath of warm air, and the ice block rapidly melted, revealing the cicada pupa inside. The cicada pupa seemed to be a bronze work of art. It was very exquisite. Feng Yuan stretched out his thumb and index finger, lightly pinching the cicada pupa. Crack crack. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of the cicada pupa. Next, a rank 7 spring-autumn cicada woke up and flapped its wings. Joy flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes for a moment. It was not easy. After many failures, I have finally raised spring-autumn cicada to rank 7. At this step, Feng Yuan had modified almost all the refinement methods he had used earlier. The Ghost Hand Purification method earlier was a combination of Great Thief Ghost Hand Killer move and Soul Beast token. But even though this method had excellent purification effect, it could easily leave behind ghostly qi. Thus, Feng Yuan carefully chose the rank 8 Immortal Material Phoenix Cry Fire to get rid of the ghostly qi, and also to refine the cicada pupa. The dragon-shaped ice and snow that he summoned was also extraordinary. It was Feng Yuan's modified Slumbering Lightning Python killer move. In Refinement Path, one of the 4 publicly recognized killer moves to deal with immortal materials was Slumbering Lightning Python. After Feng Yuan modified it into a dragon-shaped ice and snow, it was more suitable for him, and also for Spring-Autumn Cicada's refinement. Because of all these reasons, Feng Yuan finally succeeded in the Gu refinement, and obtained the rank 7 Spring-Autumn Cicada. With rank 7 Spring-Autumn Cicada, with my Time Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, I can use Spring-Autumn Cicada as the core to deduce an immortal killer move, and avoid being tempted by Celestial Court again. Feng Yuan's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Last time, when he entered the River of Time, he was ambushed by Celestial Court because Celestial Court used a method to confuse Spring-Autumn Cicada. Back then Spring-Autumn Cicada was only rank 6, but now that Spring-Autumn Cicada was at rank 7, if he had the corresponding immortal killer move, even if Celestial Court used a rank 8 level method to confuse him, he would have the ability to resist it. The best situation is to use rank 7 Spring-Autumn Cicada as the core and add rank 8 Spring Gu to form an immortal killer move of rank 8 level. When I enter the River of Time again, other than not being afraid of Celestial Court's confusion, I can also expand the range of my search. Of course, the more convenient method was to directly raise Spring-Autumn Cicada to rank 8. But this was too difficult. Currently, Feng Yuan did not have the ability to refine rank 8 Immortal Gu. On one hand, even though his refinement path attainment level was high, his foundation was not firm, and his refinement path methods needed to be tempered. On the other hand, he did not have sufficient wealth. Back then, old ancestor Shui who had used up all of his wealth and even snowy mountain blessed land's foundation before he dared to refine rank 8 immortal Gu fortune rivaling heaven. Of course, Feng Yuan's foundation was already very strong. Not to mention his previous fortuitous encounters. After extorting the southern border Gu immortal experts, he even obtained the resources left behind by the 5 Xiangs. One could say his foundation was already on par with some super forces. He had many immortal Gu. Even though he lost the incomplete immortal Gu house, he still had dozens of them. He also had a lot of cultivation resources of various types. He was not limited to a single path. The only flaw was that his subordinates had low cultivation level. When He Lulan, Ing Wuxia, and the rest advanced to rank 7, along with the 3 Qi clan slave Gu immortals, Feng Yuan's side could be called a super force. Even though it could not compare to southern borders Wu clan or western deserts Feng clan, it was first-rate, surpassing ordinary super forces and even leaving Chu Du's Chu clan in the dust. I can give some rank 6 and 7 resources to Ing Wuxia and the rest. Other than nurturing them, I need to refine immortal Gu next. Many of the immortal Gu that Feng Yuan relied on were still rank 6. For example, self-strength immortal Gu, pulling mountain immortal Gu, pulling water immortal Gu, strength Qi immortal Gu, unravel mystery immortal Gu, dogshit luck Qi luck, luck inspection, connect luck, time luck immortal Gu. Currently the most important ones were landscape as before, man as before and day immortal Gu. If these 3 time path immortal Gu could be raised in rank, Feng Yuan's time path strength would rise greatly. His current cultivation focus was still on time path. Even though sword path, soul path, wisdom path, and others had huge potential and room for improvement. But if he wanted to fight in the river of time, he would have to rely on time path. It is a pity that Langya sect joined longevity heaven. My refinement path methods still need to be tempered. If those hairy Mangu immortals could refine them for me, it would save me a lot of time and effort. Feng Yuan was very regretful about this. Previously he had used Langya sect too easily, it was too easy. Now that he lacked their help, he had to work hard. It was fine if it was difficult. Feng Yuan could endure it. But the problem was that his hands and feet were tied. A lot of his time was taken up. He could not be as free as before. There is another problem with Gu refinement. That is the success rate. The success rate of immortal Gu refinement was not high. The higher the rank of the immortal Gu, the higher the failure rate. It was much harder for Feng Yuan to refine rank 7 than rank 6. Chapter 1660. Central Continent. The sky was dark, there was no wind. Guyue Fengzheng stood on a mountain peak, looking at the sky, thinking about the immortal ascension tribulation. He felt a trace of nervousness. Upon sensing her emotions, Fengzheng could not help but laugh. He thought to himself, what's there to be nervous about? The ones who should be nervous are the people from Crane Gate, or rather the celestial court behind the scenes. On the surface, I only have a rank 6 Gu immortal protecting me during this tribulation, but there should be many people watching me secretly. With these people around, what do I have to worry about? Even though Fengzheng did not know why these people in Central Continent wanted to help him, he was certain that he had value. A long time ago he was not willing to be used. On Qingmao Mountain, Feng Yuan had vaguely pointed out that he was being used by his aunt and uncle to fight for the inheritance. This made Fengzheng very angry at that time. But now Fengzheng was no longer angry. In the last 10 years, Fengzheng had been through the wars of Langya Blessed Land's 3 continents. In order to nurture powerful hairy Mangu immortals, the black-haired land spirit spared no expense, causing the hairy men of the 3 continents to fight each other. Fengzheng was also involved. In the midst of all the conspiracies and bloody battles, Fengzheng had made use of others, but he had also been used by others. He gradually understood. Sometimes becoming someone's tool and being used was not a bad thing. At least, it proved his worth. If a person did not even have the value of being a tool, they would be in danger. They would often be abandoned. Of course, even with Fengzheng's rank 5 Gu master strength, he had been abandoned and betrayed before. After all, he was a pure human living in Langya's small world, which was filled with hairy men. It was normal for him to be ostracized and discriminated against. We can begin. At this time, Fan Shilu's voice resounded in Feng Jing's ears. Fan Shilu had rank 6 cultivation level. He was sent by Crane Gate to help Feng Jing undergo tribulation. Feng Jing nodded. He calmed himself down and immediately looked into his body. His aperture soon appeared. It was filled with primeval essence, showing that he had a great aptitude. However, there were many cracks on the inner walls, giving people a fearful feeling. The aperture was the foundation of a Gu master's cultivation. For so many cracks to appear in the aperture, it was definitely a big matter. Feng Jing's heart became relatively calm, and the nervousness from before also disappeared without a trace. In fact, in a battle in Langya Blessed Land, he was forced to use a forbidden method in a desperate situation. Even though he narrowly escaped death, his aperture was severely damaged and filled with cracks, causing his great aptitude to drop to B grade. Feng Jing was rescued by Feng Jioga. After returning to Central Continent, the injuries in his aperture were healed, and his aptitude returned to a grade. But the cracks on the inner walls were still there. It was not that the Celestial Court did not have methods to heal them, but these cracks would help Feng Jing in his immortal ascension tribulation. Feng Jing looked at his aperture. He had once been extremely proud of his great aptitude, but after this life experience, he no longer cared about his aptitude. Right now, his gaze was on the cracks on the inner walls of his aperture. To him, this was a form of merit. It was the glory he gained from fighting with blood, fire, and spears. Farewell, my aperture. Feng Jing muttered in his heart. As he willed, the primeval essence in his aperture surged like waves, crashing against the surrounding inner walls. The inner walls had cracks to begin with. They were not sturdy. Soon, they broke apart and formed a hole. His originally flawless aperture was finally connected to the outside world. An extremely mystical power was formed. This force attracted the heaven and earth chi of the outside world. At once, dark clouds gathered in the sky. The ground shook and dust clouds rose. At the same time, a formless heavenly power lifted Feng Jing. His feet left the ground as he rose into the sky. Providence. Fan Shilu, who was hiding at the side, had a change of expression. He sensed the intense aura of Providence. Feng Jing's tribulation attracted much attention from Providence. The tribulation started to form. A large amount of blood chi was converted from the heaven and earth chi. The dark clouds in the sky were soon dyed blood red. The scale was huge. Everyone could see it from 10,000 li away. Blood path tribulation. Fan Shilu's eyes flashed with joy. The blood path tribulation was the intention of the higher-ups. Feng Jing's body also started to emit aura. This was his human chi. Everyone had their own human chi. The amount of human chi depended on the Gu Master's foundation, talent, and so on. Fan Shilu paid close attention to Feng Jing. Soon, a strange expression appeared on his face. Feng Jing's human chi was very dense. It showed his rich experience and foundation. Heaven chi descended, earth chi surged up. They converged in the sky and intertwined with the human chi. Feng Jing had a solemn expression. He tried to control the three chi, allowing them to fuse peacefully. The three chi had just come into contact. It was the best time to familiarize and control them. Feng Jing had already received Fan Shilu's guidance. He was very familiar with this. But at this time, the tribulation had already been prepared. A large amount of rain fell. This rain was actually blood. The smell of blood was very dense. As the blood rain fell, white fog started to form in the air. The white fog was soon dyed by the blood rain, turning into an ominous blood fog that covered the entire mountain. Feng Jing started to undergo tribulation. He activated his defenses and Gu worms, trying to resist the surrounding blood rain. At this time, if he used any kind of Gu worm, he would suffer from backlash. Soon, the Gu worms in his hands were destroyed due to the backlash. This was also the reason why after a Gu master underwent tribulation, their Gu worms would be completely destroyed. But Feng Jing had the support of the Celestial Court. He had made ample preparations. He did not lack Gu worms. He defended calmly. He was steady and did not panic. In the battle in Langya Blessed Land, he had been through much more dangerous situations than this. His mental state had been tempered long ago. Fan Shilu was much more nervous than Feng Jing. He stared at Feng Jing without blinking. For rank 5 Gu masters, it was very difficult to undergo immortal ascension. Not only did they have to face the tribulation, they also had to control the 3 qi and maintain the balance of the 3 qi. I can block this blood rain tribulation for you. But the balance of the 3 qi will depend on you, Fangzheng. Before the tribulation, I had already given you a lot of training. You cannot make any mistakes at this crucial moment. Fan Shilu thought to himself. At the same time, he interfered with the blood clouds and affected the scale of the blood rain. Even though this blood rain tribulation was huge, it was not intense. Providence seemed to be doing this on purpose. Fangzheng underwent tribulation, be it internally or externally. It was very calm. There was no danger. The 3 qi fused smoothly. Scenes of the past flashed in his mind. His physique was also cleansed. Next, heaven and earth resonated with him. He entered the golden period of the immortal ascension tribulation. During this period, he could communicate with heaven and earth. This kind of interaction was extremely beneficial to any Gu master. Fangzheng suddenly realized that this blood path was quite suitable for him. As time passed, the 3 qi condensed into a lump of qi. Fangzheng suddenly opened his eyes. He breathed in deeply as he placed a rank 5 blood path Gu worm into the qi lump. Boom! There was a loud explosion as the qi lump exploded. An immortal aperture appeared. At once, Fangzheng's mind went blank. He was at his weakest and most defenseless state. A moment later, he regained his senses. He started to place his core Gu and crucial Gu into his immortal aperture. He first placed Blood Vengeance Immortal Gu, followed by a large number of Blood Path Mortal Gu. Within the immortal aperture, the 3 qi were sorted out, yin and yang were harmonized, heaven and earth stabilized. He obtained a high-grade blessed land, of course. Furthermore, there were remnants of heaven and earth qi. Fangzheng was overjoyed. With these heaven and earth qi, he could raise his vital blood path Mortal Gu to Immortal Gu. This was dangerous. There would be calamities and tribulations along the way. But Fangzheng had the courage to choose this path. Fangzheng, let me in. I will protect you during your tribulation. Fan Shilu transmitted again at this time. Fangzheng frowned. He showed an unhappy expression. The immortal aperture was the most private place of a Gu immortal. Fan Shilu wanted to enter. Fangzheng felt offended and angry. But soon Fangzheng's frown eased. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and said plainly, "All right, Fan Shilu, please come in." Fan Shilu was surprised. After Fangzheng ascended to an immortal, he had yet to enter the palace, but he immediately changed the way he addressed him. His attitude was so natural. However, the celestial court wants to deal with Fang Yuan. It seems like they are going to nurture Fangzheng. In this aspect, I am really envious of him. Several hours later, Fangzheng's tribulation was over. Fan Shilu's envy doubled. Because Fangzheng successfully refined his vital Gu, becoming his second blood path Immortal Gu, Cold Blood Immortal Gu. Several days later, Crane Gate announced to the Gu immortal world that Fangzheng had succeeded in his immortal ascension. He had once been tortured by the demon Fang Yuan. He was luckily saved. He would become a core member in the fight against the demon Fang Yuan. Celestial Court purposely spread this news throughout the 5 regions. It dealt a blow to Fang Yuan's reputation. He was alone and isolated. At the same time, it showed his magnanimity. Several days later, Spirit Affinity Fairy, forgive me for not sending you off. Above the clouds, Fan Shilu smiled as he said to Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun smiled. I will have to trouble you. She came this time because she heard that Fangzheng had succeeded in his tribulation. She came to visit Fangzheng. It was a pity that Fangzheng did not want to see her. He was hidden by Crane Gate. Fan Shilu did not dare to offend Zhao Lianyun, because she was the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Even though she only had rank 6 cultivation level, she had rank 9 love Gu. Fan Shilu guaranteed. I will definitely hand fairy's gift to fellow immortal Fangzheng personally. Zhao Lianyun nodded, expressing her gratitude as she left on a cloud. For the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit Chapter 1661. Fangzheng's Blessed Land. Space path and time path resources were beyond the norm. This was a high-grade blessed land. The Blessed Land's terrain was mainly plains, but every once in a while, there would be several towering mountains. Fangzheng's attention was on a valley now. The valley was covered in jagged rocks. It was blood red in color. If one went deeper, they would find that there were large numbers of bloodflower trees planted in the valley. There were tens of thousands of these trees. They were different from ordinary trees. They bore fruit first before blooming. The fruits were the size of a baby's fist. They were round and plump. It only took a moment for the fruit to bloom. The entire shell would suddenly burst open, bursting out a huge red and white flower. The flower was white in color, but at the center of the flower, it would have the color of blood splattering. Each blood flower had a different color and shape. In Central Continent, there was once a period of time when a large number of Gu masters raised these blood flower trees. Every time they bloomed, it would be a grand sight. Back then, there were even large-scale celebrations that attracted Gu masters from far away. But later on, Bloodpath was created and ravaged the world. Bloodflower trees were the basic Gu materials of Bloodpath. They were gradually banned from being planted. These bloodflower trees that Fangzheng had were naturally provided by Crane Gate. More accurately speaking, they were provided by Fan Shilu personally. This was a trick of the righteous path. Fangzheng was already used to it. In the current 5 regions, Bloodpath was banned by the righteous path, but ironically, the ones who were secretly researching Bloodpath were the righteous path sections. These bloodflower trees are mortal Gu materials, but as long as there is a certain amount, they can be stacked and used like immortal materials. This is the most unique advantage of Bloodpath. These bloodflower trees that I have can also be seen as an immortal material. But now, I already have rank 6 Bloodpath Immortal Gu Cold Blood and Blood Feud. I need Mortal Blood Gu to use them to form immortal killer moves. Fangzheng knew that his focus now was to refine Bloodpath Mortal Gu, and then use Fan Shilu's teachings to practice Bloodpath Immortal killer moves. Furthermore, he had just ascended to an immortal. There was a huge difference between the aperture and the immortal aperture. He needed time to adapt. After browsing for a while, Fangzheng withdrew his attention and returned to reality. The faint sense of accomplishment and gratification he felt when browsing his immortal aperture disappeared. What he felt was an indistinct pressure. Fangyuan. As soon as he returned to reality, Fangzheng could not help but think of his brother. Over the past few days, not only did he ascend as an immortal, he also obtained information about Fangyuan from Fan Shilu. This information was much more detailed than the outside world, and it came from the Celestial Court. From this, Fangzheng learned about Fangyuan's recent situation. As for the fact that Fangyuan was not dead, he had learned it as soon as he was rescued and brought back to Zhongzhou State. Strangely enough, when he found out about this fact, he didn't feel the slightest bit of anger for being deceived. On the contrary, as he learned more and more recently, his heart grew sadder and sadder. As it turns out, I've never truly understood you, Fangyuan. Otherworldly Demon. Spring-Autumn Cicada. Rank 8 cultivation level. The more he understood, the more Fangzheng felt his own insignificance. He truly felt the terror and strength of Fangyuan. Thinking about how he would have to face such an enemy in the future, he felt great pressure and even a trace of despair. He faced the despair deep in his heart. He never denied it, nor did he avoid it. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. When one is young, they are fearless and have a sense of motivation. But when a person experiences enough, they will discover their own fear. It turns out that tigers can eat humans. Their claws can easily tear through cowhide. It turns out that his own strength and horns are not as strong as he thought. Imagination was beautiful. Only after a full collision with reality could one feel the pain, and clearly understand the world and oneself from the pain. When I was a rank 5 Gu master, I was in Langya Blessed Land. I was caught in the conflict between the 3 countries of hairy men. I was homeless. Now that I have become a Gu immortal, I am stuck between Fangyuan and the Celestial Court. I have become a pawn of the Celestial Court. My strength has far surpassed what it was before, but unfortunately, the situation is even more out of my control, and the danger is even greater. If anything goes wrong, I'm afraid I'll die. Thinking of this, Fangzheng could not help but smile bitterly. Even now, he did not know what value he had that the Celestial Court placed so much importance on him. Soon he thought of Zhao Lianyun. After his immortal ascension, he received some congratulatory gifts. This was a custom of the 5 regions. Every time a Gu master succeeds in immortal ascension, his or her friends and family, as well as their forces, would send congratulatory gifts. Fangjing's gifts mostly came from Crane Gate, so Zhao Lianyun's gift was quite unique. From Crane Gate's information channel, Fangjing had a comprehensive understanding of Zhao Lianyun. You are also an otherworldly demon, but you are not complete. You took the initiative to contact me. Are you trying to ally with me to deal with Fang Yuan? Zhao Lianyun's gift contained a letter. The letter expressed Zhao Lianyun's goodwill, but did not say anything else. Fangjing, however, understood Zhao Lianyun's intention. Zhao Lianyun's gift was a blood crystal nurturing method. It was extremely suitable for Fangjing. In the letter, she even described her understanding of Gu immortal cultivation. There was a paragraph that made Fangjing pay attention to it. In Gu immortal cultivation, fighting is the dominant path, while managing the immortal aperture is the king path. The two complement each other and cannot be lacking. Without sufficient battle strength and dominance, no matter how well the immortal aperture is managed, you will only be bullied by others. Your hard-earned gains will become someone else's spoils of war. On the other hand, if your battle strength is strong but your immortal aperture foundation is insufficient, you will be like a burning bonfire. You can only be strong for a while. When the wood burns out, you will be nothing more than a firework. Fangjing nodded slightly, thinking to himself. Other than this paragraph, there is also the description of the calamities and tribulations. They are all insightful. This shows that Zhao Lianyun is truly sincere. It is a pity. I wanted to meet him once, but Crane Gate did not allow it. It is such a pity. Don't you think so, Fang Yuan? Saying this, Fangjing's gaze froze. In his early days of cultivation, he had his master Tenshuru as his companion. In Langya Blessed Land, he pretended to be with Fang Yuan. Only when he was rescued and brought back to Central Continent did he become alone. Unknowingly, Fangjing had already gotten used to having people accompanying him. Without you, I am indeed not used to it. Fangjing shook his head and smiled bitterly. An indescribable loneliness filled his heart. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle smiled in relief. Fangjing has already become a Gu immortal, but he still needs to raise his cultivation level to be able to restrain Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle was aware of Zhao Lianyun's intentions. After all, even though Ma Hongyan was dead, his soul was still in Fang Yuan's hands. Fairy Myrtle frowned slightly. The true problem is Fang Yuan himself. Ever since Fang Yuan broke out of the encirclement in the River of Time, he had vanished without a trace, never appearing in public again. Fairy Myrtle would rather he plunder resources. This way, the more clues Fang Yuan left behind, the more valuable things she could deduce. She could even break through Fang Yuan's wisdom path defenses. In Fairy Myrtle's opinion, Fang Yuan had great battle strength, but what was more terrifying was his management skills. Every time he endured for a period of time, the strength he displayed would increase by leaps and bounds. The rate of improvement was often shocking. This was the effect of his management skills. Only a sturdy foundation could support his terrifying combat strength. Right now, Spectral Soul is gradually losing control. The information obtained from soul searching is becoming more and more important. In the River of Time, the Time Path Immortal Gu houses have been repaired. There are 4 of them now. The Time Path formation needs to be modified. At the same time, I cannot let Fang Yuan have a good time. I need to contact Wu Yong. Several days later, intense winds blew. Fang Yuan pushed his palm. A powerful killer move entered the open door and entered Lulan Blessed Land. The tribulation that He Lulan was facing crumbled and dissipated. He Lulan's eyelids twitched slightly before her expression calmed down. She stood in her immortal aperture, cupping her fists towards Fang Yuan, who was outside the door. No need to be polite. Fang Yuan took a glance at Lulan Blessed Land. Lulan Blessed Land was barren and could not compare to the sovereign immortal aperture. Even though He Lulan had high aptitude, she had never managed her immortal aperture properly. But this was what Fang Yuan wanted. He could provide cultivation resources to He Lulan. He Lulan would rely on him in this aspect. It was a form of control over He Lulan. In fact, Ing Wuxia, Bai Ningbing, and the rest were in the same situation. Let's leave this place. My wisdom path methods can only defend for a while. Every tribulation will greatly affect my methods. Fang Yuan urged. He Lulan nodded. She did not dare to be careless. She quickly stored the blessed land and entered the sovereign immortal aperture. Feng Yuan used fixed immortal travel to retreat. Wu Yong and the rest who were rushing over could not find him. Damn it! He escaped again. This remnant aura. Someone is undergoing tribulation again. Southern Border's Gu immortals had ugly expressions. Some were furious, some were silent, and some showed a trace of fear. This is the fourth. It is clear that Feng Yuan is helping his lackeys undergo tribulation to raise their cultivation level. If he continues like this, it will not be good. Wu Yong's expression was grim. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said slowly, Feng Yuan has fixed immortal travel. He can escape very quickly. We can only set up beacon towers and work together in jewel yellow skies to restrict his business and weaken his profits. Over time, we will gain an advantage. Jade light flashed in Qi Si Grotto heaven. Feng Yuan appeared out of nowhere. We are safe for now. They are starting to restrict my business in jewel yellow skies. Feng Yuan smiled coldly. He felt pressure indeed, but he had recently annexed the 5 Xiangs public grotto heaven and Qi Si Grotto heaven. He obtained a lot of resources. Even if he was suppressed, it did not affect the overall situation. But this was clearly the result of the cooperation between the Celestial Court and the Southern Border Alliance. If this continued, as time passed, even Feng Yuan would not be able to endure it. He obtained a lot of cultivation resources from the Southern Border Gu immortal captives, but Southern Border's righteous path knew this. Most of his transactions were blocked. I need to think of a way. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with a contemplative light. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 1662. Eastern Sea. Swish, swish, swish. Waves surged, hitting the rocks on the island and causing them to explode into white foam. Winds howled. The weather was gloomy. This uninhabited island was very inconspicuous in the huge Eastern Sea. But there were 4 Gu immortals hiding here. Ren Xiaoping, you are too much. Miao Mingshen growled. His eyes were red. He had injuries on his body. He showed intense anger and hatred. He was a famous lone cultivator in Eastern Sea. He had rank 7 cultivation level and cultivated space path. He had methods to expand immortal aperture space. He made a living out of this. He helped many Eastern Sea Gu immortals expand their immortal aperture space. He was very popular. Miao Mingshen was neither tall nor short. He was neither fat nor skinny. His appearance was above average. His facial features were ordinary. Only his wide nose left a deep impression. In terms of appearance, this person was not outstanding. But he had great ambitions. He was skilled at treating others with humility. He had quite the charisma. Eastern Sea's 3 lone immortals, Immortal Hua Dai, Feng Jiang, and Gue Qiyi, followed Miao Mingshen's lead. The 4 of them formed a strong group. But at this moment, Gue Qiyi was unconscious. His skin was emitting a poisonous purple color. He was in danger. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai, who were standing beside Miao Mingshen, were also in a sorry state. They had clearly gone through a huge battle. They were injured. Lord Miao Mingshen, what do we do now? Gue Qiyi was hit by the ice poison starfish's stinger. We cannot detoxify this poison. Immortal Hua Dai was worried. Not long ago, the 4 of them had fallen for Ren Xiaoping's trap. Ren Xiaoping had rank 7 peak cultivation level. He was an enslavement path Gu immortal. He enslaved the ice poison starfish to assassinate Miao Mingshen. But at the crucial moment, Gue Qiyi blocked this fatal attack for Miao Mingshen. Miao Mingshen reacted. He quickly brought the unconscious Gue Qiyi, Feng Jiang, and Immortal Hua Dai out of the encirclement. Feng Jiang's expression was cold. Even though the ice poison starfish's stinger is troublesome, I heard that Su Chen and Fairy Jiu you can save it. Su Chen was a member of a superforce Su clan. He was skilled in healing. He was famous in Eastern Sea. He was a kind person. On the other hand, Fairy Jiu Yue was a loose cultivator with a cold temperament. If one wanted to ask her to save Gue Qiyi, the price would be much higher. Miao Mingshen shook his head. I do not intend to invite either of them. Su Chen is a member of the Su family, and Fairy Jiu Yue has a secret relationship with Ren Xiaoping. Ordinary people don't know this, but I do. I suspect that Fairy Jiu Yue might be a trap set up by that old thief Ren Xiaoping. Ah, then. Immortal Hua Dai hesitated. Miao Mingshen squeezed out a smile. Have you forgotten? The poison of the ice-poisoned starfish can be washed away by the yellow hell water. Feng Jiang stared with wide eyes. Underworld yellow water is a rank 8 immortal material. It is rare even in Eastern Sea, Lord. You have it? Miao Mingshan shook his head. Of course not. I plan to exchange the Universe Extreme Root at Jewel Yellow Skies. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai immediately understood. Extreme Time Root was a time path rank 8 immortal material. It landed in Miao Mingshan's hands a long time ago. He had been keeping it and not willing to sell it. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai knew about this. Immortal Hua Dai's expression changed. She said reluctantly, Extreme Time Root is a rare item even among rank 8 immortal materials. Lord, why don't you exchange it for other rank 8 immortal materials, in exchange for the yellow hell water? Miao Mingshan shook his head again. Rank 8 immortal materials are basically traded with other items. If I use other immortal materials to exchange for the yellow hell water, there might not be anyone who wants my rank 8 immortal material. And even if someone wants my rank 8 immortal material, they might not have the yellow hell water. But now you know that Celestial Court, Southern Border's Righteous Path, and other forces are working together to restrain Feng Yuan. Not only are they suppressing his businesses, they are also buying Time Path immortal materials with all their might. Time Path immortal materials are in high demand. Their prices are rising rapidly. Celestial Court is a huge force. They will definitely have the yellow hell water. I can use the Universe Extreme Root to exchange for the yellow hell water. Lord. Feng Jiang's tone was hoarse. He knew that Miao Mingshan almost died in order to obtain this Universe Extreme Root. He paid a huge price. Miao Mingshan laughed heartily, patting Feng Jiang's shoulder. How can I let this old man die in front of me? What does a mere Extreme Universe Root count for? Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai were very moved. They did not follow the wrong person. Sure enough, the following situation was as Miao Mingshan expected. The moment his Universe Extreme Root appeared, Celestial Court noticed it. Soon, both sides completed the transaction. Miao Mingshan obtained a large amount of yellow hell water. He used the yellow hell water to cleanse Gui Chiye's body. He carefully controlled the amount. After all, this yellow hell water could corrode the body of an unguarded Gu immortal. After careful cleansing, the ice-poisoned starfish's poison was completely dispelled. Not long after, Gui Chiyi slowly opened his eyes. He woke up. When he learned that Miao Mingshan paid such a huge price to save him, he could not help but feel emotional. However, he rarely showed his emotions. He kept his gratitude to himself and said to Miao Mingshan, Lord, that old scoundrel Ren Xiaoping suddenly attacked us. It is most likely because of that blue dragon whale. Miao Mingshan sighed. I think so too. That old scoundrel Ren Xiaoping has always wanted to cooperate with me to enter the blue dragon whale and dig out the Paradise Earth true inheritance. However, the price he offered had never been sincere. This time he actually attacked me. I was caught off guard. Old scoundrel, just tell me what you think. Gui Chiyi nodded. Lord, outsiders already know that you know the location of the blue dragon whale. It was too difficult to keep this secret any longer. Why don't we invite others to explore the blue dragon whale together? After we obtain some gains and get stronger, we can deal with Ren Xiaoping. Otherwise, with our current strength, it will be hard to determine who has the upper hand against Ren Xiaoping. That old scoundrel Ren Xiaoping has a group of lone immortals with him. He is a crafty old fox. If he finds himself in a bad situation, he will spread the news and attract even more attention. Miao Mingshan's eyes shined with divine light. Rather than that and let Ren Xiaoping attract even more outsiders, why don't we get reinforcements now and attack directly? This is a good idea. It is the only way now. It is a pity. If I had rank 8 cultivation level, I would be able to explore it myself. Gui Chiyi added. Lord, we need to select the people we want to invite carefully. Miao Mingshan nodded. He looked at the three immortals and asked, I understand this. Do you have any recommendations? The three immortals reported their names. Miao Mingshan nodded and shook his head at times. He chose a group of people, but for safety's sake, he eliminated another group of people from the group. Reliability was the most important thing. But this way, there were fewer people. Even if the immortals worked together, they could not overcome the first obstacle. They could not enter the blue dragon whale's inner world. At this time immortal Hua Dai exclaimed, "I have a candidate. Do you remember Chuing?" Chuing. Miao Mingshun's eyes brightened. Amazing. This person has rank 7 cultivation level. He cultivates transformation path, and most importantly, he has enmity with Ren Xiaoping. But this person is too secretive. Even now, I have not been able to find out more about him. Saying so, he showed a hesitant expression. For the fastest novel reading without errors, please visit Chapter 1663. Paradise Earth's True Inheritance. Within the 5 Xiang's public grotto heaven, Fang Yuan received a letter from Miao Mingxun, inviting him to participate in the Blue Dragon Whale's exploration. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a contemplative light. Miao Mingxun actually had a conflict with Ren Xiaoping, and started exploring the Blue Dragon Whale ahead of time. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. In his 500 years of memories, this was already ahead of time. Maybe my rebirth caused all kinds of changes to spread, causing the conflict between Miao Mingxun and Ren Xiaoping to happen ahead of time. Or maybe there is something wrong with my 500 years of memories from my previous life. After all, providence was hidden in the spring-autumn cicada. It was very convenient for it to do something. There is another possibility, that is, the celestial court secretly deduced my relationship with Miao Mingxun, and wanted to use this opportunity to scheme against me again. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan calmed down and slowly closed his eyes, starting to deduce. After a long time, he opened his eyes and concluded. According to the current clues, the possibility of the celestial court scheming against me is not high. It seems I have to make a trip to Eastern Sea. Among the 5 regions, Central Continent and Northern Plains were extremely dangerous to Fang Yuan because of the celestial court and longevity heaven. As for the remaining 3 regions, Eastern Sea, Western Desert and Southern Border, Fang Yuan was most familiar with Southern Border. Especially when Fang Yuan had been hiding in Wu Clan for some time. He had captured many Southern Border experts, thus he knew a lot of information about the various clans. Another reason was that the Shadow Sect's headquarters was set up in Southern Border. The Shadow Sect had the most operations in Southern Border. They also secretly had many natural immortal formations and other places. These were all hidden in the dark and were not exposed. All kinds of reasons made Fang Yuan choose to stay in Southern Border. Even when He Lulan and the others underwent tribulation, they were in Southern Border. Although there were differences in heaven and earth chi in the 5 regions, forcefully undergoing tribulation in a foreign land would damage the immortal aperture. However, Fang Yuan himself did not want them to manage their immortal apertures well. Fang Yuan was in charge of their cultivation resources, which meant that he had strong control over them. During this period of time, Fang Yuan had already refined all of the immortal goo in Qi Si Grotto Heaven for his own use. The resources in the Qi Si Grotto Heaven and the 5 Xiang's public grotto heaven were also being digested. The remaining rank 9 immortal killer move heaven form was rather stubborn. It resisted Fang Yuan's refinement. However, there was still a lot of progress. In time, it would definitely be useful to Fang Yuan. What troubled Fang Yuan was that his family's many trades in the jewel yellow skies were jointly suppressed by the celestial court of Zhongzhou State and the alliance of the decent sects in Nanjiang, which formed a huge economic blockade. Fang Yuan had thought of many ways to compete with them in a battle of wits and strength, but the results were not good. Be it Central Continent's celestial court or Southern Border's alliance of the decent sects, they were both wealthy and had deep foundations. Fang Yuan's capital could not compare to these 2 behemoths. The most direct way to solve this problem was to monopolize the business of guts goo. However, this method required a huge amount of guts goo. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan lacked soul cores. Even though Danghun Mountain was repaired, its output could not increase. His plan to take over Green Ghost Desert had already failed. If he had succeeded, Fang Yuan would not have any difficulty facing the joint blockade of Central Continent and Southern Border. Qing Chao's whereabouts were still unknown, while Fang Clan was also being targeted by Western Desert's super forces. It would not be easy for Fang Clan to raise their status. It was not that Fang Yuan had not thought of making use of Fang Clan, but he had some misgivings about this. Because his identity as Swan Bujin was already known by the Celestial Court. Looking at it now, it was the right decision to take in Green Ghost Desert back then. Unfortunately, Things did not go as planned. Many things in life were contrary to one's wishes. As a result, Feng Yuan's income continued to shrink. What made him even more upset was that Central Continent's celestial court was increasing its efforts to plunder the time path immortal materials in jewel yellow skies. Even so, as long as it was a time path immortal material, the celestial court would give the seller what they wanted. Thus, during this period, the price of time path immortal materials in jewel yellow skies was unprecedentedly high. This made things difficult for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's income was already decreasing. He wanted to refine time path immortal goo to increase his strength in this aspect, so that he could enter the river of time again, but the celestial court overbearingly pushed him away. The celestial court had been established since the remote antiquity era, after countless years of accumulation. How could Feng Yuan compare to it? Feng Yuan's progress in time path was minimal. In contrast, the celestial court was plundering large amounts of time path immortal materials. They might even be able to refine a fifth immortal goo house. In this situation, Feng Yuan's hope of finding Red Lotus true inheritance was getting slimmer and slimmer. I need a large amount of time path immortal materials to refine time path immortal goo. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable became venerable through Earth Path. There might not be many time path immortal materials in the Paradise Earth true inheritance in the Blue Dragon Whale. But even so, I have to go. In this uncertain future, nobody could say what they would obtain. Even if they did not obtain time path immortal materials, the things in the Paradise Earth true inheritance would definitely be good stuff. Southern Borders Rank 8 Gu Immortal Lu Wei-yin is the current generation Paradise Earth's inheritor. If I can obtain this Paradise Earth true inheritance, I might have a way to deal with him. More importantly, according to my memories in the 500 years of my previous life, the Blue Dragon Whale seems to contain rank 8 Immortal Gu Regret. In my previous life, Miao Mingshen explored it many times. Even though he did not obtain the Paradise Earth true inheritance, he made many gains each time. Because many Gu Immortals participated in it, and entered it many times, rumors of Immortal Gu Regret spread. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable used Immortal Gu Regret as the core to create a famous immortal killer move. Repent and start anew. He used this move to cause many demonic path Gu Immortals to change sides. They realized their mistake, and turned from evil to good. Repent and start anew was a killer move with great battle results. Immortal Gu Regret was naturally a wisdom path Immortal Gu. Wisdom path had 3 elements. They were thought, will, and emotion. Immortal Gu Regret belonged to emotion. Later on, Gu Immortals created emotion path from wisdom path. Thus, Immortal Gu Regret also belonged to emotion path. In the long history records, Immortal Gu Regret appeared many times, sometimes rank 6, sometimes rank 7. It was in the hands of Gu Immortals of the 5 regions. In Red Lotus Demon Venerable's hands, Immortal Gu Regret seemed to have been refined to rank 8 for the first time. Later on, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable obtained rank 8 Immortal Gu Regret from an unknown source. Feng Yuan had a deep understanding of Immortal Gu Regret, because he wanted to recreate Regret Pool. Speaking of which, other than the tributary of the River of Time, the core of the Immortal Gu House Regret Pool was Immortal Gu Regret. Unfortunately, back then, the Regret Pool left behind in Eastern Sea was only a half-finished product. It lacked Immortal Gu Regret. If this Paradise Earth true inheritance really has rank 8 Immortal Gu Regret, with this Gu, I can replicate a portion of Regret Pool's effect. It will be very useful for my Gu refinement in the future. This was the reason why Feng Yuan was most moved. In fact, Regret Pool was also part of Feng Yuan's plan. He extorted Southern Borders' righteous path and painstakingly built the incomplete Immortal Gu house. It fulfilled his expectations in this aspect. Regrettably, the incomplete Immortal Gu house was completely destroyed in the River of Time. Feng Yuan did not have time to retrieve any Gu worms. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Eastern Sea. Miao Mingshen looked around. There were 8 Gu Immortals standing around him. Among them, there was naturally Feng Yuan. Everyone, Miao Mingshen said solemnly. Regarding this operation, I have already explained it to everyone in detail. I have also given everyone a day to consider it. This is the first time I am doing this. The risks are hard to assess. There is a chance of death. If any of you choose to give up, please leave now. I, Miao Mingshen, will not stop you, I truly understand. Sea winds blew, brushing past their ears. Miao Mingshen looked around again, no one moved. Paradise Earth's true inheritance was too high grade, even though there were few Earth Path Gu immortals in Eastern Sea. Among the Gu immortals present, only one cultivated Earth Path. No one wanted to give up. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. Furthermore, since ancient times, among Gu venerables, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the most benevolent. He had never harmed anyone. The immortal inheritances he set up were also known to be gentle. Such a fortuitous encounter. Anyone who did not grab it would be a fool. Alright, since everyone wants to participate, let's form an alliance agreement first. Miao Mingshen was excited. He was naturally fully prepared for this trip. Zheng Luozi, please help. Miao Mingshen cupped his fists and invited. Zheng Luozi stepped forward. He wore a green and white robe, his face was thin, his cheekbones were high, his eye sockets were deep, his eyes were shining with bright light. He had rank 7 cultivation level, he cultivated information path. Miao Mingshen had already communicated with him. He immediately said, "This is the alliance agreement we are about to form, please take a look at it." Zheng Luozi had just said that when many of the Gu immortals present shook, they showed a trace of shock. It turned out that the contents of the alliance agreement had appeared in their minds at the same time. Zheng Luozi did this to show off his strength. He wanted to confirm his position in the group. This exploration of Paradise Earth's true inheritance had just started. But the Gu immortals were already competing openly and secretly. To read the latest novel, please visit the website. Chapter 1664. Miao Mingshen's expression did not change, but he was observing carefully. Zheng Luozi's move was part of his plan. It allowed him to gather more valuable information. Zheng Luozi's information path attainment was something that even Miao Mingshen admired. Now that Zheng Luozi showed his move, Miao Mingshen observed his expression and made many discoveries. There are 8 people in this trip. Other than me, Gui Qiyi, Feng Jiang, and Immortal Huadai, there is also Zheng Luozi, Tu Tua, Tong Hua, and Chuing. Other than Zheng Luozi and Miao Mingshen, there was also Tong Hua and Tu Tua. The rest of the people were more or less moved. Miao Mingshen trusted Gui Qiyi, Feng Jiang, and Immortal Huadai the most, but he did not tell them about this arrangement. They were acting as they were. Miao Mingshen interacted with Zheng Luozi, Tu Tua, and Tong Hua. He knew them very well. They were rare rank 7 Gu immortals in Eastern Sea. In Eastern Sea, there were the most lone immortals. They were also a level higher than the other 4 regions, because Eastern Sea had the most resources. Miao Mingshen was slightly worried about Chuing. This person was a hidden immortal. He had interacted with him once or twice. He left a deep impression on Miao Mingshen. The truth was, Miao Mingshen did not intend to invite Chuing. But because Chu Ying and Ren Xiaoping had conflicts long ago, he saved Feng Jiang and Immortal Huadai, and most importantly, he seemed to have a lot of lifespan Gu in his possession. With all these factors, Miao Mingshen decided to invite Chu Ying to join this trip. He was the only one who knew the exact location of the blue dragon whale. This way, any invitation from him would be a favor. Miao Mingshen wanted to cooperate more deeply with Feng Yuan. Ignoring everything else, just the lifespan Gu in Feng Yuan's hands was enough to move Miao Mingshen. Zheng Luozi's move made Chu Ying's expression change as well. As for Tu Tua and Tong Hua, it was unknown if they were really immune to it, or if they were pretending to be calm. Immortal Miao Ming saw the immortals' expressions and laughed. Immortal Zheng Luozi, you have a good plan. Tu Tua snorted coldly while Tong Hua glanced coldly at Zheng Luozi. Feng Yuan looked at Zheng Luozi in shock, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. Zheng Luozi's gaze swept past Chu Ying, before meeting Tu Tua and Tong Hua's gazes. He laughed heartily, and threw out an information path Mortal Gu. The information path Mortal Gu also recorded the details of the alliance agreement. After the immortals inspected it, some nodded in acceptance, while others suggested to modify some of the contents. Of course, the content was not a big deal. Miao Mingshen was the leader. He led the immortals, and after the discussion, Zheng Luozi acted and formed an alliance. Once the alliance was formed, the immortals looked at each other and smiled. The atmosphere immediately became much more relaxed. There is no time to lose, let's set off now. Miao Mingshen moved quickly with the immortals behind him. Miao Mingshen flew in the air for a while before falling into the sea. It's not easy to hide in the air, and it's extremely easy to be discovered. If Ren Xiaoping received news of this operation, he would definitely not sit still and wait for death. Thus, entering the sea is to use the undercurrent. Fang Yuan guessed. A moment later, as he expected, Miao Mingshen led the immortals to the bottom of the sea. They saw a huge undercurrent that was like a giant python. Miao Mingshen gradually slowed down and stopped in front of the undercurrent. Miao Mingshen looked at Zheng Luozi. Before entering the undercurrent for safety's sake, to ensure that we are not separated, I hope Zheng Luozi can make a move. I know you have an immortal killer move that can mark all of us and allow us to sense each other's location. This was another method to control the situation. But Miao Mingshen did not say it when they formed the alliance agreement, he said it when facing the undercurrent. It was natural and could not be refuted. Miao Mingshen, do you really want to do this? Zheng Luozi pretended to hesitate. Miao Mingshen laughed heartily. We have already formed an alliance agreement. We will work together sincerely in the future to explore Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Can we not trust each other? His words were deep, Tonghua, Tua, and the rest's gazes flashed as they nodded in agreement. Zheng Luozi looked around. Then don't be nervous, don't defend, my move has no offensive power. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes secretly as he said, please do it. Let me do it first. Feng Jiang stood up first. Zheng Luozi used his immortal killer move on Feng Jiang first, while the rest took turns. After a while, the immortals were all hit by the information path killer move. They could sense each other's location. That's good. Please follow me. The undercurrent is very fast. If we are slightly slower, we will be very far away. Miao Mingshen said before diving into the undercurrent. Fang Yuan and the rest followed closely behind. The undercurrents at the bottom of the Eastern Sea had different directions and lengths. They came and went, and they were the mighty forces of nature. Moving along the undercurrent, the immortals' speed was faster than some ordinary immortal killer moves. Most importantly, they only needed to defend themselves. It was very easy. If a waterpath Gu immortal had methods, they could use the undercurrent to move faster, or even defend themselves against enemies. Fang Yuan was at the back of the group. He found that this group's arrangement was very particular. For example, Immortal Hua Dai was beside him. She transmitted to him from time to time. Fang Yuan answered her while secretly inspecting the information path, Dao marks on his body. After observing for a while, Fang Yuan relaxed. It was not hard to get rid of these information path Dao marks. Fang Yuan had many ways to do so. At the same time, he had the immortal killer move self-cleansing that countered the restrictions of information path. But now was not a good time. Everyone, we are about to leave, follow me. Ahead, Miao Mingshen transmitted. After a few breaths, he got out of the undercurrent. The rest followed closely behind. After leaving the undercurrent, Fang Yuan found that he was in an ordinary nameless sea area. In the following journey, the immortals used several undercurrents to travel. If there were no undercurrents, they would hide in the sea and move forward quietly, keeping a low profile. Even if they encountered desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts, they would avoid them. If they encountered any natural resources, they would not take them. They traveled like this for several days. As they conversed, the group's atmosphere became more harmonious. Miao Mingshen had great interpersonal skills. He firmly secured his position as the leader. While they were chatting, he suddenly paused, saying, "We are getting close." The immortals were energized. Fang Yuan was puzzled. He had already used several investigative killer moves, but did not find anything. He could not see what method Miao Mingshen used to be so sure. The blue dragon whale's existence was known to everyone, but its exact location had always been mysterious. Miao Mingshen definitely had a unique method to obtain it. Fang Yuan had rank 8 cultivation level. He had great battle strength. It was possible for him to kill Miao Mingshen and plunder his soul. But there were risks. Gu Immortal's methods were mysterious and unfathomable. If they encountered a strange one, they might fail miserably. Thus, Fang Yuan did not make a move. He remained hidden. It would not be too late to strike when they reached the blue dragon whale. As they got closer, The immortals started to notice something strange. The seawater ahead became more turbulent. It was like a gentle breeze earlier, but now it became a violent storm. The resistance of moving forward increased. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts increased in numbers. They could not control themselves in the violent currents. Feng Yuan and the rest had to move forward while resisting. They killed a large number of desolate beasts, carving out a path of blood. At this time, everyone's strength started to show. Feng Jiang and immortal Hua Dai had the weakest battle strength. They were soon protected. Miao Mingshen was still moving forward. He was the vanguard, enduring the greatest pressure. Behind him were Tong Hua and Zheng Luozi. Tu Tua was an earth path cultivator. In this environment, his battle strength was greatly suppressed. Next was Feng Yuan. He had turned into a miniature seahorse. He was only the size of a palm. He moved at lightning speed. The strength he displayed was only above average in the group. It was not strong at all. They moved forward with difficulty. The path ahead was getting worse. When immemorial desolate beast figures appeared among the countless fish figures, the immortals knew that they could not continue like this. The strongest, Miao Mingshen, only had rank 7 cultivation level. Following Miao Mingshen, they flew out of the seawater and into the sky. Rumble. In the sky, tornadoes raged, lightning flashed like a forest, thunder rumbled, dark clouds gathered like a city. There were huge waves on the surface of the sea. They were hundreds of meters tall. The situation was dangerous. It was not inferior to the bottom of the sea. Large numbers of birds and eagles flew around amidst the thunder and lightning, fighting and killing each other. In the dark clouds, the blue charm lightning shadow flickered. It was being chased by the immemorial desolate beast Thunder Phoenix. Seeing that the tail of the Thunder Phoenix flashed in the dark clouds, Miao Mingshen and the rest sucked in a breath of cold air. Quick, follow me. Miao Mingshen transmitted. His hair stood on end as he flew forward. Gu immortals had their own methods to hide, but in this situation it was very chaotic. No method was safe. The wisest choice was to leave as soon as possible. The Thunder Phoenix screeched. It discovered Feng Yuan and the rest as it flew down. The seawater exploded. An immemorial octopus that was as large as a mountain moved its countless tentacles. It also targeted Miao Mingshen and the rest as prey. Damn it, damn it. Miao Mingshen's expression was distorted. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. Before even seeing the blue dragon whale, they were already in a desperate situation. The aura of death was assaulting them. Split up and escape. After hesitating for a moment, Miao Mingshen shouted. The Gu immortals quickly split up and escaped. Crack! The Thunder Phoenix was extremely fast. It arrived in front of Feng Yuan in the blink of an eye. Chewing. Immortal Hua Dai was brought along by Gue Qiyi. Seeing this, she cried out in shock. Save me! Feng Yuan shouted with a look of despair. At the next moment he was struck by the Thunder Phoenix. His entire body was burnt to a crisp. He died on the spot. Chewing. Seeing this, the remaining 7 immortals' hearts jumped. They fled in panic. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 1665. Boom. A lightning ball the size of a millstone exploded on Miao Mingshen's back. G.U.H. Miao Mingshen's body shook as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His pale face turned even more sickly. He quickly focused and activated an immortal killer move. At the next moment, he vanished on the spot and appeared thousands of steps away. But even here, there was thunder and lightning. Fierce beasts were flying. The situation was already at its worst. To think that I, Miao Mingshen, am going to die here. Miao Mingshen had a look of despair. Wasn't Paradise Earth's true inheritance supposed to be gentle? Why was it so dangerous? These questions were no longer important. Miao Mingshen's immortal aperture's immortal essence was already dried up. Even though most of his immortal goo were still around, he was already at the end of his rope. That attack earlier was his final struggle. The beast's roar almost pierced his eardrums. The immemorial Thunder Phoenix pounced at him again. Looking around, only Miao Mingshen was left of the 8 Gu immortals. He was the one who lasted the longest. The others had all died. If I had known this, I would not have come to Paradise Earth's true inheritance. I have not even seen the blue dragon whale, and I am about to die. He. Ren Xiaoping will laugh his head off if he finds out. Miao Mingshen felt regret, but he was also helpless. In one's life the road ahead was dark. Who could predict it all? Even the wisdom path immortal venerable star constellation couldn't deduce everything? Come. Miao Mingshen sighed as he puffed out his chest, facing the thunder phoenix's claws calmly. There was a sharp pain, followed by the deepest darkness. Am I already dead? Miao Mingshen was dazed. At this time a voice could be heard. Lord Miao Mingshen, wake up, quickly wake up. Miao Mingshen opened his eyes. Next, he saw Immortal Huadai's concerned expression. Standing in front of him were Gui Qiyi, Feng Jiang, Tu Tu Tua, and the rest. Even Chuing, who died first, was here. They were all smiling. You guys, what is going on? Miao Mingshen's eyes suddenly shined. Wait, is this a test? Celestial friend Miao is wise, the result of our discussion is the same. Tu Tu Tua laughed and replied. I didn't expect the first trial to arrive before I even see the blue dragon whale. However, this trial is a little too dangerous. Miao Mingshen shook his head as fear lingered in his heart. As he spoke, he inspected his injuries. In the next moment, he was completely stunned. He found that the injuries on his body had all disappeared. The damage to his goo worms had also completely disappeared. Even his dried-up immortal essence reserves were restored to their original state. This, Miao Mingshen looked up. Was everything just an illusion? That's right. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method was truly amazing. We did not sense anything even though we were in the situation. Only when we died did we realize it. Thinking about it, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was able to create reincarnation battlefield. It was not difficult for him to design this test. In the historical records, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created this type of immortal killer move to subdue the rank 8 expert battle demon of that time. Reincarnation Battlefield was the pinnacle of this move. After so many years, Reincarnation Battlefield had nurtured countless Gu immortal experts for the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Miao Mingshen breathed heavily as his mind became clearer. I think this was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's advice. After all, once one experiences death, they can accept everything. Lord is right, the moment of death is truly unforgettable. Feng Jiang sighed. At the same time, this can also test a person's battle strength. Miao Mingshen, I can't help but admire you. We all saw your performance in the illusion realm. You are the one who lasted the longest among us. Tong Hua smiled. Miao Mingshen was both happy and worried. He was happy that his performance this time had greatly increased his prestige in the team, but he was worried that most of his own methods had been completely exposed. After all, at the moment of life and death, who could hold back? Miao Mingshen suddenly thought of Feng Yuan. His gaze turned. Chuing, to think that I was so sad and angry. To think that you are the one who saved the most effort among us. His words had a deeper meaning. Feng Yuan heaved a long sigh, showing a bitter smile in shame. To speak the truth, at the moment of death, I felt extremely uncomfortable. I cursed in my heart. Why was I so unlucky to be targeted by the immemorial Thunder Phoenix? But when I woke up, I was dazed for a long time before I could recover. With attitude Immortal Gu, his performance was very sincere. Miao Mingshen stared at Feng Yuan deeply, seeing his sincere expression. The suspicions that had just risen in his mind dissipated. Then where is this place? Miao Mingshen looked around and saw that they were on an uninhabited island. The island was surrounded by a vast expanse of blue seawater. It was boundless. Groups of fish could be seen in the seawater. Waves were splashing on the surface of the sea. The sea breeze was gentle. White seabirds were chirping. Some were flying in the sky while others were close to the sea surface. We were about to ask you. When we woke up, we were already here. I wonder where we should go now. Tong Hua said. Miao Mingshen nodded. Everyone, please wait a moment. Saying so, he closed his eyes and activated a mysterious immortal killer move. This was his unique method to locate the blue dragon whale. But it was hard to comprehend the true meaning of this method from the surface. Miao Mingshen closed his eyes before opening them again. His eyes were filled with shock and joy. Everyone, if I am not wrong, this should be the blue dragon whale's immortal aperture world. Miao Mingshen said something shocking. What? The immortals were shocked. They more or less knew about the situation of Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had subdued the blue dragon whale and opened a grotto heaven for it. In this grotto heaven, he left behind a paradise earth true inheritance. For countless years, many Gu immortals tried to find the blue dragon whale, but they could not find anything. This time, the Gu immortals wanted to see the blue dragon whale's glory, but to think that they would stumble into its grotto heaven. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables arrangements are truly not something we can understand. This means that there is no difficulty in entering this place. Then why didn't anyone come here before us? Is it because the blue dragon whale is too hard to find? Then, what should we do next? Tong Hua asked. The immortals' gazes gathered on Miao Mingshen again. Miao Mingshen was very satisfied with this situation. The Gu immortals arrived at their destination but did not split up. They still wanted to stay by his side. His efforts to stabilize his position were not in vain. To speak the truth, I am not sure. However, since we've entered this grotto heaven world, we've almost succeeded in half of it. Next, we need to find the paradise earth true inheritance that is hidden here. This is an unfamiliar place after all. Who knows what has been living here for countless years? To be safe, let's travel together. Even if something unexpected happens, we can take care of each other. Miao Mingshen's words made the immortals nod in agreement. Feng Yuan spoke at this time. I have a humble opinion. Since we are here because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables arrangements, this island is not simple either. Since that's the case, it's clear that the island we're on isn't simple. We might as well search this island thoroughly first. You are not going to explore it first? Miao Mingshen asked. The immortals shook their heads. Some looked at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly. Even though I was the first to enter, after realizing that the outside world was an illusion, I was afraid of the dangers here. Thus, I have been waiting here. Alright, then let's split up and search this island. Miao Mingshen started to assign missions. This island was not big. Feng Yuan had many people on his side. Soon, someone found some clues and called out. Come to the center of the island. There is a rank 8 immortal Gu house here. A moment later, 8 Gu immortals stood in front of the immortal Gu house. This immortal Gu house had a peculiar appearance. From the outside, it looked like a steel made of gold. Many words appeared on the surface of the steel. Feng Jiang took a few glances at the content before shouting in shock. So this is Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Immortal Huadai, who was beside him, frowned. But it will be much more troublesome to inherit this true inheritance. According to the steel's records, this immortal Gu house was a rank 8 merit board. It looked after the grotto heaven of the immortal aperture. For external Gu immortals to obtain Paradise Earth's true inheritance, they had to accept the missions on the steel and obtain merit points after completing them. The more merit points they had, the more valuable the items they could exchange for. If they did not accept this, the Gu immortals could only stay on this island. They could not leave and go to other places in the grotto heaven. According to the inscription, we can only stay here for 300 days. Tong Hua said in a regretful tone. 300 days was calculated according to the Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven's time flow. What kind of missions can we complete in 300 days? Zheng Luozi's eyes shined with bright light. There were only 10 missions on the steel, each one was different. This meant that there would be more competition between Gu immortals. The others were not stupid. They soon realized this problem. The atmosphere became heavy. Miao Mingshen acutely sensed the change in the atmosphere. He said, Everyone, even though the steel says it clearly, this is the first time we are here. We cannot rule out other possibilities. In my opinion, we should test it and see if we can leave this island. At the same time, I would like to ask everyone to research this immortal Gu house. If we can find a way to break it and take it for ourselves, that would be a great thing. The immortals were moved. This was a rank 8 immortal Gu house. If they could break it and split it among themselves, the gains would be immense. Miao Mingshen continued. When we searched, we found that this island has a lot of cultivation resources. There is a huge amount of them. Let's not talk about other things first. Let's split these resources first. What do you think? The immortals had benefits to gain. Why would they be unwilling? They all agreed. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 1666. Even though the island was small, there were a lot of cultivation resources inside. This density and amount of resources were clearly planted by humans. The 8 Gu immortals, including Feng Yuan, looted the resources and distributed them. Feng Yuan was acting as Chuang, a transformation path Gu immortal. He obtained a lot of transformation path immortal materials. But because transformation path reflected countless paths, there were many types of immortal materials. For example, the soul core of a soul beast was a soul path immortal material, but if a transformation path Gu immortal transformed into a soul beast, the soul core could also be considered a transformation path cultivation resource. Feng Yuan used transformation path as a cover to collect a lot of time path immortal materials. Zheng Luozi said casually. Chuang, do you have a time path transformation path? Why didn't you use it in the outside world? Feng Yuan smiled. I was just taking advantage of the situation. I'm sure you all know about that demon Feng Yuan. These time path immortal materials can be exchanged for many good things in Jewel Yellow Skies. After all, if I compete with you all, it would hurt our relationship. Ahaha. Chuang, why didn't I think of that? Tutua laughed loudly. Zheng Luozi's eyes shined with bright light. He did not speak anymore. After the shock of the outside world's illusion realm, the Gu immortals' moods became better. After all, their gains were quite good. Especially when Miao Mingshen did not side with them, he distributed the resources evenly. The atmosphere in the group was quite harmonious. Half a day later, the immortals gathered in front of the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Merit Obelisk again. According to the records on the Merit Obelisk, these resources were arranged by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable in the past. It was to ensure that Gu immortals who did not want to accept the mission did not come in vain. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable is truly kind. Tong Hua sighed. Guiqi pondered and said, now that all of us have made our moves, we have tested the island one by one. It is true that we cannot force our way out. And this merit obelisk is not something we can decipher. Feng Jiang added. The immortals were silent. How could Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements be so easy to decipher? Especially these Gu immortals. Other than Feng Yuan, they only had rank 7 cultivation level. Even though some of them were elite rank 7s, against an immortal venerable's methods, they were too weak. I wonder if fellow immortal Miaoming has any insights? Tong Hua asked. Miao Mingshen shook his head. I know nothing about Paradise Earth True Inheritance. I am no different from all of you. In my opinion, since we cannot forcefully break Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements, we only have 2 choices. The first was to not accept the mission from the steel, and stay on this island for 300 days. Once the time limit was up, he should be teleported out. The second is to follow the instructions on the tablet. The immortals looked at each other. Without a doubt, the resources on the island had already been divided up. Who would want to foolishly stay here for 300 days? Because of this, the immortals tasted the sweetness and became even more interested in Paradise Earth's true inheritance. In their opinion, the cultivation resources on the island were just appetizers before the main course. Thus, the value of Paradise Earth's true inheritance could be seen even more clearly. But to accept the mission, we need to be acknowledged by the Merit Obelisk. This process is similar to the Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu of the Super Clans, but it is much more restrictive. If this is a trap, in this world, there are always benefits and risks. We came here to explore Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Didn't we come here to take risks? I have decided to accept the mission. Since this was arranged by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, there should be no problem. The true inheritance is right in front of us. If we stop here, we will regret it in the future. After a round of discussion, none of the 8 Gu immortals retreated. Thus, according to the instructions on the tablet, the 8 immortals walked forward and placed their palms on the Merit Obelisk. With a flash of light, the names of the 8 immortals appeared on the new obelisk. A ranking list was formed in the original blank space. Feng Yuan's name was inside, but it was Chuang. This made Feng Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He had inspected this Merit Obelisk and found that it mainly used Earth Path and Sound Path. He could not decipher it. Of course, if he tried to forcefully destroy it, with Feng Yuan's battle strength, it was possible. But the risk was too high. He might as well continue to disguise himself and explore with these people. The Gu Immortal world had countless methods. This merit obelisk was a rank 8 immortal goo house. It was the creation of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. There was a high chance that the goo immortal's true name was exposed. Thankfully, there was no such power, otherwise, if Feng Yuan's identity was exposed, he might kill everyone around him. After all, his identity was too sensitive. It was hard to say if these people had any strange methods. Even if there was no threat, it would not be good to draw the attention of the celestial court. Without understanding the situation, I should not attack these people. After all, this is Paradise Earth's true inheritance. He emphasizes on forgiving people when possible. He is benevolent and tolerant. If I kill them easily, something bad might happen. The 8 immortals were already listed on the merit obelisk. They started to research these missions. There were only 10 missions recorded on the obelisk. Each mission was simple and to the point. They needed the goo immortal to analyze them. For example, the first mission, eliminate the water monsters around Sea Eagle City. Water monsters were similar to soul beasts. They were both Tao beasts with all sorts of shapes and forms. After death, most of their bodies would dissipate, only leaving behind water cores and soul cores. These were immortal materials that contained abundant water path and soul path Tao marks. What level of water monsters, desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts, there were no details. Sea Eagle City? Sea Eagle City? Where was it? There were no instructions. Exterminating the water monster was still manageable, but the other missions were a little strange. For example, constructing a well for Roundfish Island, gathering herbs for 3 Mark tribe, managing the spirit spring, protecting the caravan, repairing the formation, and so on. The 8 immortals looked at the merit obelisk. After thinking for a long time, Zheng Luozi sighed. My information path methods are useless against this rank 8 immortal goo house. It seems that the missions we choose will depend on luck. I will go first. I will choose the first mission. Eliminate the water monsters. The others were silent. Although Zheng Luozi said that there were differences between missions. According to common sense, the harder the mission, the greater the merit points. Water monsters were at least desolate beasts. Eliminating them was a mission with high difficulty. The corresponding merit points should be quite high. As for managing the spirit spring, protecting the caravan, and other missions, they were at the mortal level. They were not as difficult as eliminating the water monsters. Zheng Luozi's choice was undoubtedly snatching a piece of juicy meat. The atmosphere in the group changed. Zheng Luozi was silent. He was actually a little nervous. At this time, Miao Mingshen nodded in agreement. He said, "You guys can choose first, I will go last." Once he said that, the goo immortal's gazes towards Miao Mingshen changed again. Miao Mingshen waved his hand, saying, "No need to overestimate me. I just feel that since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable made such arrangements, how could he not think of fairness? These seemingly simple missions might not be so simple." Towards Miao Mingshen's deduction, some immortals nodded. Tong Hua spoke. "Then I will choose the second mission." Tu Tu Tua also made his choice. Their choices were the same as Zheng Luozi. It was clearly a difficult mission. After Tu Tu Tua made his choice, there was still one mission left. It seemed quite difficult. The rest of the missions were all mediocre and ordinary. Among the remaining people, there were 3 rank 7s, Miao Mingshen, Feng Yuan, and Gue Qiyi. Next, Chuing, please make your choice. Miao Mingshen took a look and said with a smile. Feng Jiang and Immortal Huadai stood beside him. They did not say a word. Wait. Gue Qiyi said at this time. Everyone, Lord Miao Mingshen. To speak the truth, I wanted this mission the moment I saw it. The immortals had different expressions. Miao Mingshen turned to look at Gue Qiyi with a shocked and judgmental gaze. But Gue Qiyi did not see it. He looked at Feng Yuan with an eerie gaze. Is this the case of picking the weakest persimmon? Feng Yuan chuckled internally. He said, "Since Gue Qiyi has such affinity with this mission, it means that this mission is fated with you. I will not snatch it from you." Let's choose the 7th mission. Everyone looked at him. The 7th mission was to collect the black oil from earth trenched deep in the sea. This had always been done by mortal goo masters. Miao Mingshen quickly said, "Chuing. Brother Miao, no need to be modest. It is truly enviable that you have such a companion. This is what you deserve. If not for you, how could I have come here?" Feng Yuan laughed heartily. Guiqi's gaze towards Feng Yuan softened. Indeed, he insisted on the final mission for Miao Mingshun, not for himself. But like Feng Yuan said, the reason why the immortals could come here was because of Miao Mingshun. He deserved this credit indeed. Miao Mingshun rejected it, but Feng Yuan insisted. Miao Mingshun was helpless, he could only accept it. A moment later, everyone chose a mission. The merit obelisk shot out pillars of light into the sky. The Gu immortals entered the pillars of light, and were transported out, vanishing on the spot. Feng Yuan felt his vision change. In the blink of an eye, he was on an unfamiliar island. I am a rank 8 Gu immortal. But that merit obelisk teleported me here effortlessly. It seems to be the core of this immortal aperture grotto heaven. It is very profound, as expected of Paradise Earth's creation. Regarding these missions, he and Miao Mingshun had similar deductions. Of course, rejecting that mission was not Feng Yuan being modest, it was actually a test for Miao Mingshun. After Feng Yuan and the rest left, only Miao Mingshun and Guiqi were left. Guiqi. Miao Mingshun sighed. Guiqi bowed. Please forgive me, Lord. What crime did you commit? It's just that you've underestimated Chuing. He was the first person to die in the illusion realm. You think that he is not strong enough. Miao Mingshun shook his head. Lord, do you think that Chuing is hiding his strength? Miao Mingshun shook his head. I did not see anything. It is unlikely that he is hiding his strength. It's just that in this unfamiliar environment, we must first unite and try our best to avoid internal strife. Chapter 1667. According to Feng Yuan's investigative methods, this island had almost no secrets to him. He found that this island that the merit obelisk teleported to was very ordinary and ordinary. The island did not have many resources. There was a fishing village with some people living there. With a fishing village, there was naturally a spirit spring. There were Gu masters, of course, but with such a poor environment and population, it would be a miracle if there was a rank 4 Gu master. Feng Yuan accepted the mission to collect black oil from Earth Trench at the bottom of the sea. As expected, in his investigation, he soon found traces of black oil seeping out from the edges of the island. If it were other Gu immortals, they might have already gone into the sea to collect Earth Trench black oil. But Feng Yuan did not intend to do that. The moment he saw the merit obelisk, he started to deduce Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's intentions. He stealthily entered the fishing village. This fishing village did not have many people. There were only 5 or 6 Gu masters. The highest cultivation level was a rank 3 Gu master. It could not compare to Qingmao Mountain's Guyue village. In the past, around the Guyue village, there were close to 10 such villages attached to it. Feng Yuan went to find the only rank 3 Gu master in the village. This was an old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles. His identity as the village head was exposed from other people's words. Feng Yuan was very satisfied. He had a high status and was old. He definitely knew a lot of things. Soul search. Feng Yuan used his immortal methods. The old village head's secrets were all exposed. In an instant, Feng Yuan obtained a large amount of detailed information. Like he expected, this village was very ordinary. And there were many other villages and islands like this in the surroundings. This fishing village does not seem to have anything fishy about it. Feng Yuan understood. He left the village quietly. The old village had only felt dazed for a moment. After a moment of surprise, he went back to doing his own things. Feng Yuan's soul search method was far superior to mortal Gu masters. Feng Yuan secretly left this island and flew to the surrounding islands. However, the scene on the island on the merit steel replayed itself on Feng Yuan. Even though he could already see the tip of a small island on the surface of the sea, no matter how he flew, the distance between the two of them could not be shortened. After trying everything, Feng Yuan's efforts were in vain. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable cultivated Sound Path in his early years. Later on, he focused on Earth Path. This method that is so close yet worlds apart is his specialty. In human history, there were many battles where Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable stood on the spot and allowed his enemies to attack him. But the enemy's punches, kicks, and killing moves could not reach him, even if the distance seemed short. Other than that, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable has another method that people yearn for, that is to create a paradise. Paradise. This was also the origin of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's title. Nobody knew how to create paradise lands, but Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had left behind a large number of paradise lands for the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Paradise had one of the most obvious characteristics, and that was that there were no disasters or tribulations. This dragon whale grotto heaven has clearly been enlightened by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It has become a paradise. From the old village head's soul, Feng Yuan had obtained information that proved this to a large extent. If there were any disasters or tribulations, even if the old village head could not sense them, the village's historical records should have recorded them. But there was no such information. Since Feng Yuan could not enter the other small islands, he changed his direction and dove into the water. As he dove deeper, the pressure of the water became greater. This water pressure was a problem that all oil-collecting Gu masters had to face, but for the rank 8 Gu immortal Feng Yuan, it was negligible. To Gu masters, the water might be deep, but to Gu immortals, it was shallow because they were close to the small islands. Feng Yuan soon discovered that a large area of dark twilight fog appeared in his vision. It was like a giant kelp, extending from east to west. This earth trench at the bottom of the sea was very majestic. The ordinary island was almost at the edge of the earth trench. According to the information obtained from the old village chief, there were also trenches extending near the surrounding islands. Earth trenches produced black oil. Be they ordinary earth trenches or underwater earth trenches. Black oil was a type of immortal material that belonged to food path. It was of high grade and had a high production rate. It was easy to extract. This was a characteristic of food path. It had high production rate, was cheap, and was close to the people. Black oil was extremely helpful to immortal zombies. If black oil was sprinkled on the dead aperture, it could slow down the destruction of the blessed land. In the outside world, it was an extremely useful Gu refinement material for other Gu immortals. It had a huge market. One of Zombie Alliance's main businesses was black oil. This status was similar to the Guts Gu business to Feng Yuan. But the scale of the black oil trade was much larger than the Guts Gu trade. There is about 3 million kilograms of black oil here. If I use my full strength, I can plunder it all in half a day. But I cannot go too far away from this island. Even though the black oil can flow, it is much slower than water. After I plunder this place, I will wait for the black oil from the other parts of the earth trenches to flow here before I extract the black oil. The efficiency is too low. Black oil was very easy to harvest. Of course, that was only for Gu immortals. For mortal Gu masters, it was quite difficult. There was a special category, oil-gathering Gu masters. They specialized in entering earth trenches to collect black oil. These people's livelihood skills were usually passed down in their families. Oil-gathering Gu masters had their own set of Gu worms that worked together to collect a small amount of black oil. Even though they did not have high battle strength, because they collected immortal materials, they were rich and had high status. They were very popular. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, he had been an oil-gathering Gu master in Eastern Sea for a period of time. That was a fortuitous encounter. He almost became the son-in-law of an old oil-gathering Gu master. The methods of oil gathering were also selectively taught to Feng Yuan by this old Gu master. The Gu masters on the small island mainly relied on collecting black oil to cultivate and survive. The old village head that Feng Yuan's soul searched was the strongest oil-gathering Gu master in the village. Even though he was old, he would still go into the water every year to collect. Seeing the black oil here, Feng Yuan's previous life's memories involuntarily surfaced in his mind. In the past, he had been an oil-gathering Gu master, going deep into the sea to collect black oil. It was like treading on thin ice. He was extremely cautious. First, he had to solve the problem of suction. Secondly, he could not go too deep into the sea. The pressure of the sea would cause him to explode. But the sea was not calm. There were large numbers of fierce beasts. Finally, collecting black oil also required unique methods. How could mortals not have unique methods to collect immortal materials? Especially if the black oil was not collected properly, it would contaminate the Gu master's body, causing the Gu master to be covered in black oil stains that would not fade away. After a long time, there would be a foul stench. It would even corrode the Gu master's body. In the 500 years of his previous life, Feng Yuan had been contaminated by the black oil. The old Gu master who taught him the method had purposely withheld it. His intention was to force him to become his son-in-law. Back then he was furious, he felt he had been schemed against, but now that Feng Yuan thought about it, he smiled bitterly. The old Gu master had no children, he had no successor, he could only use this method. He had no choice but to teach this method to an outsider Gu master like Feng Yuan. He had no choice. What was wrong with hiding the method and keeping it a secret? It was human nature. Back then, Feng Yuan felt like he was in a desperate situation, he had no way out. Without special methods, he could not get rid of the black oil's contamination. Even if Feng Yuan knew this method, he would need a series of Gu worms. These two formed a huge chasm, forcing him to lower his head. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan had a trace of his previous state of mind. Back then, he was extremely anxious and pained. But he also yearned for the profits of the black oil. He swore in his heart that if he had the ability, he would change the situation. For example, some water-path Gu worms could allow him to swim freely and be extremely agile. Or he could design some Gu worms that could resist the pressure of the sea. Right now, he had enough ability, he had a lot of immortal Gu. He could easily refine large numbers of excellent mortal Gu. But right now he did not need these Gu worms. Life was full of helplessness. Facing the present, some things that you desperately needed were not available. But when you had them, you no longer needed them. Thus, giving you a pillow when you are sleepy was also a kind of fortuitous encounter. You had to cherish it. Back then, when I was collecting the black oil, I almost died. But fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. I actually met Mo Air at the brink of death. From this perspective, the old Gu master had done a good deed. Feng Yuan's lips curled into a deep and complex smile. Once again, a beautiful white figure rose from the bottom of his heart. Her appearance was blurry but also clear. Her surname was Xie, name Han Mo Xie Han Mo. Feng Yuan had never forgotten this name, because this was the love of his life in his previous life. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 1668. Several days later, the tides rose and fell, crashing onto the rocks and creating countless waves. To put it bluntly, the nameless island could be said to be a barren land. Firstly, the island was not big, and secondly, there was the earth trench black oil. Because the earth trench produced black oil, the cultivation resources of other paths were suppressed. They were in dire straits. Humans had endless desires. The human way took away their deficiencies and made up for their surpluses. The strong preyed on the weak. The way of heaven, on the other hand, took away surpluses and made up for deficiencies. It was the balance of all beings. Because of the existence of an immortal material like black oil, the nameless island's other resources were in dire straits. For hundreds of years, the fishing village had been like this. It developed slowly. It could only nurture a single-digit number of Gu masters. At this moment, in the village head's residence at the center of the fishing village, Feng Yuan was fighting with a middle-aged rank 2 Gu master. Bam bam bam. After a few explosions, water splashed everywhere. The middle-aged rank 2 Gu master was drenched. He fell to the ground weakly. Feng Yuan used Chu Ying's appearance. He stood on the spot with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face. From the start to the end, Feng Yuan stood on the spot. He did not move a single step. The middle-aged rank 2 Gu master stood up with difficulty. He cupped his fists. Master Chu has extraordinary methods. I am in awe. Thank you for your guidance. He was truly in awe. A few days ago, Feng Yuan disguised himself as a rank 4 Gu master. He entered the fishing village openly and started to interact with the Gu masters here. Back then, his appearance caused a huge commotion. There were few outsiders in the fishing village, especially when they were alone. Feng Yuan used the identity of a traveling Gu master to enter this fishing village. Undeniably, his arrival disrupted the peaceful life of the fishing village. Even mortals who had no Gu master cultivation knew that a strong Gu master had come to their village. Traveling Gu masters. These Gu masters roamed around without a fixed residence. They were often alone, but there were also groups of 2 or 3. Traveling Gu masters were usually strong and had few weaknesses. This was obvious. The outside world's environment was not safe. Gu masters could travel around. They naturally had to have great abilities. This ability did not only refer to combat strength, but also included living, eating, traveling, feeding goo worms, and so on. Without great strength, one could not become a roaming goo master. Thus, once Feng Yuan appeared, the few goo masters in the fishing village were on high alert. Feng Yuan's rank 4 goo master aura made them extremely wary. The first time they met, Feng Yuan said his goo worms needed to be fed, and directly asked for goo materials from the old village head. The old village head was the only rank 3 goo master in the fishing village, the one who had his soul searched by Feng Yuan. He didn't dare to refuse Feng Yuan's request, and could only agree. After the sparring ended, the middle-aged rank 2 goo master went to find the old village head. Closing the house, they released their goo worms as a precaution, and the two started to talk in secret. The middle-aged goo master did not speak, showing a bitter and worried expression. The old village chief laughed. Now do you know how powerful Master Chu is? The middle-aged goo master nodded. Master Chu's strength is unfathomable. Even if we work together, we are not his match. Saying so, he looked at the village head with unwillingness. But are we just going to let him ask for goo materials like this? If his goo worms are hungry, that is his problem. Why do we have to bear the burden? Most importantly, our village's treasury has been accumulated for several generations. In just a few days, he has almost emptied it all. The old village head was silent for a while before saying with deep meaning. Traveling goo masters have this custom. They go to a place in exchange for goo materials to feed their goo worms. These goo masters are usually very strong. The local forces will not reject them. They will cooperate and form a good relationship with them. This time, let's treat it as a good relationship. The middle-aged goo master frowned. His tone was filled with anger. Lord Village Head, you said it yourself, it is an exchange. But this Master Chu is asking for it directly. He did not take out anything to exchange for it. Then what do we do? What else can we do? The old village head looked at the middle-aged goo master. The middle-aged goo master was stunned. After a few deep breaths, his anger vanished, his straight back collapsed. His expression was filled with bitterness, pain, and helplessness. It is about time. At the other side, Feng Yuan smiled. The middle-aged goo master and the old village head's conversation was under Feng Yuan's observation. In fact, he knew everything that was happening in the entire fishing village. A few days ago, he went into the deep sea to collect earth trench black oil. But later, he had a flash of inspiration. He changed his mind. Feng Yuan realized. Collecting the black oil is nothing. The main point is Paradise Earth's true inheritance. I might as well probe it. Thus, Feng Yuan changed his method. He used his identity as a traveling goo master to approach the fishing village directly. The next day, the old village head looked at Feng Yuan, who came to him. He felt very bitter internally, but he forced a smile on the surface as he bowed. Master Chu, do you lack any goo materials? Feng Yuan smiled. Sir, thank you for your hospitality. I will be leaving now. The old village head was stunned. He felt immense joy in his heart, but he controlled it. He had a shocked and bitter expression as he urged. Master Chu, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Why don't you stay for a few more days? We can be a good host. Feng Yuan shook his head, purposely making fun of him. Sir, I have troubled you too much these few days. If I stay any longer, they will not come to spar with me. They will come to fight me to the death. The old village head was shocked. He smiled bitterly. Master, so you knew about it? Feng Yuan said in a deep voice. I have been in the outside world for so many years. How can I not know what you are thinking? But I am not a person who bullies the weak. So before I leave, I will leave some things for you. The old village head was overjoyed, but was also a little skeptical. He waved his hands. Master, there is no need. You are too polite. Call all the goo masters here. Feng Yuan kept his smile, saying plainly. A moment later, almost all the goo masters in the old village head's house had arrived. Only the middle-aged goo master who sparred yesterday was missing. Unfortunately, he went to the bottom of the sea to collect the black oil. I am afraid we will miss him today. The old village head asked for leave. Feng Yuan looked at him deeply, smiling. Old village head is worrying too much. Everyone, please take a look at this goo worm. Feng Yuan stretched out his hands, slowly opening them, revealing a rank 2 mortal goo. This goo worm was white and blue in color. It was shaped like a shell and was as big as a jade bracelet. Fang Yuan continued. This is water shell goo. It can form a layer of water shell on the goo master's body, greatly resisting the pressure of the sea. Just using this goo worm, it can go 6 li deep into the sea. The goo masters in the house were shocked. Rank 2 goo worm can go 6 li deep into the sea. Water shell goo, why haven't I heard of it? Fang Yuan smiled. You can try it. After trying it once, the goo masters were pleasantly surprised. They found this goo worm had an excellent advantage. It consumed very little primeval essence. This is a rare rank 2 goo. Someone was so excited that his voice was trembling. A pity there is only one. Someone smacked his lips in pity. This person was immediately stared at by the old village head. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Don't worry, everyone has one. Saying so, he took out many water shell goo. Sure enough, everyone had a share. Close to 10 water shell goo scattered on the spot. Only one was left in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan passed it to the old village head. Pass this to me. The old village head was extremely moved, choking with emotions as he apologized. It is my fault. Master Chu is a magnanimous person. When Fang Yuan asked the old village head to gather all the goo masters in the village, the old village head was afraid that if Fang Yuan wanted to kill them all, what should he do? There was such a possibility. You might know a person's face but not his heart. Moreover, he had only interacted with him for 2 to 3 days. Thus, the old village head secretly placed the middle-aged goo master, who had the highest chance of replacing him somewhere else, afraid that Fang Yuan was a beast in human form. Fang Yuan's action of gifting the water shell goo caused the old village head to be overjoyed and ashamed. But Fang Yuan had just started. This is the recipe of the water shell goo. I will give it to you all. Fang Yuan gave close to 10 goo recipes to all the goo masters present. The goo masters were stunned. Gifting a goo worm and gifting a goo recipe were 2 completely different concepts. Master Chu, how can we do this? The old village head received the goo recipe with trembling hands. It's nothing, everyone can take a look at the details of this goo recipe. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Everyone quickly looked at it, and soon someone shouted in shock. Oh heavens, the core goo material of this water shell goo is actually the spiral shell shells on the western side of the island. All the goo materials in this goo recipe are products of the island. Immediately, someone shouted in shock. Fang Yuan nodded. I have some experience in goo refinement. These days, I have been exchanging pointers with some goo masters to understand your lifestyle and cultivation, and also patrolling the island to see if there are any suitable goo materials that can be used. I created this goo recipe for all of you, so you have to accept it. Just as he finished speaking, Fang Yuan heard a plop sound. He turned around and saw the old village head kneeling on the ground. The old village head bowed towards Fang Yuan. I have eyes but failed to see. I did not know that Master Chu had such great attainment in goo refinement. I am even more ashamed. I actually misunderstood Master's good intentions. The old village head had not finished speaking when he was forcefully lifted up by Fang Yuan. Next he saw Fang Yuan smiling at him. Sir, don't say that. I have always been a person who will repay a drop of kindness with a gushing spring. The goo materials I obtained from old Sir also solved a huge problem for me. Our meeting is all fate, we need to cherish it. But this water shell goo is my first creation. I am not too sure about its effect when I use it. Everyone, why don't you choose a few people to go into the sea with me and collect some black oil, to see its effect? I wouldn't dare to disobey. For the fastest novel reading without errors, please visit Chapter 1669. Water rippled in front of them. In the extreme silence, a group of goo masters went deeper into the sea. The light above them dimmed, the water pressure from all directions was increasing. Someone started to activate water shell goo. The water shell goo created by Fang Yuan was extremely effective. Almost at the same time, the fishing village's goo masters felt the pressure on them fall. They felt relaxed, as if a huge burden had been lifted off their shoulders. The goo masters showed joy on their faces, even though they had already tested water shell goo in the village head's house. But at this moment, someone sent out a warning signal. A large group of shuttle sea spiders rushed towards them. These sea spiders were extremely fast underwater. They moved in groups. Once they encountered prey, they would scatter and shoot out strong spider silk from their bodies, binding the prey and slaughtering them. Seeing such a large group of weaving sea spiders, the fishing village's Gu masters turned pale. Even the old village head, a rank 3 Gu master, had an expression of fear. He could not remain calm. The sea spiders were huge. They specialized in fighting with numbers, using the weak to attack the strong. Many fierce sea beasts would get entangled by them and die tragically. Even rank 3 Gu masters would not be their match if they fought them. There were simply too many dangers in the sea. On the surface, the sea looked calm, but in fact, it was filled with turbulent undercurrents and killing intent. No worries. Feng Yuan transmitted. At the crucial moment, he waved his hand. At the next moment, the fishing village's Gu master's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A huge water current formed instantly, pouncing on the sea spiders. It turned into a huge whirlpool, like a tornado. It engulfed all the sea spiders. "Let's go, I can't hold on for long," Feng Yuan purposely said. The fishing village's Gu masters woke up from a dream. They quickly continued to dive. After reaching a safe distance, the Gu masters turned around. The huge whirlpool started to dissipate. The sea spiders were in a daze. They had low intelligence. They moved based on their instincts. Without any prey in front of them, they gathered again and continued to swim. The Gu masters felt relieved. They looked at Feng Yuan with admiration and reverence. Many Gu masters who fought with Feng Yuan discovered that Master Chu Ying's battle strength was so strong. Most importantly, the way he dealt with it was very wise. If they went on a killing spree in the sea, the blood would attract even more trouble. Only by trapping him without killing him would he appear to be shrewd and ruthless. The group continued to move forward, with Feng Yuan's protection. These Gu masters were not in any danger. Sea spiders were only one of the dangers lurking in the sea. Oil-collecting Gu masters had to face no less than 100 types of fierce beasts. Sometimes when they encountered special sea currents, they could only go with the flow, powerless and powerless. For the rest of the journey, although there were still some troubles, it was no longer a disaster like the sea spiders. After swimming and stopping for a while, they finally arrived in front of the earth trench. He did not need to go deep into earth trench, because the black oil here was abundant. No Gu immortal had been mining it all along. The earth trench was filled with black oil. At the same time, black oil was seeping out. These black oil looked like the tentacles of a giant octopus, or like seaweed that resembled a city wall. They were intertwined and messily. The fishing village's Gu masters activated their Gu worms, carefully approaching the seeping black oil. They started to collect the black oil like diligent bees. Feng Yuan did not make a move. He observed quietly from afar. These Gu worms used to collect black oil were the core Gu and vital Gu of the oil-collecting Gu masters. Feng Yuan did not ask about this in his previous interactions. It was a taboo. But with his current insight, he only needed to take a look to understand. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster Refinement Path Attainment Level. This was not a joke. Around this nameless island, the #1 resource is black oil. After I use this black oil as a material to refine Gu worms and give them to them, their oil extraction efficiency will rise sharply. Just as he was thinking, a large group of seashell sharks charged over. These sharks opened their mouths. Their mouths were filled with white shells that were their sharp teeth. Seashell sharks were unique. They were born without teeth. As they grew up, they would choose shells from the bottom of the sea and keep them in their mouths. As time passed, these shells would use their gums as their living soil. As they grew older, they would become whiter and tougher. Seashell sharks would use these shells as their teeth. They were much more powerful than normal sharks when they bit their prey. This miraculous symbiotic relationship caused the young sea bay shark to be weak in battle, but it also allowed the adult sea bay shark to become the overlord of sharks in one leap. Right now, this group of sharks was charging over. Be it individually or in numbers, they were much stronger than the weaving sea spiders. But the fishing village's Gu masters were not flustered. They shuttled back and forth between the overflowing black oil ribbons, moving and moving about with great agility. At times, they would spray out the black oil and create obstacles. The seashell sharks chased after these Gu masters. They were huge. It was hard for them to move around the black oil. Once they got stuck by the black oil, their speed would fall. They might even get stuck to the black oil, unable to break free. The fishing village's goo masters used the terrain to quickly feed these seashell sharks to the black oil in the trench. These seashell sharks struggled until they had no strength left. They were engulfed by the black oil until they were completely devoured. Normally speaking, the black oil would take a long time to completely corrode these seashell sharks. Every inch of their flesh and bones would turn into new black oil. Black oil was an immortal material. It had food path down marks. It was not safe. The earth trench that was filled with black oil was a dangerous place. Feng Yuan saw this and sighed internally. He thought back to the first time he saw the black oil devouring its prey in the 500 years of his previous life. From that day on, he had nightmares for several nights. He dreamt that he was stuck by the black oil and was slowly devoured. Nobody could save him. Normally speaking, oil-collecting goo masters would travel in groups. They were afraid that they would get stuck by the black oil and die in the process. But the oil-collecting goo masters of a fishing village would not travel in groups. It was easy to cause conflict, and they could all die in a dangerous situation. Right now, almost all of the fishing village's goo masters were here. It was a special situation. I suggest that you try to drag out all of the seashell sharks that were trapped earlier. These are also goo materials. I can use them. Feng Yuan transmitted at this moment. Master Chu, these seashell sharks have been stained by the black oil. The old village head said hesitantly. Don't worry, I have a way to extract the black oil. Trust me, these seashell sharks will be very useful to you. Feng Yuan smiled. He had a goo recipe that used these seashell sharks as the main goo material. If he did not have water shell goo, these fishing village goo masters would not believe it. But since Feng Yuan displayed such strength, the old village head did not hesitate. He ordered. You heard it, hurry up and do it. But be careful, we cannot get ourselves stained by the black oil. If we do, it will be too troublesome to deal with it. Not just troublesome, the price was huge. The black oil was an immortal material after all. Once it got stained, it would be food path down marks on the goo master's body. Just the rejection of different down marks was fatal. Not to mention the goo master's mortal body could not withstand the corrosion of the black oil. Don't worry if you get stained by the black oil. I can remove it for you. Feng Yuan said. His words made the goo masters overjoyed, but even with his guarantee, these goo masters were still very careful. They were afraid of getting stained by the black oil that they loved and hated. Seashell sharks were taken out one by one. Most of them were not dead, they were still alive. If they fell into the black oil, they would not suffocate to death for a while. At this time, an unexpected situation occurred. Look at what I found. A mermaid is trapped here. A goo master dragged out the corpse of a mermaid. Her body was covered in sticky black oil. Her appearance could not be seen. Only her body shape showed that she was a female. She seems to still have some aura. The goo master who saved the mermaid was surprised. Let me do it. Feng Yuan made his move. The goo masters were shocked, because they saw the black oil was like an obedient child. It separated from the mermaid's body and gathered in front of Feng Yuan, forming into a huge black ball. Master Chu is truly unfathomable. With this method, how much black oil can he collect each time? The goo masters were filled with envy. They also felt even more respect towards Feng Yuan. So don't worry with me around, you will all be safe. Feng Yuan's action was purely to reassure these people, but at the next moment, the smile on his face froze. His gaze landed on the mermaid's face. He was in a daze. For the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit Chapter 1670. At this depth, the seawater was almost pitch black. But in Feng Yuan's vision, it was all eerie green. Good, this new goo is quite useful. With it, I can barely see in the deep sea. Feng Yuan was happy. The situation in the deep sea was complex. One could not blindly activate the light. No one knew what kind of predators would be attracted. In the midst of the dark green, there were a few strands of deep black. It was naturally the black oil. The black oil intertwined and tangled with each other, like a group of strange pythons. It was almost motionless, but it still gave people a strong visual impact. Feng Yuan breathed in deeply, the gills on his cheeks moved, filtering the air in the seawater for Feng Yuan to survive. Calming himself down, Feng Yuan cautiously approached the black oil. His hands slowly stretched out, stopping when they were about a foot away from the black oil. Next, he activated his goo worms. 2 lumps of bright blue light condensed in his palms. The 2 lumps of blue light each formed a small light pillar that shone on the black oil. Bit by bit, lumps of black oil flowed along the 2 light pillars, merging into Feng Yuan's palms. Feng Yuan's palms were like 2 bottomless holes, continuously absorbing the black oil. As time passed, Feng Yuan maintained a high level of vigilance. He was not only investigating the surroundings, he was also paying attention to the primeval essence reserves in his aperture. Because he activated several goo worms at the same time, Feng Yuan's primeval essence expenditure was not slow. Not long after, he reached a critical point. It is time to stop and return to the surface to rest. Sigh, my aptitude is not enough. If I had a great aptitude, I could have lasted longer. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. At the same time, he decisively stopped activating his goo worms and retreated. But in the final process of retreating, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a huge force came from the calm seawater, sending Feng Yuan flying. Oh no, I encountered an impact current. Feng Yuan's heart shook, quickly activating his goo worms to escape. The impact current looked no different from ordinary seawater, but when it encountered life, it would burst forth with a huge impact force. Bam bam bam. While Feng Yuan was escaping, he was hit by the impact currents. His bones were fractured in several places. Blood flowed out of his nose and mouth. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth, his eyes were bloodshot, thoughts flashing in his mind as he tried to find a way out. But he was not in his best condition. He had expended a lot of primeval essence, and this impact current was huge. Feng Yuan had no way to counter it. He could only rely on luck to dodge. Soon, Feng Yuan's primeval essence was expended. He was hit by the impact current on the black oil behind him. Am I going to die here? Feng Yuan could not break free. He could only watch as the black oil stuck to him, slowly spreading and engulfing him. His primeval essence was completely dried up, but fortunately, the gills were made of transformation path goo worms, and could still last for some time. But this was truly a struggle at death's door. This is the last moment of my life. Sigh, I originally wanted to collect as much black oil as possible, accumulate wealth, and go to the sea market to exchange for a solution to the black oil corrosion on my body. Now, I don't have to worry about this anymore. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly and fell into deep despair. In the end, he was completely covered by the black oil, and his body was gradually engulfed by it. Am I going to die? Death was approaching, but Feng Yuan's heart was calm. Or to be more precise, a stretch of indifference. He was also very indifferent to his own life and death. That's fine. If I die, then so be it. After coming to this world for so many years, I've wandered from place to place. I'm really tired. Who can avoid death? Then you might as well take a good rest. Feng Yuan closed his eyes. After an unknown period of time, he gradually regained some consciousness. Vaguely, he heard someone talking beside him. Saintess, why did you save this mortal goo master? All these years, haven't the humans bullied us enough? That's right, Saintess. This goo master is clearly an oil-collecting goo master, but this sea area is the territory of us mermen. He is a sea rat that specializes in stealing our black oil. He is shameless to the extreme. We can let him die, there is no need to care about him. At this time, a clear and friendly voice spoke. Since we met him, how can we not save him? I know he is a human and not a merman, but he is also a life. The ones bullying us are human forces. It has nothing to do with him, a lone shadow branch human goo master. He is here to steal our black oil, but how much can he steal alone? He is taking such a huge risk to secretly collect black oil. It shows that he is an ostracized person. He is in a difficult situation. We can help him. Why should we be stingy? Saintess, is it good for you to be so kind? He is not a big shot, he is too lowly. There is no use in saving him. Feng Yuan used all his strength to barely open his eyes. His vision was still blurry, he could only see 3 figures. One white, one blue, and one red. Human body, fish tail from the figures. He could tell that they were 3 mermen. Mermen were a type of variant humans. They were born with the ability to breathe in water and live freely. Mermen were close to rivers and lakes. They were most skilled in water paths. Be it male or female, they were all very beautiful. Thank Thank you for saving my life. I will repay you. May I know your names, benefactors? Feng Yuan spoke with difficulty. His voice was hoarse, but it became smoother as he spoke. But this was already the limit of his current abilities. His body was too tired, he could not muster any strength. He was already using all his strength to speak. We don't need your repayment. If not for Saintess' insistence, we would not have saved a dirty human like you. You don't need to know our names, but Saintess' name is Xie Han Mo. Remember it well. Remember it for life. To be saved by the Saintess, this is really a blessing that you have cultivated for 8 lifetimes. Alright, the two of you should stop before going too far. The white figure sighed gently, before saying to Feng Yuan, even though you are very weak now, I have already healed your injuries. You seem to have been corroded by the black oil. I can't heal such an injury in one go, but I left a goo worm for you. With it, you can heal yourself. Saying so, the white figure left with his 2 subordinates, until they were completely out of Feng Yuan's vision. Feng Yuan wanted to speak, but he had used up all his strength, he could not speak. Extreme fatigue and weakness caused his vision to turn dark again. All of these scenes happened 500 years ago in his previous life. Feng Yuan's gaze regained clarity, he woke up from his memories. Right now, he had already led the fishing village's goo masters back to the island. This was the old village head's house. It was not dark at all. It was evening. The light of the setting sun shone in through the window. Outside the window, seabirds were flying above the beach, chirping loudly. The mermaid that was accidentally saved was a little girl, and she was still unconscious. After being saved by Feng Yuan, her pale face had regained some color of health. Her thick eyelashes cast 2 shadows on her cheeks under the light of the setting sun. Looking at this mermaid girl, Feng Yuan's gaze went into a daze. Now that he looked closely, this girl was not the Xie Han Mo in Feng Yuan's memories. There was a huge difference in appearance. Even though they were both extremely beautiful, they can only be considered similar. Also, and there was a huge difference between this mermaid girl and Xie Han Mo. That was the color of their scales. Mermaids had a human body and a fish tail. Their scales had all sorts of colors. Blue and red were common, white and black were very rare. White-scaled mermaids had the qualifications to compete for Saintess and Sun, while black-scaled mermaids were cursed and inauspicious. Once they were born, they would be strangled and killed, often by their parents. Xie Han Mo was a white-scaled mermaid. She was the Saintess of the merman race. And this mermaid girl had blue scales. In the merman culture, she was very ordinary. Master Chu. At this time, the old village head and the middle-aged goo master came to the door. After Feng Yuan nodded slightly, the two of them walked in lightly. After collecting the black oil from the sea, be it the old village head or the middle-aged goo master, they looked at Feng Yuan with extreme respect. On one hand, it was Feng Yuan's unfathomable strength. On the other hand, it was the benefits that Feng Yuan brought them. Water shell goo was very useful. The goo masters who went to collect the oil knew it. And most importantly, after returning, Feng Yuan promised to design a goo worm for them. This goo worm would be of great help to them in the oil collection field. Master Chu, the food is ready. Are you? The old village head smiled. I will take care of her, master, don't worry. When she wakes up, I will bring her to you. The middle-aged goo master said. Feng Yuan looked at the mermaid girl, shaking his head as he walked out of the house. No need to bring her to me. When she wakes up, tell her to leave. Even though this is human territory, she came to collect the black oil. It is considered stealing. But it seems that she is not having an easy time. For my sake, let her off. Master Chu, don't worry. We will not make things difficult for her. That's right, these years, many mermen have come to this island to steal the black oil. We have always closed one eye. After all, there is so much black oil in Earth Trench. We cannot collect it all. It is fine to give us some. The old village head chuckled. Feng Yuan nodded. He had obtained all the information he needed from the old village head, and this mermaid girl's soul. There was something interesting. In the outside world, mermen had lower status than humans. There were many conflicts between them. But here, the relationship between mermen and humans was much better. They interacted a lot and lived in peace. There were even intermarriages. Chapter 1671. In the small house, It was as if waves were surging. The dark red light was like waves, moving around with Feng Yuan at the center. Feng Yuan was refining goo. His fingers were spread open. A dark ball was held in his palms. This ball was the size of a wash basin. It was flowing slowly on the surface. It was the essence that Feng Yuan extracted from the black oil. The goo refinement was already at the middle stage. It was the most crucial moment. Feng Yuan willed as his immortal aperture's entrance opened slightly. He took out a dazzling golden scale. The scale shot into the black oil ball, causing a slight explosion. In Feng Yuan's vision, the black oil ball expanded at the moment of the explosion. At the same time, golden light shined in the black oil ball, condensing into a golden dot. Feng Yuan's fingers moved slightly. The black oil ball floated in the air and started to rotate rapidly. As it rotated, the golden light flickered continuously. A stench started to spread. This was the impurities being expelled by Feng Yuan. When the stench was about to spread out of the small house, an immortal formation flashed. It was like a pot cover. It was translucent blue and restrained the stench inside, not letting it leak out. This stench was also an immortal material. It contained food path Dao marks. It was much scarier than the black oil. If a mortal goo master came in contact with it, they would die immediately. Feng Yuan's goo refinement was already at the level of a goo immortal, because he used two immortal materials. One was the black oil, the other was the golden fish scale. It was pulled out from the desolate beast golden dragonfish. After a series of deductions, Feng Yuan found that the golden dragonfish and the black oil had a high degree of compatibility. One golden dragonfish scale was not enough. Next, Feng Yuan threw in more golden scales. The black oil ball turned into a black gold color. Many incomplete goo worms started to appear in the ball. Feng Yuan was refining gather oil goo. It was specially refined for the goo masters of the fishing village. The entire goo recipe was created by Feng Yuan, of course. He also used the contents of Shadow Sex and Langya's true inheritances as reference. Feng Yuan sincerely wanted to help the fishing village's oil-collecting goo masters. Why? In the end, it was still the mission on the merit stele. What is merit? Feng Yuan had been pondering this question since the beginning. Was the task on the merit stele as simple as it seemed on the surface? The more Feng Yuan thought about it, the more he felt that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's intention was in this. Thus, helping these fishing village goo masters was to complete the mission, and also to verify some of Feng Yuan's guesses. Feng Yuan didn't have any psychological burden when he did bad things. Similarly, doing good deeds required a calm and tranquil heart. In fact, to him, there was no good or bad, nor was there good or evil. He had long since become indifferent to these concepts. In this world, there were only advantages and disadvantages. Now that Paradise Earth's true inheritance was in front of him, Feng Yuan was willing to do some good deeds to help him reap more benefits. Xiaolin slowly opened her eyes. She was awake. I did not die. After being dazed for a while, she reacted. She had a dazed expression, but her eyes started to shine brightly. Mermaid, you are quite lucky. If we found you later, you would have died. You would have been corroded and turned into new black oil. The middle-aged goo master sensed that the mermaid had woken up. He walked into the house. My name is Xiaolin. Did you save me? The mermaid struggled to get up. Not me, it was Master Chu. You should thank him. He was the one who healed your injuries. The middle-aged goo master smiled. The mermaid was reminded and quickly inspected herself. At the next moment, she was overjoyed. Unbelievable. I was corroded by the black oil. My injuries were too severe to heal. Even the strongest healing goo master in the clan could not do anything. But now, I am completely healed. The middle-aged goo master smiled proudly. Of course. Don't you know who saved you? It was Master Chu. Saying so, the scene of Feng Yuan saving her appeared in the middle-aged goo master's mind again. The goo masters of the fishing village were stunned on the spot. They could not regain their senses for a long time. Master Chu saved my life and healed my injuries. How can I not repay such kindness? The mermaid pursed her lips, showing a firm expression. Lord, please introduce me. Even if I have to die, I will repay you. All right, follow me. Follow me. The middle-aged goo master thought for a moment before opening the door and walking out of the room. The mermaid Xiaolin supported herself up. using goo worms to create a lump of water that supported her as she followed behind the middle-aged goo master. The two walked into the courtyard. Passing through a vegetable garden, they arrived outside Feng Yuan's house. Rumble. Suddenly, a black gold pillar of light shot out of the house, charging into the sky. This is... What happened? This phenomenon could be seen from 1,000 li away. It attracted the attention of the fishing village's goo masters. After Master Chu finished his dinner, he said he was going to refine goo. He locked himself in the small room and instructed that no one was to disturb him. The old village had looked at him with hope. This means that Master Chu should have some progress in refining goo. Master Chu's goo refinement attainment is too high. Just from this scene, I can tell that his goo refinement is not ordinary. What you're saying is nonsense. Master Chu is an expert. How can he be ordinary? Xiaolin listened carefully. The goo master's conversations made her imagine the image of an expert goo master in her mind. He had white hair, he was gentle and refined. He was shrewd and strong, but he was benevolent. The dark golden pillar of light faded. A dark fragrance spread in the courtyard. There was a huge hole in the roof of the house. A moment later, the door of the house was pushed open from the inside. Feng Yuan walked out. The fishing village's goo masters were waiting for him. Seeing that Feng Yuan came out, they quickly bowed and greeted. Master Chu. The mermaid Xiaolin looked at Feng Yuan curiously. Master Chu was so young. This was out of her expectations. She immediately knelt down. Master Chu, my life was saved by you. This life-saving grace. Even if I have to die a horrible death, I must repay it. No need. It was just a small matter. Feng Yuan looked at the mermaid. She was not Xia Hanimo after all. The dead were gone. They were gone with the wind. Several days later, Feng Yuan returned to the Merit Obelisk. Oh, a new mission appeared. Feng Yuan's gaze focused. He soon noticed the changes on the obelisk. There were only 10 missions originally, but now there were still 10 missions, but most of the content had changed. And on the merit board on the other side of the Merit Obelisk, the rankings had also changed. Third place. Feng Yuan soon found his position. He was overjoyed. Most of his guesses were verified. From Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's perspective, merit meant helping others and doing good deeds. Feng Yuan saw this ranking and analyzed the others' positions. He was certain. If he worked alone and collected the black oil, he would not be at this position. Of course, he could not just help these goo masters without doing anything. Thus, after refining gather oil goo and distributing it, Feng Yuan went into the sea alone and collected most of the black oil, leaving a small portion for the fishing village's goo masters. At the foot of the Merit Obelisk, there were some information path mortal goo. Feng Yuan picked them up and looked into them. As expected, these were the goo worms left behind by Miao Mingshun and the rest. They recorded their discoveries. Some people found out that humans and mermen coexisted peacefully here. They had equal statuses. Some chose missions with high difficulty. Even though they killed the desolate beast, many humans were implicated and lost their lives. After returning, they found out that they were at the bottom of the merit board. Some people deduced the meaning of the merit board. It was to do good deeds and help others. But this was only a guess. It had not been verified yet. These goo immortals who were chosen by Miao Mingshun were not fools. Miao Mingshun's discovery made Feng Yuan's eyes shine. He found that they were not the only ones who came to this blessed land. There were goo immortal predecessors who came before them. The most valuable piece of information came from Feng Jiang. He found out that there was a sea area in this blessed land. It was a forbidden area. It was called Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea. According to rumors, after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable enlightened this grotto heaven and turned it into a blessed land, he suppressed a peerless demon in this sea area and set up a super-immortal formation to make him repent. Thus, this sea area was filled with the cries of this peerless demon. Chapter 1672. In front of the Rank 8 Immortal Goo House Merit Obelisk, an information path mortal goo was casually thrown down by Feng Yuan. In this goo worm, Feng Yuan told the truth. He recorded the process of collecting the black oil on the island, as well as the verification of the merit board. If any goo immortals returned, they would definitely obtain this information. There was no need to hide this information. Firstly, These people already had their guesses. Secondly, this guess could be easily verified. Rather than that, it was better to let Feng Yuan expose it before they could verify it. Or rather, to put it simply, this secret is not a secret at all. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable probably created this true inheritance intentionally. He wanted to guide people to do good. This was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's style of doing things. At this point, Feng Yuan no longer had any doubts about the authenticity of Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Gu Masters and Gu Immortals left behind their inheritances. This was one of the greatest cultural characteristics of this world. Each inheritance was filled with the mark of an individual. They retained their personal style, or had a strong will. For example, the Flower Wine Monk's inheritance, he wanted to take revenge on Guyue village. Even if he died, he wanted to take revenge. Thus, he left behind a shadow that depicted Guyue tribe leader's defeat. He dug a tunnel and lured Feng Yuan to destroy Guyue village's spirit spring. Another example was 88-Point Jinyang Tower. This was the luck path true inheritance left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. Its main purpose was to maintain the Huangjin bloodline in northern plains. To maintain their rule, it was the benefit that Giant Sun Immortal sought for his descendants. There was also He Fan's true inheritance. He Fan had intended to pass his legacy to his granddaughter, but due to a mistake in fate, he did not get what he wanted. There was also the Shadow Sect true inheritance. If Spectral Soul did not fail, and was not captured by the Celestial Court, this true inheritance would not have existed. But things did not go according to plan. He was captured and Feng Yuan took over. In order to increase his strength and fight for the slightest hope in this desperate situation, there was the Shadow Sect true inheritance. Every inheritance was different. The Paradise Earth true inheritance was different from the other true inheritances. It was filled with peace, kindness, light, and warmth. If I fail and die one day, I won't have any hope no matter how hard I try. In that case, I will also leave behind an inheritance. Feng Yuan's thoughts spread. Although he was an otherworldly demon, he had lived here, struggled, and fought for so long that he had long since integrated into this world. If he had set up the true inheritance of Feng Yuan, it would have been to encourage those who came after him to pursue eternal life. Time passed quickly and 70 or 80 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Feng Yuan completed many more missions. His name was always at the top of the merit list. Hua hua hua. As the tide rose and fell, the fishy sea breeze blew on his face. This time, Feng Yuan came to City B. His task was to punish a profiteer in this sea market. Sea markets were very popular in the East China Sea. According to the size, there were 4 types: small, medium, large, and super sea markets. According to the time division, there were temporary sea markets and fixed sea markets. The sea market was a place where cultivation resources were distributed and exchanged. In this paradise, there was also a sea market. This was a fixed sea market. Although it was not open all year round, it was open most of the time every year. At the core of the sea market was a small island. This island would be submerged by the sea for half a year. This was also the time when the sea market closed. When the island was exposed, the sea market would open. Outside the island, there were large numbers of gu houses. They looked like boats. They were linked together using decks and chains, forming the outer sea market. Walking on the deck, Feng Yuan was surrounded by people. There were human gu masters and mermen. There were also many mermen. They occupied almost half of the area. This situation was very rare in the 5 regions. After all, humans were the rulers now. Other variant humans were suppressed and ostracized. There was almost no space for them to live. They had to tuck their tails between their legs. Come take a look, these are the best crystal corals. There are 3 gu house river cart left, hurry up and buy them. Buying Great Ming clay, buy as much as you can. The shouts, the sounds of buying and selling, and the sounds of haggling, they were everywhere. Entering Feng Yuan's ears, it was a different kind of clamor and bustle. Large numbers of gu masters had set up stalls of all sizes on the deck. There were very few mortals doing business. Feng Yuan walked past one gu house after another, heading towards the core island at the center of the sea market. He had already investigated. This mission was to punish the unscrupulous merchant, and this unscrupulous merchant was at the center of the island. Of course, completing the mission was only Fang Yuan's secondary goal. His main goal was to obtain information. This sea market was closest to demon suppression regret crying sea. There were large numbers of Gu masters and forces gathered here. Fang Yuan had a high chance of obtaining information about regret Gu. Although it had been so long since he came here, Fang Yuan had not entered demon suppression regret crying sea even once. Gu immortals did not have much freedom in this paradise. Like the first mission, Fang Yuan could only patrol around the island. There was a limit to the distance. Every mission's location had such restrictions. As for returning to the Merit Obelisk, it was simple. The Gu immortal only needed to chant, return 3 times. From this, Fang Yuan could feel Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's methods. Even though Fang Yuan had a deep foundation and rank 8 cultivation level, he could not unravel Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements, even though he had never stopped researching the Merit Obelisk and this paradise. Other than that, the communication between Gu immortals was also obstructed. Firstly, they could not communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies or the outside world. Secondly, they could not communicate with each other in time. Left with no choice, everyone thought of the stupid method of leaving information path Mortal Gu in front of the Merit Obelisk. It should be here. After a while, Fang Yuan stopped. This was a gambling den. The plaque on the door had the words Golden Jade House written on it. Golden Jade House was at the center of the island. It represented the highest standard of this sea market. Not any random Gu master could enter the island. There was strict security here. Of course, how could mortal methods do anything to Fang Yuan? Looks like I might as well gamble on rocks. Fang Yuan laughed inwardly. To punish unscrupulous merchants, it was not to kill them. Fang Yuan had been a merchant for a period of time, and had even opened a gambling den himself. He was very clear on what he had to do to make a gambling den merchant feel heartache. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan stepped in. Some memories suddenly surfaced in his mind at this moment. Ha ha ha, who wants to gamble with me? Even the Saintess is afraid. Do you still dare? A sturdy merman shouted arrogantly. Around him, there were many human Gu masters and mermen. Most of the mermen stared at him angrily, but could only grit their teeth. This Luda is truly despicable. He actually dared to provoke Lady Saintess in the sea market. He doesn't have the guts. It's the patriarch of the Frost Tide tribe behind him who is supporting him. This cannot go on. It will damage Lady Saintess' reputation. What do we do? The blue-scaled and red-scaled guards were deeply worried. What does it matter? Xia Hanemo smiled lightly. Let him do as he pleases, no matter how much reputation he loses. It cannot shake my foundation. The other party is using this method to provoke me. It means they are already panicking. We do not need to fight. We just need to follow the rules and win. The blue-scaled and red-scaled guards immediately felt as if they had come to a sudden realization after hearing her words. Saintess is the clearest. You are right, Luda is just a clown. But I still feel a little sullen about making Saintess suffer. Can't some of us merfolk stand up to fight against Luda? Xia Hanemo smiled. Luda is a rank 4 expert after all. He has over 10 years of reputation in this sea market. It is understandable that no merman is willing to step forward. We need to be tolerant. The moment she said that, a voice resounded. I will gamble with you. Who was it? Who dared to challenge Luda's authority? Everyone turned to look, only to see a human Gu master walk out of the crowd. Xia Hanemo was stunned. The blue and red scales guard said together. It is the human Gu master that we saved. The merman Gu master Luda was also surprised. He frowned as he stared at Fang Yuan, saying, Human Gu master, this is our merman tribe's matter. Do you need to get involved? To speak the truth, your saintess saved my life once. I am here to repay her kindness. Fang Yuan had a firm attitude. He looked at Luda fearlessly. This lad. We did not waste our efforts in saving him. The blue and red scales guards nodded. Xia Hanemo sighed. Let's go, he is an outsider. We cannot let his sacrifice be in vain. The red and blue scales were surprised. They quickly stopped her. Saintess, you analyzed this situation earlier. We cannot show ourselves. Once we show ourselves, we will fall into their trap. On the stage, Luda showed a ruthless expression. He laughed from extreme anger. Good. Human goo master, since you are courting death, don't blame me. I have already stated the rules of the duel. Come. I will let you choose first. Let's see whose goo worm is better. You can choose first. Feng Yuan's gaze shined with brilliance as he smiled calmly. The first exchange was very short and ended with Feng Yuan's victory. The second battle lasted for a long time, but the victor was still Feng Yuan. Human goo master, I have underestimated you. Tell me your name, you are qualified for me to remember it. Lu De showed a solemn expression. He looked at Feng Yuan in a new light. I am Guyue Feng Yuan, remember it well. I have opened a gambling den before. Feng Yuan raised his voice. This is the final round, it's your turn. Lu De chose a rock in silence. Then he suddenly attacked and destroyed all the other rocks in the field. You are cheating. Feng Yuan's expression changed. Lu De laughed loudly. Why would I cheat? I have already said that the two sides cannot attack each other, but that does not include these rocks. I have the rocks now, and I am sure there are goo worms here. But you are empty-handed, so no matter what goo worm I have, whether it is dead or alive, you will lose. Lad, you only have rank 3 cultivation, you dare to come here, and this is the sea market that I have been managing for over 10 years. He, kill yourself, I don't have to do it. Feng Yuan clenched his fists, about to retaliate. Wait. A voice resounded. The crowd split apart as Xiehan Emma walked into the stage with a cold expression. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 1673. Feng Yuan suppressed the memories in his mind. He entered Golden Jade House. This gambling den was considered high class. There were dozens of huge rocks in the hall, suppressing the scene. Behind the hall were small rooms with all sorts of rock dissecting goo worms, satisfying the customer's hobby of personally dissecting rocks. Of course, experienced rock dissecting goo masters were also well equipped. It was not difficult for Feng Yuan to determine whether these rocks contained goo worms. After all, he was already a goo immortal. It was not hard for him to use immortal methods to find mortal goo. Similarly, no matter how weak the goo worms sealed in the rocks were, immortal methods could usually heal them. Even if they could not be healed, don't forget, Feng Yuan was a refinement path quasi-great grandmaster. Thus, sweeping through all mortal rocks and mortal goo was a piece of cake for Feng Yuan. Of course, above mortal rocks, there were immortal rocks, or more accurately, immortal materials. After an immortal goo is sealed and hibernated, the immortal material with corresponding Dao marks would gradually condense on the surface of the goo worm. In order to gamble on this immortal material, most immortal methods would be ineffective. Feng Yuan was about to use his methods to teach this unscrupulous merchant in Golden Jade House a lesson when he suddenly heard people arguing at the back of the hall. You are cheating. The mermaid Xia Lin shouted in anger and shock. I am cheating? Why would I cheat? The information path goo worm's contents are clear. Even though you have paid back some, there is still a large amount left. The person standing in front of the mermaid was also a merman, but his body was like a bear. There was a long scar on his face. His body was filled with killing intent. You. Xia Lin pointed at this merman. Her eyes were red. You are shameless. You actually tampered with the contract. The loan I made with you only had 10% interest. But now, you secretly increased it by 60%. The scarred merman's expression turned solemn. He looked at Xia Lin with a ruthless gaze. You cannot say such things, young lady. You are trying to ruin our reputation. All businessmen care about our reputation. If our reputation is ruined, who would come to our shop? Can you bear the losses caused by this? Even if I die, I will expose the true face of your unscrupulous shop. The scarred merman's tone changed. He said eerily. Die? So naive. Sometimes the feeling of wishing for death is more terrifying. A peculiar light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. This familiar voice reminded him of the mermaid girl he saved several months ago. Why was she here? Xia Lin's tears flowed down her face. Several months ago, her only relative, her grandfather, had passed away. Mermaid sea burial required a high price. In order to bury her grandfather at sea, she could only borrow primordial stones on credit. In order to repay the debt, she had no choice but to take the risk to collect the black oil, and almost died in the earth trench black oil. Fortunately, he met Feng Yuan and the others, and was miraculously saved. Xiaolin also obtained gather oil goo from Fengyuan, thus her oil extraction efficiency rose sharply, and she quickly earned a large number of primeval stones from selling the oil. She brought these primordial stones to the Golden Jade House to pay off the debt, but she didn't expect the shop to be so shameless as to tamper with the IOU. A feeling of death rose in Xiaolin's heart. Her only family member had passed away. In this world, she was all alone. She had been ostracized by her tribe since she was a child, and her life had changed drastically. Her heart was filled with confusion and discouragement. She felt that the world was pale, and she could not find any joy in living. What's so scary about death? Death is the end of everything. Thinking so, Xiaolin shouted and attacked. Hua! With a loud explosion, a torrent of water sprayed out. The scarred merman did not expect such a situation to occur. A rank 2 Gu master actually attacked him. A rank 3 Gu master, in Golden Jade House's territory. The scarred merman was caught unprepared, and was swept away by the torrent. He flew backward and smashed into 2 walls and a large number of decorative bottles. This commotion was too big. The Gu masters who were quietly choosing, dissecting and gambling stones came to the hall one after another. Many gazes landed on Xiaolin and the scarred merman. What happened? Hee, what else could it be? This Golden Jade House must have used some method to harm innocent people. Quiet down, this Golden Jade House's owner is the local tyrant. I heard that Golden Jade House often gives out high-interest loans to exploit low-level Gu masters. It is better to avoid trouble. This is the merfolk's internal matter. It has nothing to do with us humans. At this time, the scarred merman stood up from the rubble. You have guts, you actually dared to attack me. I will make you wish you were dead. He approached Xiaolin. Xiaolin's expression was pale. She was intimidated by his aura, but she bit her lips and did not retreat. The distance between the two shrunk. Just as the scarred merman was about to attack, a voice resounded. Wait! The scarred merman stopped moving. The anger and malevolence on his face disappeared as he lowered his head towards the person who stopped him. Shopkeeper, why are you here? It was the owner of Golden Jade House, a fat yellow-scaled merman. The yellow-scaled merman frowned as he shouted at the scarred merman. What are you doing? Are you trying to destroy my shop? Shopkeeper, it's her. Before the scarred merman finished speaking, he was interrupted. How many times have I told you? Harmony brings wealth. Harmony brings wealth. Do you understand? Yes, yes. The scarred merman did not dare to retort. He quickly nodded like an obedient child. A chill spread throughout Xiaolin's body. She had been through a lot. She had lived with her grandfather since she was young. She had tasted the coldness of the world. Someone who can make the scarred merman lower his hands like this must be even more terrifying. With such a clear understanding, Xiaolin looked at the yellow-scaled merman's smiling expression. Her wariness was raised to the limit. The yellow-scaled merman stared at Xiaolin for a while before speaking. Little girl, don't worry, I am a reasonable person. With me around, I can ensure your safety, no one will touch you. But I want you to be reasonable too. The debt you owe is written in black and white. Are you trying to deny it? At the mention of this, Xiaolin became furious. You are shameless, changing the IOU, changing the interest from 10% to 60%. I do not owe you anything. I have already paid you back. The yellow-scaled merman's smile became wider. Little girl, I did not expect you to be so good at acting at such a young age. But it is useless. No matter how realistic your acting is, you can't prove anything with just words alone. On the other hand, our IOU is clear. It is clear who is right and who is wrong. You. Xiaolin pointed at the yellow-scaled merman. She was so angry she could not speak. The yellow-scaled merman laughed and waved his hand. Forget it, little girl. I will not bully a junior like you. In case people say that my Golden Jade House is bullying my customers. How about this? Pay me back half of the debt, and I will let you go. All the debts will be written off. I am already very sincere. Think about it, if you pay me back, you will only be paying 30% interest. This is the market outside. Which bank didn't charge this level of interest when they borrowed money? You said we agreed on 10% interest? Who would believe it if he said it out loud? Go outside and look. Which bank only wants 10% of the profit? Xiaolin's chest rose and fell. Her eyes were red from anger. Precisely because of the 30% interest in the market, Xiaolin borrowed from Golden Jade House back then. To think that this was a trap, she fell into the hands of this black shop. Seeing that Xiaolin was silent, the yellow-scaled merman took out an information path mortal goo. This is our agreement. If you pay me back now, I will return this agreement to you. Xiaolin was slightly stunned before smiling coldly. I do not have enough yuan stone. The yellow-scaled merman laughed as he clapped. No problem if you do not have yuan stone. You can use goo worms to repay the debt. I know you have a gather oil goo. Use it to pay off your debt, and this matter will be settled. Xiaolin heard this and came to a realization. So this is your true motive. You want my gather oil goo? Humph, this is a rank 5 goo. You are dreaming. Even if I die, I will not give this goo to you. The surrounding goo masters heard this and went into an uproar. Gather oil goo? Did I hear wrongly? That rank 5 goo that has been spreading like wildfire recently? I heard that it can be used to collect black oil with shocking efficiency. Not just shocking, it is a top quality goo. Even though gather oil goo is rank 5, it consumes the goo master's bone marrow instead of primeval essence. Even rank 1 goo masters can use it. I heard that not long ago, someone misused gather oil goo and killed himself. Sigh, he abused it too much. With the help of bone path goo worms, gather oil goo is very safe. Clap, clap, clap. The yellow-scaled merman clapped. Young lady, you are a smart person. You should understand the principle of possessing a precious item. A grand rank 5 goo. How can you, a rank 2 goo master, protect it? Hand it over. I am not the one who is looking for trouble. Others will. Hand it over in exchange for a safe future. Isn't that good? Oh no. Even if I die, I will not hand it over to a disgusting person like you. Xiaolin was firm. She resisted to the end. The yellow-scaled merman felt a headache. Stealing someone else's goo master was very difficult. Xiaolin only needed a thought to make the goo worm self-destruct. By then, the yellow-scaled merman's plan would fail. The ideal situation would be for Xiaolin to hand it over. Secondly, he could use theft path methods. But theft path goo masters did not exist in this paradise. It was only a legend. And even if there were theft path goo masters, it was too difficult to steal a rank 5 goo worm. The yellow-scaled merman was not flustered. He had already planned for such a situation. At this time, he could not let Xiaolin push him too hard. Thus, the yellow-scaled merman decided to give in. How about this? I will give you a chance. You give me a chance too. Let's make a bet. Bet? Let's bet on rocks, on the goo we open. Some wins over none. Superior wins over inferior. 2 wins out of 3. Xiaolin sneered. You despicable person, going back on your words and changing the agreement. How can I trust you? The yellow-scaled merman thought about it. He waved his hand and tossed that information path mortal goo to Xiaolin. Xiaolin received it, and was very surprised. The yellow-scaled merman added, I can also make an oath to the sea god. Mermen were different from humans. They had their own beliefs. They believed in the sea god. Making an oath in the name of the sea god was very solemn. It showed great sincerity. Almost no merman did not trust the sea god. The yellow-scaled merman said with sincerity again, What are you hesitating for? Gambling on rocks depends on judgment, but even more depends on luck. I will give you this chance. Don't be ungrateful. I will tell you the truth. This is your only chance to leave today. You need to grasp it. The yellow-scaled merman used both hard and soft tactics. Xiaolin was flustered. Just as she was hesitating, she heard a voice resounding in her mind. Don't be afraid, I am here, bet with him. Master Chu. At once, Xiaolin almost screamed in joy. Feng Yuan continued. But you need to change this bet, it is too small. If you trust me, let's make it big. I trust you, master. Xiaolin replied without hesitation. Because her life was saved by Feng Yuan. If Feng Yuan wanted to harm her, he did not need to save her. My life was saved by Master Chu in the first place. If he wants to harm me, I will accept it. At most, I will return my life to him. Thinking of this, Xiaolin replied to Feng Yuan in her mind. Master Chu, I will listen to whatever you say. For the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit Chapter 1674. Stone gambling was indeed a matter that depended on luck. No one could deny this point, be it Goo Masters or Goo Immortals. But the yellow-scaled merman was very confident in himself, because he was prepared. These years he had opened this golden jade house and often gambled on rocks. After so many years he observed, analyzed, and picked out some rocks. He was very confident in the items in these rocks. The items in these rocks were not valuable. If they were, he would have opened them himself. He would not have left them in the shop until now. He was thinking of his own business. These rocks had a high chance of producing goo worms. Even though they were not valuable, to the customers, it was a small thrill. It was like bait on a hook, attracting them to gamble and invest more money. The yellow-scaled merman knew where these rocks were placed. Sometimes he would purposely sell his rock gambling experience in front of important customers. By opening these rocks, he would get goo worms, creating an image of himself as an expert in rock gambling. Right now, the yellow-scaled merman was using these rocks to gamble with Xiaolin. He had high confidence in himself. But in the first round he tasted defeat. Xiaolin actually got a rank 3 goo worm, suppressing him. This was a good start. The surrounding goo masters gasped in shock. The yellow-scaled merman's gaze was also uncertain. Was this mermaid girl hiding her strength? He had suggested winning 2 out of 3 rounds earlier, but Xiaolin changed it to winning 3 out of 5. The stakes were even higher, including the whole golden jade house. At the same time, the rules changed. As long as Xiaolin lost once, she would have to hand over gather oil goo. But now Xiaolin won. Not only did she keep gather oil goo, she even got 20% of golden jade house. What a joke, I actually lost. The yellow-scaled merman could not believe it. He stared at the mermaid girl in front of him. The suspicion in his heart dissipated. The yellow-scaled merman was experienced. He could tell that Xiaolin was a newbie, especially when she opened the goo worm. Her expression of joy was not fake. It was her true emotions. There was also proof Xiaolin did not know how to open rocks herself. She chose the rocks with the help of the rock dissection goo masters in Golden Jade House. Damn, it looks like she got lucky. Fortunately, the bet has been changed. If it was the best of 3, I would be in a very passive position. Now that it's best of 5, I still have a lot of room for improvement. Thinking of this, the yellow-scaled merman looked at the rock-dissecting goo master behind Xiaolin with an extremely secretive gaze. The rock-dissecting goo master nodded slightly. The yellow-scaled merman laughed in his heart. With one of them here, no matter what rock Xiaolin chose, even if it had goo, she would be able to turn it into a dead or crippled one. Let's see how she's going to fight me now. The second round began. It's my turn to choose first, Xiaolin said. Go ahead. The yellow-scaled merman replied with a smile. Xiaolin circled left and right twice and was dazzled. I choose this. Suddenly, she stopped and pointed at a strange stone in front of her. This strange rock was very strange. There were countless holes on its surface, and its shape was also distorted. Its texture was not dense, as if it was formed by the accumulation of sand. According to the rock gambling terms, this was a sand cave rock. It was very difficult to extract a goo worm from it. Seeing Xiaolin's choice, the yellow-scaled merman laughed. He pretended to walk around, touching this and knocking on that. After a while he patted a huge rock and said, "Then I'll choose this one." The rock dissection began. The yellow-scaled merman did it personally, while Xiaolin asked a goo master who specialized in dissecting rocks. This bet was public. The two sides fought in the main hall. More and more people came to watch. As they conversed, those who came later learned of this huge bet. They stopped in interest and chose to watch. For goo masters, this was a huge bet. On one side was the entire Golden Jade House. It had been operated for many years. It had a lot of capital. On the other side was the rank 5 top quality gather oil goo. The two side stakes were about the same. Because gather oil goo was too outstanding, with it to collect black oil, the profits would be quite high. The yellow-scaled merman chose a huge rock. It took some time to dissect it. Xiaolin's rock was dissected very quickly. After all, the sand cave rock was made of such a rough material. The goo master who dissected Xiaolin's rock was very generous. He did not feel any burden at all. Because even if he accidentally hurt his goo worm, the yellow-scaled merman would be happy about it. But at this time Xiaolin suddenly said, "Use the gray earth method." The rock dissecting goo master slowed down. He looked at Xiaolin. Are you sure? This method has limited effect on sand cave rocks. I am sure, Xiaolin said. The rock dissecting goo master shook his head. Little girl, I am not lying. Since I dissected the rock for you, I will not lie. You can ask the people around. They all know that this gray earth method has almost no effect on sand cave rocks. I don't need to ask, just do it. The previous bet was very clear. Charlene insisted. Good, good, good. The rock dissecting goo master nodded. Once the gray earth method was used, the efficiency of the sand cave rock fell to rock bottom. The rock dissecting goo master felt very depressed. Earlier, he was like a chef using a knife to cut tofu. Now, he was using a needle to stab the tofu. The primeval essence expenditure was even higher. Use the fire incense method. A moment later, Xiaolin said. The surrounding goo masters cried out in shock, trying to stop her. The rock dissecting goo master also said. The fire incense method will seep into the inside of the sand cave rock. If there are goo inside, they will be killed before they are extracted. Just do what I tell you to do. Charlene was expressionless. The surrounding goo masters immediately sighed. Someone said, This little girl is betting with others? She is not even a newbie, she is just messing around. But Xiaolin had a confident expression. She even had a trace of leisure. The rock dissecting goo master shook his head. Since you have decided, I will do it. Everyone can see that I am not trying to ruin your plan. You requested it. Use the dripping method. Blue pattern method. Change to a different chi method. Next, Xiaolin continued to speak, giving instructions calmly. The sand cave rock had already been cut to the size of a fist, but no goo worms came out. The rock dissecting goo master had an unfriendly expression. He thought that Xiaolin was purposely making fun of him. She knew some rock dissecting methods and spoke nonsense. All right, give it to me, I will dissect it myself. Xiaolin suddenly said. What? The rock dissecting goo master was stunned. He quickly reacted and let out a breath of air, handing the rock to Xiaolin. Xiaolin bit her tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood at the rock. She used gather oil goo to suck the rock. Crack. The rock broke open. A rank 3 goo worm was revealed. There really is a goo. What goo is this? I have never seen it before. It is still sleeping. It looks like it is intact. It is not injured. The surrounding goo masters went into a small commotion. The rock dissecting goo master was completely shocked. He looked at Xiaolin in a daze. He was filled with doubts. Is this little girl really pretending to be weak? The yellow-scaled merman also stopped dissecting the rock. His expression was dark. Even if he dissected it, his rock only contained a rank 2 goo, while the other party had a rank 3 goo, and it was alive. There really is a goo. Master Chu was right after all. Xiaolin was overjoyed. In the crowd, Feng Yuan smiled lightly. Actually, there was no goo worm in this sand cave rock. It only contained a goo material. Feng Yuan instructed Xiaolin. He was indirectly instructing the rock dissecting goo master to refine this goo material. Eventually, Xiaolin dripped her blood and used gather oil goo to complete the final step. Normally, refined goo worms would be lively, but Feng Yuan's goo refinement method was special. The refined goo worms would fall into a hibernating state. This was a perfect disguise. All the other goo masters present were deceived. Not a single person noticed any clues or loopholes. Quasi-Great Grandmaster attainment level in refinement path was not a joke. Everyone could not remain calm. The way they looked at Xiaolin had undergone an earth-shattering change. Who sent you? The yellow-scaled merman growled. His previous demeanor had completely disappeared. He realized something was wrong. Thoughts were racing in his mind. These years he had offended many people. He felt that this Xiaolin was a bait. He had fallen into someone's trap. Using a rank 5 goo as a trap, it was truly a huge move. Calm down, calm down. I cannot take the risk anymore. The other party came prepared. The yellow-scaled merman wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He focused his gaze. He still had trump cards. In this golden jade house, there was a batch of special rocks. These rocks were not formed naturally. They were fake rocks made by the yellow-scaled merman himself. He first placed dead or alive goo worms into a hibernating state. Next, with them as the center, he added more rocks outside. Finally, he created a natural rock that looked like it was real. Rocks that contained goo worms usually had some external characteristics that made them different from ordinary rocks. This kind of stone was not easy to find. Sometimes, to solve the problem of the gambling den's shortage, the yellow-scaled merman would create fake rocks himself. Of course, not all of these fake rocks contained goo worms, some only had special characteristics on the surface. Third round, loss. Fourth round, loss again. The surrounding goo masters were in an uproar. No one had expected such a result. Everyone was sizing up Xiaolin with wariness and seriousness. The yellow-scaled merman's expression was pale. He gritted his teeth. There was a trace of ruthlessness in his gaze. He was like a wolf that was forced to the edge of a cliff. This is the final round. I cannot lose. It seems that I need to use my greatest trump card. The yellow-scaled merman's trump card was naturally huge. He hid the remains of a rank 5 goo in one of the fake rocks. According to the rules of gambling, only a living rank 5 goo could defeat him. Both sides chose their rocks and dissected them. Snap. Feng Yuan snapped his fingers. Time Path Immortal Killer Move. The entire Golden Jade House and even the island went silent. Everyone and everything was motionless. Feng Yuan walked out of the crowd, arriving in front of the yellow-scaled merman. He was staring at the fire in front of him, dissecting the rock meticulously. Feng Yuan walked to the rock and squeezed. A rank 5 goo worm's remains appeared in his hand. Next, he placed this goo worm into the rock that Xiaolin chose, returning to the crowd. At the next moment, time flowed again. For the fastest error-free novel reading, visit Chapter 1675. When the results of the 5th round came out, the yellow-scaled merman stood on the spot in a daze. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. If he did not see it personally, he would not believe this. He clearly remembered the goo worm remains that he used to create the fake rock. But why? Why was the remains of this goo worm not in his hands, but in the hands of his opponent? The yellow-scaled merman could not understand. Could it be that all of this is an illusion? He was about to go crazy, and his pale face suddenly flushed red. He suddenly pointed at Xiaolin, shouting in a sharp tone, "You cheated!" The mermaid Xiaolin heard this and became furious. She was also kept in the dark. How could she know what Feng Yuan was doing? She rebuked. A loss is a loss. Everyone is watching. Are you still trying to deny it? The yellow-scaled merman looked at Xiaolin and the surrounding goo masters. His gaze turned dull as he muttered, "No, this is not real. Everything is fake. This is all an illusion." He retreated, trying his best to escape this cruel reality. Seeing his pitiful state, the surrounding goo masters had complex expressions. Some of them looked at Xiaolin with wariness. The yellow-scaled merman was almost broken by Feng Yuan. Xiaolin did not want to give up. "Hand it over. You did not win a single one of the 5 rounds. This Golden Jade House is mine." The yellow-scaled merman's body shook like he was electrocuted. He reacted and shouted in a frenzy, "No, this is mine. This is my foundation. I cannot let anyone else take it. Don't even think about it, not unless I die. Sir, if worst comes to worst, we'll just fight to the death." The scarred merman stepped forward and spoke with a fierce and sinister expression. The yellow-scaled merman's body shook again. He had the same thought, but after being reminded by the scarred merman, he came to his senses. No matter who the other party is, this mermaid girl is just a pawn on the surface. The other party is able to trick me without me knowing. I have no way to resist. With such strength, how can I fight against him? If I were to fight, wouldn't that be courting death? Although the yellow-scaled merman didn't want to part with the Golden Jade House, compared to his life, the latter was more important. The yellow-scaled merman looked around. His instincts told him that the enemy was among these goo masters. He was suspicious of everyone he saw, but he couldn't confirm their identities. "I admit defeat. I admit defeat." Suddenly, he dispelled the technique on his body and laid on the ground like a dead fish, shouting and screaming. He prostrated himself on the ground and admitted defeat. "No matter who you are, I admit defeat, okay? If you want to kill me or torture me, do as you please. But even if you want me to die, please let me know why I died. How did I offend you?" The crowd was in an uproar. The yellow-scaled merman's actions were unexpected. There were some who felt disdain, but there were others who felt that he knew when to bow and submit. that he was quite the character. To be able to be an unscrupulous businessman, and to be able to stand tall here for decades, he was indeed not that simple. Xia Lin was also stunned. At the same time, deep admiration for Master Chu surged in her heart. She knew that this was all because of Master Chu's instructions. Without his guidance, Xia Lin would be in a worse state than the yellow-scaled merman. Now that she saw the yellow-scaled merman kneeling and begging for mercy, Xia Lin felt joy and joy. It's time. Feng Yuan smiled lightly, continuing to guide Xia Lin. Xia Lin said to the yellow-scaled merman, "Do you know why you lost?" Seeing her speak, everyone quieted down. The yellow-scaled merman raised his head, looking at Xia Lin. "I don't know, please guide me." "Because someone wanted you to lose." Xia Lin said something useless. The yellow-scaled merman's heart shook. He quickly kowtowed. I understand. Xia Lin continued. "Do you want your golden jade house back?" Ah. The yellow-scaled merman was stunned. What was this? Of course he wanted it back, but he could not grasp the other party's background. What did she mean by this? Was she playing with him, or did she have other intentions? Xia Lin continued. "If you want it, I can give it back to you, but I have a condition." The yellow-scaled merman kowtowed again. "Great aunt, please tell me." Xia Lin looked at the yellow-scaled merman on the ground, saying slowly, "The reason why you ended up like this is because you asked for it. You committed too many evil deeds. From now on, if you do good deeds, and turn over a new leaf, I'll spare you this time. I will also return this golden jade house to you. However, you have to remember that if you continue to do evil in the future, we won't just be taking this golden jade house." Once she said this, the surrounding Gu masters showed strange expressions. After going through so much trouble, Xia Lin and the person behind her actually had such a plan? Reprimand evil? This was a rare sight to behold. The yellow-scaled merman was surprised too, but he did not dare to show it on the surface. He quickly said with gratitude, I will change, I will definitely change, I will definitely repent. Great aunt, you are the benefactor in my life. You made me realize my mistakes. You are like a saintess that descended to the mortal world, guiding people to do good and saving those who are lost. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Thank you, saintess, for giving me this chance. From now on, I will be a good person. I will do good deeds for the rest of my life. The yellow-scaled merman kowtowed and apologized. His attitude was very direct. He was pitiful like a 3-year-old child. Xia Lin's face turned red. I am not a saintess. I am not qualified to be one. Don't speak nonsense. You have to do what you say. We will be watching you. If we find out or someone reports you in the future, you'll be in for it. Saying so, Xia Lin turned around and left. The surrounding Gu masters immediately made way for her. The moment Xia Lin walked out of Golden Jade House, she vanished without a trace. At the next moment, she was teleported to the edge of the island by Feng Yuan. It is safe here, you can go back now. Feng Yuan did not appear. He transmitted his voice. Master Chu, you saved me again. How can I repay you? Xia Lin called out in her mind. Master Chu? Master Chu. We will meet again if fate allows it. Feng Yuan said as he smiled. Memories appeared in his mind again. On the beach, Feng Yuan caught up to Xia Hanemo and the rest who were about to leave the island. Please wait. Xia Hanemo and the rest stopped. The 2 guards stared at Feng Yuan unhappily. Lad, don't chase after them. If you want to repay us, stay away from us. Do you know the saintess could have stayed still this time, but in order to save your life, she had to show herself. Now we can't find any evidence. The other party is even more vigilant. I know. Feng Yuan breathed roughly. What do you know? The blue-scaled guard rolled his eyes. Feng Yuan chuckled. He raised his head and looked at Xia Hanemo and the other mermen. I was too rash earlier, but after this matter, I have seen it clearly. I know that you are the current saintess of the Merman Imperial Court. You are here to investigate the corruption of Frost Tide Tribe. Thus, I can help you in this matter. Because I have operated a gambling den before, I know about the tricks involved. And Frost Tide Tribe's main source of money laundering should be that gambling den from earlier. Saintess, please give me a chance. Let me repay you for saving my life. The blue-scaled guard and red-scaled guard hesitated. They turned to look at Xiahan Mo. Xiahan Mo's thick eyelashes drooped down before lifting up slightly. Her clear eyes stared at Fang Yuan. After 3 breaths of time, she nodded. Thank you, Human Gu Master. I have not asked for your name. My surname is Guyue. My name is Fang Yuan. You can call me Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 1676. Time passed quickly. More than 20 days went by in the blink of an eye. In front of the Merit Obelisk, Fang Yuan looked at the ranking with his arms behind his back. His ranking on the merit list had already fallen to the 5th. Initially, he was at the top, but a change occurred soon after. Some Gu immortals found that as long as they focused on this merit obelisk, they could find many choices. These choices had a price tag. They could use their accumulated merit to exchange for them. Immortal materials, immortal Gu recipes, immortal killer moves, and even immortal Gu houses. They had everything. According to the accumulated merit of Miao Mingsheng and the rest, they could only exchange for the lowest rewards. Rewards without enough merit points were like a carrot dangling in front of a donkey. It greatly stimulated the Gu immortals' enthusiasm. The competition became fiercer and fiercer. Fang Yuan's attention was elsewhere. His target was Regret Gu. Regret Gu was very important to Fang Yuan. Even though the rewards displayed in the merit obelisk were generous, they were only icing on the cake for Fang Yuan. Regret Gu was a timely help. It could help him change qualitatively. But among these rewards, Regret Gu was not present, neither was the obelisk itself. This meant that the rewards here were very limited. Even if Regret Gu was not in the rewards, it did not mean that this paradise did not have Regret Gu. Fang Yuan did not waste these last days. He collected clues everywhere. He chose missions with a goal. He used wisdom path methods to deduce and eliminate all sorts of doubts. Eventually, only demon suppression regret crying sea remained in his vision. There were many rumors about this sea area. After Fang Yuan's deductions, there was a high chance that Regret Gu was hidden here. However, even though Fang Yuan knew the location, he could not get close. The mission from 20 days ago was to punish the unscrupulous merchants. It was the closest place Fang Yuan had gotten to. However, he had also tried, and after leaving the small island for less than 15 kilometers, he could no longer move forward. How can I enter demon suppression regret crying sea? This problem gave Fang Yuan a huge headache. Paradise Earth's arrangements were too powerful. Fang Yuan could not do as he pleased. Fang Yuan's attainments in space path were not very strong. He had tried fixed immortal travel before. It did not work, even though it was an immortal killer move that he created later on. This also meant that once Fang Yuan left this paradise in the future, fixed immortal travel wouldn't be of any help to him if he wanted to return. As for these people, Fang Yuan looked at the names of the other Gu immortals on the merit board as he squinted. He planned to keep these people. On one hand, there was a huge risk in killing Gu immortals in paradise. On the other hand, these Gu immortals could earn merit points to exchange for mission rewards. They would be like fattened chickens and ducks. Once they left, Fang Yuan would make his move. Not only would it not be too late, but he would also be able to reap even more benefits. Therefore, not only did Fang Yuan not frame them, he even tried his best to help them by providing them with more detailed information. The competition between Miao Mingsheng and the rest became more and more intense, especially since he could investigate the mission rewards. After all, these rewards could be exchanged for by anyone. Whoever exchanged first would get it first. They would not get it if others got it. Thus, even though they did not assassinate each other, there were more and more schemes and fake information. In this situation, the sincere and honest secluded cultivator Chuing stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. Miao Mingsheng and the rest did not say anything on the surface, but their impression of Fang Yuan was growing day by day. The turning point came 3 days later. A new mission appeared on the Merit Obelisk. Head to the sacred city of the mermen and participate in the sea god ceremony. Protect the sacred city from the attacks of sea beasts. Once this mission appeared, it was chosen by Fang Yuan. The chance I have been waiting for has finally appeared. Fang Yuan was very excited. The sea god ceremony was a special ceremony of the mermen. In this ceremony, the single men and women of the mermen would form a new family, and more importantly, they would choose a saintess. The Saintess had an extremely high status in the Merman society, and Feng Yuan had already gathered crucial information. In this paradise, the Saintess role was even more important. After every Saintess was chosen, their first mission was to enter Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea, and use their singing to calm the killing intent of the giant demons at the bottom of the sea, stabilizing the Demon Suppression Sea area. The missions on this merit obelisk are all for the benefit of humans and mermen. They are for the common people. They are for the good and punishing evil. After the Saintess is chosen, she will definitely enter Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea. Maybe by then, there will be related missions. But no matter what, I need to take this mission first and come into contact with the Saintess in advance. I have been waiting for this day and night. The Sea God ceremony is finally here. Xiaolin pushed open the window of the inn. Immediately, the clamor of the street assaulted her senses. Her room was on the second floor. At this moment, Xiaolin looked down from the window. She saw that the street was filled with people. They were rubbing shoulders with each other. The signboards were like flags fluttering in the wind. There were shops selling goo, snacks, gambling dens. All of them were doing very well. Xiaolin's mood was also affected. She became cheerful. Plop. Suddenly, there was a soft sound as a pearl jumped onto Xiaolin's window. Xiaolin was stunned. A blush flashed across her face. Pearls had extraordinary meaning in the Sea God ceremony. They represented a proposal of love and marriage. Someone threw a pearl to Xiaolin. It meant that a man had taken a liking to her and wanted to marry her. Who is it? Xiaolin did not dare to pick up the pearl, because the action of picking up the pearl had extraordinary meaning. She looked at the street. She saw dozens of men raising their heads and looking in her direction. They were still throwing pearls in their hands. Sui, Sui, I love you. Accept me, Sui. The men who were throwing pearls shouted loudly. Big sister. Someone called out to Xiaolin. Xiaolin's gaze moved and stopped at a young man on the street. He was a merman, but his clothes were tattered. He was clearly from the slums. The merman young man's face was red as he shouted at Xiaolin. Big sister, I was the one who threw the pearl on your window. I am too weak. I did not manage to throw it. Please throw it to me. Xiaolin instantly understood. This young man wanted to throw the pearl to Sui, but he was too weak. He did not succeed and the pearl landed on her side. Lady Sui is indeed a famous beauty. Her charm is too great, be it young boys or old men. They are all infatuated with her. Xiaolin breathed out lightly. Waves surged and swept up the pearl on the window. It floated down and landed on the merman young man's hand. Thank you, thank you. The young man was overjoyed. He threw the pearl high into the air. The pearl continued to rise. This time, the direction was very accurate. But Sui frowned and slammed the window shut. The young man's pearl crashed into the window and fell down. More than 10 other pearls had the same fate. These pearls were different. Some were as big as longan fruits, some shone with golden light. They were not ordinary. But on the street, the men did not scatter because of the rejection. They became even more passionate. More and more people heard that Sui was staying here and hurried over, wanting to catch a glimpse of her beauty. Of course, some wanted to throw their pearls. What if she took a fancy to them? A bunch of boring mortals. Sui frowned. A pink cloud dragged her fishtail as she slowly floated down the stairs. She was beautiful and had a proud expression. The most attractive thing was her snow-like white scales. Merman scales had different colors. White scales were 1 in a million. It was considered the purest color, and was highly respected by the mermen. 2 mermaid nannies followed behind as they muttered. These guys, why don't they look at themselves in the mirror? They want to be under Lady Sui's skirt? What a joke! Our Lady Sui is competing for the Saintess. She will not accept any man's pearl. The merman Saintess was pure and flawless. Once she became the Saintess, she could not marry and had to maintain her virginity. Xiaolin walked out of the room and lowered her head. Big sister Sui. Little sister Xiaolin. Sui revealed a faint smile as she hid her arrogance deep in her eyes. How was your rest last night? Have you thought it through? Thank you for your hospitality, big sister Sui. At this time, all the inns are full. Without you, I would not have a room to rest in. Xiaolin immediately thanked her. The mermaid nanny smiled. It is fate that you met our Missy. In the vast ocean, Two mermen could meet by chance and get along well. It is a great opportunity. I am too straightforward. Normal mermen would love to get to know our Missy. Sui was not just a simple white-scaled merman. She had a noble background and was the beloved daughter of a powerful merman tribe leader. Nanny Rong. What are you saying? I met Xiaolin because we hit it off. Xiaolin, you don't have to worry. If you have something urgent to do, just go. After all, if you follow me and participate in this sea god ceremony, you will be taking a huge risk. Sui walked to Xiaolin and grabbed her hands, saying with a sincere expression. Xiaolin was moved. Big sister Sui, you have helped me so many times along the way. Since you want to compete for the saintess position, I will definitely support you. But I am afraid that my strength is too low. After all, there are only 4 followers. Su Yi's eyes shined as she grabbed Xiaolin's hands, saying excitedly, Xiaolin, thank you. With your help, I have a higher chance of becoming the saintess. Xiaolin's cultivation level was very low. She was only rank 2, but she had a rank 5 goo worm. Gather oil goo. This was a top-tier rank 5 goo worm. Of course, this goo worm did not have any offensive power, but Sui had found out about the saintess test. In one of the rounds, gather oil goo would be very useful. For the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit Chapter 1677. Fang Yuan strolled in the merman's sacred city. He did not disguise himself. He still looked like Chu Ying. But his aura was completely concealed. He was like a mortal. On the streets, people were moving around. The Gu masters that passed by Fang Yuan would never imagine that they would be walking past a rank 8 Gu immortal. On both sides of the streets, there were rows of shops and houses. The merman houses had a unique style. They were mostly in the shape of shells and conches. Many of them were made from giant shells and conches, or the shells of giant crabs and tortoises. There were also a small number of gu houses. Each gu house symbolized wealth and authority, and had strong defensive abilities. Other than private houses, the gu houses that were used for shops were doing very well. As he walked, the people in front of Fang Yuan started to move. They started to cheer loudly. As he got closer, Fang Yuan saw that a female mermaid's eyes were red as she carefully took a jade eye pearl from a male gu master's hands. This kind of pearl was rare. It had a beautiful jade texture, and was covered in light, forming the shape of an eye. It was not rare for a tyrant. As for Fang Yuan, it was even more of a disdainful mortal material. But this male gu master was only rank 2. It was not easy for him to take out a rank 4 gu material, jade eye pearl. The mermaid girl might have taken a liking to the male gu master's feelings. She took the jade eye pearl in front of everyone. It was equivalent to accepting the male gu master's feelings. Following that, the mermaid placed the jade eye pearl in her mouth. Immediately, a commotion and cheers sounded from the surroundings, causing the person in question to blush shyly. This action had an extraordinary meaning. She was accepting the young gu master's marriage proposal. In this paradise there are no rules. Mermen and humans can love each other freely. Nobody can stop them from getting married and having children. But in the outside world of the 5 regions, love between mermen and humans is taboo. They will not be encouraged. Their children will be looked down upon, ostracized, or even killed by the 2 races. Fang Yuan had an eerie gaze. The sea god ceremony was about to begin, and the holy city was brimming with a celebratory and joyous atmosphere. This couple was not the first couple Fang Yuan had seen. Perhaps they were very ordinary, insignificant figures in the vast holy city. However, being ordinary did not mean that one was isolated from happiness. Such a beautiful moment would be the pearl of their entire life. 500 years of memories from his previous life slowly rose in his heart. A group of mermen raised their heads high and arrogantly walked in front of Xiahanemo, Fang Yuan and the rest. I am the investigator Wu Da. I have received reports from many tribesmen that our tribe's current saintess Xiahanemo has an affair with the human gu master Guyue Fang Yuan. We are here to investigate. The leading green-scaled merman said in an icy tone. What? I dare you to say that again. The 2 guards behind Xiahanemo were immediately enraged, and were about to make a move. Xiahanmo's expression was calm while Fang Yuan's face was gloomy as he clenched his fists tightly. He had helped Xiahanemo investigate the gambling den, and found a lot of evidence of corruption. The saintess mission had a breakthrough. But the other party was not going to wait for death. They used schemes and malicious rumors, saying that the current saintess was impure and had an affair with the human goo master Fang Yuan. These rumors had no evidence at all. They were completely groundless. Xia Han Mo, Fang Yuan and the rest did not care about it. But to think that the Merman Sacred Court's investigator was actually lured out. They sent an investigator without any evidence. Frosttide Tribe's leader is probably not the only one who is corrupted. There are other important figures involved. Fang Yuan transmitted to Xia Han Mo. Xia Han Mo frowned slightly, showing a stunned expression as she spoke. I am the saintess, you are just an investigator. Do you have the token of the Elders Association? The green-scaled merman smiled as he took out an information path goo worm. Xia Han Mo had a calm expression. Only this token? The green-scaled merman smiled again. Of course we cannot investigate you with just one token. But Fang Yuan is different, he is a human goo master. Not just one token, even if there is no token, we can investigate it. Even though Fang Yuan was a human, and humans were the absolute overlords of the 5 regions, Eastern Sea's Merman Sacred Court was a superforce. Fang Yuan had no backing, so the green-scaled merman was not exaggerating. Sinister and vicious, to think that Frosttide Tribe's leader is such a despicable person. The other party is afraid. He knows how powerful Fang Yuan is. He is afraid that he will help us find more evidence. The 2 guards blocked in front of Fang Yuan. After this period of interaction, they had acknowledged Fang Yuan. Please wait. If there is a conflict between us, it will be like the other party's wish. We will not be able to explain ourselves. I am willing to go with them. We have already made huge progress in the gambling den. Even without me, you can still succeed if you continue using the same method. Fang Yuan transmitted. Absolutely not. Fang Yuan, you are too naive. If you end up in their hands, you will die. The 2 guards shook their heads. Fang Yuan smiled. What are you afraid of? At most, I will die. My life was saved by you. So this way, I can repay your kindness. The 2 of you shouldn't underestimate the other party's plan. This plan seems to be targeting me, but it is actually targeting Saintess. Once the Saintess's reputation was tarnished, rumors would spread, and her position as the Saintess would be jeopardized. It is not important to sacrifice me, but you must protect the Saintess position. Without this position, how can we investigate and punish the corruption? The 2 guards couldn't help but hesitate. Xia Han Mo still had a calm expression. She looked at the jade-scaled merman and said, Go back, I will not give him to you. The jade-scaled merman was slightly stunned before smiling. Saintess, you want to protect this human goo master? Even if there is a conflict between you and us inspectors, you will not hesitate? Xia Han Mo nodded. You can leave. The jade-scaled merman looked at Fang Yuan, and then at Xia Han Mo, showing a smile of success. Good. In that case, we are not Saintess match, we can only retreat. Ah. With that, he waved his hand and led the group of mermen away. Saintess, why are you doing this? Fang Yuan said anxiously. This way we will. Xia Han Mo interrupted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you are a good person. You are not afraid of death other than courage. The biggest reason is that you are bored, right? You seem to be disappointed in this world and your own life. Your eyes are filled with weariness and exhaustion. But all of this cannot deny that you are a good person. Xia Han Mo said quietly. Fang Yuan. Xia Han Mo continued. And I am also a good person. Why would a good person give up on a good person? Saying so, she winked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was in a daze. This was the first time he had seen such a lively expression on Xia Han Mo's face. It was cunning and cute. Then, what should we do about the rumors? That's right, that damned inspector will definitely add fuel to the fire when he returns. The 2 guards were deeply worried. Xia Han Mo's expression returned to normal. She replied lightly. Then let them speak. Several days later, the sea god ceremony began. The male mermen wore armor made from shells. They held spears, long blades, and so on. According to tradition, these shells and long-handled weapons were all made from local materials and polished by their own hands. Meanwhile, the female mermen wore kelp of all kinds of colors. Pink kelp was usually worn by unmarried girls. Widows wore black kelp, while noble ladies wore gold, silver, or glass-colored ones. Ordinary women wore brown, dark blue, or gray-white colored ones. This was the national attire of the mermen. It was very unique. A long time ago, mermen did not know how to use goo worms. They lived a primitive life. Men hunted, women gathered. In the plaza at the center of the sacred city, people gathered here, singing and dancing were celebrating peace. A large number of merman warriors waved their spears. Their armors collided with each other, creating loud noises. The kelp on the mermaids' bodies were like ribbons. They danced along with the singing. They did not know fatigue. This moment belonged to the mermen. All of the human goo masters were watching from outside. The song and dance continued for several hours. Merman men and women carried broken shell armors or dragged their tired bodies out of the plaza. Gradually, several merman girls stood out. They were the candidates for the saintess position this year. What surprised Feng Yuan was that there were a total of 8 or 9 competitors. Not all of them were white scales. It seemed that in this paradise, the qualifications to compete for the saintess position were not exclusive to white-scaled mermen. The other rainbow-scaled mermen were also qualified. Chapter 1678. On the day of the sea god ceremony, the sacred city was filled with people. The surrounding audience discussed animatedly, and it was very noisy. Feng Yuan was in the crowd, carefully observing these saintesses with an eerie gaze. In his plan, he would choose one of them and support her to become the saintess of this generation. Support the saintess? That's right, the Frost-Tide tribe leader spent a lot of effort to support Lady Qiu Shuang. Xia Hanmo's blue-scaled and red-scaled guards exchanged a look when they heard the news. They could see the worry in each other's eyes. In the hall, Feng Yuan sat at the side and gritted his teeth. His expression was not good either. Previously, Xia Hanmo resisted the supervisor and protected Feng Yuan, causing the rumors to grow even stronger. Finally, it caused the merfolk's sacred court to reconvene the sea god ceremony to select the saintess. This is a scheme. The other party knows that the saintess is kind and will not give up on me, thus creating this situation. Feng Yuan sighed and felt that he was a burden to Xia Hanmo. Xia Hanmo glanced at him and smiled. Feng Yuan, don't blame yourself. If we had given up on you back then, there would have been rumors saying that I was heartless, and it would have been a blow to my prestige. Saintess, you don't need to comfort me at this time. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly. These two types of rumors are very different. I have been with you for a long time. How can I not know? Xia Hanmo smiled. Alright, let's not talk about this. It does not help the situation. Feng Yuan, Lan Lin, and Qi Lin's expressions changed, and they adjusted their emotions. Xia Hanmo continued. The position of the saintess is not easy to sit on. I just started investigating the corruption, and someone wanted to pull me down from my position. This shows how serious the corruption of the elders in the sacred court is. Everyone, don't be too pessimistic. Although we are reconvening the sea god ceremony, I have not lost my right? It's not that easy to nurture a saintess. Where there were people, there would be society. This sentence was very suitable for the merfolk. There were also schemes and conflicts among the merfolk, as well as disputes over interests. The saintess had a high status and power. If the internal forces of the merfolk could not support a saintess, they would definitely be favored and taken care of by the government for a period of time, and they would obtain even greater benefits. Generally speaking, mermaid girls who could compete for the saintess usually had a powerful background or 1 or 2 powerful forces standing behind them. In the undersea sacred city, the melodious singing gradually stopped, and intense drumbeats rang out one after another. On the square, there were only a few mermaid girls left. They danced tirelessly, each displaying their ambition to compete for the position of saintess. Feng Yuan stood outside the plaza and looked over. These 7 mermaid girls were all beauties. Some were charming, some were youthful, some were cute, and some were dignified. At the center of the plaza was an enormous spirit spring known as the sea deity spring. The spring water gushed out, supporting an aged mermaid nanny. She was precisely the great clan elder of this mermaid race. The grand elder glanced at the 7 mermaid girls and nodded slightly. He said in a deep voice, "Saintess first test, fishing golden needle in black oil." The moment he said that, More than 10 Strength Path Gu masters carried a huge water vat and entered the square. Thud thud thud. With a series of heavy sounds, 7 water vats were placed in front of the 7 mermaid girls. The huge water vats were several times taller than them. The mermaid girls had to float up to see the contents of the water vats. The water jar was filled with thick black oil. The content of the first test was to fish out a golden needle the size of a cow's hair from the black oil, within a set amount of time. I request for my follower to go up. The white-scaled mermaid Sui looked at the huge water vat in front of her and said calmly, "Permission granted." The Grand Elder looked at Sui deeply. "Don't be nervous, don't be nervous." Xiaolin encouraged herself internally as she walked up to the square uneasily. What's going on? The great lady Sui actually invited a rank 2 Gu master to be her follower? Don't be anxious, Sui made this choice. This little mermaid definitely has something special about her. The surrounding people discussed. It's her? Fang Yuan looked at Xiaolin and frowned. To think that this girl was the most popular follower of the Saintess candidate. Gather oil Gu. Xiaolin floated to the water vat and activated this rank 5 Gu worm. In an instant, the black oil in the vat moved. It was extracted by Xiaolin and gathered in her raised palm, disappearing without a trace. The crowd went into an uproar. This is the aura of a rank 5 Gu master. She is only a rank 2 Gu master, but she can use a rank 5 Gu worm? Am I seeing things? I understand. This should be the rank 5 gather oil Gu that has been spreading like wildfire recently. So this little mermaid has such a top-tier Gu worm. No wonder she was recruited by Sui and became her follower. Gather oil Gu's effect was not just for show. After a while, the water vat was empty. There was a shiny golden needle at the bottom of the vat. The crowd went into an uproar. Countless heated gazes landed on Xiaolin. Xiaolin was even more nervous. Her face was flushed red. She had a cute and helpless look. Sui looked at her as she smiled, thinking, recruiting her was the right choice. In the first round of the test, Sui relied on Xiaolin's stunning performance to gain the limelight. Fang Yuan's gaze was like a deep abyss. He followed the crowd and left the square. In the first round of the test, 6 out of the 7 candidates advanced. Looking at their performance, they came prepared. Evidently, the test's topic was leaked in advance. Pale green flames burned in front of Xiahan Mo, forming a path of fire. Qiu Shuang, who was also a white-scaled mermaid, had already walked over, standing at the other end of the path of fire as she looked at Xiahan Mo with ridicule. Previous Saintess, it is up to you now. Damn it. This eerie fire burns souls. It can only be resisted by a specific Gu worm. We had already made ample preparations, but to think that the first round of the test would be so unorthodox. Even more despicable is that Qiu Shuang really had a Gu worm to resist the eerie fire. Is this luck? She probably knew about it long ago. This is Frosttide Tribe's scheme. This is blatant corruption. The 2 guards, Lan and Qi, were filled with righteous indignation. Let me do it. Fang Yuan walked to Xiahan Mo, who was frowning. You? Xiahan Mo's clear eyes sized up Fang Yuan. Trust me this once, I have confidence. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light as he looked at Xiahan Mo. The two stared at each other for a while before Xiahan Mo moved her gaze. Be careful, this eerie fire is not simple. If you cannot endure it, leave halfway. Xiahan Mo said. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He turned around and walked into the eerie fire. Pain. Extreme pain burst out from the depths of his soul, attacking Fang Yuan's entire body in an instant. Fang Yuan's body shook intensely as he walked forward with difficulty. He clenched his teeth until they bled. He stared angrily. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His soul was being roasted and melted in the flames. Fortunately, he had 2 lifetimes worth of experience, and his identity as an otherworldly demon. The effects of the eerie fire were slightly weaker to him. He would not give up halfway because he knew that if he took Xiahan Mo's place, it meant that if he failed, Xiahan Mo would fail too. When he finally walked the path of the eerie fire, the entire place was in an uproar. Countless shocked gazes focused on him. Countless mermen were moved. Fang Yuan tried his best to smile, but in the next moment, he completely fainted. But just as he was about to fall to the ground, Xiahan Mo rushed over, and held him in her arms. Don't worry, I will not let you down. Xia Hanemo looked deeply at Fang Yuan, then at Qiu Shuang. For the first time, a cold light appeared in her eyes that were as gentle as water. Thanks to Fang Yuan's desperate struggle, Xia Hanemo got past a trap that she had set up meticulously. The second trial, the third trial, the fourth trial. She advanced triumphantly, quickly overshadowing the other competitors. Only mermaid Qiu Shuang had a chance. It seems that Lady Xia Hanemo has a high chance of keeping the position of saintess. Outside, Fang Yuan's face was still pale. He sat weakly, but his expression was one of joy. This is all thanks to you, Fang Yuan. Without your performance in the first trial, we would not have reached this stage. Ha ha ha, you successfully walked the path of fire. Everyone was dumbfounded. A few days later, you woke up again. You don't know how many mermen in Holy City were shocked by the news that you are still alive. The blue-scaled and chili-scaled guards laughed loudly. Fang Yuan, however, restrained his joy. Be careful. The current situation is very advantageous to us, but the other party will not let this go. Fang Yuan had expected the Frost-Tide tribe leader to make a move, but he did not expect it to be in such a sinister manner. In the room, the chili-scaled guard knelt on the ground, his face flushed red. Saintess, please allow me to fight and wash away their slander and injustice. How could I bully a widow? Xia Hanemo sighed. Get up. I know your character, but the current situation is clearly the other party's scheme. If you rush out rashly, you will definitely let the person who set you up succeed. The blue-scaled guard's face was full of worry. This widow is no ordinary widow. She is the widow of the Holy Court's third elder, Bu Su Lian. The other party's scheme is too vicious. I'm afraid that the supervisor will arrive soon and detain the chili-scaled guard for interrogation. If that happens, the chili-scaled guard will not be able to participate in the next trial. Our strength will be greatly reduced. Fang Yuan continued. This widow of the third elder, Bu Su Lian, was actually willing to give up her reputation to harm the chili-scaled guard. She must have a deep relationship with the Frost-Tide tribe leader's faction. Her corruption must be very serious. Otherwise, she would not have come into the fray. Since the other party could set up such a scheme, they must have made ample preparations. If we insist on clarifying the truth, we will fall into the other party's trap. Only by making the best of a mistake will we have a chance to turn things around. How do we make the best of a mistake? It's simple. Let me be the scapegoat, Fang Yuan said calmly. The blue-scaled and chili-scaled guards widened their eyes and stared at Fang Yuan. No. Xia Hanemo firmly rejected the idea. For the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit Chapter 1679. Even though Xia Hanemo understood that Fang Yuan's suggestion could resolve the current crisis, she did not hesitate to reject it. Thus, Xia Hanemo and the others were forced into a passive position. The turning point came 3 days later when a piece of information was delivered to Xia Hanemo. Xia Hanemo was stunned when she saw this information. She sighed. So Qiu Shuang is no longer pure. She passed the information to the chili-scaled guard, the blue-scaled guard, and Fang Yuan. The three looked at each other after reading it. Qiu Shuang was the holy maiden candidate supported by the Frost-Tide tribe leader. She had been in the limelight during the Sea God ceremony, and was known as the person most likely to snatch the position from Xia Hanemo. However, he did not expect that this woman was no longer a virgin. Mermaids had to be virgins in order to compete for the position of holy maiden. This was one of the prerequisites. The chili-scaled guard was overjoyed. Great, I didn't expect Qiu Shuang to be no longer a virgin. With this on us, the Frost-Tide tribe is finished. The blue-scaled guard was very calm. The Sea God ceremony is our tribe's most important ceremony, and has always been extremely strict. How did Qiu Shuang get past it? Could it be that our tribe's corruption has already spread to the priests? Then the situation is too serious. Fang Yuan frowned. There is one thing we need to pay attention to. If we announce this information now, the world will think that we are protecting the chili-scaled guard and slandering our competitors. Is this information reliable? If it is a series of schemes, we will be in trouble. Xia Hanemo shook her head. This information is definitely reliable. Qiu Shuang has the support of the Frost Tide tribe leader, and we have the Great Elder behind us. This information was gathered by the Great Elder. Although there is no evidence, I believe that as long as we investigate Qiu Shuang's background, we can find out if she is still a virgin or not. Feng Yuan realized now that Xia Mo could become the saintess because she had the support of the Merman Sacred Court's Grand Elder. Among the upper echelons, the Great Elder was known for her fairness, self-discipline, and tolerance. She had great prestige. However, it was precisely because she was too lenient that she allowed corruption to flourish in the shadows. The great clan elder supported Xia Mo's ascension, of course, perhaps because he wanted to correct his own mistakes. What happened next was exactly as Xia Mo had expected. After Qiu Shuang was reported, she went through a strict investigation, and her background was finally revealed. She really wasn't a virgin. This news was too shocking. Even the Merfolk Sacred Court could not cover it up. News spread, the whole of Merman's sacred city was shaken. Countless Gu masters went into an uproar. This is probably the biggest scandal of our mermaid sacred court in the past 1,000 years. Qiu Shuang's actions are disrespectful and blasphemous to the sea god. She must be severely punished. If we don't kill her, we won't be able to appease the people. The public was enraged. Not only the citizens, even the higher-ups of the Merfolk Sacred Court were furious. They executed Qiu Shuang very strictly and quickly. A few days later, Qiu Shuang's head fell to the ground and she died. Pa! The fine ceramic cup was angrily thrown by the leader of the Frost Tide tribe and smashed into pieces. Xia Mo, you're going too far. Frost Tide tribe's leader roared in a low voice, his eyes bloodshot. I told you a long time ago to control your alcohol tolerance. After Qiu Shuang's death, the higher-ups who supported her are no longer fond of you. In the study room, there was a mermaid noblewoman who was drinking tea slowly. She was not afraid of the furious Frost Tide tribe's leader. Frost Tide tribe's leader gritted his teeth, saying to this mermaid noblewoman, Busu Lian, I don't need your reminder. Our allies will not cut us off because of these small matters. He, because they can't cut us off anymore. Once Xia Mo keeps her saintess position, they will be doomed and die. So no matter how much they dislike me or hate me, they have to suppress their disgust and cooperate with me. Busu Lian nodded lightly. You are right. But now that Qiu Shuang is dead, how are you going to stop Xia Mo? Our best pawn has been destroyed. No. Frost Tide tribe's leader laughed sinisterly. Don't worry about this, I still have a backup plan. Oh, I would like to hear more. Busu Lian sat up straight. Frost Tide tribe's leader kept her in suspense. You will understand in a few days. A few days later, on the square of Saint City, Mermaid Dong Lei said in front of everyone, I, Dong Lei, am willing to replace Qiu Shuang and continue the sea god ceremony. Who is Dong Lei? She is one of Qiu Shuang's followers. I didn't expect Frost Tide tribe's leader to have this prepared. According to our tribe's rules, sisters take turns. Dong Lei has the right to replace Qiu Shuang and participate in the sea god ceremony to compete for the saintess position. The surrounding people were discussing spiritedly. The origin of the sea god ceremony came from the mermaid race's legend. In the legend, the first batch of mermaids lived in the East Sea and built a small fishing village. One day, a huge sea beast attacked the island and created a tsunami that surrounded the island. The small fishing village was about to be destroyed. To save the villagers, mermaid Ah Qing knelt on the cliff and prayed to Sea God. Sea God heard her prayer and said, Ah Qing, I love to listen to beautiful songs. If you can sing 3 songs consecutively and satisfy me, I will chase away the sea beast, calm the sea and protect the small fishing village. Ah Qing was overjoyed and quickly agreed. She sang the first song at the cliff and it was very beautiful. After singing, Sea God savored the lingering sound and calmed the roaring sea. Ah Qing sang the second song. Her voice was beautiful and Sea God was intoxicated. The seaweed danced in the song and the fishes and prawns gathered around Ah Qing and listened quietly. When Ah Qing wanted to sing the third song, she didn't have the strength. She sang for 2 days and 2 nights straight, and was really too tired. When she returned home, she called her sister Aya and told her everything. Then she passed away because she was too tired. Aya found it strange, but she was willing to inherit Ah Ching's will. She also came to the cliff and said to Sea God, "Sea God, I am willing to replace my sister and sing the third song for you." Sea God said, "You can sing." Aya began to sing. Her voice was sad and melancholy, but it was also filled with determination. After she sang, Sea God was satisfied. The sea beast left and the small fishing village was saved. The mermaids would choose the saintess in the sea god ceremony, and they would set up many tests. The content of these tests would change frequently, but the final part had never changed since ancient times. That was to compete in singing between mermaids. They would go up the stage and sing loudly on a special altar like Gu House. Everyone would have 3 chances to sing in a row, and based on the results of the 3 rounds, the only saintess among the competitors would be chosen. All the tests before that were just eliminations. If all the competitors were eliminated in the sea god ceremony, the saintess position would be empty. Chapter 1680. Xiahanemo looked at her deeply before flying up to the stage. The moment she landed on the stage, she was stunned. "Why are you?" She looked at Feng Yuan, extremely surprised. Feng Yuan interrupted her. "As your follower, I am qualified to go on stage and accompany you." "Go down," Xiahanemo quickly said, showing a rare hint of anxiety on her face. "You want to sing the same song? Even if the effect is better than Dong Lei, it does not count according to the rules. Trust me, I have a song that can compete." Feng Yuan interrupted Xiahanemo again, transmitting. Xiahanmo's heart wavered. Songs could not be changed casually, because they needed to coordinate with the Gu worms. They had to be rehearsed many times. Changing the song often meant that the coordination of the Gu worms had to be changed. In this unexpected situation, Xiahanemo could not change the Gu worms. This required the song to be similar to the original song in terms of rhythm and melody. It might be possible if she had 100 or so days to compose. But in such a rush, the possibility was almost zero. The song cannot be the same, of course. But don't forget, when we were composing the song, I was involved. I have a similar song here, but you need to use your inspiration and pay attention to the coordination between the Gu worms and my song. Feng Yuan transmitted. Also, these are the lyrics and the song. Xiahanemo was dazed before nodding. Okay. Feng Yuan breathed in deeply. Then let's begin. Xiahanemo also breathed in deeply, closing her eyes. This was her habit when she started singing. The crowd quieted down. The silence continued. Why aren't they singing? Gradually, some people started to wonder. How can they sing? They can't sing at all. Frost Tide Tribe's leader laughed loudly. His face was red. "Oh, sorry, can anyone lend me a zither gu?" Feng Yuan broke the silence. "Everyone. You are the accompanist. In such an important ceremony like the sea god ceremony, you don't even have a zither gu? Is it really okay for you to be so casual? I just need a rank 3 zither gu. Can anyone lend me one?" Feng Yuan continued, looking towards the Grand Elder's direction. First Tribe Elder also knew that something had happened to Xiahanemo. She had some guesses in her heart. She quickly ordered people to send the zither gu. Feng Yuan obtained the zither gu and said, "This is a serious matter. Please let me refine this gu on the spot." Everyone. "What do you mean? At the final juncture of the sea god ceremony, you are refining gu? Are you kidding me? What are you thinking as a human gu master? Are you messing with us?" The moods of the merfolk all turned sour. The leader of the Frost Tide tribe hurriedly signaled his subordinates, and a voice suddenly rang out. "You're using this as an excuse to stall for time." The crowd's emotions were about to surge, but Feng Yuan quickly shouted, "Then tell me, does the sea god ceremony stipulate that I cannot refine gu on the spot? I am refining gu to assist in the singing. We will start immediately after refining this gu." The Grand Clan Elder also said, "Indeed, there are no written rules in this area." "I agree. Quickly refine the gu worm and start. What do you all think?" The other elders looked at each other. Some of them wanted to speak, while others remained silent. Frost Tide tribe leader's subordinates shouted again. "The sea god ceremony is such an important ceremony. You want all of us merfolk to wait for you to refine gu?" Feng Yuan immediately retorted, "I am refining gu for the sea god ceremony. The sea god ceremony is such an important ceremony, so what if you wait for a while? Whoever does not want to wait, or is impatient, you can step forward. You can also leave directly. This time no one dared to retort. You have a sharp tongue. When you land in my hands in the future, I will break all your teeth and pull out your tongue. Frost-Tide tribe's leader sneered. The giant shell floated on the sea. The merfolk warriors struggled to hold on to the bottom. Countless merfolk floated to the surface of the sea. Some were submerged in the water, with only their heads above the surface. Countless gazes gathered on Feng Yuan, watching him refine the zithergoo. Xiahan Mo, however, was ignored. She stood beside Feng Yuan, having a strange feeling. She had participated in the sea god ceremony once and became the saintess. She had also seen the sea god ceremony several times, but she had never seen such a scene. Feng Yuan's goo refinement speed was extremely fast. This was because the zithergoo's owner cooperated. With the zithergoo in hand, Feng Yuan stood up and stood behind Xiahan Mo, saying confidently, "All right, we can start now." It has finally started. The merfolk let out a breath of turbid air. They were full of resentment. "I will let you sing. I want to hear what you can sing." Frost-Tide tribe's leader sneered. Below the stage, the Grand Elder, the Red Scales, and the Blue Scales guards all had worried expressions. Xiahan Mo slowly closed her eyes. At this time, the zither music started. The zithergoo was activated by Feng Yuan. It emitted a long and melodious zither music that lingered in the air. Xiahan Mo slowly opened her eyes and started to sing. Somewhere in the white moonlight's heart so bright, yet so cold everyone has a sorrowful past trying to hide, but trying to cover it up only makes it worse. The entire place was silent, only the sound of the waves could be heard. The beautiful song caused countless people to be intoxicated, unable to extricate themselves. The white moonlight shines on both ends of the world in my heart, but not by my side, unable to wipe away your tears. At that time the road is too long to ask for forgiveness. The song was sorrowful. The melody was simple but extremely beautiful. It moved forward layer by layer, causing a sorrowful atmosphere to envelop the entire place. Xiahan Mo's pure and sonorous voice had a penetrating power. It was gentle and exquisite, like the pale moonlight. It was a little cold, but also a little warm. The giant seashell started to emit a white halo. The waves also seemed to not want to disturb this heavenly voice. They became softer and softer. The white moonlight shines on both ends of the world. The more perfect it is, the more lonely it feels, unable to wipe away the tears from my memories. The road is too long to ask for forgiveness. Xiahan Mo was also intoxicated. She looked towards the side, at Feng Yuan, who was concentrating on activating the zithergoo. She thought to herself, "Is there sorrow in your heart too?" Countless merfolk shed tears. The pain of love. The tears were hidden in their hearts. Was there perfection in this world? There would always be loneliness. The white moonlight, somewhere in the heart so bright yet so cold, everyone has a sorrowful past wanting to hide but growing. After the song ended, the entire place was silent. Inside the goo house, Frost-Tide tribe's leader was frozen like a statue. His face was filled with shock and astonishment. The sea was calm. The dark clouds started to disperse. The moonlight shone on the giant seashell, illuminating Xiahan Mo and Feng Yuan. The two of them looked at each other gently. For the fastest novel reading without errors, please visit Chapter 1681. As the song faded away, the merfolk started to converse softly. "What song is this? This is the first time I've heard it. It is too beautiful. Did you guys realize? The song is good, but Xiahan Mo is not up to standard. She made many mistakes when controlling the goo worms." Many merfolk had strange expressions as they discussed this. The true reason was that Feng Yuan and Xiahan Mo had not practiced it properly. If they practiced it once or twice, there would not be so many small mistakes. But even so, to be able to achieve this in the first round of cooperation, Xiahan Mo's attainment was already shocking enough. Now the waves have calmed down, the weather is good, the dark clouds are gone, moonlight is shining. No matter how many mistakes Xiahan Mo made, the effect is clear. This result should be a draw. Xiahan Mo even has a slight advantage. Let's see what happens next. The merfolk were looking forward to the sea god ceremony even more. Grand Elder also saw many things. He let out a breath of air as he felt relieved. What is going on? Inside the Gu house, Frost Tide Tribe's leader shouted. It seems that even though your plan succeeded, there was an accident. Bu Lian squinted, her gaze focused on Fang Yuan as she sighed. This man is not simple, no wonder Xia Han Mo likes him. I am familiar with songs. This song is likely his original work. This shows that this person has outstanding sound path attainment. Frost Tide Tribe's leader was suspicious. There are countless songs in this world. How can you be sure that this is his original work? Bu Lian smiled as she looked at Frost Tide Tribe's leader, not concealing the disdain in her eyes. You don't understand. Frost Tide Tribe's leader's expression turned even darker. Bu Lian, do you know how to speak properly? Bu Lian snickered, ignoring Frost Tide Tribe's leader. She looked at Fang Yuan with shining eyes. Others might be afraid of Frost Tide Tribe's leader's force, but Bu Lian was not. This was not only because she was the former elder's widow, but also because of her extraordinary methods and talent. However, Bu Lian was wrong about one thing. Fang Yuan did not compose anything. This was a song from his previous life on Earth. This song style is unique and unheard of. It must be your original work. Fang Yuan, I didn't expect you to be so well-versed in the sound Dao. When Xia Han Mo walked down the stage, she transmitted her voice to Fang Yuan, and her tone was filled with praise and admiration. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. You flatter me, you saw it too. I even borrowed the Zithergu. I don't have such deep attainments in sound Dao. You don't have to be modest. To be able to create such a song, your sound Dao attainments are already extraordinary. Perhaps you will have a bright future if you switch to cultivating sound Dao. Xia Han Mo looked at Fang Yuan with bright eyes and a sincere expression. Regarding this, Fang Yuan had already expected it. He didn't want to explain because it wasn't the main point, and he couldn't explain it clearly. Now the focus is on the next two songs. If I'm not wrong, Fang Yuan wanted to say something but hesitated. They walked down the stage as Dong Lei went up right after. Even though Fang Yuan and Xia Han Mo's performance surprised her, she was not flustered at all. She still had a calm demeanor. She started to sing. Her beautiful voice attracted schools of fish of all sizes. As expected, Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Xia Han Mo's gaze also became colder. Lan Lin and Qi Lin looked at each other in dismay, their faces red with anger. This bitch is stealing our song again. Don't worry, I still have a song. Fang Yuan chuckled. He was full of confidence. Dong Lei went down the stage. It was their turn again. Fang Yuan played the accompaniment while Xia Han Mo sang and danced. When will the bright moon appear? I raise a cup of wine and ask the clear sky. I wonder what year it is in the heavenly palace. Once the song was played, the atmosphere changed. All the merfolk present closed their eyes in intoxication. I wish to return with the wind. I fear the Jade Palace is too high and lonely. I dance with my clear shadow. How does it feel to be in the mortal world? I turn to the Vermilion Pavilion. I lower myself to the beautiful house. I can't sleep. Xia Han Mo thought back to the time when she was the saintess. She had a high position, yet she was alone. For a moment, her heart was filled with emotions. I wish to return with the wind, but the saintess Jade Palace binds me here. The chill is pressing, I can't sleep. Who can dance with me? There should be no hatred. Nothing is perfect after parting. People have joys and sorrows. The moon waxes and wanes. This matter is difficult to complete, but I hope that people can last for a long time, 1,000 miles together. After the song ended, the world became silent. Fishes, prawns, turtles, and turtles floated on the surface of the sea. Seabirds also flew and circled. Many of them were birds that were active during the day, but they were attracted by the song while they were sleeping. The beautiful lyrics and the slow song were deeply engraved in the hearts of the merfolk, making them unable to free themselves. Xia Han Mo looked at Fang Yuan and thought, is this a song he composed for me? She felt sympathy from the lyrics, comfort, and warmth. She was as pure as the moon, but she was slandered by outsiders. But now, the chill and irritation in her heart were gone. The rumors from before could no longer leave any traces in her heart. He knows me. In an instant, a mysterious and indescribable feeling rose in Xia Han Mo's heart. The results were out. Comparing the two, Fang Yuan and Xia Hanemo had a slight advantage. Dong Lei's expression was pale. She knew deeply that if not for Xia Hanemo and Fang Yuan's poor coordination, she would not have the qualifications to compete in the third round. This person is definitely a threat. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader gritted his teeth. With a loud sound, he punched the window frame of the goo house. You finally noticed. Bu Su Lian said plainly. Her tone had a trace of mockery. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader snorted coldly. He did not have the mood to argue with Bu Su Lian. He had to quickly deal with the situation, because at this rate, Xia Hanemo would definitely win after the third song. Fang Yuan? To think that he is such a huge problem. I need to get rid of this person. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader thought to himself, but he also felt a headache. Normally, he had many methods to deal with Fang Yuan. But now, it was the Sea God ceremony. Under everyone's watchful eyes, there was little room for him to make a move. What do I do? Frost-Tide Tribe's leader thought rapidly. His forehead was filled with cold sweat unknowingly. After thinking for a long time, Frost-Tide Tribe's leader finally made a move. Fang Yuan, I am Frost-Tide Tribe's leader. He transmitted to Fang Yuan, because this was the most likely method he could think of. Fang Yuan's expression changed, but he did not reply. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader chuckled. You can listen quietly. You are a smart person, I know that. But you are still too young. You always have unrealistic and naive thoughts. Fang Yuan sneered, replying secretly. I am not naive, it is a type of ideal, you won't understand. That's why you are acting foolishly, kid. Don't think that the two of you are standing on the stage, looking very impressive, but in reality, you are just chess pieces. Look at the flag flying in the wind, its base is the flag pole. You need to think about what you are relying on. Grand Tribe Elder? Go and ask around, what kind of person is she? She has power and can suppress us. But she chose to let you be the vanguard. When Xia Hanmo thoroughly investigated the corruption, did she do anything? Did she help you? She may have provided some help, but please believe me when I say that it was just a small favor that she did casually. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader was quite eloquent, he continued. Okay, even if we take 10,000 steps back and you win and keep the position of Saintess, so what? Do you really think that I will die? No, Frost-Tide Tribe is the biggest tribe in the Saint Dynasty. If you want me to die, it will cause the entire Saint Dynasty to shake and even collapse. Grand Tribe Elder definitely doesn't have such a firm will. She just wants to give me a warning and tell me not to go overboard. So in the end, even if you find out, I will still be alive and continue to be the Frost-Tide Tribe leader. At most, I will take out some scapegoats to put on an act and restrain myself a little. In the Sea God ceremony, almost every mermaid who is competing for the position of Saintess has a faction supporting them. Do you think this is just a simple Saintess selection? No, this is a game to let us, the higher-ups, compete for the next few decades in a way that doesn't harm us. Those with Saintesses will get more, those without will get less. Fang Yuan, maybe you will hate and loathe the factions under the dark mantle. But you must understand that in this ocean, darkness is the ruler. The so-called light is just a shallow layer on the surface of the ocean. Mortals are attracted by its beauty and think that light is the truth of the ocean. That is too naive. Fang Yuan kept silent. For the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit Chapter 1682. Blue Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven Merfolk Sacred City. In a room of an inn, the atmosphere was heavy. What do we do? In the next test, Zhao Lu's follower is about to go up. That person is famous in the sea. With him, we have no chance of winning. The two nannies had gloomy expressions. White-scaled mermaid Sui sat on the main seat, holding a cup as she looked at the tea in a daze. Missy, we can't hesitate anymore. That's right, the Sea God ceremony has been going on for so long. Only us and Zhao Lu's side are left, everyone else has been eliminated. And after the next test, it will be the final test. As long as we can overcome this obstacle, we will be able to fight for the Saintess throne. The two nannies urged anxiously. Sui sighed. But what can we do? The nannies quickly took a step forward and stood in front of Sui. Missy, didn't our clan also invite an expert that can match the other side? That's right, as long as we invite this expert, Although we might not win, the gap will not be so big that we will be eliminated. Sui stared at the tea in the cup, sighing deeply. I understand the two nannies' suggestions. But there is one thing you may have forgotten. I only have 4 follower slots for the Saintess competition. We have already taken all of them. Even if the clan invites an expert, we can't take them out. The two nannies looked at each other, bright light flashed in their eyes. So that's it, Missy already had this plan, but she could not say it. They immediately understood. Nanny Rong said softly, Missy, this matter is hard to say, but it is also easy to say. We just need to abandon one of the followers. That's right, the other nanny said. According to the rules of the sea god ceremony, followers cannot be abandoned. But as long as one of them is tainted by corruption, favoritism, crimes, etc., for the purity of the sea god ceremony and the saintess, we can expel him. Won't the empty slots be used for the expert invited by the clan? Su Yi's expression changed as she rejected. That's not appropriate. Causing such a scandal during such an important ceremony like the sea god ceremony would stain the reputation of the person involved for the rest of his life, and he would never be able to clear his name. Including you 4 followers. All of you have helped me a lot. How can I repay kindness with enmity? My young miss, those who achieve great things don't bother with trifles. What's a little sacrifice? I suggest we start with that Charlene. Her foundation is shallow. It is obvious that she is a little mermaid that no one likes. Who knows what kind of luck she had to obtain rank 5 gather oil goo. Seeing Su Yi's unhappy expression, Granny Rong immediately added, Of course, we're not framing you. Instead, she used reason and emotion. Xiaolin looked like a reasonable lady. Eldest miss, why don't you let me handle this matter? I'll talk to her. It's fine even if I have to pay a price. Compared to the position of the saintess, everyone knows which is more important. This. Sui hesitated. Another granny immediately added, Eldest miss, we are not forcing Xiaolin, nor are we trying to harm her. This is a cooperation between us. Speaking of which, what is reputation? Xiaolin is a poor child. She cares more about material things. It is very likely that she heard our thoughts and is very happy. She wants to make a deal with us, losing some reputation in exchange for huge benefits. Leave, let me think about it. Su Yi's brows furrowed as she ordered them to leave. The two grannies looked at each other before leaving. A few days later, rumors about Xiaolin had spread far and wide. It's her, that shameless mermaid, she betrayed Su Yi, who was her benefactor, in order to cling to riches. No wonder Lady Su Yi was always at a disadvantage. To think that there was a traitor. I really want to skin this despicable person alive. She still has the face to look for Su Yi. She is truly shameless. Xiaolin pursed her lips as she walked up the inn stairs under everyone's pointing fingers. Stop. Halfway through, Mermaid Granny Rong stopped Xiaolin with a cold expression. I was wronged. I want to see Sister Su Yi. Xiaolin raised her head and looked at Granny Rong with an anxious expression. Granny Rong sneered. Xiaolin, what are you trying to do? Eldest Miss is very sad because of what happened to you. You still want to see Eldest Miss Su Yi at this crucial moment of the sea god ceremony? You are truly vicious. Are you trying to disgust our Eldest Miss so that we will perform poorly? It's not like that, Granny Rong, listen to me. What else do you want to say? What is there to say? You shameless scum. We were blind to have taken you in. Scram. Granny Rong lost her patience. Her tone was sharp and overbearing. You don't believe me, but I believe Sister Su Yi. I won't leave without seeing her. Xiaolin's eyes turned red and flickered with a stubborn light. Are you forcing me to make a move? Granny Rong said ruthlessly. Stop. At this moment, Su Yi finally appeared. She floated down the stairs. Sister Su Yi. Xiaolin was overjoyed. She wanted to walk up but was stopped by Granny Rong. Xiaolin. Su Yi looked at Xiaolin with a complicated tone. Sister Su Yi, you must believe me. I am not someone who betrayed you. Xiaolin argued. Do you need us to investigate? At this moment, a group of mermen barged into the first floor of the inn, attracting everyone's attention. This group of mermen walked to Xiaolin. Xiaolin, right? I am Sacred City's investigator, Someone reported you for taking bribes, betraying Sui, attempting to taint the sacred sea god ceremony, and manipulating the saintess selection. We are here to arrest you. Come with us and tell us everything. No, I am innocent. Xiaolin's face turned pale from fright. She retorted loudly. Whether you are innocent or not, we will have to wait for the results of our investigation. The investigator's expression was cold. No, I will not go with you. I was framed. Someone framed me. Xiaolin was terrified. She kept shaking her head. You don't want to go with us? That is not up to you. Men, bring her back. The investigator ordered as the Mermangu masters behind him moved. Wait. At this time Sui spoke. Sister Sui. Xiaolin's eyes shined with hope. But Sui shook her head. Sister Xiaolin, I do not believe you would betray me. But now that the investigator is here, we need to believe in Sacred City's justice. I firmly believe that they will prove your innocence. Go with them, as long as we get the results of the investigation. It will prove your innocence, right? Sister Sui. The light in Xiaolin's eyes dimmed. Go. Xiaolin lowered her head, walking to the investigator. I was framed, but I will go with you. The investigator showed a satisfied smile. That's right, let's go. Xiaolin was quickly brought to the interrogation room. These information path goo worms are solid evidence. Take a good look at them. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't have any wishful thinking. The investigator smiled sinisterly, pointing at the information path mortal goo on the only table in the room. Xiaolin looked at them with her divine sense. Soon, a look of intense shock appeared on her face. These images and voices are all fake. I've never said such a thing. You want to explain yourself like this in front of this evidence? Who would believe you? The investigator sneered. I definitely did not say such a thing. Xiaolin was anxious. The invigilator raised his hand and stopped Xiaolin from arguing. He laughed. I know you were wronged. Xiaolin was stunned. What did you say? You were wrongly accused, the invigilator repeated. Xiaolin was dazed. She blinked her eyes before saying. In that case, why did you? Because this is Lady Suyi's request. The investigator smiled again. What do you mean? Don't try to sow discord. Xiaolin shouted angrily. You are really naive, young lady. Then I'll have a good talk with you. Do you know who Lady Suyi's father is? Do you know what the current situation is like in the sea god ceremony? The invigilator spoke slowly. His words made Xiaolin's jaw drop. After a long while she reacted. I don't believe that this is all Sister Suyi's scheme. Since she wants me to abdicate, I will do so. As long as she tells me, I will not reject her. The investigator looked at Xiaolin mockingly and retorted mercilessly. Do you think the sea god ceremony is something you can withdraw from as you wish? If everyone can withdraw as they wish, then the competition for the saintess position would be purely a competition of family background and power. There is only one situation. The follower will be forced to withdraw. At the same time, his or her position will be empty, and someone else can be inserted. Xiaolin said in a daze. It's my situation. The investigator smiled. That's right. Have you become smarter? All right, there are two paths in front of you now. The first path is to deny the evidence and insist that you are innocent. Of course, the evidence cannot be erased. No one will believe you. The second path is to cooperate with us. If you plead guilty, although your reputation will be damaged, we will still give you ample compensation. You can choose one. Xiaolin smiled bitterly and lowered her head. Did she even have a choice? The other party tricked her into the interrogation room. Such a scene was to prevent her from rejecting. Even if she refused, she would be framed and convicted of a crime. She did not have the power to resist, much less the right to reject. Silence. After a long silence, the investigator spoke softly. Xiaolin, if you don't speak, I will take it that you chose the second path. The truth is right in front of us. I believe that smart people will make this choice. This is beneficial to both of us, isn't it? I refuse. Xiaolin suddenly raised her head and said. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 1683. Refuse. The examiner immediately frowned. His eyes flashed with cold light. His voice also became much tougher. Young lady, you need to think this through. You are young, don't be too rash. You need to know that an arm cannot win against a leg, not to mention that you are not even an arm. Of course I know I have no one to rely on. I am just a small fry. That is why you are targeting me, isn't that so? Xiaolin looked at the examiner. Her tone was filled with mockery, bitterness and helplessness. But don't worry, I will not retort or complain to you. I will accept your slander. Treat it as me repaying Sister Su Yi's kindness. I don't want any compensation. From now on, we're even and we're just like strangers. The invigilator revealed a strange expression as he stared at Xiaolin. In the dimly lit room, Xiaolin's eyes were unexpectedly bright. This pair of bright eyes directly reflected in the examiner's heart, making him feel a weakness that he could not face directly. The examiner quickly shifted his gaze. Leave, I hope you can do as you say. I will. Xiaolin stood up. When she left, her expression was calm and unruffled. Several days later. Lady Xiaolin, it is not that Aran does not want to do business with you. It is just that the public opinion is too intense. Many people are saying that if we continue to keep you here, they will. The inn owner said with a bitter expression. Xiaolin stopped him from pouring out his grievances. I understand the situation, I will leave. Thank you so much, Lady Xiaolin, you are a good person. The inn owner was moved to tears. Xiaolin packed her luggage and quickly left the room, walking down the stairs. Look, it's her. This woman is greedy for riches. She secretly sold out her master for glory. Such an existence is simply tarnishing the sea god ceremony, tarnishing our sacred city. The Gu masters in the hall saw Xiaolin and pointed at her, discussing. Xiaolin heard all these words, but she walked out of the inn with a calm expression. She came to the wide street. The bustling crowd was moving along the street. Today is the second last test of the sea god ceremony. I am really looking forward to it. Today will be very exciting. Do you know? The reason why Su Yi is at a disadvantage is because she has an insider by her side. Who doesn't know? As for Xiaolin, as the saying goes, it's hard to guard against a thief in the house. Most people did not recognize Xiaolin. Their attention was on the sea god ceremony as they rushed towards the central plaza. Even if someone recognized Xiaolin, they would not dare to confirm it. There was a sea of people in Sacred City. It was very normal to have one or two people with similar appearances. The atmosphere was very lively. People rubbed shoulders with each other and were overjoyed. Xiaolin merged into the crowd. Her expression was calm, forming a stark contrast with her surroundings. The cheerful atmosphere that she had felt before was now like a thick layer of fog that had accumulated in her nostrils, making it difficult for her to breathe. She could no longer obtain happiness and satisfy her curiosity from this holy city. Perhaps I will never come here again in this lifetime. Xiaolin raised her head and looked at the tall buildings around her. These houses seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The entire sacred city was about to come crashing down on her. Xiaolin felt even more annoyed. She took a few quick steps and left the surging crowd, walking into a dark alley. There was a stench here. The lighting was dim and there were piles of trash in the corner. But Xiaolin felt that her breathing was much smoother. It was as if a mountain had been lifted from her heart. Walking in the dark alley with no one around, Xiaolin's slightly raised head drooped down. How did it come to this? She asked herself, but she could not get an answer. Her eyes turned red and soon became teary. She was still a young girl. Her previous determination was more of a disguise. Little girl, slow down. Suddenly, from a corner of the alley, 3 mermen ran out. Xiaolin was stunned before becoming vigilant. These 3 mermen had a roguish aura and an evil gaze. They were clearly up to no good. Most importantly, each of them had the aura of a rank 2 Gu master. Xiaolin was only a rank 2 Gu master. What do you want? Xiaolin retreated. What do we want? Ha ha ha. The 3 mermaids looked at each other and laughed evilly in unison. Little girl, it is fate that brought us together. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? You can't leave now even if you want to. At this time, 2 more rank 2 merman Gu masters came out from behind Xiaolin. Xiaolin's heart sank. Not only were there 5 against 1, her path was blocked. Even though this place was not far from the main street, the enemies were all Gu masters and this was clearly an ambush. They definitely had methods to suppress the commotion to the minimum. The 5 mermen approached Xiaolin step by step. Xiaolin was flustered, she could only retreat and lean against the wall. The cold wall made her feel even more helpless. She gritted her teeth and frowned, suddenly saying, "Come, even if I die, I will drag you down with me." "Oh little girl, you have guts. You are quite spicy, big brother likes this kind of girl." The 5 mermen Gu masters laughed and laughed. They showed no fear, but their footsteps were slowing down. Bam! Suddenly, Xiaolin felt an intense dizziness. She was attacked. She was shocked. She turned around and saw that the wall had melted. A 6th merman Gu master came out. "I was tricked." The moment she fainted, Xiaolin felt a chill in her heart. She fainted. "Ha ha ha, leader, your move was really good. Quickly deal with the scene. This is the sea god ceremony after all." The 6 mermen surrounded Xiaolin. "Wake up, wake up." A deep voice resounded in the darkness. Xiaolin gradually opened her eyes. The scene of the alleyway entered her eyes again. The pain at the back of her head reminded her. She got a fright and struggled to get up from the ground. Then, she saw the 6 mermaids lying on the ground motionlessly in all sorts of strange postures. At the center of the 6 mermen was a human Gu master. At the next moment, Xiaolin cried out in joy. "Master Chu, it's you." "It's me. I have been paying attention to the sea god ceremony. I have heard about your matter. You were abandoned by Su Yi, right?" Feng Yuan smiled lightly. Instantly, Xiaolin's tears fell as she choked. "Master Chu, I have a way of judging people. Although I have not interacted with you much, you are definitely not that kind of person." Feng Yuan continued. Xiaolin heard this and could not help but cover her face as she sobbed. She was like a wronged child who finally had her grievances cleared. Feng Yuan watched her cry quietly for a while before patting her shoulder. "Let's go." "To where?" Xiaolin was slightly dazed. "I'm partly responsible for your current predicament." Feng Yuan sighed. "If I did not give you gather oil Gu, you would not have been chosen by Su Yi and participated in the sea god ceremony. So, I will bring you away. Follow me. We will leave this place." Xiaolin nodded. She had lost interest in the sacred city long ago. Feng Yuan led the way as Xiaolin obediently followed behind him. At the end of the alley was another street. It was still filled with people. The shops on both sides were bustling with activity. There was even a lion dance in the middle of the street. Facing the crowd again, Xiaolin felt some fear and disgust, but Feng Yuan was already ahead. She could only grit her teeth and follow. Snap! The moment they walked out of the alley, Feng Yuan snapped his fingers. At the next moment, Xiaolin stared with wide eyes. Her mouth opened so wide that she could swallow an egg. She was incomparably shocked to see that the whole street had fallen into a state of stillness. This is... She spoke incoherently. "It's just a little trick, come." Feng Yuan waved at her, then went into the crowd. Xiaolin quickened her steps and followed closely. This was a wondrous experience she had never experienced before. She walked past a pair of mermen who seemed to be talking to each other. They seemed to be a couple. She saw that in the shop, a customer was haggling with a worker. The spittle that flew out of the worker's mouth was suspended in the air. It almost landed on the customer's face. There was also a small dog that was moving between the legs and the merman's tail. Its body was twisting as it moved around a blue-scaled merman. 3 of its paws were in the air while 1 was on the ground. Xiaolin stared with wide eyes as she looked at the various expressions of the people. They were so lively and interesting. All of her frustrations were thrown to the back of her mind. Feng Yuan walked very quickly. His body was very agile. Xiaolin had a hard time chasing after him. Bam! She was careless and bumped into a strong human Gu master. The human Gu master floated up. His movement was still the same as before, but his feet were already half separated from the ground. His entire body was slanted. Sorry. She was just about to help this human Gu master up when Feng Yuan grabbed her. Come. Feng Yuan handed her a mask. Master Chu, you are. Xiaolin was perplexed. Feng Yuan did not bring her across the street. He brought her to the lion dance team at the center. Feng Yuan handed her a mask. It was colorful, made from fish scales and bird feathers. Feng Yuan pointed at this lion dance team, saying, "Don't you feel they are missing 2 crucial characters?" Xiaolin nodded. "They are performing a sea lion winter-spring play. They lack a male and female lead. One is a filial son fishing on the ice, the other is a mermaid princess playing outside. But this play should be a spontaneous performance. They are not a real opera troupe. It is normal for them to be missing people. At the start, it might have been a gu master who took out a mask and put on the opera costume to express his joy. But along the way, more and more gu masters joined in. These people were definitely opera fans. They loved this kind of culture. In fact, in the whole grotto heaven, there were all sorts of operas. It was the trend of this paradise. My method can only last for a while. Quickly put on this mask. We will follow the crowd. Feng Yuan said urgently, not giving Xiaolin a chance to refuse. Oh. Xiaolin subconsciously took the mask. After putting it on, her heart calmed down. This way, no one would recognize her. The pressure in her heart was greatly reduced. But very quickly her face turned red. Because she saw Feng Yuan also put on a mask, it was the filial son fishing on the ice. This way, aren't I and Master Chu the male and female lead? This discovery made Xiaolin's heart jump. For the fastest novel reading without mistakes, please visit Chapter 1684. Snap. Feng Yuan snapped his fingers again. Everything in the surroundings went from stillness to activity again. That mermaid couple held hands as they continued to move forward. As the two haggled in the shop, their saliva finally landed on the customer's face, but the customer did not notice it. The puppy's 3 paws landed on the ground. It successfully threw the blue-scaled merman behind it, and continued to move through the forest of legs. It was extremely agile. Xiaolin stared with wide eyes, looking at this in amazement. This was too mystical. Master Chu's methods are really amazing. This is probably a rank 5-time path killer move? Xiaolin guessed. Plop. The human gu master that Xiaolin knocked fell to the ground. He also affected the people behind him, causing a small commotion. How can such a big person walk? Someone complained. Sorry. The muscular human gu master was very polite. He quickly apologized. This was the sacred city of the mermaids after all. At the same time, the evil energy in this paradise was much lower than the outside world of the 5 regions. I was walking normally, why did I fall? Strange. The human gu master had a puzzled expression. He quickly stood up and followed the crowd. Xiaolin stuck out her tongue, looking at the human gu master's back as she apologized softly. Strangely enough, she felt a little joy from playing a prank. Just as she was about to reflect on herself, her hand was grabbed by Feng Yuan. Follow me. Feng Yuan dragged her as he sped up, running to the front of the lion dance team. The entire lion dance team was dazed at first, but they danced even more quickly. The accompanying music became louder. Our people are finally here, haha. Someone laughed loudly. You know how to dance, right? Feng Yuan smiled. He moved his legs first. He was playing the role of a filial son lying on ice. His movements were simple and elegant. There was a sense of beauty to them. The surrounding people cheered. Feng Yuan followed the crowd as he danced to Xiaolin. It's your turn. At the next moment, Feng Yuan's voice entered Xiaolin's ears. Charlene's heart was pounding. She was so nervous. Although she often practiced this opera when she was young, she had never performed it in public under such circumstances. She began to dance, her movements rigid. Feng Yuan laughed heartily, stretching out his hand and holding her hands, leading her to dance. Wisdom path methods were secretly used by him. Xiaolin immediately felt more agile. The dance moves of this opera appeared in her mind. They were extremely clear. The two of them sang and danced along with the flow of the crowd. The members of the lion dance were all wearing colorful costumes and strange masks. A few of them were even playing the role of a huge golden sea lion. Wherever they went, everyone's gaze would first be on them. As the core of the team, the male and female protagonists were the focus of attention. Charlene was very nervous at first, but as she got better, she became more confident. She was immersed in the joyous atmosphere, forgetting the sadness of being wronged. She could hear the cheers and shouts of the people, and the whistles of the libertines. Even if Charlene made some mistakes, it would only attract friendly laughter. There was a huge crowd along the way. Some of the lion dance team members left, while others joined. Unknowingly, Charlene started to laugh. It was as clear as a bell. An unprecedented happiness and joy filled her heart. This was something she had never felt since coming to Sacred City. She was immersed in this happiness, unable to extricate herself. At the same time, there was a sense of fear in her heart. She asked herself, was this all real? I really feel like I'm dreaming. Charlene's gaze was glued to Feng Yuan, her heart filled with emotions. It's time to leave. Suddenly, Feng Yuan's movements changed. He pulled Charlene and left the opera team, walking to the side of the street. Charlene was caught off guard. She was pulled into Feng Yuan's arms. She bumped into Feng Yuan's chest. A dense masculine scent assaulted her nose. Charlene's mask almost fell off. She quickly held it, using the mask to cover her flushed face. Let's go this way. Feng Yuan pulled her again. He walked forward and entered the alley. It was another alley, dim light, with trash and a stench. Nobody cared about it. Feng Yuan let go of Charlene's hand and walked in front. Charlene instantly felt her heart empty. She quickly followed. The two of them walked in the long alley, one in front and one behind. Feng Yuan did not make a sound. The alley echoed with his monotonous footsteps. The bustling street, the surging crowd, all became softer and softer. Charlene left them behind. A cold and secluded atmosphere permeated Xiaolin's body and mind from the surroundings. The happiness from before were like a leaking bucket, following Charlene all the way, leaking all the way. Gradually, troubles found her again. The melancholy from before attacked her again. Charlene really wanted to find something to talk to Feng Yuan. But Feng Yuan kept walking forward. He did not turn his head back. The oppressive atmosphere made Charlene not dare to speak casually. Finally, they were about to reach the exit of the alley. Although the street here was not as lively as before, there were still many people. It was very noisy. Feng Yuan suddenly stopped. He turned and asked Charlene, "Have you thought about it?" Charlene was stunned. Think about what?" Feng Yuan smiled. He pointed at the mask on Charlene's face. "Do you want to wear it across the street? Or do you want to walk in front of everyone with your original face?" Charlene was stunned again. Feng Yuan continued. "When I entered the alley, I threw away the mask on my face, but you kept wearing it. Why? Do you feel embarrassed? Are you afraid of showing your true face? Are you worried that you will lose the happiness you just had?" The series of questions made Charlene at a loss. She could not answer. After a moment of silence, she seemed to understand something. She took off the mask on her face, revealing her true face. "Master Chu, I understand your intentions, thank you. I really thank you. I am only an ordinary mermaid." Feng Yuan stretched out his hand, interrupting her. "I said it before, a large part of your current situation is caused by me. I should compensate you." "Master, what are you saying? You bestowed me gather oil goo. That is already a huge favor. You do not owe me anything. I am the one who owes you too much." Charlene quickly explained. "That is your opinion, not mine." Feng Yuan shook his head, his expression turning solemn. "Look, you were mocked and ridiculed by others earlier, but just now, you were welcomed and encouraged by people. There is a huge difference between the two. What is the reason? Is it because of this mask? Actually, you are still yourself from start to finish, isn't that so?" Charlene nodded. Feng Yuan looked at the street outside the alley. He pointed at the walking crowd. "Look at it now. These people are not trying to find out your true nature, who you, Charlene, are. When we sing and dance, they do not even want to know our names. They are only expressing their attitude. The truth is not important to them. When people pursue the truth, it is often because they are angry because they are not willing to be fooled. So, we are not important to them, and their attitude is also nothing to us." Charlene breathed in deeply. "Master Chu, thank you for consoling me. I really do not know how to thank you. I am not finished. Since outsiders' attitude is not important, then what is truly important in our lives?" Feng Yuan asked with a smile. Charlene was stunned for the third time. "Master, please forgive me for being slow-witted." Feng Yuan had a smile on his face as he pointed at Xiaolin and then at himself. "It is us, it is our truest feelings. Ask yourself, listen to the voice in the depths of your heart. What do you want to do? What kind of person do you want to become? Where do you want to go? You can find the answer in the depths of your heart. If you want to travel, then travel to all corners of the world. If you want to treat your family well, then treat them well. If you want to try flying, then you might as well raise your wealth and prepare to purchase or refine flying goo worms. Feng Yuan pointed at the alley, then at the street. If you want to stay in the alley, then stay. If you want to join the streets and enjoy the crowd, then walk out. Do not mistreat your feelings because of their attitude. If you mistreat yourself often, then you will reap the harvest of regret. You will often wear a mask and become another person. In any case, it will not be the real you. Charlene heard this and immediately felt her heart become extremely clear. As if she had been enlightened, the sadness and melancholy from before were completely swept away. For the fastest error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 1685. Master, I will never forget your guidance. The mermaid girl had a solemn expression as she took half a step back and bowed to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan laughed loudly. My efforts were not in vain. But sometimes, it is easier said than done. Let me ask you, what do you want to do the most now? Xiaolin hesitated. I want to follow you, Master Chu. This sentence immediately appeared in her mind. But before she could speak, Feng Yuan shook his head. You have not thought about it. Think about it when you have time in the future. Actually, I don't care what you want to do. Do you know what I want to do? Xiaolin shook her head, but at the next moment, her pupils dilated. Her body froze and did not move, because Feng Yuan slowly stretched out his hand and touched her face. Bang 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 bang. Xiaolin's face was flushed red. Her heart was beating rapidly and her eyes were filled with ripples of autumn water. She felt the warmth and breadth of Feng Yuan's palm. This feeling was like a tiny electric current that spread throughout her body and mind. It was clearly a very ordinary action, but it made Xiaolin unable to move. Feng Yuan retracted his hand. You still have a mask on your face. Xiaolin was bewildered. She heard Feng Yuan continue. Sometimes, we put on a mask of our own accord. Sometimes, others force us to put on a mask. Now, I want to take off the mask on your face. You have to cooperate with me. Understand? Master, you don't need to. Xiaolin vaguely knew what Feng Yuan wanted to do. She stuttered as she tried to dissuade him. Feng Yuan waved his hand. My heart will be happy as long as I don't take off this mask. I don't want to hurt my feelings. Since you feel that you owe me, then cooperate with me as compensation. At this point, how could Xiaolin reject? She knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Feng Yuan 3 times before standing up silently. Master Chu, I will do whatever you tell me to do. Okay, then become the saintess. What? A few days later. The final test of the sea god ceremony. Everyone was watching. Sui looked at Xiaolin in extreme shock. It was as if she had seen a ghost. The 2 nannies below the stage were also stunned. After hearing the Grand Elder's explanation, the crowd went into an uproar. Sui originally had victory in her grasp because her opponent was heavily injured in the previous round and could not go on stage due to the short amount of time. But unexpectedly, an accident happened. The long-lost younger sister of his competitor had been found. It was the mermaid Xiaolin in front of him. Isn't this too melodramatic? Unbelievable. Xiaolin, isn't she the one who betrayed Su Yi and sold out her master for glory? That is just a rumor spread by Su Yi's side. The real reason was that Su Yi wanted to squeeze out a follower spot. I heard that the invigilator has already pleaded guilty. There's even evidence of him coercing Xiaolin. It's irrefutable. This is even more exciting than the singing in the opera. The crowd discussed animatedly and gradually became excited. The 2 old women sent private messages to each other. What the hell is going on? Why did the public's opinion change so suddenly? And we did not arrange for an invigilator at all. Why did he suddenly plead guilty? Su Yi's expression was very ugly, but Xiaolin was calm. She looked at the crowd with a calm attitude. Feng Yuan's earlier teachings seemed to have elevated her to a whole new level. Seeing that Xiaolin did not put her in her eyes, Sui felt even more annoyed. She snorted coldly. Xiaolin, I really did not expect that we would meet again in this manner. I also did not expect it. Xiaolin looked at Sui and said honestly, the ups and downs these few days were like a dream. Sui snorted coldly again. No matter what you are plotting, this final test is not something any merman can pass. The saintess of this sea god ceremony will definitely be me. Oh. Xiaolin replied plainly. Sui instantly felt like her punch landed on cotton. It was extremely uncomfortable. Xiaolin started to look at the crowd again. There were too many people. They were densely packed together. Master Chu said that he would look for me in the crowd. But which one is he? Why can't I find him? Could it be that he had disguised himself? His divine ability is too great. If he wants to hide his identity, I will never be able to find him. After this matter is over, I will tell him that I want to leave with him. I wonder if he will agree to it? This question lingered in Xiaolin's mind. The saintess position had no attraction compared to the answer to this question. In the first round, Xiaolin won against Sui. In the second round, Xiaolin won against Sui again. Such a result was out of everyone's expectations. The audience went into an uproar as they discussed and expressed their shock. Feng Yuan was hidden in the crowd. His expression was similar to the people around him, but his heart was cold. These last few days he had been secretly nurturing Xiaolin. He did not hesitate to use time path immortal methods to gain a lot of time to train her to a certain extent. Adding on the songs that Feng Yuan personally composed, there was also the sound path gu worm that Feng Yuan gave to Xiaolin. It was specially made for her. And when Sui and Xiaolin went on stage to sing, Feng Yuan had secretly done something to affect their performance. The former's performance was not smooth, while the latter's performance was getting better with Feng Yuan's secret support. Other than us outsiders, this grotto heaven originally had no gu immortals. Now that I am using immortal methods, do you think I can't control this grand ceremony of mortal gu masters? What do we do? The third round is about to begin. The two nannies were sweating profusely. They were sent by the clan to assist Sui. If Sui did not obtain the saintess position, they would not be able to escape the clan's responsibility. Suyi's expression was pale as she looked at Xiaolin. This was like a dream. From Suyi's point of view, Xiaolin was just an ordinary and dull girl. But because she had gathered oil gu and was a merman, she had the intention to make use of her. Although she felt uncomfortable when she ostracized Xiaolin earlier, she did not think much of it. Even if Xiaolin wanted to take revenge, what could she do? She was alone and only had rank 2 cultivation. Wouldn't she be at the mercy of others? If not for the saintess position in sight, and Sui did not want to be distracted, she would have used this chance to snatch Xiaolin's rank 5 gu worm. This was not returning kindness with enmity. Could a rank 2 gu master protect a rank 5 gu worm? This was the sin of possessing a precious item. Thus, in Suyi's opinion, rather than Xiaolin being harmed, she might as well persuade her to contribute gather oil gu to her clan. That way, she would benefit from it and Xiaolin would not die. It would be helping her. This was a small plan in Suyi's mind. But the saintess position was too important. Sui did not dare to be distracted and did not want to attract criticism. She could only give up on Xiaolin for now. If someone had told her before that Xiaolin would be her biggest obstacle in competing for the saintess position, Suyi's reply would be, hee hee. But now Sui really wanted to laugh at herself. This fate was too cruel. That's right, Feng Yuan personally made a fake identity for Xiaolin, who could see through it. There was not a single person in the huge sacred city. Thus, the evidence that proved Xiaolin's identity was unassailable and irrefutable. Even Sui believed that Xiaolin's identity was true. Oh fate, this joke of yours is too big. Sui sighed in her heart. Missy, what do we do? The two nannies were also at a loss. There's no way we can do anything in public, and we don't have enough time. There is only one way left. I will personally persuade her. Sui was silent for a while before gritting her teeth. She transmitted her voice to Xiaolin. Xiaolin, I am Sui. Xiaolin was shocked, but she soon calmed down and replied in secret. What is it? Sui prepared for a few breaths. I want to make a deal with you. You withdraw your strength and defeat me in the next round. I will become the saintess. I swear to the sea god that I am willing to pay a price that you will be satisfied with. Even if I am not strong enough, my clan will definitely satisfy you. Xiaolin was silent for a while before saying, I am sorry. Don't be in a hurry to reject me, Xiaolin. You are too young. Maybe you do not know the meaning of the saintess position. What do you think a saintess is? Is it pure faith? Or is it a shallow talent show? None of them. It involves benefits. It involves the competition of the entire sacred city's upper echelons. This is a political game. I know you want to take revenge on me, but do you know? The situation you are in right now is also very dangerous. Once you become the saintess, you will be in even more danger. The force on your sister's side pushed you to the throne because they have no other choice, so they are trying everything they can. Once you become the saintess, they will do their best to turn you into their puppet, and make you do many things that are beneficial to them. Although I have not interacted with you for a long time, I understand you very well, Xiaolin. You are pure and kind. If you become the saintess, you will probably seek benefits for the merfolk. But you will never succeed because you are not part of any political force, you are just an outsider. Unless you integrate with one of them and become their representative, you will be ostracized by everyone else. You will become the most mediocre saintess in history, a saintess in name only. And if you choose to make a deal with me, the things you will obtain will definitely exceed your imagination, much more than what you can get from your sister. Please believe in my sincerity. Su Yi's eloquence was incredible. Even Xiaolin was moved by her words. But she replied at the next moment. Lady Su Yi, I understand your sincerity, but I cannot agree to this. Why? Su Yi's tone was anxious. Do you think I am lying to you? Although it is cruel, I am speaking the truth. Don't be so naive, all right? Xiaolin was silent. For the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit Chapter 1686. 500 Years of Feng Yuan's Previous Life. See God Ceremony. Naive? Facing Frost-Tide Tribe's leader's long-winded speech, Feng Yuan fell into silence. But he was silent for a short while before he chuckled, transmitting his voice. You think I don't know what you are saying? You think I am an inexperienced young man? No, I understand all these tricks, I am very clear about them. I know these facts and I accept them. Feng Yuan was forced to leave Qingmao Mountain. He went to southern border, then western desert, and finally eastern sea. He had struggled on the verge of death. He had worried about 1 or 2 yuan stone. He had bent his back. He had groveled in front of experts and rich lives. He had also sat on the main seat, drinking tea and listening to his subordinates' reports. He was lowly, he was glorious, he was lofty, he was ordinary. Including his life on Earth, and the adventures he went through when he transmigrated here. His vision was innately higher than that of ordinary people. His experiences were also rich and exciting. They could be written into a book. How could such a person not understand the world? Frost-Tide Tribe's leader was going crazy, he quickly replied. Since you know this is the truth, you should understand that you are taking a risk now. This is the internal conflict of us mermen. You are a human Gu master. You are not strong. Why are you getting involved? You like Xiahanemo? I can guarantee that after this is done, I will give you even more beautiful mermaids. Don't doubt my sincerity. I can swear to the sea god. A merman swearing to the sea god. Such sincerity is unquestionable. But Feng Yuan's tone changed. Even though I accept this fact, it does not mean I like it. You think I like Xiahanemo? No, I only want to help her. Why would I take such a risk? Because I have a principle. Kindness must be repaid. Hatred must be repaid. I have used lifespan Gu. I have lived much longer than you can imagine. I had hoped to live forever, but now I am getting sick of this idea. Life is getting more and more boring. Sometimes the destination of the road is not important. What's important is the process of walking, as well as the state of mind when walking. The leader of the Frost-Tide tribe couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard this. He couldn't understand Feng Yuan's lifestyle. You're saying that the position of the saintess isn't important, but the process of you helping the saintess is important? Not bad, but there's more. The dark politics you mentioned, and the mermaid beauties you promised to give me are not important. Although I know about it, I have never cared about it. Perhaps you can understand a little. I've lived long enough, and I'm tired of wearing a mask. To me, death is not scary at all. Right now, I just want to live with my truest self, and use the method I want to use the most to achieve my goal. Only by living like this can I feel the passion of life and desire for life. Frost-Tide tribe leader was dumbfounded. He finally understood a little and shouted, "So you are a madman. You've said so much because you've lived long enough and don't want to live anymore. You want to court death. So be it if you were a Gu immortal, but you're just a mere rank 3 Gu master. You want to live on your own will? You're dreaming. Feng Yuan laughed. You think you can live on your own will after becoming a Gu immortal? Live without a mask? Where there are people, there will be conflicts and conflicts. Survival and living are two different things. How you want to live doesn't depend on your strength and cultivation level. It only depends on your heart. After pausing for a moment, Feng Yuan continued. Actually, having low strength is also very interesting. When you truly live with your true face, having low strength will cause you to face more difficulties and challenges in reality. Surpass these difficulties and face these challenges, life will be full of wonders. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader stood on the spot in a daze. He was dumbfounded, he could not speak anymore. His gaze passed through the crowd and looked at Feng Yuan, seeing the slight smile on his lips. He suddenly felt a chill in his heart. This person has such a strange and prejudiced way of thinking. It is extremely vulgar and has a tendency to self-destruct. He is probably possessed by the devil. Not only does he not play by the rules, the scarier thing is that he does not think according to the rules. His way of thinking was completely different from the general public. He was too deviant. This is a demon. This is a true demon. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader felt a chill in his heart. He felt that this was Feng Yuan's true nature. Even if he had not casually slaughtered a large number of people. Even if Feng Yuan was doing a good deed of repaying kindness. At the same time, Frost-Tide Tribe's leader felt a deep sense of helplessness. If it was a youngster who was inexperienced, he could still hide his true intentions and pretend to be a senior to guide him, teach him, and let him know the complexity of society and some dark truths. But Feng Yuan knew everything. He knew almost everything. The most helpless thing was that Feng Yuan's way of thinking was completely different from others. He is too assertive, he is too prejudiced. He clearly only has rank 3 cultivation level. How can he dare? Unreasonable, unreasonable. He is a lunatic, he is a madman. He is too arrogant, he actually looks down on life and death. That's right. He is not even afraid of death. What else does he not dare to do? All the wealth, beauties, authority and status in the world cannot compare to a tiny bit of satisfaction in his heart. What else can I take out to tempt him? Frost-Tide Tribe's leader was going crazy. The more he thought about it, the more he understood that Feng Yuan had no fear, and would not accept any temptation. Maybe one day, he would be tempted, but this was definitely what he wanted to be tempted. This was his true intention in the depths of his heart. It was not easy for people to live in this world. It was the same for mermen. Even though Frost-Tide Tribe's leader had a high status and authority, it was even more difficult for him. He still had the Merman Sacred City's tribe elders to suppress him. He had so many subordinates, some were scheming against each other, some were coveting his position. He had many children who were crying piteously for food. He had many concubines and conflicts. Everything needed to be monitored by him. He needed to handle them. He needed to arrange them. He was corrupt. Was that wrong? That was right. What was corruption? Corruption was nothing more than obtaining more benefits, and these benefits made other people who had already obtained the benefits feel unfair. A piece of cake. The original situation was like this. You get a piece, I get a piece. Now I secretly took away the second piece. You looked at it with envy. You said that you broke the previous agreement. What right do you have to take so much? This was corruption. Do you think that the Grand Elders who support the Saintess aren't corrupt? More or less, right? Even if the Grand Clan Elder wasn't greedy, what about her subordinates? Where are her children? It was just that it wasn't as severe as the Frost-Tide Tribe's leader. Perhaps, even if the Great Clan Elder's party was no longer corrupted, the Great Clan Elder would not be corrupted. But they were also higher-ups, people who ate the cake, and people who exploited others. From this point of view, everyone was an exploiter. What was the difference? They were all the same. Therefore, the leader of the Frost-Tide Tribe had never felt that his corruption was wrong. He only wanted to obtain more wealth, beauty, and power. He was becoming more and more corrupt, gradually exceeding the distribution agreement. But he didn't want to stop, and the greed in his heart made him unable to stop. No, it can't be called greed. It should be called ideal. Many times, the leader of the Frost-Tide Tribe shouted this to himself in his heart. There was a joke that wasn't a joke. The father asked the son, "What is your ideal when you grow up?" The son answered, "Money and beauty." The father gave the son a slap. The son answered again, "Career and love." The father smiled and nodded. Therefore, career and love were ideals. Money and beauty, men, were also ideals. Therefore, the leader of the Frost-Tide tribe was righteous. What was wrong with him pursuing wealth, beauty, power, and fame? Did you think it was vulgar? These were all ideals. Which person's life wasn't filled with such ideals? The leader of the Frost-Tide tribe liked such ideals from the bottom of his bones. This was because such ideals could spur him on, and at the same time, it could entice others, making them pay and sacrifice for their own ideals, and then help him, the leader of the Frost-Tide tribe. What was wrong with him being corrupt? These were all ideals. Ideals needed to be realized, and they needed to be worked hard. When the leader of the Frost-Tide tribe was corrupt for the first time, he knew that there would be a moment when he would be opposed by others and suffer the backlash. But so what? This was how it should be, and it was inevitable. This was the difficulty and pain that must be endured on the road to realizing one's ideals. As long as he could overcome these difficulties and these pains, the leader of the Frost-Tide tribe could realize his ideals. In front of him, as long as he used a series of political tricks, such as under-the-table manipulation, indirect attacks, and military deterrence, he would be able to realize his ideals. In this regard, the leader of the Frost-Tide tribe, who had been in a high position for a long time, was quite confident. He did have the capital to be confident. In fact, if it wasn't for Feng Yuan's sudden appearance, he would have already pushed aside Xia Hanmo and pushed his own person onto the throne of the Saintess. Once that happened, he would have defeated the Grand Elder and successfully preserved the victory that he had obtained through corruption. In the future, with the help of the puppet Saintess, he would issue a few policies in the name of the vast number of mermaids and the prospects of the entire sacred city. He would launder his dirty money and legalize his corruption. At that time, who could say that he was corrupt? But just as the leader of the Frost-Tide tribe was about to succeed, he miscalculated and was completely defeated. Because he met Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan didn't have ideals. No, it couldn't be said like that. The leader of the Frost-Tide tribe firmly believed that he also liked wealth, beauty, power, and fame, but he liked to live according to his own will even more. This was his ideal. What do you want such lofty ideals for? With such ideals, doesn't it make the vast majority of us look very vulgar and ordinary? You're courting death. The leader of the Frost-Tide tribe hated Feng Yuan to the core. This hatred was even more intense because of some secret and undetectable fear in the bottom of his heart. The leader of the Frost-Tide tribe wanted nothing more than to skin Feng Yuan alive. He wanted nothing more than for him to die immediately. But he couldn't do that now. This was the Sea God ceremony. The last song. Xia Hanmo and Feng Yuan went on stage together. Feng Yuan played the accompaniment, and Xia Hanmo's voice floated up. The sea laughs at the surging tides floating and sinking with the waves. Remembering today, heaven laughs at the tides of the world, who wins and who loses. Only heaven knows. The ups and downs of life were like the tides, there were high and there were low. Why was there a need to always worry about success or failure? His carefree and romantic feelings immediately intoxicated the listener. The rivers and mountains laugh at the distant misty rain, the waves wash away the mortal world. How many do you know the cool breeze laughs and provokes loneliness? Lofty sentiments still remain, lofty sentiments, free and uninhibited, all kinds of ideals, in the mortal world will be washed away by the waves. Even life itself would perish. What's the big deal? A gentleman doesn't succumb to external things. He stands aloof and forgets about gains and losses. Fate is unpredictable. Why should one uphold one's nature, abandon the mask, and search for one's true self? I have lofty sentiments. I have my loneliness. Even if it's the sunset of life, I have my brilliance. Everyone was stunned. The leader of the Frost-Tide tribe's face was pale and his body trembled. He knew he would definitely lose this battle. The seas laugh at the surging tides of the world, floating and sinking with the waves. Remembering today, heaven laughs at the tides of the world, heaven knows who wins and who loses. Mountains laugh at the distant misty rain, the waves wash away the mortal world. How many do you know the common people are no longer lonely? The lofty sentiments are still smiling foolishly. I fought my way through the mortal world. I was born, I entered the world. I lived my own life. I lived according to my heart. Even when the waves caused me to rise and fall, up and down, life and death, I never felt wronged, resentment, fear, or worry. I savor this feeling. I will still smile foolishly. I have a true nature. I am a true person. On the stage, Fang Yuan closed his eyes, activating goo worms to his heart's content. The zither music was melodious. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader stared at him with a dazed expression, muttering, "Demon, demon." Xiahanemo was also in a daze as she sang. She looked at Fang Yuan, her beautiful eyes shining with an extraordinary light. She thought to herself, "This kind of free and easy life, isn't this what I yearn for?" Fang Yuan was able to create such a song. He truly has an immortal nature. In this life. Dragon Whale Grotto, Heaven, Merman Sacred City. Sea God Ceremony. Xiaolin appeared, the third song. The seas laugh, surging with the tides of the world. Floating and sinking with the waves, remembering today. Heaven laughs, tides of the world. Who will win and who will lose, only heaven knows. The crowd was shaken, Su Yi's face was ashen. The outcome was obvious. Xiaolin was already in a daze. Master Chu's image was raised infinitely in her heart at this moment. He was like the moon and the clouds. The familiar melody resounded in Fang Yuan's ears again, reality and memories intertwined in his mind at this moment. He had once stood on the stage and played the accompaniment, smiling with his eyes closed. Right now he was watching from below the stage, his eyes shining with eerie light. Hundreds of years of vicissitudes, the power of time had changed him, but it also seemed like it did not change him. Chapter 1687. The Sea God ceremony ended. The result was a huge shock. The Saintess was someone no one expected, Xiaolin. Saintess' palace was bright and beautiful. There were groups of servants. Xiaolin had already changed into Saintess attire. Her fishtail was on the clouds and she wore a white veil. At this moment, she opened the window and looked at the huge courtyard. Those colorful corals could not attract her attention. Her eyes were dazed and unfocused. It has been a few days since the Sea God ceremony ended. Master Chu did not appear after secretly transmitting to me on the day of the ceremony. When will he return? Saintess, your sister is here to visit. At this moment a maid walked behind Xiaolin and reported. Xiaolin frowned slightly, she sighed and said, "Invite her in." Xiaolin's sister, Zhao Lu, entered the Saintess' palace. Of course, she was only Xiaolin's sister in name, but after Fang Yuan tampered with her memories, this sister never suspected Xiaolin's true identity. "Sister, have you considered what I said a few days ago?" Zhao Lu went straight to the point. Xiaolin shook her head. "I am very sorry, I do not want to get involved in other matters. The Saintess position is not what I want. If possible, I do not want to be a Saintess." Zhao Lu laughed. Her laughter was filled with mockery and jealousy. She and Su Yi competed until they lost. Then Xiaolin appeared out of nowhere, and was given a chance by the faction that supported her. They did not expect her to succeed. The political faction behind Zhao Lu naturally would not let Xiaolin go. They wanted to use her as their representative. But before Fang Yuan left, he transmitted his voice to Xiaolin, telling her not to agree to anyone and join any political faction. Therefore, Xiaolin had rejected Zhao Lu a few days ago. As for Zhao Lu, her mood wasn't that great. First of all, her long-lost younger sister had suddenly reappeared. Apart from the connection of blood, she had no other feelings for her. Secondly, she worked so hard for so long, but the Saintess position was snatched away by Xiaolin, who cut the queue. This was equivalent to snatching away her lifelong dream. In the end, the force behind her wanted her to step forward and persuade her younger sister Xiaolin to join their side, but Xiaolin rejected. Because of all these, Zhao Lu's mood was naturally not good. "Xiaolin, my sister, if you really don't want to become the Saintess, why did you stand out then? Don't say such things to big sister, we both understand. If you have any requests, feel free to state them. I guarantee that this deal will satisfy you." Zhao Lu decided to lay it all out. Xiaolin's frown deepened. She knew that Zhao Lu wasn't her sister, it was just Master Chu's doing. Now that she heard Zhao Lu's words, Xiaolin's impression of her dropped significantly. "Big sister," Xiaolin said softly, I'm sorry, I really don't want to get involved in these matters. But don't worry, I've even rejected you, so I definitely won't cooperate with other forces. Zhao Lu's eyes widened. Charlene, you're too naive, you actually think so? I always thought that you were just waiting for the right price. Alas, I overestimated you. Since that's the case, let me make it clear, without our support, you will die, do you understand? Xiaolin was slightly stunned. She stared at Zhao Lu. Don't tell me. Zhao Lu shook her head. Don't think too much, we never had the intention to harm you, even if you don't cooperate with us in the end. Because you are the Saintess, a person recognized by the sea god, who among the merfolk forces would dare to do anything to you. Once the plot is exposed, they will die without a burial ground. What I want to tell you is every chosen Saintess has a very important mission. That is to go to the demon suppression regret crying sea, and sing for 3 days and 3 nights, using the song to eliminate the increasingly dense demonic nature in the regret crying sea. This is an extremely dangerous mission. It can be said to be a narrow escape. Many of the previous Saintesses died in the cries of regret. Some of them came back alive, but they also became crazy and muttered to themselves. Although the position of Saintess is good, there are huge risks and dangers. If not for this mission, the number of mermaids competing for Saintess would increase by at least 10 times. There's such a thing. Xiaolin was stunned. Zhao Lu smiled. Do you think I am lying to you? Although this information is hidden, it is not an important secret. With your current status and identity, you can easily find out. You can ask anyone, of course, ordinary merfolk are still in the dark. In the sea areas controlled by the Sacred Court, the most dangerous one is the Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea. It is an absolute forbidden area. Legend has it that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable suppressed a peerless demonic path Gu Immortal there. The Immortal Venerable could not bear to take the demonic path Gu Immortal's life, so he suppressed him and made him repent. This demonic path Gu Immortal had no choice but to repent. Thus his cries of remorse could be heard frequently in that sea area. But his sins were too heavy. His demonic nature was too strong. Every once in a while, the demonic nature in the sea area would accumulate and affect the living beings in the sea, making them stronger and more vicious. The Saintess mission is to go to the center of Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea, and sing with all your strength, using your voice to eliminate the demonic nature in the sea area. Otherwise, as time passes, the demonic nature in Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea will get stronger and stronger. The living beings in the sea will become even more vicious and domineering, invading all directions. This demonic nature can even spread, causing Demon Suppression Regret Crying sea area to expand and become larger. This was the first time Xiaolin had heard of such a secret. Shock appeared on her face. That means to say, even if they have sufficient support and preparations, it will still be very dangerous. If I go alone, without your help, I will almost be courting death? Not almost, but definitely. Zhao Lu's tone was firm. She thought she could convince Xiaolin with this, but Xiaolin still shook her head. Even so, I do not want to cooperate. Even if you die? Zhao Lu's expression turned cold. Xiaolin was hesitant, but Feng Yuan's figure in her heart made her stick to her agreement with Feng Yuan. Yes, I insist, even if I die. Zhao Lu was extremely angry, but she forced a smile. Then, I can only wish you good luck. The two sisters parted on bad terms. Haha, it really appeared. In front of the merit obelisk, Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. On the merit obelisk, a new mission appeared. Help the new Saintess complete the most important mission. The mission did not have any detailed content. As for what the mission was, just by looking at this mission, others would have no idea. But Feng Yuan had already investigated it. In this Merman Sacred Court, the chosen Saintesses all had one important mission. That was to purify Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea. If there was such a mission, then Feng Yuan could enter Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea. But the problem was, Feng Yuan was not sure if such a mission would appear on the merit obelisk. So Feng Yuan needed to support a Saintess. And this Saintess should have no one to rely on, and her strength should be low. This way, the Saintess would not be able to complete her mission. She would need help from outsiders. In this grotto heaven, other than the suppressed demonic immortals, There were probably no native Gu immortals. Demon suppression regret crying sea was extremely dangerous. Every once in a while, it would accumulate demonic nature. The method of restraining it in the grotto heaven was to choose saintesses. They had to sacrifice themselves and advance wave after wave. The saintess mission was very important. If the saintess generation stopped for too long, the demonic nature might spread to the whole grotto heaven. Of course, this did not exclude the possibility of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's ambush. Everything Feng Yuan did was to facilitate the creation of this mission. From the results, his plan was perfect. Without hesitation, Feng Yuan accepted this mission and teleported to the sacred city again. Several days later, Saintess Xiaolin stood on a giant tortoise, slowly moving towards demon suppression regret crying sea. Behind her was Feng Yuan. The journey was calm and peaceful, but suddenly, a strong wind blew. Crying sounds could be heard along with the wind. I regret it so much. Why did I provoke Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable? I regret it so much. Xiaolin was shocked. She quickly looked at Feng Yuan. Master Chu, no worries. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. He secretly used wisdom path methods to calm down Xiaolin and the giant tortoise. This crying sound was like an immortal killer move. It could affect the emotions of ordinary people. The closer they got to the center of demon suppression regret crying sea, the louder and more concentrated the crying sounds. I regret it. I should not have killed so many people. I regret it. I should not have left to pursue strength. If only I could stay by my parents' side and fulfill my filial piety. I repent. I deceived everyone. I hid immortal Gu. I let my most trusted friend take the blame. I obtained the benefits myself. The sorrowful cries made Xiaolin's face turn pale. Feng Yuan, however, became even more excited, because he could already sense the huge immortal formation here. I am almost certain that Regret Gu is here. But if I take Regret Gu, will I destroy Paradise Earth's arrangements and trigger his backup plan? Feng Yuan had some doubts. Regret Gu was a huge matter. It was used to suppress the giant demon in the sea. It was clearly not part of Paradise Earth's true inheritance. But for Feng Yuan, it was a crucial Gu worm that he had to take away. Thus, Feng Yuan decided to take the risk. He relaxed his mind and activated his investigative methods. This demon suppression regret crying formation gradually appeared in his mind. It was becoming clearer and more comprehensive. This time, it was Feng Yuan's turn to have a pale expression. Such an amazing formation. It is as vast as the starry sky. My formation path attainment level is extraordinary. And I also have extremely powerful wisdom path methods. But to comprehend all of the profundities of this formation, I will need decades of time. Cold sweat appeared on Feng Yuan's forehead. His heart suddenly shook. Regret Gu. He found Regret Gu. Even though Regret Gu was concealed, Feng Yuan had already deduced from all sorts of clues and arrangements that Regret Gu was hiding in the central part of the sea. How do I get Regret Gu? If I act rashly and trigger the formation's backlash, it will be very bad. Maybe I can use Reverse Flow Protection Seal to fight it head-on? Or should I use the power of the giant demon that is suppressed? Feng Yuan racked his brains, thinking continuously. If he released the giant demon, this small world would be plunged into misery and suffering, but Feng Yuan had no qualms or pity about it. Just as Feng Yuan was thinking, a change occurred. The entire formation was activated. Regret Gu flew out and shot towards Feng Yuan. At the same time, an extremely grand force surged out and acted on Feng Yuan. Chapter 1688. Dark clouds covered the sky and torrential rain poured down. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, shaking heaven and earth. Central Continent, Maple Leaf City, in the City Lord's manor. Maple Leaf City Lord stood in a corridor outside a house, pacing around. He had a square face and was not imposing but angry. Right now his brows were tightly furrowed. His mood was like the sky, restless and extremely worried. Suddenly he stopped and walked to the door, listening attentively. Other than the sound of the storm and thunder, he could hear his wife's miserable groans and the shouts of several midwives. Wife, use more strength, use more strength. Maple Leaf City Lord was already over 50 years old, and deeply loved his wife. He was a rank 5 Gu master with the strongest battle strength in the surrounding thousands of li. He had a high status and was a charismatic leader. He was loved by many. But the only flaw was that he did not have a child. 9 months ago, he was overjoyed because his wife was finally pregnant with his flesh and blood. He could be said to have gotten a child at an old age. The biggest regret in his life was made up for. But even though he invited 3 famous midwives, 2 with rank 3 cultivation level and 1 with rank 4 cultivation level, he still encountered unexpected difficulties on the day of his wife's delivery. How can this be? Maple Leaf City Lord wanted to vent his anger, but had no way to vent it. He clenched his fists. The battle strength he was so proud of was useless now. Even though he had many healing goo worms, he was not good at helping women give birth. Sigh. He could only restrain his emotions and lower his head, pacing around the corridor in front of the door. Wah, wah, wah. Suddenly he heard a baby crying. Next he heard the midwife laughing inside. She gave birth, it's a boy. Wife, you succeeded. I have a child. My son. Maple Leaf City Lord was stunned before becoming overjoyed. He could not wait to open the door and rush in to take a look. But at this time, a strange fragrance came from inside the house. This fragrance refreshed the mind and was not greasy at all. Next, the fragrance thickened and condensed into colorful flowing lights that floated in the air like streams of water, enveloping the whole house and even the surrounding hundreds of steps. What is this? Maple Leaf City Lord stopped in his tracks, extremely shocked. What shocked him even more was that the colorful lights in the air were increasing in number, and the fragrance was getting stronger and stronger. The thunderstorm in the sky suddenly stopped, and the dark clouds slowly dispersed. Sunlight pierced through the gaps between the dark clouds and shone down like a pillar. There was a magnificent pillar of light that shone precisely on the delivery room of the city lord's wife. After that, the flowing lights and vibrant colors condensed together to actually form a crimson-colored lotus the size of a house. It floated in midair, vivid and lifelike, and didn't disperse for a long time. A natural anomaly. The master of Maple Leaf City was shocked. His wife and the 3 midwives were also stunned on the spot. At the same time, in the sky above the 9 heavens, 3 rank 8 Goo immortals stood on the clouds, observing Maple Leaf City's City Lord manner. They saw the unusual phenomenon of the birth of the baby. It has finally appeared. Duke May, who was standing at the center, heaved a long sigh. He looked old and kind. His eyebrows were especially strange, like 2 delicate dark brown roots, extending from his eyebrows all the way to his chest. This child is extraordinary after all, favored by the fate of the human Tao. His innate fate is already so rich, actually condensing into a red lotus canopy, visible to the naked eye. This is definitely an immortal venerable seed. Our celestial court did not expend 3 wisdom path Goo immortals to deduce him in vain. Goo immortal Duke Tong, who was standing on the left, sighed with emotion. He was a middle-aged man with an extremely strong physique. His face and skin were like brass, emitting a cold metallic luster. He stood on the clouds like a towering mountain, like a Vajra pagoda, giving off a peerless aura of not moving even when the world was shaking, of being indifferent to wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Duke May nodded. Past immortal venerables and demon venerables have a common characteristic, that is, they possess the luck of the human Tao. It is just that some do not show it initially, they hide their luck and hide it. Only after a certain period of time would it suddenly erupt. This child had such a phenomenon at birth. No wonder heaven and earth could not tolerate it, and sent down calamities and tribulations to destroy him. This is rare even in the records of past venerables. If this child is nurtured properly, he will definitely become the most outstanding existence among the venerables. Saying so, Duke May's body suddenly shook. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Duke May. Duke Tong frowned. You and I have suffered heavy injuries in resisting the calamities and tribulations. Lord Duke May. The Goo immortal on the right also revealed a concerned expression. He had the appearance of a human youth with purple hair, and a dragon-shaped aura constantly revolving around his body. Duke May looked at the young Goo immortal. Duke Long, Fate Goo has already revealed that you have an extremely deep fate with this child. When this child becomes a venerable in the future, you will be his Tao guardian. Go take him as your disciple, guide him and nurture him. You will help him, and he will help you. The two of you are destined to shine brightly in the history of humanity. You will never be forgotten. Yes, I will go now. The young Gu immortal Duke Long nodded. Go. Duke Tong's brows were still tightly furrowed. After returning to Celestial Court, Duke Mei and I will enter the longest hibernation to recuperate. The era of the Celestial Court's 3 dukes will never return. Duke Long, you will lead the Celestial Court, and lead the Celestial Court to continue bringing glory to this great world. Yes. Duke Long restrained the surging emotions in his heart as he stepped on a cloud and slowly descended. His sleeves fluttered, and with a wave of his hand, chi currents surged, vast and boundless. Dragon roars resounded incessantly, attracting the attention of heaven and earth and shocking everyone. Under this boundless aura, he slowly descended and landed in Maple Leaf City Lord's manor. Including Maple Leaf City Lord, all the guards were already kneeling on the ground, many of them shivering. Maple Leaf City Lord was a knowledgeable person after all. He knew about the existence of Gu immortals, and also knew that his strength could not resist even a finger of a Gu immortal. He forcefully calmed himself down and greeted. I am Hongzhu, greetings to Lord Immortal. I wonder why Lord Immortal has descended to the mortal world. Duke Long smiled. Hongzhu, your son is the child of luck, a peerless genius that appears once in a million years. His aptitude is superb and rarely seen in the world. As long as he is nurtured properly, he will definitely become a great person in the future. But if he lacks guidance, there is the danger of slaughtering living beings and creating chaos in the universe. So I am very happy to see this talent, and for the sake of the common people of humanity, I have specially come to take this child as my disciple. In the future, I will nurture and guide him carefully, making him the leader of the righteous path and a Gu immortal who seeks for the welfare of the whole of humanity. Ah! Hearing this, Maple Leaf City Lord Hongzhu was pleasantly surprised. He was shocked by Duke Long's words, but he had seen the phenomenon of heaven and earth with his own eyes, so he was somewhat mentally prepared. He was naturally happy that his son had a Gu immortal master. His future achievements would be limitless and he would absolutely surpass his father. Although he was the lord of a city and had a high status and authority, compared to a Gu immortal, it was like a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning. But other than joy, Hongzhu was also a little disappointed. He had a son at an old age, but before he could even see his son, he was going to be taken in as a disciple by a Lord Immortal. The chances of them meeting each other in the future would be extremely limited. Duke Long took a look at Hongzhu and immediately knew what he was thinking. He consoled. Don't worry, I am only here today to explain this matter and not to take your son away. When he is 10 years old, it will be the right time for me to bring him up the mountain and teach him some skills. Hongzhu heard this and was extremely excited. He quickly thanked him. At this time, the door opened. The city lord's wife had already packed up and was carrying the newborn baby. She walked out of the room with the 3 midwives and quickly knelt on the ground, paying respects to Duke Long. Duke Long's gaze was immediately attracted by the baby. He laughed heartily and took a step forward, arriving in front of the city lord's wife at the next moment. He carefully carried the baby and observed it. This baby did not have the ugly appearance of a newborn baby. He had a head of black hair, red lips and white teeth, and looked very cute. His eyes were as bright as stars, shining brightly. His skin was fair and tender, and his chubby face was extremely lovable. At this time, the red lotus that was hovering in midair slowly descended and kept shrinking. Under Duke Long's gaze, it finally landed on the baby's forehead and condensed into a 9-petaled red lotus birthmark. A trace of shock flashed in Duke Long's eyes. He thought to himself, this fate condenses into a birthmark, engraved between the brows. This is a phenomenon that none of the previous venerable ones have. This disciple of mine will probably be very special when he becomes a venerable one in the future. At this thought, the child that was light as a feather in Duke Long's arms felt as heavy as a mountain. A strong sense of mission and responsibility filled Duke Long's heart. There's no need to kneel, get up. After looking at it for a while, Duke Long solemnly returned the baby to the city lord's wife. He opened his mouth and exhaled. 3 streams of aura flashed. One of them landed on the baby, while the other 2 entered the city lord's wife's body. The baby immediately fell into a deep sleep with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, the city lord's wife felt a boundless power filling their limbs and bones. The city lord's wife exclaimed. The weakness from just giving birth had already disappeared. She was brimming with energy and had returned to her youthful state. Meanwhile, City Lord Hongzhu was shocked to find that all his old injuries had healed. The primeval essence in his aperture had actually surpassed common sense and had a trace of green luster. His strength that could not increase anymore seemed to have risen by a huge chunk. Hongzhu was not in a hurry to sense the changes in his body. He immediately thanked Duke Long together with his wife. Duke Long waved his hand. There's no need to thank me, because I still need your help. One's parents and one's master could not replace one another. I like the fact that you two love each other, and more importantly, care deeply for your son. Let him feel the love and warmth of the world. This will be of great help to his growth. 10 years later, I will come again. Saying so, Duke Long slowly floated up into the sky. Along the way, air currents surged and dragon roars resounded in a rhythmic manner, like a formless dragon tide surging. The mortals in the city looked up at the sky, watching as Duke Long flew away until his figure was concealed by the clouds. After a moment of silence, there was a loud explosion and the entire city went into an uproar. For the fastest novel reading without errors, please visit Chapter 1689. The clear blue sky was cloudless. Maple Leaf City was bustling with people. It had been 6 years since the birth of the city lord's son, Hong Ting. In these 6 years, Maple Leaf City had no disasters. The weather was good and the city's scale kept expanding. It had already grown more than 10 times its original size. It was the first human city in the entire plains. Chirp, 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 chirp. A flock of spiritual sparrows flew over from nowhere. Their bodies shone with golden light as they flew over in large groups. They had extraordinary intelligence. When they flew to the sky above the city lord's mansion, they suddenly exploded and turned into specks of golden light that fell down. In the city lord's mansion, Hong Ting was waving the small treasure sword in his hand. He moved quickly among the rockery and danced with the sword. For a moment, Hong Ting's figure was nowhere to be seen. Only a ball of sword light could be seen, shining like silver. Good. Amazing. Young master is really talented. This sword technique has only been taught for 3 months and he has already mastered it. It's really hard to imagine. The surrounding guards praised him from the bottom of their hearts. City Lord Hongzhu stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. He was full of pride for his son. As for the shock, it had already disappeared. In these years, Hong Ting's aptitude and performance had repeatedly refreshed his understanding. It made him understand how shallow his understanding of the word genius was. Because he had been shocked too many times, Hongzhu had already become numb. In the following years it became a matter of course. Clang. At this moment, there was a crisp sound. The silver sword light suddenly disappeared and Hong Ting's figure appeared again. He held the small treasure sword and cut off a corner of a mountain rock. Immediately, cheers and praises were heard. Father, I always feel that this sword technique is not enough. There is a lot of room for improvement. Hong Ting's lips were red and his teeth were white. His eyes were like stars. He walked out of the rockery with a smile on his face. Father Hongzhu laughed. This sword technique of yours is the secret manual of the famous sword cultivator Zhao Sansi. I exchanged for it with a rare treasure. You have only practiced for 3 months and you don't like it? Hong Ting blinked his eyes. A cute slyness flashed in his eyes. Father, I just said it out of feeling. To be honest, this sword technique is just SOSO. I have practiced for 3 months and have already grasped the essence. Hongzhu nodded and felt a headache again. Her son's aptitude was too high. He learned everything quickly, and he learned everything to the end. This was a good point, but there was also a bad point. A few years ago, Hong Ting had already hollowed out Hongzhu's foundation. He tried every possible way to find other people's secret manuals to teach Hong Ting, but it still could not stop Hong Ting's black hole-like learning ability. In the long run, what should they do? Right at this moment, a flock of spirit sparrows flew over their heads and exploded into golden specks of light. The specks of light sprinkled down and quickly merged into everyone's minds. Most of them were absorbed by Hong Ting alone. For a moment, everyone's faces were filled with joy. They had all been imparted and mastered all kinds of strange secret manuals. It's another immortal imparting technique. I wonder which immortal did this. We still have to thank the young master. It's all thanks to him. All the guards looked at Hong Ting fervently. Even Hong Zhu's gaze had a trace of complexity. Hong Ting shut his eyes and immersed himself in the rich knowledge that had suddenly appeared. Hong Zhu and the rest were already used to it. Even the people outside the city lord's manor were only slightly surprised before returning to their normal lives, busying themselves with their own matters. Phenomena and immortal traces were fascinating, but when such things happened many times, they became normal. The immortal traces that happened to Hong Ting were no longer a simple concept. They were so numerous that people were numb to it. Ever since he was born and was taken in as a disciple by Duke Long, he would often appear in immortal traces. Duke Long was the leader of Celestial Court. Not mentioning the rank 8 Gu immortals of Celestial Court, just the 10 great ancient sects of Celestial Court were all colossal forces, overlords of their own regions with deep foundations. Duke Long took in a disciple with great fanfare without concealment. Everyone understood his intentions. Thus, be it Central Continent's righteous path, demonic path, or lone immortals, they were all very concerned about Hong Ting's growth. Hong Ting was a luck seed. He would be nurtured by Celestial Court to become a future immortal venerable. This was no secret. Thus, every once in a while, Gu immortals or descendants of Gu immortals would secretly help Hong Ting, forming good karma and becoming familiar with him. Thus, golden sparrow imparting techniques were no longer rare. There were also spirit crane imparting techniques, auspicious clouds delivering fruits, sacred wind cleansing marrow, and other immortal traces and phenomena. After a long while, Hong Ting completely absorbed the knowledge in his mind, but he frowned. Although there are 18 types of weapon training techniques in here, each of them is exquisite, there is still no method to awaken the aperture in advance. Father, when can I open my aperture and control Gu worms? These techniques, no matter how high they are only mortal techniques. Only manipulating Gu worms is the proper way. My son, don't be anxious. Have you forgotten what your master instructed me in the letter he sent? Hong Zhu said in a pleasant tone. Hong Ting impatiently waved his hand. Father, I know. Master said that although I can awaken the aperture in advance, I can only do it when I am 12 years old. If the time is not right and the opportunity is not here, I cannot advance it. I am very curious. Master is so powerful. Why can't he help me awaken my aperture now? Hong Zhu's expression sank. Son, your master is an upper immortal. You cannot understand what he is thinking, but you have to listen to him. You have to understand that he will absolutely not harm you, just like how our parents love and protect you. Yes, father. I said something wrong, father. Please don't be angry, okay? Hong Ting quickly cupped his fists. He was very filial towards his parents. Time passed, several years passed in the blink of an eye. Duke Long appeared again and officially took Hong Ting as his disciple, personally teaching him as he traveled around the world. When Hong Ting was 12 years old, Duke Long helped him awaken his aperture. He officially stepped on the path of Gu cultivation, and because of his peerless aptitude and solid foundation, his cultivation advanced rapidly. It wasn't just his cultivation base that had improved. His experience had also been enriched along the way. He met many people, from mortals to immortals, from kind people to evil people. His understanding of life and heaven and earth continued to deepen. He was chivalrous, he abhorred evil. He was handsome and confident. He was resourceful and resourceful. Master, I found out that villainous Xue Tu Dao who slaughtered the village. He is on a nearby mountain. On this day, Hong Ting returned from hunting and returned to the cave, excitedly saying to Duke Long. Duke Long nodded and smiled. Sit down, my soup is almost done. This is the bone soup of an ancient desolate beast. It will be very beneficial to your growth. Hong Ting threw the prey in his hand to the ground and gritted his teeth. Master, over a year ago, I wanted to attack Xue Tu Dao and exterminate evil. You said I only had rank 3 cultivation while he was rank 5. I could not fight him. I could not go. Half a year ago, I already had rank 4 cultivation and had 8 killer moves. I had a high chance of taking Xue Tu Dao's life, but you said I did not have 100% chance and should not make a move. 3 months ago, I already had rank 5 cultivation and could deal with Xue Tu Dao in 2 or 3 moves, but you said it was not time for him to die. It was not time to kill him. Master, if we continue to let such an evil person live, Who knows how many innocent lives will be lost? Now it is time for me to make a move. Duke Long put down the ladle in his hand and stopped stirring the bone soup in the pot, sighing. Disciple, the opportunity has not come. I don't care about the opportunity. I only know that if I do not make a move now, I will have missed the opportunity. Hong Ting's attitude was very firm. Duke Long shook his head. At this time, Xue Tudao's life is not time. If you forcibly kill him, not only will it be futile, there will also be unexpected twists and turns, resulting in a tragedy. I don't believe it. I only need one move to take his life. Hong Ting raised a finger, his eyes fixed on Duke Long, his gaze burning as if his eyes were burning with fire. Duke Long was silent for a moment. Then go, young man, try it. Thank you for your permission, master. Hong Ting was overjoyed. Master only hopes that you will not be disappointed when the time comes. How could I be disappointed? Master, please wait for a moment. Disciple will return in 30 minutes with Xue Tudao's head. Hong Ting turned and left. But after the time it took for 1 incense stick to burn, 2 incense sticks to burn, 3 incense sticks to burn, Hong Ting was still nowhere to be seen. Everything was in Duke Long's eyes. He knew the time was ripe. He left the cave, crossed the sea of trees and flew to Hong Ting's side. Hong Ting knelt on the ground, his face filled with anger and regret. He stared blankly at the foot of the mountain. There used to be a small village there. The villagers lived peacefully and peacefully. His eyes were red, filled with veins of blood. When he saw Duke Long, he raised his head. There were clear traces of tears on his face. Master, I had never expected that there would be a Gu immortal inheritance here. That Xue Tudao wanted to inherit this inheritance, so he secretly came here. I broke his plan, so he used the power of the inheritance to stop me. I fought with all my strength, but the aftermath of the battle caused the mountain to collapse and actually buried the small village. Master, it was me. I caused the deaths of these villagers at the foot of the mountain. Hong Ting sobbed. Duke Long did not console him. He was silent for a moment before suddenly saying, Disciple, do you want to take revenge? Do you want to get rid of Xue Tudao? The time has come. Is that so? Where is he? Hong Ting's body shook as he asked. On that mountain. Duke Long pointed. Hong Ting immediately rushed over and easily killed Xue Tudao. I can't accept this. I have clearly inherited the true inheritance, but I have not digested the results yet. Just now, I narrowly escaped death. I was weak and powerless, but you saw me. If I had more time, I would not be afraid of me. I could still become a Gu immortal. These were Xue Tudao's last words. Hong Ting stood in front of Xue Tudao's corpse in silence. Duke Long's figure appeared behind Hong Ting again. He was silent. After a while, Hong Ting retracted his dazed gaze from Xue Tudao's body and asked in a hoarse voice, Master, you said that if I listened to your arrangements, I could easily kill him. That village's people would not be implicated, right? Duke Long did not speak. He only stretched out his hand and lightly patted Hong Ting's shoulder. Chapter 1690. Fate. Duke Long sighed. His expression was solemn and complicated. He walked a few steps and sat on a rock, then patted the spot next to him, indicating for Hong Ting to sit down. Hong Ting copied Duke Long and sat down cross-legged. Look. Duke Long pointed at the foot of the rock he was sitting on. Hong Ting immediately looked over and saw a small group of ants next to the rock. They were in a line, carrying food and returning it to their nest. This is fate. Duke Long continued. Ah, look again. Duke Long pointed at the sky again. Hong Ting looked up at the sky and saw white clouds of all shapes and sizes floating in the sky. This is also fate. Duke Long continued. Hong Ting's heart moved as if he understood something. Master, you mean? He could not continue. He understood something in his heart, but he could not express it in words. Ants move food, bees gather honey, the wind blows, the clouds float, all living things have their own paths. From our perspective, they may not have any rules, but they actually all move according to the rules of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Look at the sun and moon. Every day, the sun rises and the moon sets, the moon rises and the sun sets. Look at a person's life and death. No matter what kind of person, even if they are an immortal venerable or a demon venerable, they all have to die from life to death. All of this is fate. Every person, every life, even every rock, every drop of water, every ball of fire, since they exist in this world, they must have their own meaning and value. Good and evil are the same. Without good, where would evil come from? Without evil, what need is there for good? You were in a hurry to get rid of Xuetu Dao because you did not see his value. Since the great Tao of heaven and earth wanted him to exist, there must be a reason for him to live. This is fate. Fate has already arranged everything in the world. It is just that we can only feel the way of this arrangement. We cannot see it clearly. It is normal to not see clearly the rules of the great Tao of the universe. Even immortals cannot fully understand them in their entire lives. We are too weak, and the world is too vast. We should revere the heavens and the earth and follow the arrangements of fate. Only then can we follow the will of the heavens and benefit the world. The reason why your parents got together was fate's arrangement. The greatest meaning was to bring you into this world. You will become an immortal sovereign in the future. This is also fate's arrangement. You have to accept it and climb to the peak step by step. In the end, you will become the leader of the celestial court and dedicate your life to the righteous path of the world. As for me, the greatest meaning of my life is to guide you onto the correct path. I am your Tao protector. You have to believe in fate and acknowledge it. Everything it does has its own reasons. If we forcefully interfere and change it, we will inevitably get tragedy and regret. Just like how you wanted to take Xuetu Dao's life in advance. Did you kill him in the end? Duke Long shook his head. No. Although your strength far exceeds his, you will encounter all sorts of unexpected situations. So in the end, not only did you fail to eliminate him, you even implicated the innocent. Now think about it. If you listened to fate's arrangement and killed Xuetu Dao when he was at his weakest, would you still encounter these accidents? Now let me tell you, the meaning of Xuetu Dao's existence is to open this Gu immortal inheritance, to be a pioneer and bring this inheritance to you. Hong Ting was stupefied. He was motionless like a statue. 2 streams of tears flowed down from his eyes as he choked with sobs. Master, I was wrong. Knowing your mistakes and being able to correct them is the greatest virtue. Actually, your wrong choice earlier was also fate's arrangement. Duke Long said. Master, what do you mean? We are all under fate's arrangements. You think you are going to break fate, but your thoughts are actually fate's arrangements. You don't need to feel guilty, you should understand fate's intentions. Do you think your wrong choice is worthless? Wrong. Every mistake has a measurable value to a youngster's growth. If you can learn from this mistake and recognize the existence of fate, accepting and acknowledging it, then this mistake will have value. The destruction of that mountain village has the meaning of destruction. Saying so, Duke Long gazed deeply at Hong Ting. My disciple, you are a talented and intelligent child, a good and obedient child, but I have a worry, you are too emotional. Now that you have rank 5 cultivation, when I ask you to consider which path to immortal ascension, I'm afraid you will choose wisdom path, right? Master, you have great insight, disciple indeed thinks so, disciple feels that wisdom path is very suitable for me. Hong Ting said honestly. Duke Long shook his head. Wisdom path pays attention to thoughts, will and emotions. You are too emotional. Studying emotions will do you more harm than good. Listen to me, choose time path. When you look at the past and present, all sorts of ups and downs, glory and disgrace, you will understand that all emotions and romantic relationships will be washed away by time. I have obtained a revelation from Fate Gu. Time path is the most suitable path for you. Hong Ting opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but finally nodded. Disciple will listen to master's teachings, I will choose time path. Duke Long nodded in relief. That's good. Master is your Tao protector, guiding you onto the correct path. This is the meaning of master's existence. Time continued to flow. Hong Ting chose time path, and under Duke Long's protection he successfully passed the immortal ascension tribulation, and became a time path Gu immortal. Exalted immortal Hong Ting, that demon has threatened to slaughter the entire city unless I marry my daughter to him as a concubine. He is a high and mighty Gu immortal, we are just mortals. We have no other choice, please consider my relationship with your father and exterminate the demon. An old city lord came and knelt on the ground, begging Hong Ting to help. Hong Ting recognized that this city lord's city was very close to Maple Leaf City. They had frequent dealings, they indeed had a deep relationship. He had even seen this city lord's daughter. They had played together in their childhood. Old man, quickly get up. I will definitely help you, but... Hong Ting paused. The time is not right yet. The old city lord was overjoyed. Since Upper Immortal has agreed, I can rest assured. I believe Upper Immortal will not go back on your words. Hong Ting had been waiting for a good opportunity. He finally reached the moment when that demon Gu Immortal should die. He decisively took action, and easily eradicated the demon. However, the old city lord knelt on the ground. Looking at the ruins and corpses in the city, he cried in sorrow. This wretched demon, you are finally dead. Sob, 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 my obedient daughter, my citizens, you can rest in peace. Your revenge has been avenged. Disciple greets Master. I wonder what matter does Master summon Disciple for? Hong Ting arrived in front of Duke Long. Disciple, Master has sensed fate. Floating Flower River is about to flood at this moment. The river has changed its course. I want you to go and save people. Remember, you cannot act in advance. You can only act after 3 days and 3 nights. Duke Long instructed. Yes, Master. Hong Ting came to the bank of Floating Flower River and looked at the spreading river water. Countless living beings were destitute and destitute. Drowned corpses were floating on the surface of the river. He forcibly restrained his emotions and waited for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, he found that he did not need to do anything. The river water had already retreated by itself. Many places had already exposed muddy ground. The aura of a wild immortal Gu rose up. It was actually not far away from Hong Ting. Hong Ting easily subdued this wild immortal Gu. Good Gu, it is actually a rank 7-time path Gu, it is suitable for me. Howl. 2 ancient desolate beasts were attracted by the aura of the wild immortal Gu. Hong Ting's expression was solemn. He hid himself and waited for these 2 ancient desolate beasts to kill each other, one dead and one injured, before he made his move and captured these 2 ancient desolate beasts. Amazing, amazing. Looking at the traces of the battlefield, Hong Ting came to a realization. So this is the ingenious arrangement of fate. After the intense battle between these 2 ancient desolate beasts, Floating Flower River has expanded by several times. At the same time, the river has been soaked in the blood of the ancient desolate beasts, becoming thick and solid. From now on, Floating Flower River's flood will not happen again. Also, the land beside Floating Flower River has been soaked in the river water, and the blood essence of countless living beings' corpses. It will become extremely fertile. The mortals who will migrate here in the future will truly be blessed. Bull-headed demon brute, quickly release my parents, otherwise I will make you wish you were dead. Hong Ting stared at bull-headed demon immortal. His eyes were almost spewing fire. Bull-headed demon immortal grabbed Hong Ting's parents with each hand, laughing loudly. Lad, who asked you to be so arrogant? You want to get rid of me? When I became a Gu immortal, who knows where you were suckling milk? Are you afraid now? Hong Ting was afraid of harming the innocent. He shouted in anger. Bull-headed demon immortal Gu quickly shouted. Don't come over, don't be rash. Don't you want your parents' lives? If you come over, I will directly crush your parents' heads. What do you want? Hong Ting shouted. Bull-headed demon immortal Gu laughed sinisterly. All right. As long as you return my lifespan Gu to me, I will return your parents. Otherwise, I don't have many days left to live. I will take your parents along with me. Hong Ting was stunned on the spot. According to fate's arrangement, those 2 wild lifespan Gu should belong to bull-headed demon immortal Gu. But Hong Ting thought of his parents' old age and near the end of their lifespan, so he hid it from Duke Long and took these 2 lifespan Gu. He had not expected bull-headed demon immortal Gu to find him and bring disaster to his parents. At once, Hong Ting's face was deathly pale, his forehead full of cold sweat. I have already used your 2 lifespan Gu. I know you gave them to your parents. Bull-headed demon immortal Gu was not surprised. But you are Duke Long's disciple, a future immortal venerable who will enter the celestial court. I don't believe that celestial court does not have lifespan Gu. Bring me 300 years, no 3,000 years of lifespan Gu, and I will let your parents go. This. Hong Ting immediately fell into a dilemma. Finally, after some twists and turns, he finally chased bull-headed demon Immortal Gu away. But his parents were heavily injured. Even with immortal methods, they could not be healed. Father, mother, I have harmed you. If not for me finding lifespan Gu for my parents, they would still have a few more years to live according to their age. Hong Ting wept, kneeling on the ground, feeling extremely helpless. Hong Zhu, however, smiled. My son, life and death are determined by fate. Riches and honor are determined by heaven. Humans have to die eventually. There is longevity in this world, but who can live forever? No one. We are fated to die. There is no need to grieve for us. On the contrary, you should be happy for us. For us to have a son like you, a future immortal venerable, this is such a great honor. Our names will definitely go down in history because of you. Madame Hong followed. My son, listen to your master, be a good person and be righteous. The two elders held each other's hands and stopped breathing. Father, mother. Hong Ting raised his head and cried, his voice hoarse. Time accumulated brilliance in Hong Ting's eyes. The vicissitudes of life and maturity made him even more charismatic as a man. Green mountains, the afterglow of the setting sun. Under the sunset, he and Lu Xian met for the first time. Their eyes met. Both of them felt their hearts palpitate. An indescribable atmosphere quickly spread around the two. Love at first sight. Lu Xian had a strange expression. She asked, "Who are you?" Hong Ting was not surprised. He smiled and replied, "I am your destined husband. My name is Hong Ting." Lu Xian was shocked. "You are the future immortal venerable?" "Don't be surprised. Our meeting here is fate. Love." Hong Ting felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and happiness. He and Lu Xian were together. They were in love with each other. It was as if they were born for each other, like a lock and a key. They were a match made in heaven. They traveled all over the world. They chatted and drank under the moon. They had a tacit understanding. They could express their innermost feelings with just a glance. They even transmitted their thoughts to each other. They were a true immortal couple. They had lived together for hundreds and thousands of years. They supported each other on the path of cultivation. They did not quarrel or get angry once. Lu Xian accompanied Hong Ting all the way to rank 8, to the peak of rank 8, and finally to the realm of rank 9 sovereign. The calamities and tribulations were unimaginable, but Hong Ting still succeeded in the end. Duke Long was heavily injured because of this. Several celestial court Gu immortals died. Hong Ting hugged Lu Xian's cold body as tears flowed down his face. He hugged Lu Xian tightly, saying, don't leave me, I beg you to live. It is useless. I was struck by the calamity and tribulation. It is already a great fortune for me to have left a trace of my soul to see you for the last time. How can I ask for more? Lu Xian smiled. I am useless. I came to undergo tribulation, but I implicated you. Hong Ting lowered his head, tears rolling down his face. No, Hong Ting. That kind of calamity and tribulation. Only someone with my special physique can block it. Even if you give up your lives, there would only be failure. I was born with one of the 10 extreme physiques, and met you. It was all fate's arrangement. At the moment when you were on the brink of death, I suddenly understood that the greatest meaning of my life was to protect you, to block the calamities and tribulations for you, to help you ascend to the position of an immortal venerable. Now, I have done it. No, Xian Air, I would rather not be an immortal venerable. I only want you to live. Hong Ting screamed helplessly. His face was covered in tears as his body trembled. All living beings have their own destinies. They all have their own destinies. Hong Ting, you cannot think like this. You need to live on. Your destiny is to become an immortal venerable, to lead the celestial court, to shine the light of the righteous path over the 5 regions. Do you know, I have always been looking forward to such a scene. Looking forward to standing by your side, accompanying you to be invincible in the world, bringing blessings to the world. It is a pity that I cannot see it. Lu Xian's aura dissipated. She died completely. Hong Ting's head was lowered. His back was bent like a bow, like an old man. A heavy shadow shrouded his face. At this moment, he seemed to have lost all signs of life. He was like a statue, not moving at all. In his immortal aperture, the remaining heaven and earth chi continued to gather, refining a rank 8 immortal goo according to his current mental state. This goo was shaped like a centipede, its body was pale like paper. A centipede had 100 legs, but its legs were replaced by 100 feelers. Every feeler was translucent. They floated in the air, scratching people's hearts and inciting the deepest regret in their hearts. Rank 8 regret goo. Cough, cough, cough. Duke Long coughed out some blood. He got up with difficulty and went to Hong Ting's side. Lu Shuxian died a worthy death, so put away your sorrow, my disciple. This is all fate's arrangement. You are already an immortal venerable now. Rank 9 venerables are rare even in the long river of history. You still have a long life ahead of you. Your mission has just begun. I will abdicate. The celestial court and the 5 regions and 2 heavens need you. Hong Ting, Hong Ting? Duke Long called out softly. Hong Ting slowly raised his head. He did not look at Duke Long. His gaze was still fixed on Lu Shuxian's cold face. He said softly, I regret it. For the fastest novel reading without mistakes, please visit Chapter 1691. What did you say? Duke Long did not hear it clearly. I said I regret it. Hong Ting said again. Duke Long's brows furrowed tightly. He stared at this disciple he was the proudest of in his life with a strict gaze. Regret? Oh Hong Ting, don't speak nonsense. Do you know in your heart how many people contributed and sacrificed themselves to nurture you and support you to your current cultivation level? If you say such words, how can you face those people who supported you since you were young? How can you face your parents? How can you face the recently deceased Lu Shuxian? How can you face the immortals who helped you pass the tribulation and perished? Duke Long berated Hong Ting sternly. All right, Lord Duke Long, Fairy Shuxian's death is a great sorrow. We can completely understand Red Lotus Immortal Venerable's feelings. He was just emotional for a moment. The other Celestial Court Gu Immortals tried to persuade him. Red Lotus Immortal Venerable hee. Hong Ting laughed in disdain. He looked at Duke Long with bloodshot eyes. If I have to sacrifice like this, and there might be even more sacrifices in the future to exchange for the position of an Immortal Venerable, I would rather not have this Immortal Venerable position. Enough. Duke Long flew into a rage. Even if you speak nonsense, you have to stop Hong Ting. Do you think your Immortal Venerable position is something that you can get and give up whenever you want? This is all fate's arrangement. This is the mission you were born with. You have to carry it out. Hong Ting raised his head and laughed loudly. His hair was disheveled and he was in a sorry state. He then looked down at Duke Long. A grand Immortal Venerable, invincible in the world. You can't even do as you please. You can't even give up this Immortal Venerable position? Duke Long snorted coldly. Tell me, Hong Ting, who in this world can do as they please? Your thinking is too childish. You think becoming an Immortal Venerable. You think leading the righteous path means there are no sacrifices? Which thing in this world does not require you to pay? Do you think the word righteous path is so shallow? Wrong. Upholding the righteousness of the celestial court required the most effort and sacrifice. If you don't even have the spirit to sacrifice yourself, then let me tell you, you don't even have the right to join the celestial court. Hong Ting's body trembled. Lord Duke Long, Lord Immortal Venerable, calm down, you are still recuperating, it is not time to quarrel. The other Gu Immortals quickly persuaded. Hong Ting slowly lowered his head, but his fists were tightly clenched. He said with an incomparably firm tone, I want to revive them. Duke Long raised his eyebrows, his expression as cold as ice. Who do you want to resurrect? Everyone who sacrificed their lives for my position as the immortal sovereign. My parents, Lu Shuxian, and many others. Impudent. Duke Long suddenly roared and pointed at Hong Ting. How could you have such a rebellious thought? You clearly know, and I have warned you more than once, that life and death are predestined. The life and death of a person is the law of the great Tao, and the life and death of any life is the ingenious arrangement of fate. You want to resurrect the dead? Do you want the whole universe to fall into chaos? Have you not learned your lesson? The more you act recklessly, the more disastrous tragedies will happen to you. Even if it is a disastrous tragedy, I will choose to endure it. Master, disciple has a question. Why? Why must we accept fate's arrangement? If there is no fate, will this world really fall into chaos? Is there no possibility of it becoming better? Hong Ting's tone was anxious as he asked questions. Duke Long was shaking with anger. This time, even the persuading celestial court Gu immortals slowly retreated, looking at Hong Ting with a strange gaze. Lord Immortal Venerable, your idea is too dangerous. That's right, if there is no fate, there will be no prosperity for our human race. Fate Gu is Celestial Court's supreme treasure. Lord Immortal Venerable actually wants to destroy it? This. You. Hong Ting looked at the surrounding Gu immortals. At this moment, he felt an indescribable deep loneliness. Time passed, an unknown amount of time had passed. In the river of time, a lonely figure appeared. His hair was disheveled, his face was filled with vicissitudes of life. He was like a wanderer who wandered the world without a home. His face still had the shadow of the past Hong Ting, but his expression had completely changed. Red Lotus Demon Venerable looked at the unceasing river of time, sighing faintly. It is time to leave behind my inheritance. He slowly descended. When his feet were about to touch the surface of the river of time, he slowly stopped. This first Stone Lotus Island, and also the most important Stone Lotus Island, will use Regret Gu as the core. It will be left to the otherworldly demon, the person who has the greatest hope of destroying fate in the future. Thereupon, a Stone Lotus Island gradually formed. Red Lotus Demon Venerable left behind rank 8 Regret Gu here. He also left behind a large number of Time Path immortal materials, immortal killer moves, a portion of true meaning that contained his truest memories, and a powerful immortal killer move. After completing it, Red Lotus Demon Venerable dragged his extremely tired body and flew away. Time passed quickly, a long time passed. An outsider entered this Stone Lotus Island. He wore coarse hemp clothes, his body was thin, he was bald and had an ordinary face. He was barefooted, there was some mud on his legs and soles. He looked like a farmer who had just returned from working in the fields. But his face was very young. His eyes were shining brightly, filled with compassion and benevolence. Red Lotus True Meaning appeared, condensing into the illusory appearance of Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He smiled at the muddle-footed youngster. An esteemed guest has finally arrived. I am Paradise Earth. After much effort, I finally found this place. This person was Paradise Earth, who had become an immortal venerable. Red Lotus True Meaning asked directly, what is the purpose of Immortal Venerable's visit? Paradise Earth smiled. Senior Red Lotus, why do you ask when you already know the answer? Red Lotus True Meaning also smiled. You are right, fate is only damaged and not completely destroyed, everything can still be traced. We can observe it from the river of time. After pausing for a moment, Red Lotus True Meaning continued. I can lend you Regret Gu. As for you wanting to snatch my inheritor, that will depend on your own ability. A solemn expression emerged on Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's face. Even though he is an otherworldly demon, he is not a heartless person. Put down the butcher's knife and repent. Who does not want redemption? I am willing to try. Red Lotus True Meaning laughed loudly. All right. When my main body created this island, I was still a little worried. After all, with the existence of the Celestial Court, I was not completely confident. But now that you have made a move, everything is settled. This is Regret Gu, take it. Regret Gu slowly flew out. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable stretched out his hands that were covered in light, carefully receiving it. As expected of Regret Gu, it can spread and draw out endless feelings of regret. Only those who do not have any regret in their hearts can be immune to this greatest flaw. Other than that, any Gu immortal who gets close to it will feel unparalleled pain of regret. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable smiled bitterly. If not for my rank 9 cultivation level, I might not be able to suppress it. It seems that you also have regret in your heart. Red Lotus True Meaning sighed. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable laughed lightly. Who doesn't have any regrets in their life? After keeping Regret Gu in his immortal aperture, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable bowed towards Red Lotus True Meaning. I will take my leave, I will definitely bring him here. Fong Yuan opened his eyes. The dazed expression in his eyes slowly dissipated. He had read through the memories left behind by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He understood the cause and effect of everything. To think that I actually arrived at Red Lotus Island. Even though Red Lotus Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died, the arrangements of these two rank 9 great experts are still effective. Feng Yuan sighed as he looked at Red Lotus True Meaning, as well as the rank 8 regret goo that was floating in front of him. Red Lotus True Meaning smiled. Oh Feng Yuan, you have finally arrived. There is no need for me to explain. I believe that you will do your best to destroy Fate Goo. So, accept my true inheritance. It has already been waiting for you for over 1,000,000 years. Feng Yuan nodded. He stretched out his hand and was about to grab Regret Goo. Red Lotus True Meaning quickly said, "Be careful, Regret Goo cannot be touched directly, otherwise, even if you refine it, you will be drowned in endless feelings of regret. I have already prepared a method for you. You only need to. There is no need." Feng Yuan had an indifferent expression as he grabbed Regret Goo and refined it. Red Lotus True Meaning was shocked. You. Chapter 1692. The great river surged, coming from where it came and going. Feng Yuan stood at the edge of the Red Lotus Stone Island, looking at the river of time in front of him with a tranquil expression and eerie eyes. The river of time could be said to be the most special secluded domain of heaven and earth, because it ran through the whole world. Without its existence and operation, the whole Goo Master world would turn into a still image, without any changes or vitality. Feng Yuan sees Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley. These two secluded domains of heaven and earth belonged to him, but he absolutely could not take away the whole river of time. This secluded domain of heaven and earth was shared by all living beings in the world. Every beast, every blade of grass, every piece of rock, every drop of water vapor enjoyed the benefits of the river of time. Even Goo immortals would at most have a tributary of the river of time in their immortal aperture. The river of time was the shared wealth of the whole world. Every drop of the water of time was pale white and transparent. Trillions of water droplets collided, intertwined and rotated, bursting out with the most dazzling light and overflowing colors. Thus, the whole river of time was always shrouded in a layer of fragmented and constantly changing 7-colored halos. This was the place with the densest time path Dao marks in the whole world. It was the greatest hotbed of time path. Feng Yuan stood at the edge of the island, and only looked for a while before seeing several year beasts, a one-finger flow shark, and large numbers of wild time path goo worms. The river of time was full of vitality. Several days had passed since Feng Yuan arrived at this Red Lotus Stone Island. During this period he had already completely devoured and digested Red Lotus True Meaning. His time path attainment soared to an unimaginably supreme height. Time path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. With this attainment level, when Feng Yuan looked at the river of time again, he had many new thoughts and feelings. These feelings were not superficial, but the deeper he delved into the essence of the river of time, the more Feng Yuan looked at it, the more fascinated he became. The extreme profundity of the great Tao was in front of him, silently lifting a corner of its mysterious veil, allowing him to understand this world and the principles behind its operation. Although he had also had refinement path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment before, his feelings at that time were far from as deep as now. After all, Feng Yuan was now facing the river of time, a pocket dimension of heaven and earth. Quasi-Supreme Time Path Realm gave Feng Yuan an all-round improvement. For example, the mystical immortal killer move Time Cutting Edge. Feng Yuan had the ability to understand its essence and change the goo worms within to restore the killer move's power. Or like Xiachao's Time Path Immortal Goo and Immortal Killer moves, Feng Yuan could modify them and make them more suitable for himself. The greatest improvement was in the Time Path Immortal Goo recipes. Time Path and Refinement Path were both quasi-supreme. Feng Yuan could modify any Time Path Immortal Goo recipe in the world. His confidence in refining Time Path Immortal Goo rose sharply. Without a doubt, the Red Lotus True Meaning was the most valuable treasure. Below it was rank 8 Immortal Goo Regret. Not to mention the legendary nature of this goo worm, just the fact that it was a rank 8 goo worm was already very valuable. After obtaining this goo worm, Feng Yuan now had 5 rank 8 goo worms in his possession. They were Attitude Goo, Wisdom Sword Goo, Years Flow Like Water Goo, Soul Beast Token and Regret Goo. With Regret Goo, Feng Yuan did not have to face any obstacles in constructing Regret Pool. Of course, there were still difficulties, but the greatest difficulty was gone because he had regret goo. When Red Lotus Demon Venerable set up this true inheritance, he had deduced Feng Yuan's situation. Thus he had prepared a large number of Time Path Immortal materials. With regret goo and Time Path Immortal materials, Feng Yuan only needed to spend some time to construct Regret Pool. In fact, he could build an immortal goo house that was superior to Regret Pool. This way, Feng Yuan could refine goo on a large scale. On one hand, he could refine more Time Path Immortal goo. On the other hand, he could raise the ranks of the immortal goo around him. The Time Path Immortal materials left behind by Red Lotus Demon Venerable were all of extremely high ranks. The lowest was rank 7, and there were a large number of rank 8 immortal materials. If the Celestial Court saw this, they might vomit a mouthful of blood. They had tried all sorts of methods to obstruct Feng Yuan and prevent Feng Yuan from purchasing Time Path Immortal materials. They did not hesitate to pay a huge price. This had indeed caused a lot of trouble for Feng Yuan, but now, all of their efforts were in vain. Other than Red Lotus True Meaning, rank 8 Immortal Goo Regret, and a large number of Time Path Immortal materials, there were also immortal killer moves. Among them, the greatest gains were the immortal killer moves that used Spring Autumn Cicada as the core. What Feng Yuan cared about the most was Spring Autumn Success Killer Move. This move had several supplementary immortal goo. It allowed Spring Autumn Cicada to have a 100% success rate when activated. Using Spring Autumn Cicada alone had a high chance of failure, and it also had the disadvantage of decreasing one's luck. But Spring Autumn Success Immortal Killer Move, although it did not change the disadvantage, it suppressed the failure rate to 0. This way, Spring Autumn Cicada's practicality was greatly increased. Feng Yuan had already made up his mind to prepare this killer move. Almost all of the immortal killer moves were only information. Feng Yuan had to prepare them himself. But there was a Time Path killer move that Red Lotus Demon Venerable had specially used for Feng Yuan. Thus, after over 1,000,000 years, it had once been at rank 9 level, and although its power had greatly decreased, it was still effective. This Time Path killer move was called Future Self. This move relied on the River of Time and Red Lotus Stone Island to temporarily borrow a Goo Immortal's future state. For example, a Goo Master who was only rank 5 could have rank 6 cultivation level after passing their tribulation in the future. Under the effect of Future Self, he could borrow his future Goo Immortal body to temporarily raise his Goo Immortal cultivation level. This move was so profound and terrifying that even Feng Yuan was tongue-tied. But unfortunately, this move had already weakened to rank 7 level. It was useless against Feng Yuan. In Red Lotus Demon Venerable's deductions, when Feng Yuan found this stone island, his cultivation level would be rank 7. But Red Lotus Demon Venerable was not a Wisdom Path Immortal Venerable. Even a Wisdom Path Immortal Venerable would make mistakes sometimes. Especially when Fate Goo was injured and Luck Path appeared out of nowhere, everything in the world was becoming more and more difficult to predict. My cultivation level is already rank 8. I can only leave this future self-killer move for his subordinates. This can make up for their lack of strength. They will be qualified to fight. It is a pity that I lost many people earlier. This was the entire content of Red Lotus True Inheritance. As expected of the true inheritance that Red Lotus Demon Venerable left behind, it was extremely rich. But Feng Yuan was still somewhat disappointed. What he was looking forward to the most was some method or shortcut that could allow him to destroy Fate Goo. But Red Lotus Demon Venerable did not leave it behind. Even in the memories that Red Lotus Demon Venerable left behind, it only described his regretful life experience after becoming an immortal venerable. There were no records of how he refined Spring Autumn Cicada, or how he attacked the Celestial Court and harmed Fate Goo. After becoming a venerable, the memories jumped to the Red Lotus Stone Island that Red Lotus Demon Venerable set up. What was the deep meaning behind this arrangement? Before Feng Yuan devoured Red Lotus True Meaning, he had asked about this. Red Lotus True Meaning's answer was that there was no shortcut to destroy Fate Goo. Even if Red Lotus Demon Venerable used some shortcut back then, it was definitely gone now. Don't look down on the Celestial Court. If any shortcut existed, be careful. This should be a trap set up by the Celestial Court. As for why Red Lotus Demon Venerable did not leave behind more memories, Red Lotus' true meaning did not have an answer. He only speculated. I don't want to give you any guidance, Feng Yuan, because this can easily lead to misunderstandings. Whether you want to destroy Fate Gu or not is your own choice. Feng Yuan asked again. Where are the other Red Lotus Stone Islands? Red Lotus' true meaning did not know. But this answer was within Feng Yuan's expectations. If every Red Lotus Stone Island could mark each other's location, they would have been destroyed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, or the Celestial Court long ago. To prevent such a situation from happening, Red Lotus Demon Venerable specially set up each Red Lotus Stone Island separately, so that they could not sense each other. Fate Gu must be destroyed. The Celestial Court without Fate Gu was a completely different concept. If Fate Gu was really repaired by the Celestial Court, although Feng Yuan would not be bound by fate, everyone in the world would be affected, or even controlled. At that time, Feng Yuan's enemies would be everyone and everything other than himself. Of course, this was a bit exaggerated, but the nature was absolutely serious. There was another more crucial point. Fate Gu's existence was the biggest obstacle to Feng Yuan's pursuit of eternal life. This point was clear. Fate Gu did not allow resurrection. It stipulated that the living must die. Thus, no matter what, Feng Yuan had to destroy Fate Gu. Chapter 1693. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Central Continent. Dark clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Feng Yuan's time path clone was in the sky. His gaze was solemn and his expression solemn. He was monitoring the entire Gu refinement process to prevent any accidents. Under the dark clouds, there was originally a vast plain, but now it was filled with deep pits. Bolts of lightning struck the ground, creating hemispherical pits. The soil in the pits was baked like porcelain, smoke rising in spirals. It is about time my main body should make a move. The Time Path clone had just thought of this when countless bolts of lightning gathered into a huge wave. Boom! The blue lightning that was like a heavenly pillar fiercely crashed into a white boulder at the center of the plain. At once, the white boulder was blasted into pieces by the lightning. Countless broken rocks flew in all directions. The lightning was extremely fast, suddenly converging and attacking, but suddenly vanishing without a trace. The white rock that was as big as a hill was also blown up, but there was a small goo worm floating in the air. The goo worm was shaped like a butterfly. It was colorful. It was man as before immortal Gu. After 6 failures, I finally succeeded. Not bad, not bad. Feng Yuan's time path clone saw this and was overjoyed. Man as before immortal Gu originated from Tai Bai Yunsheng. Its origin could also be traced back to Zishan Makoto. Man as before immortal Gu was rank 6. It had obvious effects in healing rank 6 Gu immortals, but it was barely effective in healing rank 7 Gu immortals. It often failed to activate. When healing rank 8 Gu, the effect was even worse. Feng Yuan could use it effectively because of his sovereign immortal body's characteristic. Different Dao marks did not repel each other. But with his current rank 8 cultivation, rank 6 man as before was clearly too low. But now, man as before immortal Gu was successfully refined. It rose from rank 6 to rank 7. Feng Yuan's time path clone observed carefully. He soon discovered the difference between rank 7 man as before and rank 6 immortal Gu. Although they both looked like butterflies, rank 7 man as before was more dazzling. Moreover, the butterfly's body had undergone a huge transformation. It looked like a naked, white and tender human. Although rank 8 man as before immortal Gu was more suitable for Feng Yuan, raising it to rank 7. Feng Yuan was satisfied for now. To refine a rank 8 immortal Gu would expend a vast amount of cultivation resources. Feng Yuan currently did not have the ability to afford it. Back then, in order to refine the rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, old ancestor Shui, who had almost used up all his foundation, causing snowy mountain-blessed land to be filled with complaints. Old ancestor Shui, who had cultivated for much longer than Feng Yuan in this life. Unless Feng Yuan sold everything he had, like Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, Reverse Flow River, or Wisdom Gu, he would be able to exchange for a vast amount of resources. But the losses outweighed the gains. Man as before immortal Gu might be of top quality, but it was not a crucial Gu worm like Spring-Autumn Cicada. Feng Yuan did not have the extravagant hope of refining a rank 8 immortal Gu. He intended to raise most of his rank 6 immortal goo to rank 7. Because there were too many, the difficulty of refining goo was high, and the failure rate was high. Feng Yuan's current resources were still not enough. Feng Yuan obtained batches of cultivation resources from 5 Xiang's Grotto Heaven, Qi Clan Grotto Heaven, Blue Whale Grotto Heaven, and Red Lotus Stone Island. But goo refinement was truly a bottomless pit. No matter how much he invested, it would never be too much. This was all thanks to Feng Yuan obtaining regret goo and setting up the refinement path immortal formation. He could undo the small process of the goo refinement and start over. When Feng Yuan's time path clone stored the rank 7 man as before immortal goo, the dark clouds in the sky had already dispersed. The refinement path formation slowly activated. This formation combined with the killer move self-cleansing, cleansing the remaining Dao marks in the field. Next is landscape as before goo. The time path clone thought to himself. The goo refinement was in full swing. Man as before and landscape as before were the first 2 time path immortal goo, but there were still many more. For example, day goo, self-strength, pulling mountain, strength chi, vajra thought, star eyes, star thought. Unravel mystery immortal goo was also an important point. After it was refined, the killer move Unravel Dream's power would rise greatly. It was very beneficial to Feng Yuan's dream path cultivation. There were also dogshit luck, chi luck, luck inspection, connect luck, and time luck. These luck path immortal goo would also be of great help to Feng Yuan after being refined. In terms of luck path, Feng Yuan lacked offensive methods, but its supplementary effect could not be ignored. Before this, Feng Yuan had used his advantage in luck path to escape from the pursuit of many time path immortal goo houses of Celestial Court, escaping with his life. Advanced refinement immortal goo was mostly controlled by Feng Yuan's main body. The time path clone's cultivation level was too low. He was not qualified. After receiving Red Lotus True Inheritance, Feng Yuan was still on Red Lotus Stone Island. Other than him refining goo continuously, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and the rest were also moving around on the island. They sparred with each other, trying their best to adapt to Future Self. Under the effect of Future Self, their battle strength rose to rank 7 upper stage, or even the peak of rank 7. This was already the limit of the killer move's effect. With the increase in strength of his subordinates, a lot of the awkwardness from before was gone. In the next battle with Feng Yuan, these people would at least be qualified to participate. Regrettably, Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, and Sixth Hair were already dead. Even though Feng Yuan still had some slave goo immortals who were inferior to Qi Clan's goo immortals, they were not as reliable as the former. The slave restrictions on them would likely disappear due to the strength of Future Self. Thus, Feng Yuan did not intend to promote these people, even though Future Self still had a few slots left. Advanced refinement immortal goo became Feng Yuan's main task. It took up almost all of his time. Occasionally, he would use fixed immortal travel to teleport to 5 Xiang's Grotto Heaven, to continue refining heaven form. Feng Yuan had already inherited the true inheritance. He was the ruler of this Red Lotus Stone Island, thus, he could use fixed immortal travel to travel back and forth. Before this Red Lotus Stone Island was protected by Red Lotus Demon Venerable's power. It was immune to methods like fixed immortal travel. This was the same as the Blue Dragon Whale's Grotto Heaven. Feng Yuan had already tried, but fixed immortal travel could not return to the Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven. Even though Spring Autumn Cicada was rank 7 and could expand its range of investigation, Feng Yuan did not search the other Red Lotus Stone Islands. Firstly, his strength had not risen by much. He still needed time to digest it. Secondly, Celestial Court was also searching in the River of Time. If they encountered this force, Feng Yuan would have to avoid them. Thirdly, Feng Yuan had been accumulating rank 8 immortal essence. Advancing immortal goo also consumed a lot of immortal essence. Time passed quickly. Several months went by. Southern border. Boom. The earth shook. Rocks flew everywhere. An earth trench appeared. The aura of wild immortal goo spread everywhere. This wild immortal goo has finally appeared. In the clouds, 3 goo immortals looked down with smiles. Alright, let's fight according to the method we discussed earlier. The earth veins are moving more intensely. Wild immortal goo will appear from time to time. Let's end this quickly. The 3 goo immortals fought fairly. the atmosphere was harmonious. The influence of Southern Border's Righteous Path Super Alliance was growing. Earlier, Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance but could not deal with Feng Yuan. Instead, he was schemed against by Feng Yuan in the name of undergoing tribulation in 5 regional mountain range. But the Southern Alliance did not have no gains, for example, Tao Zhu's true inheritance. After Lu Wei-yin saved many Southern Border rank 7 Gu immortals from Feng Yuan, he represented Paradise Earth's force and joined the Southern Alliance. Perhaps because of their relationship with Feng Yuan, the Righteous Path Gu immortals of the Southern Alliance had a common enemy. They were much more restrained. They had one worry in their hearts. Southern Border's earth veins were moving, cultivation resources were appearing one after another. It was hard to guarantee that Feng Yuan would not suddenly appear to fight for them. Thus, the Southern Alliance's Gu immortals did not fight to the death. They were instead amiable. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle had just heard the report. She raised her eyebrows, her eyes showing clear joy. Dragon Palace was found. This is good news. Lord Duke Long had been looking out for it. Now, the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace has finally been found by our Celestial Court. Dragon Palace was an extremely powerful immortal Gu House. Even the Celestial Court attached great importance to it. This immortal Gu House has a deep connection with Lord Duke Long. We should tell him this news first. Duke Long received this news and immediately set off. Before leaving, he brought Feng Kim Hong to the Celestial Court and handed him over to Fairy Myrtle. Several days later, Duke Long returned in low spirits. Fairy Myrtle was surprised. Duke Long was extremely powerful. What methods could stop him now? Dragon Palace is actually protected by a layer of dream realms. I cannot enter. Duke Long sighed. Hearing this, Fairy Myrtle came to a realization. She consoled Duke Long. Lord Duke Long, don't worry. Our formation has already been set up. We can use the power of the entire Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven to suppress Spectral Soul. Not long later, we will obtain Spectral Soul's Dream Path research results. Duke Long heard this news and laughed heartily, saying good 3 times. Spectral Soul's Dream Path research results were naturally pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. With this method, the Celestial Court could condense the dream realms and turn them into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. This way, the dream realms around Dragon Palace would be easily solved. Has that demon Feng Yuan made any movements recently? Duke Long asked. Fairy Myrtle shook her head. Ever since he escaped from the River of Time, there has been no news of him. Right now, all 5 regions have earth veins moving. Southern Border is the most active. There is a vast amount of cultivation resources being produced. I actually hope that he will appear and plunder these resources, giving us a chance to take advantage of him. But unfortunately, he has vanished without a trace. I have been using wisdom path methods to analyze all the information, but have not found any traces of him. Duke Long nodded. Continue to pay attention to him. But even though this demon has reached rank 8, he will have to face even stronger tribulations. This will definitely be a headache for him. Even though he has the sovereign immortal body to annex apertures, he still needs rank 8 Grotto Heavens to pass the grand tribulations. There is still the even more terrifying Myriad Tribulation. Once Myriad Tribulation was mentioned, Fairy Myrtle's heart jumped. She nodded with a smile. Lord Duke Long is right. Even though Feng Yuan is rank 8, how can there be so many rank 8 Grotto Heavens for him to annex? His cultivation level will not change much in the near future. Right now, Feng Yuan lacks resources, especially time path resources. He cannot resist our arrangements in the River of Time. He basically has no fate with Red Lotus True Inheritance. Even though he escaped last time, he expended a lot of immortal essence. Almost all of his trump cards were exposed. He needs to quickly accumulate rank 8 immortal essence. The efficiency of relying on immortal Yuan stones is too low. He can only rely on his immortal apertures production. But immortal aperture production takes time. If he accelerates the flow of time, the calamities and tribulations will arrive faster. Once he lacks an immortal aperture to annex, he will not be able to avoid the calamities and tribulations. He will have to undergo tribulation directly. Once he truly undergoes tribulation, it will be time for my Celestial Court to take his life. Fairy Myrtle's eyes were shining brightly as she said this. Chapter 1694. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Mini central continent. Feng Yuan's time path clone slowly flew in the air, planting the final flower bud in his hand. The terrain here had already been modified by him, forming a shallow beach with large amounts of high-quality silt. It was very fertile. There was also clear river water that was knee-high in the silt. The time path clone clapped his hands, inspecting the flower bud one last time before flying to the sky leisurely. Looking down from a different height, the entire man-made swamp was within his field of vision. This swamp was extremely vast. Feng Yuan's time path clone could not see the entire swamp clearly. He could not see the entire swamp in his vision. Every few li, there would be a flower bud as large as a house. These flower buds were not simple. They were the flower buds of the desolate plant extreme marsh flower. A small portion of the extreme marsh flowers were obtained by Feng Yuan from the blue dragon whale's immortal aperture, while the rest were purchased from jewel yellow skies. Next, Feng Yuan's time path clone breathed in deeply and activated Summer Goo. Summer Goo originated from southern borders rank 8 Goo immortal Xia Cha. She was rank 8 herself. Feng Yuan's time path clone only had rank 6 cultivation level. He could not use Summer Goo alone. However, Feng Yuan's main body had white lychee immortal essence. He lent Summer Goo to the time path clone. By lending it to himself, Feng Yuan's time path clone could use almost all of his main body's immortal goo. After Summer Goo was activated, other supplementary goo worms followed. After a while, an immortal killer move was activated. Xia Cha had developed a set of time path killer moves that were specially used to manage the immortal aperture. They were spring planting, summer plowing, autumn harvest, and winter storage. The killer move that Feng Yuan's time path clone activated was not one of them. It was modified from summer plowing. It was specially used to nurture extreme marsh flowers. Extreme marsh flowers bloomed in midsummer and bore fruit in autumn. Feng Yuan's time path attainment level was already at quasi-supreme grandmaster. It was at the peak of the world. Together with the light of wisdom, it was very simple to deduce and modify time path killer moves. It was not strenuous at all. As the killer move continued to be activated, the surrounding 10,000 li entered midsummer. The light became brighter, the temperature of the air rose sharply, and at the same time, it became drier. The height of summer had arrived, and the extreme marsh flowers, which had an exuberant vitality, sensed all of this. They began to absorb the nutrients from the water and soil, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye before slowly blooming. Each of the extreme marsh flowers was extremely large, and their petals were connected as one. They were shaped like trumpets, and they were mostly white, with a few having a hint of pink. The river, which was originally as deep as a person's calf, had already reached the bottom. The muddy soil had also become dry, and the fertility of the fertile soil had been greatly depleted. Feng Yuan's time path clone had a calm expression. Everything was within his expectations. The cultivation method of the extreme marsh flower was recorded in detail in both the true teachings of Red Lotus and the Shadow Sect. These changes were all part of Feng Yuan's plan. Very quickly, wisps of white mist gradually emanated from the heart of the extreme marsh flower. The mist gradually spread and gradually merged into one. Feng Yuan's time path clone stopped his killer move. The air immediately became very moist. The mist nourished the soil, gradually transforming this man-made swamp. Let's name this swamp flower mist extreme marsh. The first step is complete. Feng Yuan's time path clone looked at it with a pleased expression. With this scale of extreme marsh flower mist, it is not a problem to feed regret goo. Rank 8 regret goo had a huge appetite, and its food was the mist produced by the extreme marsh flower. The problem was that this mist had to be kept fresh at all times. Thus, it was not practical to purchase it from outside, and it was very unstable. Next, when the mist thickens to a certain degree, a layer of water will accumulate at the bottom. After that, I will introduce water plants, as well as small creatures like ducks and flying fish. After that, I will continue to expand the scale of the extreme marsh flower mist and increase the quantity. When regret goo is hungry, the accumulated extreme marsh flower mist in the immortal aperture will be enough for it to have a full meal. The feeding of rank 8 immortal goo was a huge project. Including this flower mist extreme marsh, the sovereign immortal aperture's development is already at 18%. Currently, The immortal aperture's time flow has already slowed down by a lot. The production of resources and the accumulation of white lychee immortal essence have also fallen. Feng Yuan calculated inwardly. This time, he slowed down the immortal aperture's time flow. He did not rely on time path immortal moves, but directly controlled the year essence pool. It was very convenient. There was no immortal essence expenditure. And at the same time, some of the drawbacks of time path killer moves were eliminated. Feng Yuan could adjust the immortal aperture's time at any time. It was very flexible. Even though immortal essence needs to be accumulated, I cannot blindly speed up time, otherwise, the calamities and tribulations will come quickly. Currently, Feng Yuan had already reached rank 8, but his battle strength had not increased by much. Earlier, he was ambushed by the Celestial Court in the River of Time. Almost all of his trump cards were exposed. Thus, it was not wise to undergo tribulation now. Once he placed his immortal aperture to undergo tribulation, Feng Yuan would become a fixed target. Because at this time, his immortal aperture would be discovered by Providence, and it would be easier for the Celestial Court and other forces to find his location and encircle him. The flow of time has slowed down, but I can still manage my immortal aperture, strengthening my immortal aperture's foundation, and strengthening my immortal aperture origin core to produce more white lychee immortal essence. The better the immortal aperture's management, the more immortal essence could be produced. Long ago, Feng Yuan managed his immortal aperture to feed his immortal goo. Afterwards, he managed his immortal aperture to increase its production and earn cultivation resources like immortal yuan stones. Now his main goal was to accumulate white lychee immortal essence. Simply using immortal yuan stones to condense white lychee immortal essence was too inefficient. 10,000 immortal yuan stones needed to condense one bead of white lychee immortal essence. And Feng Yuan's immortal aperture could produce 100 beads of white lychee immortal essence every year. According to the current flow of time in his immortal aperture, it would take more than half a month in the outside world. Time continued to pass as Feng Yuan cultivated. Summer arrived in the 5 regions. Even though there were no traces of Feng Yuan, the entire 5 regions' Gu immortal world was in a state of excitement. Be it righteous path, demonic path, or lone immortals, they were all in an uproar. The reason for this situation was the shaking of the 5 regions' earth veins. New earth trenches were constantly appearing. They first appeared in southern border, but now this situation was occurring frequently in the other 4 regions. Rumble. Dust rose. Hong Yi was exhausted. He sat on the ground and looked at the huge trench in front of him. His face was pale. He gasped for breath and did not move. When the earth veins shook, he and the other Gu masters had started to run. This was an extremely dangerous escape route. There were quite a few times where Hong Yi's luck was good. Only then did he manage to escape with his life. Eventually, he almost fell in, but at the crucial moment, he exerted his strength and jumped up the cliff. He did not fall into the unfathomably deep earth trench. Since when did we have earthquakes here? So dangerous, I almost lost my life here. After a long while, Hong Yi stood up with difficulty while gasping for breath. He looked down at the earth trench. He only saw darkness. The wind was blowing in the earth trench. The dust was still very thick and had not dissipated. During this period of time, it seems that there are earthquakes all over central continent, creating this kind of earth trench. As a mortal, Hong Yi also felt the changes in the world. What is that? From the dust, a wild immortal Gu flew out. An injured wild immortal Gu flew with difficulty. It swayed and fell beside Hong Yi's feet after expending its strength. Hong Yi was dumbfounded. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle shouted. Her body emitted a dazzling purple light. Next, the entire Celestial Court started to shake. An incomparably huge formless force poured into the huge immortal formation. The immortal formation rumbled. It started to grind at Spectral Soul, who was locked up at the center. Spectral Soul resisted with all his might, but he could not stop it. His deepest memories were dug out. Wonderful. I finally obtained the profundity of the pure dream reality seeker physique body. Ha ha ha. Fairy Myrtle had a pale and haggard expression, but she was very excited. She had been working very hard these days. On one hand, she had to deal with the earth vein tremors and the unexpected situations that occurred all over central continent. On the other hand, she had to put in more effort to deal with Spectral Soul. In order to obtain Shadow Sect's Dream Path research results as soon as possible, she put in a lot of effort. She activated the power of the entire Celestial Court Grotto Heaven and used it on the Immortal Formation. Hard work paid off. Fairy Myrtle finally obtained a breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, it was midsummer. The sunlight was hot, but it could not compare to the passion in the Goo Immortals' hearts. The tremors of the earth vein did not stop or slow down. They were getting more intense. Immortal materials, wild immortal goo, and all sorts of cultivation resources appeared from time to time. It caused a huge celebration in the Goo Immortal world of the 5 regions. Within the 5 Xiong's Grotto Heaven, Feng Yuan's laughter suddenly resounded. Finally, heaven form is under my complete control. Beside Feng Yuan, the rank 9 killer move in the form of a white crane was extremely obedient. It stood quietly, listening to Feng Yuan's thoughts. To think that heaven form's effect is actually this. With it, my cultivation level might rise rapidly. The problem of calamities and tribulations might also be resolved. Feng Yuan stroked the white crane's wings, his eyes shining with bright light. Chapter 1695. Immemorial White Heaven. With a melodious cry, an elegant white crane that was as white as snow flew around Feng Yuan. With Feng Yuan's will, this white crane danced along with him. It could be said that he could control it freely. This rank 9 immortal killer move is finally mine to use. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. He said softly, "Go." The white crane's wide wings immediately flapped, bringing its entire body forward with extreme agility. Before it could fly far, the white crane circled around a certain spot in the sky, flying in circles, occasionally letting out a crane cry. Feng Yuan's lips curled up. Information was transmitted from the white crane, showing the scene inside 5 Xiong's Grotto Heaven. Rank 9 Immortal Killer Move Heaven form was not used for offense or defense, but for investigation. Its target was all the existences in Immemorial White Heaven. Its investigation range was extremely wide, far beyond the limits of Feng Yuan's abilities. Thus it was extremely convenient for Feng Yuan to plunder all kinds of natural resources in Immemorial White Heaven. On the other hand, its investigation ability was also very strong. How strong was it? It could actually find hidden grotto heavens. Any grotto heaven that was placed in Immemorial White Heaven would be detected by heaven form, even if the immortal aperture's entrance was not opened. Once it started to fly around, it would start to investigate the immortal aperture's internal information. Of course, the investigation range of grotto heavens was far smaller than that of ordinary targets. There was another advantage. During the investigation process, Feng Yuan did not need to expend a single bead of immortal essence. Rank 9 Immortal Killer Move Heaven form originated from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It was very extraordinary. It was as if the investigation ability was an innate ability of heaven form White Crane. But now if I want to forcefully enter the grotto heaven, I will need to inject immortal essence. Feng Yuan's lips curled up as he slowly instilled white lychee immortal essence that was unique to rank 8 Goo Immortals. As immortal essence was instilled, heaven form White Crane's body started to emit a gentle light. Feng Yuan slowly flew closer, letting the gentle white light cover his body. At the same time, a lump of hazy white light appeared in 5 Xiong's Grotto Heaven. Feng Yuan flew forward along the white light. There was no resistance in the whole process. After a few breaths, he officially entered the 5 Xiong's cave. Even though 5 Xiong's Grotto Heaven was already controlled by Feng Yuan, he relied on heaven form alone to infiltrate 5 Xiong's Grotto Heaven. The white lychee immortal essence consumption is quite high, but thinking about it, I am a rank 8 Goo Immortal, and the killer move itself is at rank 9. It is not a shortcoming to expend so much white lychee immortal essence. Although there was some white light, the entire process was silent. Not bad, not bad. Feng Yuan nodded to himself. He was quite satisfied with the performance of the audition. One had to know that it was extremely difficult to barge into an unfamiliar paradise. Thinking about how Crane Gate attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and thinking about how Heavenly Lord Baizu attacked Heifan Grotto Heaven back then, heaven form's value could be seen. In the long river of history, how many Goo Immortals have appeared? Even though it is not easy to reach rank 8, millions of years of accumulation is definitely not small. especially after Renzu's sun destroyed the other 7 immemorial heavens. Only immemorial white heaven and immemorial black heaven were left. After that, rank 8 Gu immortals and rank 9 Gu immortals would only have these 2 choices if they wanted to create a grotto heaven in their immemorial aperture. Ignoring rank 9 Gu venerables, when these rank 8 Gu immortals die, their immortal apertures would often land in immemorial black and white heavens, turning into a grotto heaven. These grotto heavens would fall and get destroyed due to calamities and tribulations, but at the same time, new rank 8 geniuses would emerge. Thus, there must still be a portion of these grotto heavens in immemorial black and white heavens. These grotto heavens were great nourishment for Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Annexing any one of them would allow him to transcend calamities and tribulations. Thus it would resolve a huge problem for Feng Yuan. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to find a grotto heaven and have the ability to annex it. At the same time, this grotto heaven had not annexed any immemorial 9 heavens fragments. Grotto heavens that annexed immemorial 9 heavens fragments would not face any calamities and tribulations. But at the same time, the grotto heaven contained providence that could not be cleansed. Feng Yuan could not annex these grotto heavens, thus Five Xiang's grotto heaven and Heifan grotto heaven were not within his consideration. As for Qi clan's Qi Si grotto heaven, even though it had not annexed any fragments and had been relying on unlimited Qi Si immortal killer move to resist calamities and tribulations, Feng Yuan's Qi path attainment level had become a bottleneck for devouring. He could not get past it immediately. As for the Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven, Feng Yuan had considered it. Not to mention that he had already used fixed immortal travel, and could not find the Blue Dragon Whale. It was already far away from its original location. Just the Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven itself had Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables arrangements. Even if Feng Yuan had the ability to annex it, he would not dare to act rashly. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable might have other methods hidden in the Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven, waiting for Feng Yuan. Any Gu Venerable could not be underestimated. There will definitely be a grotto heaven that suits my needs. Feng Yuan was very confident about this. Not only because he had heaven form, but also because in the 500 years of his previous life's memories, there were many grotto heavens that appeared during the 5 regions' chaotic war and interfered with this huge era change. Among them, the one that left the deepest impression on Feng Yuan was 9 Void Grotto Heaven. Almost all the Gu immortals in this grotto heaven cultivated phantom path. The entire grotto heaven could turn into phantom, causing calamities and tribulations to be ineffective. Dao Formation Grotto Heaven. This grotto heaven specialized in formation path. It had layers of formations that protected the entire grotto heaven. There was also Holy Deceive Grotto Heaven. This grotto heaven had an even greater origin. Its original owner had a good relationship with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. After he died, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable personally made arrangements in Holy Deceive Grotto Heaven. This caused Providence to make misjudgments about this grotto heaven. The might of many calamities and tribulations were greatly reduced. They were easily passed. These grotto heavens had been living in seclusion for many years, nurturing Gu immortals. Each grotto heaven had many Gu immortals. They were all true super forces. However, there were very few rank 8 Gu immortals. With just the resources of a grotto heaven, it was hard to nurture a rank 8 Gu immortal. Thus, the strong super forces were all rooted in the 5 regions. They had abundant resources. At the same time, they had a huge population, and they competed intensely with each other. All these factors would cause the birth of rank 8 Gu immortals from time to time. Summer passed and autumn arrived. The earth veins moved even more frequently. It was time for Gu immortals to harvest. Western Desert. A beautiful female immortal lightly shot an arrow. The arrow tore through the sky, leaving behind a faint pink trail as it hit the ancient desolate beast. This ancient desolate beast was still rampaging in Earth Trench a moment ago, but at the next moment, flowers of all colors burst out of its body as it fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Intense winds mixed with yellow sand blew past. The entire ancient desolate beast's body turned into flower petals that drifted away, vanishing completely. It's actually her. Gong Clan's second daughter, Gong Wuhua. Let's go. Western Desert's Gu immortals looked at this newly formed Earth Trench reluctantly, but they quickly retreated. Southern border. Rumble. The collapse of a mountain caused dust to rise for hundreds of li, rumbling endlessly. The earth shook, an earth trench tore forward, swallowing mountains and ridges. It was extremely domineering. Ba Clan's 2 Gu immortals saw this and were shocked. This is a famous mountain, Clear Sky Mountain. It was destroyed by the earth trench. It is such a pity. Bada's gaze shined with cold light. Hee, what is there to pity about? The old famous mountain is destroyed, new famous mountains will appear. Didn't we find a large number of brand new spirit springs along the way? That's right, the earth veins are rumbling. Not only are wild goo and goo materials being brought out, more and more spirit springs are also being produced. Not just these. Bada looked down expressionlessly, but his expression revealed his yearning. The whole goo immortal world is producing experts one after another. Didn't Western Desert have Gong Wuhua recently? Lord Bada, how can that Gong Wuhua compare to you? How can you underestimate the heroes of the world? But when I advance to rank 8, Gong Wuhua will indeed not be a threat. Bada said proudly. The Ba Clan Gu immortals beside him were overjoyed. Lord you are finally going to advance to rank 8? I was worried about the consequences earlier, but now that the Southern Alliance has been established, the Alliance leader position is still vacant. Most importantly, a vast amount of cultivation resources are emerging from the ground. It is enough for me to cultivate to rank 8. Chapter 1696. Chirp chirp chirp. A large group of blinking birds chirped, flying and circling around a 7-colored cloud, warning the invading enemies. Feng Yuan's expression was calm, but there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. The warning of the blinking birds was nothing to him. Although these birds were desolate beasts, their battle strength was very low. They were not a threat even if there was such a large group. Their true strength lay in speed. Blinking birds were the fastest desolate beasts. Once they unleashed their speed, they could escape from a Gu immortal's vision in the blink of an eye. That was why they were called blinking birds. Feng Yuan's aura was concealed, he was like a mortal. But these blinking birds did not attack at all. Looking at the harmless Feng Yuan, they instinctively felt a kind of pressure on their souls. Suddenly, a trace of aura leaked out from Feng Yuan's body. Swoosh. At the next moment, the blinking bird's speed burst out, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Originally, there was a dense flock of birds surrounding the rainbow-colored cloud, but now, only this cloud was left floating quietly. Feng Yuan sighed slightly. He had planned to capture these blinking birds alive. But these blinking birds were too sensitive, and Feng Yuan was not good at concealing the aura of killer moves. But they were gone. Even if he subdued the blinking birds, they were not easy to raise. Its food was the white heaven flying dust unique to immemorial white heaven. This thing was not easy to collect. Even a Gu immortal's immortal aperture could not produce it. Feng Yuan slowly flew towards the 7-colored cloud. I did not expect to encounter a 7-colored cloud soil. Feng Yuan sighed. This cloud was actually a type of soil, cloud soil. In Langya Blessed Land, the land spirit of Langya condensed a large amount of cloud soil into cloud cover continent, which was always floating in the sky of Langya Blessed Land. The largest production area of cloud soil was the immemorial 9 heavens. Of course, there were also very few resource points in the 5 regions that produced it. Single-colored cloud soil was the most common Gu material. For example, immemorial yellow heavens yellow cloud soil, immemorial red heavens red cloud soil. Currently, the most common single-colored cloud mud on the market was white cloud mud, and most of them were produced in the immemorial white heaven. There was actually quite a lot of black cloud mud in the immemorial onyx sky, but it was even more dangerous. After all, there were many soul beasts in onyx sky. Once the multicolored cloud soil had 6 colors, it would be a rank 6 immortal material. The 7-colored cloud soil in front of Feng Yuan was a rank 7 immortal material. Such a large amount of 7-colored cloud soil was very valuable. After inspecting this large patch of rainbow-colored cloud mud, Feng Yuan also discovered that there were many bird nests in this cloud mud. There were many eggs hidden in the nest. These were all the eggs of the blinking bird. Feng Yuan was not surprised. From the performance of those blinking birds just now, it seemed that they were guarding something. In fact, blinking bird's temperament was very timid. Even if it was a wild beast, once there was any movement, it would immediately fly away with its maximum speed. With these eggs, Feng Yuan can hatch blinking birds. It was not easy to hatch desolate beasts, but it was not difficult for Feng Yuan. However, Feng Yuan did not want to hatch them. He wanted to use these eggs as an immortal material to refine goo. Blinking birds had a simple diet. They were not easy to raise. If he wanted to raise them, he would have to release them into the immemorial white heaven from time to time. That would be too troublesome. Feng Yuan was rich and overbearing. He no longer cared about the profits of the blinking birds. Ever since heaven form was refined, Feng Yuan had been moving around in the immemorial white heaven for over a month. He searched for immortal materials in the immemorial white heaven while refining goo in his sovereign immortal aperture. Over a month in the outside world, the time inside the sovereign immortal aperture was even longer. Feng Yuan's goo refinement had huge results. Man as before, landscape as before, self-strength, pulling mountain, pulling water, dogshit luck, time luck, and so on had all been raised to rank 7. He slightly changed his original goo refinement plan and advanced the luck path immortal goo in advance. These last days he had also made huge gains in the immemorial white heaven. He obtained many immortal materials. Among them was the contribution of these rank 7 luck path immortal goo. Other than advancing the refinement, Feng Yuan also improved his goo refinement methods. He knew too many goo recipes and a vast number of goo refinement methods. His refinement path attainment level was at quasi-supreme grandmaster, but his refinement path experience was still lacking. Especially when it came to refining immortal goo, he did not have much experience at all. True knowledge comes from practice. During this period of time, he continuously advanced his immortal goo. He discovered many of his inadequacies and made up for them. At the same time, he also discovered more goo refinement methods that were suitable for him. Right now, Feng Yuan had many new ideas and inspirations regarding goo refinement. The success rate of advancing immortal goo had also increased by a lot. Even though the earth veins of the 5 regions were still shaking, the goo immortals were joyfully harvesting immortal materials, and immortal goo like a raging fire. But after careful consideration, Feng Yuan still chose to explore the immemorial white heaven. If he fought with the 5 regions goo immortals for the resources in the earth trench, he would definitely have to show up and fight. Every time an immortal goo advanced, Feng Yuan's strength would rise slightly, but the increase in strength could not offset the disadvantage of exposing his trump cards in the river of time. He needed time to quietly digest his gains during this period. Once he fought, the rank 8 white lychee immortal essence that he had just accumulated would be expended intensely. Fighting with goo immortals was far more dangerous than fighting with fierce beasts. Even though Feng Yuan needed to expend immortal essence to explore the earth trench in immemorial white heaven, he had also fought many battles. But he relied on heaven form. His investigation was very accurate. If there were fierce beasts that were too troublesome or too strong, he would not provoke them, he would avoid them in advance. Heaven form's investigative range in immemorial white heaven was simply too wide. It could easily discover many fierce beasts and plants that were skilled in concealment. Heaven form was so strong that it could even find hidden grotto heavens. It was natural for it to find these fierce beasts and plants. What was even more amazing was that heaven form's investigative ability did not need Feng Yuan's immortal essence at all. This rank 9 killer move was undeniably outstanding and powerful. Feng Yuan had already praised it more than once in the process of using it. Not just in terms of risk and expenditure. Exploring the 5 regions was higher than exploring immemorial white heaven. Even in terms of profits, the former could not compare to the latter. Goo materials and immortal materials were everywhere in the earth trench, but these things needed to be arranged by the goo immortal before they could be stored in the immortal aperture. Managing an immortal aperture was not so easy. Many resources were interrelated and interfered with each other. Thus, after most of the 5 regions goo immortals obtained benefits from the earth trench, they would sell these immortal materials to jewel yellow skies. Their immortal apertures had limited space. They could not compare to Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Most of the time, the immortal materials they obtained were not suitable for their immortal aperture's environment. Another phenomenon of the earth vein tremors was jewel yellow skies' business, or more accurately speaking, The number of transactions between Gu immortals was increasing rapidly. Jewel Yellow Skies was dozens of times livelier than before. If Feng Yuan wanted any immortal materials, he could buy them from Jewel Yellow Skies. But grotto heavens were different. Almost every grotto heaven had a complete and harmonious system. Once Feng Yuan annexed them, it would be very convenient. He would not need to think about anything. He could also increase the sovereign immortal aperture space. His cultivation level and Dao marks would rise by a large amount, and his calamities and tribulations could even cross regions. The benefits of annexing a grotto heaven were too many. As for the wild immortal Gu that appeared in the earth trench from time to time, Feng Yuan was envious of them. But these wild immortal Gu had always been fought over by Gu immortals. Feng Yuan felt that he might as well steal other people's immortal Gu from the grotto heaven. He had great thief ghost hand anyway. Celestial Court. The formation slowly stopped. Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes, bright light flashing in them. She muttered to herself. Soul replacement killer move? It is truly exquisite. Before leaving, she took another look at Spectral Soul, but did not say anything to convince him to surrender. These last days, Fairy Myrtle had been searching Spectral Soul's memories to seize his lifetime of cultivation achievements. Fairy Myrtle could not help but admire Spectral Soul's talent. She also had to admit that in terms of soul path, even though Celestial Court had put in a lot of effort, they could not compare to Spectral Soul. It is a pity that the current Spectral Soul is a prisoner. What a pity! Among all the venerables in history, he is the most pathetic. Actually, if he died, he would still be able to leave his name in history. But now he can neither live nor die. Thinking of Spectral Soul's stubborn resistance, Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth in hatred. She was sure that Spectral Soul still had an important dream path research result, lead soul into dream. Even though this move was mostly unraveled by Celestial Court, it was still extremely valuable to Celestial Court. Unfortunately, Spectral Soul continued to resist. Even though he could not resist the power of the entire Celestial Court's grotto heaven, Spectral Soul was very crafty. He tossed out some minor details to stall for time. The first time, Fairy Myrtle used Celestial Court's power to catch Spectral Soul off guard. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Body's research results were snatched away. But after regaining his senses, Spectral Soul used the tactic of sacrificing the pawns to save the king. He continued to resist. But all of this is pointless. We have the advantage of time. The Refinement Path Convention has already started preparations. Fate Immortal Gu is about to be completely repaired. By then, Spectral Soul will be dragged into the path of fate. He will not be able to escape. The future of the Great Era is also in our Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle thought of Feng Kim Hong. After obtaining the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Body's research results, Duke Long taught it to Feng Kim Hong. It was finally a proper teaching. Even though this research result belonged to someone else. Because they needed to use Feng Kim Huang's Immortal Gu, they had to modify an Immortal Killer move to unravel the dream realms around Dragon Palace. While Fairy Myrtle was deducing the killer move with all her might, she also brought Feng Kim Hong with her to deduce it together. Initially, her and Duke Long's goal was to help Feng Kim Hong grow faster. But to think that after the deduction succeeded, Feng Kim Hong came up with a method to modify the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Body. The new Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Body would not have the previous flaws. It could exist for a long time. Chapter 1697. Immemorial White Heaven. An auspicious cloud carried Feng Yuan as it flew forward. Feng Yuan's mind was half inside the sovereign immortal aperture, while the other half was guarding the outside world. If it were before, Feng Yuan would not be able to split his mind to refine Gu. But recently, he had really gained a lot. He did not lack attainment levels or Gu recipes, his only shortcoming was practice. Personally refining Gu allowed him to improve rapidly. His efficiency in refining rank 7 Immortal Gu rose again. His success rate also rose by a large margin. Thus the immortal materials consumed were much less than before. Refining Immortal Gu had always been a huge trap, but other than refining Gu, Feng Yuan had also plundered a lot of natural resources in Immemorial White Heaven. He sold a portion of them to Jewel Yellow Skies to buy what he needed. Other than refining Gu, a lot of the remaining resources were used to manage the immortal aperture. Jewel Yellow Skies' business was booming. The Earth Trench's tremors caused the 5 regions' Gu immortals to have an urgent demand for transactions. The market's immortal material transactions were booming. Of course, the most popular were still Time Path immortal materials. Celestial Court did not waver in suppressing Feng Yuan. They could purchase any Time Path immortal materials at a high price. They did not show any signs of exhaustion. This showed the terrifying foundation of Celestial Court. If Celestial Court knew that Feng Yuan had already obtained a Red Lotus true inheritance, and had a large number of Time Path immortal materials, who knew what they would think? There are 2 rank 6 immortal Gu. The rest have already been refined to rank 7. Feng Yuan's body shook. The auspicious cloud's speed doubled as it flew away. A moment later, Feng Yuan saw Heaven Form again. He saw that Heaven Form, which was in the shape of a spirit crane, was flying around an ordinary patch of air. I found a grotto heaven. Feng Yuan was overjoyed. As Heaven Form investigated, the scene inside this grotto heaven was transmitted to Feng Yuan's mind. So this grotto heaven is called Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. It is actually the immortal aperture of a rank 8 information path Gu immortal. Oh, there are a lot of people in this grotto heaven, and it also has a very unique cultivation custom. Feng Yuan couldn't help but reveal a curious expression. The population of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was more than the hairy men of Langya Blessed Land. The initial estimate was that there would be many Gu immortals. This grotto heaven mainly had information path Dao marks, so the grotto heaven's environment was naturally more beneficial to information path resources. Thus, Gu masters and Gu immortals cultivated information path and manipulated information path Gu worms. Profound Literature Paradise had been isolated from the world for many years, but because it had absorbed the immemorial 9 heavens fragments, the heavenly spirits here had always been muddle-headed. However, the original owner of the grotto heaven's immortal killer move was still effective. This move was called Helping Scholars. It seemed that as long as the grotto heaven existed, it would always be effective, and its effect was also very unique. Any pure-blooded human, as long as they created and recited an outstanding essay, no matter the subject, they would be able to obtain the perception and rewards of this heavenly cave. When mortals recite poems, they can attract Hope Gu to fly over from 10,000 li away, enlightening their apertures. When Gu masters create brilliant poems, they can obtain Gu worms, and even have their cultivation level rise. Although it is a pity that I cannot annex this grotto heaven, I still have many shocking poems in my heart. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. He immediately instilled immortal essence into Heaven Form. Heaven Form slowly let out a bright light, entering Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Feng Yuan slowly flew into the white light, about to enter Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Such guts! Which evildoer dares to invade my homeland? A righteous voice was heard. Next, an old man with the appearance of a white-robed scholar appeared in front of Feng Yuan with rank 8 aura. Feng Yuan was still in the white light. He could not attack casually. But the old man did not hesitate. He pushed with his hand as countless words appeared, raining down like a storm. Heaven Form was not an offensive killer move. As the storm of words rained down, the white light collapsed. Feng Yuan was in an awkward situation. He could not move up or down. He could only take the initiative to retreat. There is actually a rank 8 Gu immortal guarding this place. Feng Yuan was slightly surprised. Under normal circumstances, it was rare for a rank 8 Gu immortal to appear in a grotto heaven, because the grotto heaven itself did not have the resources to support a rank 8 Gu immortal. This Profound Literature Grotto Heaven's heavenly spirit was also muddle-headed. It did not know how to open the immortal aperture. It was hard for Gu immortals to leave. Even if this rank 8 Gu immortal had methods to sneak out of immemorial white heaven to collect immortal materials, the risk was too high. There were many immemorial desolate beasts and immemorial desolate plants in immemorial white heaven. There were also all sorts of strange and dangerous places that could threaten rank 8 Gu immortals. This was not the backyard of a rank 8 Gu immortal. They not only needed luck to collect resources here, they also needed to take risks. Let's try somewhere else. Feng Yuan rested for a while before instilling white lychee immortal essence into Heaven Form for the second time. Heaven Form was rank 9. It could connect to almost any grotto heaven in any immortal aperture. The first time was in the sky, the second time Feng Yuan chose to go deep underground. However, when he stepped into the white light again, and wanted to sneak into profound literature grotto heaven, that rank 8 Gu immortal actually appeared in time again. You still dare to come here? With me here, you have no chance. The rank 8 Gu immortal said as he immediately attacked. Feng Yuan was inside the white light. He felt very helpless, because he could not use any other methods. Without a choice, he could only let the white light scatter as he retreated outside. Feng Yuan's expression could not help but turn grim. He pondered in his heart. The two locations before and after were more than 108,000 li apart. They are simply worlds apart, but I was still detected and obstructed in time. What defensive method is this? It was very likely that he was detected. After all, this profound literature grotto heaven was an information path grotto heaven. An information path was most proficient in investigation, gathering information and spreading information. But the rank 8 Gu immortal could actually move rapidly and appear in front of Feng Yuan. What method was this? Next, Feng Yuan tried to attack a few more times, not only using heaven form, he even used fixed immortal travel, but he was quickly discovered and obstructed by the other party. Feng Yuan needed a very short time to pass through the white light, but under the obstruction of the rank 8 Gu immortal, this time seemed extremely long. At this moment, Feng Yuan fully experienced Heavenly Lord Baizu's feeling when he attacked Heifan Grotto Heaven. His strength was clearly higher than the enemy, but it was very difficult to enter the Grotto Heaven. It was extremely uncomfortable to be blocked by the enemy. Profound literature Grotto Heaven, I will return one day. Feng Yuan chose to retreat. In any case, he had already found out the location of profound literature Grotto Heaven. It was a grotto heaven that had annexed an immemorial 9 heavens fragment. It could not be moved anymore. When Feng Yuan returned in defeat, Duke Long brought Feng Kim Hong to a certain seabed in Eastern Sea. The dragons roared in the seabed, creating undercurrents and raging waves, but they could do nothing to Duke Long. Within a few hundred steps of Duke Long, there was tranquility. Feng Kim Hong stood quietly beside him. Duke Long brought Feng Kim Hong down slowly. After a while, Feng Kim Hong's vision suddenly rippled, as if she had broken through an invisible barrier. Next, her pupils shrunk as she saw a grand palace quietly sitting at the bottom of the sea. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Its whole body was emitting a faint orange-gold light. It was richly ornamented and had magnificent pavilions. But around Dragon Palace, there was a large area of dream realms. These dream realms were constantly moving and moving at a very fast speed. Dragon Palace was covered by the dream realms at times, enticing visitors. The dream realms were ever-changing. Even though there would be some gaps that could allow outsiders to enter Dragon Palace, Duke Long was very cautious. He would rather wait for a while and not take unnecessary risks. Now he had a method to deal with this dream realm. Immortal Killer Move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. He borrowed Feng Kim Hong's Dream Wings Immortal Gu, while the Immortal Killer Move itself was the result of Fairy Myrtle's deductions. Under the effect of the Killer Move, a small piece of the dream realm quickly turned into a human body. Its eyes were shut as it fell into deep sleep. This is the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body, and it is also a perfect physique without any flaws. Duke Long's eyes shined with bright light as he sized it up. He had once been cheated by this Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body. Thus he felt some nostalgia. Huang Er, your modification is truly amazing. From now on, this Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body can be considered the 11th extreme physique. Duke Long praised. Feng Kim Hong blinked. Master, I won't hide it from you. Disciple only had a fortuitous encounter. Because some time ago, Disciple created the killer move Shatter Dream. And this modification is the result of Shatter Dream. Disciple just wanted to give it a try, to think that it would actually succeed. Duke Long smiled. No need to be uneasy, my good disciple. Do you think it was a coincidence that you created Shatter Dream? This should be fate's arrangement. It is fate that made you. Feng Kim Hong pouted. Master, can you stop saying such things? Disciple doesn't want to hear it anymore. If all of this is fate's arrangement, then what use do I have? Chapter 1698. Central Continent Earth Trench. Roar. A desolate beast giant monkey let out its final roar. It wanted to stand up, but facing the tiny human Gu immortal in front of it, it felt its body turning cold. This cold penetrated its heart, even its boiling blood froze. Immortal killer move, blood turns cold. The one who attacked was none other than Feng Yuan's younger brother, Guyue Fengzheng. Congratulations Fengzheng, after these days of battle, your cold blood light killer move is already very familiar with it. Zhao Lianyan flew closer with a smile. Guyue Fengzheng looked at the cold giant monkey's corpse. The red light in his eyes faded, but his expression was still calm. He looked at Zhao Lianyan calmly, showing a grateful expression. You flatter me. It was all thanks to Fairy Lianyan's protection these days. Otherwise, how could I have had so many opportunities to practice my killer moves? Central Continent's earth veins moved frequently, accidents happened frequently, any superforce was in a predicament of lacking manpower. Crane Gate had no choice but to send Fengzheng to suppress their own situation. Of course, Fengzheng's actions were constantly monitored by Celestial Court. As long as there were no accidents, Celestial Court was happy to see Fengzheng's strength rise. After Fengzheng was saved by Feng Jioge, he returned to Central Continent and received the support of Celestial Court. Not only did he obtain Blood Feud Immortal Gu, he even obtained Cold Blood Immortal Gu during his immortal ascension. Fairy Myrtle had already arranged everything. Blood turns cold and other immortal killer moves were handed to Fengzheng. Right now he had already grasped the killer move Blood turns cold, and could use it proficiently in battle. He was improving by leaps and bounds. Eastern Sea, at a certain seabed. Duke Long and Feng Kim Hong had been refining the Dream Realm for several days. There were far more dream realms surrounding Dragon Palace than expected. Duke Long had been using Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation to transform dozens of Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies, but there were still new dream realms coming out of Dragon Palace to replenish the outside world's losses. Comparing the two, Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation was only a rank 6 killer move. Its power was limited because its core Immortal Gu, Dream Wings, was only rank 6. Actually, after condensing the first Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique, Duke Long could use this unique body to freely traverse the dream realm and enter the depths of the Dragon Palace. But Duke Long's goal was this rank 8 Immortal Gu house. If he did not get rid of these dream realms, he would not be able to take this Immortal Gu house safely. While Duke Long was condensing the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies, Feng Kim Hong had been cultivating diligently. She was mainly researching the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies. Sometimes, her soul would leave her body and enter the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies. Sometimes, her soul would return to the main body and research the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique that Shadow Sect researched could not last long because it pursued stability too much. Dream realms change constantly, their specialty is the word change. So I simply walked on the path of Shattered Dream, and made it even more unstable. In the end, under Lady Ziwei's deduction, I obtained the perfect Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies instead. Every time Feng Kim Hong thought about it, she felt that this was a fluke. Could this be the effect of fate? It wants to use me to make the complete Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique appear in the world? Feng Kim Hong shook her head, getting rid of this thought. She thought about the words that her master, Duke Long, had told her. Huang Er, although you researched the perfect Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies, it is still not enough. You need to thoroughly research this result before you can use it for your cultivation. When you find a way to let your main body's aptitude naturally advance to a Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body, that will be the day you undergo your immortal ascension. Gu Immortal. Feng Kim Huang's accumulations were already enough for her immortal ascension, but she had always been suppressed by Duke Long. Now that Duke Long finally relented, Feng Kim Hong was excited but also troubled. How could she fully comprehend the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies? Feng Kim Hong was thinking about this problem, while Duke Long was also looking forward to it silently. Am I forcing her? After all, to transform the main body into a Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body, it involves the profundity of human path. The Legends of Renzu clearly states that the 10 extreme physiques were created by Renzu. These are the profundity of human path. I might be able to impart the results of reading the Legends of Renzu to her. Duke Long was also known as the Dragon Man ancestor. Back then, The birth of a new variant human race, Dragon Man, was single-handedly facilitated by Duke Long, and the results of Dragon Man were obtained from Duke Long's comprehension of the legends of Renzu. Although I took Feng Kim Hong as my disciple, I did not teach her anything. She might not be able to fulfill my request, but this Dragon Man profundity should be given to her as well. Of course, I will have to warn her not to create dragon men. No, according to her nature, she will probably create them secretly. Huang Er is very different from Hong Ting, especially her nature, as well as her thoughts about fate. Sigh. Human nature is not what it used to be. This dangerous thought should have nothing to do with Bai Qing. It might be more due to Feng Jioge's influence. Duke Long had naturally investigated Feng Jioge and Fairy Bai Qing. Achoo. Feng Jioge rubbed his nose. His body was covered in blood. He grumbled in dissatisfaction. Who is talking about me? He was in a sorry state. His robe was mostly torn. His muscular chest was exposed. Cough, cough. He suddenly coughed, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. The two Gu immortals who were hiding at the side appeared at this moment. Seeing Feng Jioge's heavily injured state, they both had joyful expressions, saying, "Congratulations, Lord Feng Jioge, for becoming a rank 8 Gu immortal." Feng Jioge nodded with an indifferent expression. He did not feel much excitement towards his rank 8 cultivation level. In fact, he could have advanced to rank 8 long ago, but he did not have a suitable opportunity. He had his own restrictions and restraints. After all, he had a family, and was also an important member of Spirit Affinity House. Rank 8 cultivation level is not a big deal. Although I have white lychee immortal essence, it will take some time to accumulate. I do not have enough wealth to raise my core immortal Gu to rank 8. Even if I have the wealth, I will need others to help me refine Gu. Maybe I can rely on the Celestial Court for this step? Feng Jioge thought of his identity as a Dao Guardian. There was a lot of room for him to use. But most importantly, I got inspiration from the legends of Renzu when I was undergoing tribulation. Perhaps I can create a song of destiny from it. There is fate in heaven and earth. Everything has its own arrangements. But after Luck Path was born, there was room for change. Everything in the world will become brilliant and colorful. Destiny Song describes this kind of excitement. It talks about the changes and unchanging of life in heaven and earth. Time passed, another period of time passed. Immemorial white heaven. Feng Yuan looked at the heaven-form crane that was flying in circles with excitement on his face. Found it. I finally found my second immortal aperture grotto heaven. This is Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven? Chapter 1699. After searching for so many days, Feng Yuan found an immortal aperture grotto heaven that had not annexed any 9 heavens fragment. But this is a transformation path grotto heaven. My transformation path attainment level is slightly lacking. Master, Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, Supreme Grandmaster. In terms of transformation path attainment level, Feng Yuan was at Grandmaster level. He was indeed lacking by 1 level. The difference in attainment level was not a problem. He could use Dream Realms to make up for it. Southern Border had enough transformation path Dream Realms to support Feng Yuan's breakthrough to transformation path Great Grandmaster attainment level. It was just that he needed to spend some effort. Other than Dream Realms, Feng Yuan had a second method for his transformation path attainment level. That was to use Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu, the Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture method, and the true meaning of Reckless Savage in the Northern Icy Plain of Northern Plains. The original owner of this grotto heaven was a rank 8 Gu immortal, who cultivated transformation path. He had passed 1 myriad tribulation. After rank 8 Gu immortals passed 3 myriad tribulations, they would be rank 9. Myriad tribulations had terrifying power. They were said to be beyond redemption. For rank 8 Gu immortals, they were in great danger of dying, but it was also an opportunity for their cultivation level to rise rapidly. First myriad tribulation and second myriad tribulation were the dividing lines between rank 8 Gu immortals. If Feng Yuan annexed this grotto heaven, his cultivation level would rise to 1 myriad tribulation level. Such a terrifying progress would definitely cause Celestial Court to make a mistake. In history, Duke Long and Bo Qing were only rank 8 Gu immortals who had passed 2 myriad tribulations. They would be rank 9 after passing 3. But Duke Long knew he was not made for this. He merged his immortal aperture with celestial court to exchange for a phantom aperture. On the other hand, Bo Qing's charge ended in his death. Then, since this beast Calamity Grotto Heaven did not annex any immemorial Nine Heavens fragment, how did it pass its own tribulations? It was not easy to rely on one's own strength to pass calamities and tribulations. Back then, Langya Grotto Heaven was afraid of calamities and tribulations. It fell from Grotto Heaven to Blessed Land. This was a wise move. Of course, methods to fall from a Grotto Heaven to a Blessed Land were extremely rare. Not any Grotto Heaven could do it. Heaven form was flying in the air, continuously transmitting the information it obtained. Feng Yuan then discovered a strange phenomenon. It turned out that the calamities and tribulations in this Grotto Heaven were all unified, and they were all disasters of beasts. Beast calamities were a type of calamity. Some were caused by desolate beasts, while others were caused by ancient desolate beasts. In this Grotto Heaven, the heavenly tribulation was a desolate beast horde disaster. The calamity was an ancient desolate beast, and the 10,000 tribulation was a primordial desolate beast. What kind of trick is this? It could actually limit the types of calamities? If they were all beast disasters, then it would be very easy to target them. After all, desolate beasts have physical bodies, unlike rain, wind, and fog that are hard to resist. As the celestial phenomenon continued to probe deeper, Feng Yuan discovered something deeper. He couldn't help but sigh. So this Grotto Heaven doesn't restrict calamities and tribulations. Instead, it transforms any kind of calamity and tribulations into a beast calamity. What an amazing technique! There were many kinds of calamities and tribulations. However, in the process of the calamities and tribulations forming in the Grotto Heaven, they would be affected by the beast calamity Grotto Heaven. In the end, they would all transform into ferocious monsters. Other than calamity beckoning immortal goo and immortal tribulation tempering aperture methods to deal with calamities and tribulations, Feng Yuan finally encountered a third method, beast calamity transformation. Any Grotto Heaven in an immortal aperture is not simple as long as it exists. The profound literature Grotto Heaven I encountered earlier was like this. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven is even more so. This is truly an unexpected surprise. This Grotto Heaven contains a vast number of people and resources. It even has a method to create a beast calamity. I need to grasp this method. It will be very useful when I undergo tribulation in the future. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan instilled white lychee immortal essence into the heaven form crane. A lump of white light spread out as Feng Yuan flew in. This time, he was not obstructed by any rank 8 Gu immortals, because this beast calamity Grotto Heaven did not have any rank 8 Gu immortals. However, the moment he entered, the entire Grotto Heaven started to shake. A mysterious and majestic force came from all directions. Not only did it affect the white light lump, it even affected Feng Yuan's body. What is this? At first, Feng Yuan was slightly bewildered, but soon he realized. He showed a slightly strange expression. So that's it. I am not someone from this Grotto Heaven. I came from the outside world, and because I am too strong, I was rejected by the entire Grotto Heaven. It treated me as a calamity and tribulation. This beast calamity Grotto Heaven could transform calamities and tribulations into monsters of all levels and numbers, and now, this force was affecting Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan thought to himself, it is not impossible to resist this force, but if the two fight, this method will be destroyed. Even though Heaven Form had found several inheritance lands left behind by the original owner, it was not enough to deal with them. But what if there is no method to transform into a beast calamity inside? Thus, to be safe, he had to keep beast calamity Grotto Heaven in its original state, and not destroy the current arrangements. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan boldly let go of his defenses. He sensed that a vast number of temporary transformation path Dao marks were added to his body. At the same time, all of his Dao marks were transformed into transformation path Dao marks. Amazing, amazing! Transformation path uses one path to reflect countless paths. Transformation path Dao marks can transform into any path's Dao marks. But now this transformation is reversed. The Dao marks of other paths are transformed into transformation path Dao marks. Fong Yuan praised endlessly, gasping in surprise. This method is extraordinary. It seems to involve the highest profundity of transformation path. It seems that as long as I enter and exit it a few times and allow this influence to affect me, I will be able to comprehend some of the essence of this method. Of course, the fastest way is to attack those inheritance lands and snatch the true inheritances inside, to see if there are any original copies of the Beast Calamity transformation method. Fong Yuan's body was transforming. Other than expanding, his entire body was changing beyond recognition. He was turning into a wild beast. If not for the fact that Heaven Form had investigated clearly that this transformation did not have any repercussions, Fong Yuan would not dare to allow this influence to affect him. Roar! A moment later, Fong Yuan turned into a bull-headed human-bodied monster. His body was huge like a mountain, his bull skin was tough like iron, his bull hair was thick, his bull nose breathed out coarse air. He stood on the ground and supported the sky. The whole of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was shaken. Countless people looked at the sky. Looking at Fong Yuan, after being stunned for a moment, they screamed and shouted loudly. Monster! Another monster appeared. This monster is huge. Its aura is completely different from before. Quickly summon our combat beast warrior. Amidst the anxious anticipation of countless people, a beast warrior appeared on the stage. This was a middle-aged man with rank 7 Gu immortal cultivation level, but his aura was somewhat strange. He had a plain appearance and a solemn expression. He flipped his body and appeared on the city wall. Such a huge monster has only been recorded once in history. Just one look, and I can feel the incomparable deterrence. He sighed inwardly, he clenched his fists, battle intent surged in his eyes. But for our homeland, to protect love and justice, I must defeat this monster. Come, my combat beast, transformation! The middle-aged man shouted. His body started to shine. Next, with an eagle cry, a silver-white giant eagle flew over from afar. This was an ancient desolate beast. The silver-white giant eagle's body also started to shine. The middle-aged man jumped up. The silver-white giant eagle swooped down. The two's light became brighter and brighter. Finally, the two met in the sky. Two lumps of light collided and fused together. Boom! The light scattered. An eagle-headed, human-bodied warrior with wings on his back. He was as large as a city wall. The crowd cheered. He appeared, it is our eagle warrior. Go, eagle warrior, kill this monster in front of us. We support you, you can definitely do it. Under the cheers of the crowd, eagle warrior flew into the sky, charging towards Fong Yuan. He shouted in his heart. I will not let you down. Come, let us fight for 300 rounds. Slap. With a crisp sound, the silent Fong Yuan slapped eagle warrior down. Boom. The giant eagle warrior's body was like a falling meteor, shooting through the air in a perfectly straight line. Then it fiercely smashed into the ground, immediately creating a deep pit. Smoke and dust billowed. The crowd was speechless. The intense dizziness almost caused Eagle Warrior to faint on the spot. He tried his best to endure it, finally overcoming it with difficulty. Next, he propped his arms up, slowly standing up from the deep crater. What's going on? I was actually slapped down by this monster? After a long while, Eagle Warrior finally reacted. His eyes were filled with fear as he recalled the scene just now. Chapter 1700. Generally speaking, a monster of such a large size should be overbearing and powerful. It is impossible for it to have such agile speed. The Eagle Warrior stood up from the deep pit, his head full of cold sweat. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Wait a minute, could it be that the attack just now was this monster's battle skill? He looked up at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan had transformed into a giant monster with a bull head and a human body. A huge shadow shrouded the Eagle Warrior. In the Eagle Warrior's heart, the courage to fight again slowly recovered. You have a battle skill. I also have a battle skill. I already know your battle skill, but you, this stupid big guy, don't know my battle skill. That's right, as long as I grasp the opportunity, I will definitely have a chance of winning. Thinking of this, the Eagle Warrior's eyes shone with hope. He stood up. That's right, how could the Eagle Warrior be knocked down in an instant? Eagle Warrior, go, we believe in you. Seeing the Eagle Warrior stand up, the The city that was dead silent a second ago suddenly burst into cheers that soared to the sky. An eagle's cry rang out. The eagle warrior fiercely flapped the wings on his back and rose up again, flying high into the sky. You have a battle skill. I also have a battle skill. Monster, take a look, my battle skill. Silver Phantom. The eagle warrior shouted. In the next moment, his body suddenly changed, splitting into 6 phantoms. They were lifelike and looked no different from the real body. For a moment, the real and fake eagle warriors hovered above Feng Yuan's head, surrounding Feng Yuan. The uproar in the city reached a whole new level. Look, it's the eagle warrior's silver phantom battle skill. He's finally unleashed it. Look. That big monster seems to be stunned. It doesn't know which one to attack. The chance of victory is in front of us. Go kill that big monster. The eagle warrior is really too cool. The eagle warrior heard the cheers of the crowd from the bottom of his heart, which gave him more courage and fighting spirit. However, he remained calm. I have to cherish this opportunity. I have to kill this monster in one strike. Even if I can't kill it, I have to severely injure it. After all, combat skills consume a lot of stamina. It's impossible to use them continuously. So, even if this monster is very strong, it cannot use its battle skills too often. I'll first use the phantom shadow to lure it away and exhaust its stamina, causing it to suffer a great loss. Perhaps it won't have much stamina left, and I'll be able to capture it alive. The eagle warrior actually wanted to capture Feng Yuan alive. Although Feng Yuan still couldn't detect his thoughts, the eagle warrior's tactics were clear at a glance. One by one, the giant eagle warriors circled around Feng Yuan, flying continuously. Occasionally, 1 or 2 of them would suddenly swoop down, extending their sharp claws and beaks to attack Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not dodge, standing on the spot. These eagle warriors were phantom shadows. Their attacks had no substance. In Feng Yuan's eyes, they were exposed. Feng Yuan was calm and unruffled, laughing internally. This grotto heaven is quite interesting. Firstly, the Gu immortals between mortals and Gu immortals were interesting. It was very harmonious. It was completely different from the outside world of the 5 regions. Mortals were like ants in the 5 regions, while Gu immortals were high and mighty. But the Gu immortals here were the guardians of mortals, and most importantly, they were very passionate about this responsibility of protection. From this point, Feng Yuan seemed to have seen a hint of paradise Earth. But this was not strange. Every grotto heaven was a world of its own. If there was little interaction with the outside world of the 5 regions, it would form a different social structure and perception, having a unique style. Secondly, the battles and cultivation of Gu masters and Gu immortals here were also interesting. For example, Feng Yuan's opponent was a fusion of an ancient desolate beast, the silver giant eagle, forming a human beast form. This was clearly a transformation path method. Its advantages were very obvious. Normal Gu immortals needed to expend immortal essence to activate immortal Gu or immortal killer moves to battle. But the Gu immortals here only needed to fuse with a desolate beast to obtain battle skills. The so-called battle skills were the innate abilities of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Like the upper extreme heavenly eagle that Feng Yuan once possessed, it could freely enter and exit immortal apertures. This innate ability was called a battle skill here. It did not need to expend immortal essence, but would greatly expend stamina, and even pay some other price, like a part of the body or lifespan. Be it battle skills, immortal Gu, or immortal killer moves, if one were to look at the root, they were all Dao. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts had a dense accumulation of Dao marks on their bodies, as well as a specific division of Dao marks. Thus they had innate abilities, which were battle skills. Immortal Gu themselves were fragments of the great Dao. They represented a certain point in the laws of heaven and earth. Not to mention immortal killer moves, they often used a small number of immortal Gu and a large number of mortal Gu. They were the combination of Dao marks and fragments of the great Dao. Then through a certain mystical process, they would achieve a certain level of power and effect. In fact, the earliest immortal killer moves were developed by Gu immortals by referring to the Dao marks on desolate beasts, gradually imitating and experimenting with them. The Gu immortals here, after fusing with desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, can use the innate abilities of desolate beasts. They do not need to painstakingly refine immortal goo. They can also avoid the risks and costs of cultivating immortal killer moves. This advantage was very obvious. Because immortal goo were too rare, immortal goo were unique. Every immortal goo was unique. But there were many desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Even immemorial desolate beasts like the upper extreme heavenly eagle could form groups. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts with innate abilities often lacked intelligence and intelligence. They were very stupid. But when they fused with goo immortals, the goo immortals would obtain their innate abilities, while they would also obtain the goo immortals' intelligence. The combination of the two was a stable win-win situation. It ingeniously made up for the shortcomings of both sides. But this method is not flexible enough to cultivate. No matter how he played, there was only one card. Innate abilities are too monotonous, they can be easily countered, there are many shortcomings. Feng Yuan also saw the disadvantages. But overall, this method is too good, it far exceeds the disadvantages. Once it is promoted, it will definitely be popular in the 5 regions. Thankfully, I did not have this method in my previous life, otherwise, my memories would have changed completely. Because this method was simply the best method to mass-produce goo immortals, although it could not change the battle between higher-level experts, it could change the situation to a certain extent. There were many rank 6 goo immortals in the 5 regions who did not have an immortal goo. And these people happened to be the group of people with the highest number of goo immortals in each region. Think about it, one region did not have this method, while another region had this method. Once an all-out war broke out, in terms of the battle between middle and lower level goo immortals, the region with this method had a higher chance of winning. Fusion is not a new method, it is just that it has always been difficult to use. The biggest difficulty is the conflict between Dao marks. But in this grotto heaven, there is a method that can turn other Dao marks into transformation Dao marks. Thus, goo immortals and desolate beasts can freely fuse with each other. In the end, this fusion method is the same as the beast calamity method. After deducing this, Feng Yuan wanted to obtain this transformation path method even more. I still have proper matters to attend to, stop buzzing around like flies. After muttering to himself, Feng Yuan activated his time path method. His current time path killer move was no longer the same as before. Eagle Warrior was still probing when he suddenly realized that the surrounding time had become extremely slow. This time has actually become so slow. How can this be? Eagle Warrior was completely shocked. He was actually quite confident in his speed, but the problem was that time was affected, his speed specialty could not be used at all. Let's end this. Feng Yuan slowly stretched out his hand, his 10 fingers spread out as he slowly reached out, firmly grabbing onto Eagle Warrior's 2 eagle wings. Damn it, damn it. Move, move, move. Eagle Warrior roared in his mind, but he used all his strength to fly, but he could only fly an extremely small distance. Poochie. At the next moment, Feng Yuan exerted strength in his arms, directly tearing off Eagle Warrior's 2 wings. Ah! Eagle Warrior's face twisted as he screamed in pain. Blood spurted out crazily from the wound on his back like a fountain. Eagle Warrior. No! Countless people in the city screamed. Fear and shock replaced their surging battle intent. Some people fainted on the spot, some directly closed their eyes and covered their faces. Feng Yuan slowly placed his 2 hands on Eagle Warrior's head. Eagle Warrior's heart jumped wildly. At this moment, he could fully sense the dense aura of death. So this is its battle technique? Slowing down time. What a terrifying battle technique. However, even if I were to die here, I would still be of some value. At least, I have investigated its background. Thinking of this, Eagle Warrior suddenly shouted, "Monster! Even if you kill me, what can you do? There are still many Warbeast warriors coming to kill you, you will definitely die." Pa. Feng Yuan's hands suddenly exerted strength in the middle, and Eagle Warrior's head fell to the ground like a watermelon, shattering into pieces, white and red mixed with the skull fragments. Feng Yuan released his hands. Thump. The headless Eagle Warrior's corpse fell to the ground, raising a small cloud of dust. Feng Yuan looked at the city. His body was too large. The towering city walls only reached below his knees. His expression was calm, but his bull-headed face made countless people afraid. White clouds were on his shoulders. It was a sunny day, the bright sun shone down, but his huge shadow deeply covered everyone's hearts. The city was filled with people, but no one made a sound. It was a dead city. Feng Yuan stepped forward, slowly walking towards the city. In the next moment, the city seemed to explode. Countless people began to hold their heads and scream, frantically running away like headless flies. Looking down from above, in Feng Yuan's vision, these mortals were like a group of ants piled together, following the city's 4 gates and began to disperse. Feng Yuan did not pay attention to them, heading straight for the city. Bang! His calf hit the city wall, causing the entire wall to collapse. He walked on the streets of the city. Even if the wide streets were expanded 5 or 6 times, they were still covered by Feng Yuan's feet. Chapter 1701. Moo. The Feng Yuan beast let out a bull's roar. Its huge body shuttled through the forest, easily knocking down countless towering ancient trees. Retreat, retreat quickly. The elk warrior held a long spear in his hand. As he spat out blood, he roared as he faced Feng Yuan, using his life to buy time for the residents of the Soul Spring Forest to retreat. But in the end, the elk warrior's neck was broken by Feng Yuan, and he died tragically on the battlefield. The video ended there, and the hall was filled with buzzing noises. Dozens of combat beast warriors, all of them spirited and ferocious, were discussing softly. Their words and expressions were filled with shock and anger. At this moment, on the high platform, a skinny old man coughed twice. The hall immediately fell silent. All the combat beast warriors looked up at the old man with respect in their eyes. The old man said, "You've all seen these videos just now. Ever since the ox-head demon god descended, it has destroyed Holy Eagle City, Qingming Valley, and the Soul Spring Forest." A red-haired boorish man shouted, "Combat beast Wangda, what are we waiting for? Almost all the combat beast warriors in the world are here, waiting for your order to eradicate this ferocious ox-head demon god." "Yes, sir, please give the order. We can't wait anymore. We've long heard about the ox-head demon god. The giant eagle warrior and the elk warrior both died tragically in its hands. We must avenge them." Many combat beast warriors echoed, and for a moment, the hall was filled with excitement. The old man could only stretch out his palm and slowly press down. After the hall calmed down again, he continued, "Sigh. It seems that you still haven't truly realized the seriousness of this beast disaster. I know that everyone here has an impressive battle record, but the beast this time is extraordinary. To be more precise, if we don't deal with it properly, I'm afraid it will bring about the end of the world." "What do you mean?" "This beast is indeed very strong, but it's not like there hasn't been a giant monster that killed a few combat beast warriors before. This beast is huge and has 2 combat skills, especially the time deceleration combat skill. It is indeed very troublesome. But it's not like they can't be targeted." However, the old man shook his head slowly and said with a solemn expression, "This ox-headed demonic god's strength is unfathomable. It can be said to be the most terrifying monster in history. You should know how the first-generation war beast king died, right?" As soon as these words came out, all the beast warriors present were moved. "Beast Wangda, you mean? It can't be. Could this monster be at that level?" The battle beast king nodded slowly and said in a heavy tone, "The Star Sea Snail Hall we are in now is the corpse of the Star Sea Snail monster. The first-generation Warbeast King Warrior was the strongest Warbeast warrior in history, but in order to eradicate it, he paid the price of his life. This time, the ox-headed demonic god is at the same level as the Star Sea Snail." The old man's reply caused everyone to be so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. So, the elder surveyed his surroundings and continued, "I have gathered everyone to take action together to encircle this ox-headed fiend celestial, but I actually do not have much confidence in victory. Everyone, you must do your best to have a chance of victory. Please be prepared to die in this battle." "The resolve to die." Someone murmured. Suddenly, someone laughed softly. The atmosphere became lively. The Warbeast warriors' eyes were burning with a similar flame. Their fighting spirit soared. "For this home, I have long been prepared to sacrifice myself." "That's right. For family and friends, what is a life worth?" We can't let this ox-headed demonic god continue wreaking havoc. So what if it is comparable to the star sea snail? I believe in my fists, and I believe in the big guy even more. That's right. I believe in the strength of my comrades. The first generation Warbeast King fought alone to the end, but we are different. We still have each other. We have comrades. Some shouted, some waved their arms, and the morale kept rising. A gratified smile appeared on the elder's face. He nodded slowly and said, "That's good. Next, I will fuse with the star sea snail shell and teleport all of you over. We will encircle and attack the ox-headed demonic god, catching it off guard. You must remember, the safety of the entire world rests on your shoulders." Understood. The star sea snail shell started to shake. Feng Yuan was walking on a desolate plain. He was still in the form of a bullhead and human body. His body was tall like a mountain, clouds were wrapped around his shoulders, and pits were created under his feet. He walked over step by step, his giant feet stepping on the ground and creating loud noises that reverberated in the world. The first-generation Warbeast King should be the original owner of this immortal Aperture Grotto heaven. Feng Yuan was certain in his heart. He destroyed 3 locations and took away the inheritances of the original owner of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. These inheritances were very complete. Even though they had existed for many years, they were not taken by other Warbeast warriors. The cultivation method of fusing with a Warbeast might be convenient, but it is not the righteous path of goo cultivation. This path will only get narrower and narrower. Thus, these people did not even discover Beast Calamity Immortal's true inheritance. Who is it? Suddenly, Feng Yuan stopped moving. His gaze was filled with vigilance. At the next moment, starlight surged as Warbeast warriors appeared one after another, surrounding him. Monster die. For the peace and tranquility of the world. Even if I have to sacrifice my everything, it is not a pity. Everyone attack together. Believe in yourself and your teammates. No matter how strong the monster is, it is not our match. A huge battle erupted. At the same time, somewhere in the depths of Eastern Sea. Master, it's done. There are no more dream realms flowing out. Feng Kim-hong looked at the rank 8 immortal Goo House Dragon Palace as he said excitedly. Duke Long nodded slightly. These days of hard work were not in vain. The biggest obstacle is gone. Dragon Palace is covered in dream realms. Even though the framework is not messed up, the entire immortal Goo House should have lost its effectiveness. It is the best time to take it. As Duke Long thought of this, a scene from his memories surfaced in his mind. The red longevity character in the hall was extremely eye-catching. Duke Long sat at the main seat, surrounded by dragon men. Grandfather, grandson wishes you a happy birthday. I wish you happiness as boundless as Eastern Sea and longevity as long as Southern Mountain. This is a desolate beast that grandson personally hunted for you. I hope you like it. A dragon man youngster half knelt on the ground, holding a plate with both hands. There was an exquisite little seahorse on the plate. This is the desolate beast Joy Seahorse. It is extremely fast and hard to kill. 7th young master only has rank 6 cultivation level. It is already difficult to hunt it. To think that he managed to capture it alive. I heard that in order to capture this Joy Seahorse alive, 7th young master hid in the sea for a month without moving. His filial piety is truly touching. The surrounding people discussed. Some were human Goo immortals, but most were dragon men. These dragon men consisted of Goo immortals and mortal Goo masters. They were all descendants of Duke Long. Duke Long was the ancestor of the dragon men. He was the creator of the dragon man variant human race. Rank 6 Dragon Man Goo Immortal 7th Young Master was Duke Long's most beloved grandson. Good. Grandfather will accept your gift. Duke Long had a loving smile on his face. Surrounded by friends and grandchildren, this warmth filled Duke Long's heart. But now, Duke Long was dazed for a moment before coming to his senses. There was only the deep and cold seawater in front of him, as well as that desolate and silent dragon palace. The past was gone. The warmth that once filled his heart was long gone. Who is it? Come out. Duke Long suddenly spoke. He had a calm expression. His gaze was like lightning as he looked around. As expected of the celestial courts, Duke Long, your eyes are truly sharp. An old woman smiled as she appeared. She had a hunched back and deep wrinkles on her face. The wrinkles were in a peculiar pattern. They formed purple venomous python markings that extended from her face to her arms, and even her whole body. Duke Long, we must obtain this immortal Gu house. Another Gu immortal appeared. He had the appearance of a young man. He wore a white robe and had a handsome face. Central Continent wants to take something from Eastern Sea? Humph. The third Gu immortal snorted. He had a muscular body and a pair of triangular eyes shined with cold light. The final Gu immortal slowly approached Duke Long. He wore a black robe and his face could not be seen. He was silent and floated like a ghost, filled with a sinister aura. Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, Shi Miao, and Zhang Yin, you are all lone and demonic immortals of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Did you think it was easy for you to cultivate to rank 8? Why are you courting death in front of me? Duke Long was surrounded by 4 rank 8 Gu immortals, but he was still calm. No need to speak nonsense, attack. Shi Miao attacked first. Chapter 1702. Immemorial White Heaven. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Oxhead, take this. A golden-haired violent ape roared and charged at Feng Yuan. Oxhead demonic god Feng Yuan stood still and watched the golden-haired violent ape approach him. He only raised his hand slightly when the other party was in front of him. Whoosh! In the next moment, the right hand that was just raised from his knee suddenly appeared in front of his chest. He waved his fist and struck. It was a very ordinary action, but in Feng Yuan's current state, it had terrifying might. Before the golden-haired violent ape could react, it felt an incomparably powerful force that sent it flying. Rumble! After drawing a thick and short arc in the air, the golden-haired violent ape smashed into a mountain peak. Immediately, soil and rocks rolled and a large amount of mountain rocks fell, burying it. What kind of terrifying strength is this? Even the golden-haired violent ape is no match for it. I have never seen this kind of strength paired with this kind of speed, as expected of a big monster comparable to a star sea snail. Other than the buried golden ape, there were still some combat beast warriors lying on the battlefield. When they saw the golden ape's fate, they all felt a chill in their hearts. Everyone, pull yourself together. This is obviously a kind of combat skill. If used too much, it will consume a lot of energy. One of the combat beast warriors, Thunder Lion, roared. Most of the combat beast warriors that were teleported here by the combat beast king had already been defeated by Feng Yuan. However, there were still 5 that maintained a certain amount of battle power. They were the 5 strongest combat beast warriors. The 2 lions were Thunder Lion and Doro Lion. The former had a lion head and a human body, and could control the power of thunder and lightning. The latter had a lion body and a human head, and had an extremely strong recovery ability. There was a river clam that was as huge as a mountain. It was called Stone Clam. When its 2 huge shells were opened, it could spit out countless meteor-like flying stones. There was a similarly huge rhinoceros that looked like it was made of steel. It was called Steel Rush. Finally, there was a rare pocket-sized frost butterfly that was only the size of an adult's fist. It had human-shaped butterfly wings, and could release extremely intense cold air. Hee, stupid bull, you fell into a trap. Unknowingly, the exquisite frost butterfly had arrived on top of Feng Yuan's head. Freezing air gushed out, enveloping Feng Yuan's head and shoulders, and then quickly spreading downwards. Roar! Steel Ben let out a howl and charged towards Feng Yuan. For a moment, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Have a taste of my new battle technique. All of a sudden, the stone muscle spun rapidly and burst out with a terrifying speed, catching up to Feng Yuan. The 2 shells opened up, and the stone clam firmly wrapped around Feng Yuan's entire lower body. At the next moment, Gang Ben ruthlessly knocked Feng Yuan to the ground. The cold air froze both of Feng Yuan's arms, covering them with a large piece of dark blue ice. Now, the Thunder Lion and Duo Luo Lion attacked Feng Yuan's head from both sides. Die! The 5 of them roared in unison. Their battle intent soared to the peak. Boom! The violent explosion set off an incomparable wave of air. The 5 warbeast warriors were like small wooden planks in a hurricane. Each of them vomited blood, and was blown away by the wave of air. Amidst the smoke and dust, a black silhouette as large as a mountain gradually appeared. Feng Yuan stood quietly on the spot. He looked at the 5 war-beast warriors who were struggling on the ground, and continued to move forward. Bang, bang, bang. Every step he took caused the surrounding ground to tremble violently, leaving behind a large footprint and deep pit. Damn it. Don't go. Stop it, stop it. The war-beast warriors tried to stand up, but in the end, only the Thunder Lion managed to stand up. It's the Thunder Lion. Do your best, you must stop this monster. The Thunder Lion fearlessly charged towards Fang Yuan again. His eyes were filled with determination. If you want to kill another life, you have to step over my corpse first. Boom. No one saw how Fang Yuan made his move. They only saw the Thunder Lion being sent flying back at an even faster speed. The huge lion's body plowed through the ground, creating a 10-jong-wide ravine before stopping. The Thunder Lion fainted and no longer moved. Fang Yuan continued to move forward. He knew his limits and spared these people's lives. Different from when he first invaded this place, after receiving so many inheritances consecutively, his mentality had already changed. From his point of view, everything in this beast calamity grotto heaven would be his property. Of course, this included the war-beast warriors. There's still one last inheritance ground left. As long as I receive this inheritance, I will be able to combine all the contents of the inheritance together and obtain the complete contents. Soon, Fang Yuan arrived in front of the Star Sea Snail. The Star Sea Snail was an immemorial desolate beast, but in front of Fang Yuan, it was just a corpse of a Star Sea Snail. Previously, the beast Calamity Immortal was severely injured when he fought against the Star Sea Snail. This was a fatal injury that was difficult to heal. On his deathbed, he left behind his inheritance and made this Star Sea Snail the final inheritance ground. Ox-headed demonic god, I have been waiting for you for a long time. This generation's war-beast king stood at the top of the Star Sea Snail and looked at Fang Yuan. He was already very old, and compared to Fang Yuan, he was like an ant. But in the ant's eyes, there was a fire burning. Starlight suddenly flashed and enveloped the elder from the Star Sea Snail. A few breaths later, the starlight shone brightly and was so dazzling that one could not even open one's eyes. After the starlight dissipated, a heavily armored giant stood in front of Fang Yuan. He was only slightly shorter than Fang Yuan. Oh, so this method is not only limited to living beings, it can even be used on immemorial desolate beast corpses. Fang Yuan was shocked. No matter what, he immediately understood. This transformation path method was based on Tao marks and not the difference between life and death. Although the Star Sea Snail was dead, its shell still had a large number of star path Tao marks. This was something that the elder could make use of. This should be the greatest trump card of this grotto heaven. Unfortunately, even a living Star Sea Snail would have to suffer a grievance in front of me, let alone a corpse that has been dead for a long time and lost a lot of star path Tao marks. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart as he charged towards the star-armored giant. Although the battle was intense, the result was within Fang Yuan's expectations. In the devastated battlefield, Fang Yuan was still standing proudly while the star-armored giant was lying on the ground, dying. There is no hope. During the battle, the other combat beast warriors that came as reinforcements all knelt on the ground with pale faces. Starlight flashed as the star-armored giant once again split into this generation's combat beast king and a cracked Star Sea Snail. Fang Yuan investigated for a while before discovering the secret hidden in the Star Sea Snail. He smiled and suddenly spoke. Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit, are you still not coming out? All the combat beast warriors were stunned. Their faces were filled with shock. What did I just hear? That giant beast spoke. It can actually speak the human language. Am I too old and about to die? That's why I am hearing things. This generation's combat beast king elder had a dazed expression. But at the next moment, an even more shocking scene occurred. Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit carried several immortal goo as it slowly arrived in front of Fang Yuan. The Heavenly Spirit was like a young Qilin beast. It spoke with a clear voice like a child's. O foreign goo immortal, even though you came here and obtained all sorts of inheritances, you have not obtained my full acknowledgement. You killed the innocent and acted unscrupulously. Even though you are strong, you can only obtain my main body's immortal killer moves. As for the immortal goo and inheritance rights of this grotto heaven, don't even think about it. Oh. Feng Yuan laughed with deep meaning. The young Qilin beast had a solemn expression. I know what you are thinking. If you use force, I will not be able to defeat you. But I can make the immortal goo self-detonate and the grotto heaven self-destruct. Your efforts will be in vain. Feng Yuan was silent. The young Qilin beast in front of him was very resolute. He felt troubled. Heavenly spirits were like land spirits. They would not lie. Feng Yuan could not find out where the immortal goo left behind by Beast Calamity Immortal were. And the killer move Bloodlight Spirit Suppression was not powerful enough against the Grotto Heaven Heavenly Spirit because of its level. So that's it, the combat beast warriors here are a part of the inheritance. I understand Beast Calamity Immortal's intention now. After a long silence, Feng Yuan spoke. It is too late for you to understand. Everyone only has one chance. But you will not be returning empty-handed. According to my main body's arrangements, the immortal killer moves will be given to you. The heavenly spirit had the intention to send him off. After Feng Yuan obtained these immortal killer moves, he did not stay or use force. He left Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven through the immortal aperture entrance that the heavenly spirit had opened. Eastern Sea. The battle of 5 rank 8 Gu immortals was already earth-shattering. The sea surface was surging with huge waves, dark clouds were rumbling and lightning was interweaving. Undercurrents were surging in the sea, poison path, water path, soul path. All sorts of terrifying methods had already killed all life in the surrounding 10,000 li. What other methods do you have? Use them all. Duke Long's expression was still indifferent. Feng Kim Hong was following him closely. She was unharmed and unscathed. But right now, her face was still filled with shock. After all, this was the first time she was witnessing a battle between rank 8 Gu immortals at such a close distance. It was an eye-opener for her. Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, and the rest were in different directions. Their expressions were either solemn or bitter. After fighting for real, they finally tasted Duke Long's power. Even though Duke Long was alone and had the burden of Feng Kim Hong, the 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s were actually suppressed since the start of the battle. Even though the 4 immortals tried their best, they could not change the situation. By now, they were already on the losing side. He already has quasi-rank 9 strength. Unless an immortal venerable or demon venerable appears, they cannot deal with him. Such strength, as expected of the Celestial Court, as expected of Duke Long, Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, and the rest's morale had already fallen to rock bottom. Damn it, we schemed for Dragon Palace for so long, but in the end, it was still taken by the Celestial Court. Sai, let's go. We are not Duke Long's match. We are also on guard against each other. We cannot work together. What is the point of staying here? Seeing that the situation was hopeless, they retreated immediately. The 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s retreated, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Duke Long did not chase them. His target had always been the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. It had never changed. Dragon Palace was corroded by the Dream Realm. It has already collapsed. Who knows how many Gu are left? How many core immortal Gu were lost? Duke Long sighed internally. He started to take Dragon Palace. At the next moment, a shocking change occurred. Dragon Palace suddenly shined brightly. It flew into the sky. Duke Long stood on the spot. He could not stop it in time. He looked at the flying Dragon Palace as blood leaked out of his mouth. Shock could be seen in his eyes. Dragon Palace is actually intact. Not just that, its core immortal Gu has a dream path immortal Gu. Ha ha ha, Duke Long, let's see how you fight us this time. The 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s returned. Duke Long's expression turned grim. Things had become troublesome. Chapter 1703. Immortal Killer Move. Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. Feng Yuan muttered to himself. He sat on the auspicious cloud. Immemorial white heaven was empty and boundless. After leaving Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, he had been actively digesting his gains from this operation. Beast Calamity Immortal's supreme method was the Immortal Killer Move Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. After using this move, he could gain a vast number of transformation path Dao marks. At the same time, he could turn the Dao marks of other paths on the target's body into transformation path Dao marks. This move expended a lot of immortal essence. It also required rich emotions. These emotions had to be positive and bright. From this point, Feng Yuan finally understood the nature of the combat beast warriors in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Feng Yuan did not lack immortal essence. Over this period of time, even though the scale of advancing immortal goo was huge, Feng Yuan's gains were also huge. Especially towards the later stages of goo refinement, Feng Yuan's progress was huge. The expenditure of goo refinement was constantly decreasing. Thus, Feng Yuan had a lot of rank 8 immortal essence left. He could fight 2 regular battles of rank 8 goo immortals. Feng Yuan also had rich emotions. Positive and bright emotions. Feng Yuan could easily achieve them through wisdom path methods. His wisdom path attainment was also quite high. What Feng Yuan lacked were immortal goo. This move consisted of 4 immortal goo, among which the core was rank 8 immortal goo. Adaptation. Undeniably, this was a transformation path immortal goo. It was also Beast Calamity Immortal's vital goo. The other 3 immortal goo were all rank 7. Even if the Heavenly Spirit does not contribute these immortal goo, I can snatch them. Great Thief Ghost Hand has already been modified by me. It is more reliable. Now I only need Heaven Form to investigate and find the hiding places of these immortal goo. I can use theft path methods to obtain them. However, it will be slightly troublesome to obtain the entire Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. For Feng Yuan, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven itself had huge value. But the Heavenly Spirit had the ability to destroy Grotto Heaven. If he used force, he would lose more than he gained. In fact, from this immortal killer move myriad beings assimilation transformation, the goo immortals in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven might have another trump card. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts could use myriad beings assimilation transformation. The star sea snail's body could do the same. These goo immortals did not have myriad beings assimilation transformation. The reason was that Beast Calamity Immortal used this move on the whole of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. That was to say, the whole of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven could use myriad beings assimilation transformation to fuse with the goo immortals. This could create a temporary rank 8 battle strength. Of course, it was not that Feng Yuan did not have the confidence to defeat this rank 8, but Feng Yuan would still suffer losses in the end. Even if he won, the Beast Calamity Immortal Aperture that had gone through myriad beings assimilation transformation would suffer heavy losses. Therefore, I need to calculate how to restrain them from using the all things assimilation transformation to implicate the entire Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. At the same time, I will use Familiar Face to attack again. The Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit had said that everyone only had one chance to inherit. But what about its investigative abilities? Could he identify Feng Yuan's true identity? According to Feng Yuan's deductions, the possibility of this was very small. However, just as Feng Yuan retreated and tried to deduce a way to restrain it, he unexpectedly obtained a piece of information. This information was very important. Dragon Palace has appeared? And even the Celestial Court's Duke Long could not take it down? Oh, is it because Eastern Sea's 4 rank 8 goo immortals worked together to obstruct it? Interesting. Right now, the rank 8 immortal goo house Dragon Palace is flying in the sky of Eastern Sea without concealing its aura. It has already caused a huge commotion. Countless forces and goo immortal experts are paying close attention to it. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He knew about the existence of Dragon Palace. There were clues regarding Dragon Palace in Shadow Sect's true inheritance. But this clue was only superficial. It did not contain any crucial information. The most valuable information was, Dragon Palace had a rule that its inheritor had to be a dragon man. Even though Feng Yuan had coveted this rank 8 immortal goo house, he did not have the time or opportunity to do so. Even though he had Bai Ningbing as the key, it would be very difficult to find Dragon Palace. He would need to spend a lot of time and effort. According to the previous situation, even though the rank 8 immortal goo house was strong, if Feng Yuan took the risk to search for it and failed, he would be killed by the Celestial Court's attacks. The benefits were huge, but the risk was even higher. Thus, Feng Yuan had not made a move yet. So the Celestial Court has been searching for Dragon Palace secretly. They almost succeeded. Realizing this, Feng Yuan could not help but praise the 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s. Good job. Without thinking for too long, Fang Yuan left immemorial White Heaven and headed towards Eastern Sea. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was here. It would not be easily discovered. He could take some time. Dragon Palace was an urgent matter. It could not be taken away by the Celestial Court. This was a rank 8 Immortal Goo house with a mysterious dream path Immortal Goo. Several days later, Eastern Sea. Boom. Amidst the intense explosion, Goo Immortal Shermiao coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as he retreated pathetically. Duke Long roared as he turned into a ray of light, charging towards the Immortal Goo House Dragon Palace ahead of him. Seeing that the distance between them was shrinking, at the crucial moment, Granny Rong appeared in front of Duke Long. Her body was covered in purple qi. She was heavily injured, her body was weak and her face was pale as paper. Duke Long had a ferocious aura, but seeing the purple poisonous qi around Granny Rong, his pupils shrunk as he turned around and circled around it. Granny Rong was a poison path Goo immortal. This purple poisonous qi was her signature method. Even Duke Long did not want to be touched by it. Granny Rong's condition was not good. These few days of intense battles had caused her great losses. Especially when one of her core immortal goo was destroyed, her speed fell sharply and she was in a passive state. She had relied on her tenacious willpower and the help of the other 3 Goo immortals to persist until now. Duke Long circled around Granny Rong. It was the wisest tactic. Granny Rong could only look at Duke Long with a bitter expression. There was no way she could catch up to him. Among the 4 rank 8s, the other 2 were several li away. Boom. Duke Long flew above Dragon Palace and attacked fiercely, sending this rank 8 Immortal Goo House down with a heavy blow. Bam. The Immortal Goo House fell into the seawater, creating huge waves. Dragon Palace was very intelligent. It did not fly into the sky, instead diving deeper into the seawater. Duke Long was about to chase, but his body suddenly froze as he attacked towards his left. There was nothing on his left, but his attack suddenly stopped. It was blocked by a Goo Immortal. The Goo Immortal revealed himself and smiled at Duke Long. As expected of Senior Duke Long, you can see through my disguise. Duke Long frowned and smiled coldly. Song Chi Yuan, you are the first Supreme Elder of Song Clan. You have rank 8 cultivation level. You actually sneak attacked? It was Song Chi Yuan. It seems that Eastern Sea's righteous path has finally made their move. Who else is there? Come out. Duke Long looked at the seawater below him. Dragon Palace was gradually vanishing, but he did not chase. He hovered in the sky with intense battle intent. At the next moment, 2 more Goo immortals appeared. One was a middle-aged man in a green robe. He was Qingyu clan's first supreme elder, Qingyuan. The other was a young girl with bright eyes. A miniature rainbow cloud was coiling around her. She was Hua clan's first supreme elder, Hua Kaiyun. Lord Duke Long. Hua Kaiyun was about to speak. Too much nonsense. Duke Long shouted, taking the initiative to attack. Bam bam bam. After several immortal killer moves, the 3 righteous path rank 8s were at a disadvantage. Duke Long is truly amazing. He can easily suppress Eastern Sea's righteous path rank 8s even when fighting against 3 of them. Fang Yuan had transformed into a sea snake and was swimming in the sea, his heart shaking. Righteous path rank 8s and lone cultivator rank 8s were usually stronger because they had more complete immortal killer moves and abundant cultivation resources. If these 3 righteous path rank 8s worked together, they could definitely defeat Granny Rong, Yang Zihe Zhangyin and Shermiao. But they were still not Duke Long's match. Duke Long was too ferocious. Even now he was only using transformation path methods. He had not used his most proficient Qi path killer moves. From this aspect, Zishan Makoto was able to force Duke Long to use his Qi path killer move. It showed how strong he was. It is not that Zishan Makoto is too weak, but Duke Long is stronger. Fang Yuan followed Dragon Palace from afar, gradually leaving the battlefield. Since Song Chi Yuan and Qingyuan appeared, it meant that Eastern Sea's righteous path had already finished their discussion. Among the 5 regions, Eastern Sea had the most resources and the highest number of rank 8 Goo immortals. Only 3 righteous path rank 8s have appeared now. There must be more people. Fang Yuan decided to bide his time. Sure enough, as he expected, 2 more righteous path rank 8s appeared and blocked Dragon Palace. Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, and the rest also followed, shouting and fighting fiercely as they faced the 2 righteous path rank 8s. The battle at the bottom of the sea also erupted. Chapter 1704. Swoosh. Accompanied by a sharp sonic boom, the Dragon Palace turned into an orange-gold ray of light and streaked across the sky at lightning speed. Where are you going? Die for me. You want to stop me? No way. Next, several rank 8 Goo immortals chased after Dragon Palace, using all of their abilities. An intense battle followed Dragon Palace's path, sweeping through everything. Everywhere they went, mountains crumbled and seas split, heaven and earth changed colors, countless lives were lost. Rank 6 and 7 Goo immortals could not avoid them. Only rank 8 Goo immortals were qualified to participate in this battle. It revolved around Duke Long, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Song Qiyuan, and other rank 8s. No rank 7 Goo immortals could interfere. Unless it was Feng Jioge or Feng Yuan. But now, be it Feng Yuan or Feng Jioge, they had already advanced to rank 8. Most of Eastern Sea's rank 8 Goo immortals have already joined the battle. Only a few are still missing. Feng Yuan was far at the back, observing patiently, waiting for a good opportunity. More than 10 days had passed since he went to Eastern Sea. These last days, the battles between rank 8 Goo immortals were very exciting. They fought back and forth. New rank 8s joined from time to time, while rank 8s retreated temporarily. They formed alliances at times, and fought against each other at other times. As long as one of them got close to Dragon Palace, they would be attacked by everyone else. Feng Yuan could not find a chance to attack. But he was very patient. He was not anxious at all. Staying behind and observing these rank 8 Goo immortals is also a huge source of wealth. This is a very precious opportunity. Duke Long is powerful. He is truly terrifying. These last days, he is undeniably the strongest expert. It is just that he is restricted by that mysterious dream path Immortal Goo and Dragon Palace, as well as the joint attacks of the others, as well as Feng Jinhuang's safety. He has not truly succeeded. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with a dark light. Not just the rank 8 Immortal Goo House Dragon Palace, Feng Kim Hong, who was beside Duke Long, was also his target. This girl had a dream path Immortal Goo. She was also Duke Long's disciple. Looking at how Duke Long protected her, it showed how important Feng Kim Hong was. But even though Feng Yuan had such plans, he had no chance to attack Feng Kim Hong. Chance, it will definitely appear. The Eastern Sea's righteous path has clearly come to an agreement. If someone withdraws, someone else will participate. They'll take turns to maintain their combat power, while maintaining control of the situation. This is to prevent Central Continent and Celestial Court from helping. Duke Long has been fighting alone, but he has the highest battle strength. If he has Heavenly Court support, he will definitely be able to break this stalemate. Even if the Heavenly Court doesn't send anyone, Granny Rong, Zhang Yin, these 4 itinerant cultivators and fiend immortals won't be able to hold on much longer. Among these 3, the righteous path is the most stable. The other 2 can topple the current balance. Once the balance is broken, there will be chaos. And during the chaos, I will have a chance to make a move. Feng Yuan could see the situation clearly. He was very clear about it. But right at this time, an explosion occurred in front of them. Song Qiyuan was hit. He spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering light injuries. Zhang Yin, who was ahead, turned around and chuckled. I have already used Fatal Dark Lightning. If you are not afraid of death, chase me. Song Qiyuan's defense was comprehensive, but after being hit by this move he was injured. His defensive methods were instantly torn apart. The killer move, Dark Water Lightning, was not to be underestimated. Thus, the entire group split into 2, with a group at the front and a group of Goo immortals at the back. Fatal Dark Lightning is Zhang Yin's signature method. It has a high price to use. It is formless and colorless. It cannot be sensed. It is spread in the sea and in the air. Once touched, it will explode. What do we do? The remaining 3 rank 8 Goo immortals were all righteous path Goo immortals. They looked at each other. We need to chase. With just Hua Kaiyin here, she might be in danger. There is no time to take a detour. We can only control the beast group to charge into the lightning formation. The 3 righteous path Goo immortals thought of a way. They released their ancient desolate beasts. Song Qiyuan waved his hand. These ancient desolate beasts' auras surged. They were like immemorial desolate beasts. Boom boom boom. Only by disguising as immemorial desolate beasts could they trigger the fatal dark lightning. These ancient desolate beasts continued to die, creating a path for the three righteous path rank 8s. The three rank 8s quickly passed through, charging ahead. This is bad, let's try our luck. Feng Yuan was uneasy. He also wanted to pass through the lightning formation. Boom. He was immediately hit by the fatal dark lightning, but he did not dare to use reverse flow protection seal. He could only take it head-on. This dark lightning is really troublesome, let's take a detour. Feng Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. He changed his mind. Boom. Another one was triggered by him. Damn it, the fatal dark lightning actually moved here. It is so fast and has such a wide range. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth, swallowing a mouthful of blood. Boom boom boom. Feng Yuan continued to trigger the fatal dark lightning. His luck path methods seemed to be useless. 15 minutes later, Feng Yuan endured the pain and finally caught up to the rank 8 Gu immortals. Come, eat my plague red seal. Granny Rong screamed, using all her strength to shoot out a red seal. Hua Kaiyun snorted coldly. She pushed with her palms, pushing out a lump of cloud. The cloud was black as ink. It was shaped like the bottom of a pot. It had a strange appearance. It rotated rapidly, absorbing the red seal. Granny Rong's expression changed. She lost control of the plague red seal. Next, the cloud continued to rotate, throwing the plague red seal away. Hua Kaiyun said smugly, "With my pot-throwing cloud, you can forget about using your plague red seal. I can only throw it away casually. I won't be hit." Damn it. Feng Yuan cursed internally. The plague red seal coincidentally pounced at him. Dodge. Feng Yuan was disguised as a sea snake. He could not increase his speed casually, he could only dodge. Just as the plague red seal was about to reach him, the latter suddenly exploded. The surrounding 1,000 li of sea area was destroyed. All life was lost. Countless fishes and prawns were corroded into lumps of rotten meat. Feng Yuan was also hit. He had to endure the rank 8 killer move while turning into a sea snake corpse to continue his disguise. Feng Yuan followed them all the way. It was not easy. He was often caught in the crossfire. Thankfully, he was far away. The other rank 8 Gu immortals were focused on Dragon Palace and each other. They did not discover him yet. But good times did not last long. A few days later, Feng Yuan's identity was exposed. The one who discovered him was an Eastern Sea lone cultivator called Yang Jun. He was driving the immortal Gu House fragrant horse carriage. When he chased after Dragon Palace, he accidentally found Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan fought with him fiercely before retreating. This commotion attracted the attention of the other rank 8s, but Feng Yuan escaped very quickly. Even if Duke Long wanted to do anything to him, he could not. Central Continent, infallible blessed land. The formation's radiance gradually faded. After inspecting it, Fairy Myrtle nodded in satisfaction, thinking, "With this formation here, who can destroy infallible blessed land? Even if Feng Yuan comes here, he will also be trapped." Fairy Myrtle was very confident in this formation. A mystical light suddenly descended from the sky, landing in front of her and revealing itself. Feng Jioga greets Lady Ziwei. The person who came was Feng Jioga. He had rank 8 cultivation level now. His tone carried a trace of being on equal footing with Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle smiled. "Feng Jioga, I called you here for one thing. Now that Eastern Sea Dragon Palace has appeared, Lord Duke Long is chasing after it, but is obstructed by Eastern Sea's rank 8s. Go to Eastern Sea and reinforce Lord Duke Long, protect your daughter, Feng Kim Hong, and help my celestial court obtain Dragon Palace." Feng Jioga thought about it, but rejected. Huang Heir has Lord Duke Long's protection. She will not be in danger. But when I advanced to rank 8, I suddenly had an inspiration and wanted to create another song. This time, I want to enter the river of time again, to observe the tumultuous world of mortals and experience the life of all living beings. Chapter 1705. Eastern Sea late at night. The night sky was filled with stars. The calm sea suddenly had huge waves. An immortal Gu House Dragon Palace broke out of the sea, shooting up into the sky. In the sky, a rank 8 Gu immortal was waiting. It was Qingyu clan's first supreme elder, Qingyu and Tut. He exclaimed softly as he swung his arms. Immediately, green mountain phantoms descended from the sky. Tens of thousands of green mountains connected together, surrounding the immortal Goo House Dragon Palace. Immortal killer move, Myriad Mountain. Dragon Palace's momentum was obstructed. It crashed into the green mountain phantoms like it had crashed into a real mountain. With a cold snort, a rank 8 Goo Immortal charged out from behind Dragon Palace. It was rank 8 lone immortal Shermiao. Shermiao spat out a mouthful of acid. This acid looked ordinary, but it expanded with the wind. After flying for 50 to 60 feet, it turned into a huge wave. The wave crashed into the green mountain phantoms. The effect was amazing. Wherever it went, the green mountains melted like snow in a fire. The acid wave opened up a path for Dragon Palace. It was about to get out of the encirclement when Song Qiyuan arrived. His aura burst out. Bright light shone everywhere. When it shone on the waves, it caused them to collapse. When it shone on Dragon Palace, it shook, and when it shone on Shermiao, he felt like he was struck by lightning. After doing this, Song Qiyuan did not stop. He raised his head and pointed with his finger. A sharp ray of light shot out and disappeared in an instant. Far away, Fang Yuan was using Star Eye's immortal goo to observe the battlefield, but suddenly his vision turned dark. He could no longer observe. Fang Yuan's expression sank. He understood that the star that immortal goo refined with Star Eyes was destroyed by Song Qiyuan. Even though rank 7 Star Eyes immortal goo is amazing, it is too weak against a rank 8 goo immortal. Not only can it be detected, it can also be targeted. Song Qiyuan's immortal killer move is even more ingenious. It seems to follow the flow of starlight, finding the source star and destroying it. But even though the star is destroyed, my Star Eye's immortal goo is unharmed. In time I can use it again. Even though these Eastern Sea Goo immortals could not match Duke Long, they were rank 8 after all. They had many methods and could not be underestimated. Previously, Zhang Yin's deadly Yin Thunder, Hua Kai Yun's walk-throwing cloud, Yang Jun's discovery of Fang Yuan's familiar face state, and now Song Qiyuan directly breaking Fang Yuan's Star Eyes detection all prove this point. Even so, Fang Yuan was still unwilling to give up. The Dragon Palace is very important, more important than I thought. It is a rank 8 immortal goo house. It also has Dream Path immortal goo. In the past few days of pursuit, the offensive, defensive, and other abilities it had displayed were all extremely outstanding. If I obtain it, I will have peak rank 8 battle strength. Fang Yuan's main body chased while the other half of Heaven form was left in immemorial White Heaven to deal with Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven and find the location of adaptation immortal goo. Heaven form was rank 9. It was extremely agile. Even in immemorial White Heaven, there were very few existences that could threaten it. Because of the earth vein disturbance, the entire 5 regions Goo immortal world was in chaos. Especially in Eastern Sea, because of Dragon Palace's appearance, there was an intense battle among rank 8s. It was the focus of the entire world. On this day, Northern Plains Longevity Heaven also shook intensely. Buzz buzz buzz, orange-yellow light flickered continuously, covering the entire sky of Longevity Heaven. Next, an aura that was on the brink of death grew rapidly. It soon filled the entire world. It was a shocking sight. Such a shocking change attracted the attention of 5 Elements Grandmaster, Bull Demon, and Flower Lady. 5 Elements Grandmaster was a lone cultivator in Northern Plains, but after being trapped after invading Longevity Heaven, he felt hopeless after struggling for a while. He surrendered to Longevity Heaven, and was stationed in Longevity Heaven for a long time now. The combination of Bull Demon and Flower Lady was the North Desolation Immortal. Bull Demon was a boorish man with a full beard. He had a thunderous voice. He was 8 feet tall and had a stocky build. He had an aggressive aura. Flower Lady was a girl with a huge pink flower on her head. She sat on the boorish man's shoulder and giggled. She had a tender face. She was innocent and had bright eyes. What is going on? 5 Elements Grandmaster was shocked and uncertain. Bull Demon and Flower Lady looked at each other. The latter giggled. West Desolation Immortal Bing Sichuan has awakened. Longevity Heaven was different from Celestial Court. It had 4 Desolation Immortals and 8 extremities, 12 high positions. Among them, 4 Desolation Immortals had to be rank 8 Goo Immortals, while the 8 extremities had at least rank 7 cultivation level, and they were elites among rank 7s. Bing Sichuan. 5 Elements Grandmaster's brows rose. He felt this name was familiar, but he could not think of any more information after thinking about it. Right at this time, there was a loud roar, light rippled in the sky. Rainbows flowed like rivers, piercing through the sky. A figure stepped on the river. He was tall and had a gentle expression, but his gaze was sharp and cold, emitting a cold light. From his right ear to the left corner of his mouth, there was an ugly scar. It was shining with white light, emitting the coldness of 1,000-year frost. Seeing this face, 5 Elements Grandmaster's eyes shined with bright light. He was deeply shocked. I remember now, Bing Sichuan was from the same generation as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He was a rank 8 legend, a time path great expert. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had to make 3 moves to subdue him. He did not die. He is West Desolation Immortal of Longevity Heaven. West Desolation Immortal was from the same generation as Giant Sun Immortal. Even though he lost to Giant Sun Immortal, it was not a humiliation. After all, Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables were invincible in the world. They were the number 1 in their generation. In contrast, Giant Sun Immortal had to attack 3 times to subdue West Desolation Immortal. It showed his incredible strength. Greetings to Senior West Desolation. Bull Demon and Flower Lady greeted. 5 Elements Grandmaster also followed with a respectful attitude. West Desolation Immortal Bing Sichuan's seniority was simply too high. Bing Sichuan came to the 3 immortals and looked around, nodding slightly. I am awake, but I do not have much lifespan left. My time is limited. Give me information. I want to see the current situation in the world. Longevity Heaven's information was very comprehensive. Not only did it have the complete records of the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, it also had the appearance of Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Central Continent Celestial Court's preparations for the Refinement Path Convention. 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed. Bing Sichuan sighed. It was Feng Yuan who did it. This demon was reborn from Spring-Autumn Cicada. He is already rank 8 now. 5 Elements Grandmaster gritted his teeth. Bing Sichuan suddenly laughed. Feng Yuan, what a demon! He destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. Well done. 5 Elements Grandmaster was stunned. What? Bull Demon looked at Flower Lady. Flower Lady looked at Bull Demon. The 3 immortals had stunned expressions. Next, Bing Sichuan continued. Fate Gu is about to be repaired. It seems that this Refinement Path Convention will be the final one. Time waits for no one. We need to contact Feng Yuan and cooperate with him. 5 Elements Grandmaster, Bull Demon, and Flower Lady's expressions changed. Was this Bing Sichuan really West Desolation Immortal? Was he a fake West Desolation Immortal? Longevity Heaven wants to cooperate with me? Feng Yuan received this information and was shocked. Land Spirit of Langia had the method to contact him. Bing Sichuan used Land Spirit of Langia to find Feng Yuan and said directly, I am West Desolation Immortal, the current leader of Longevity Heaven. Feng Yuan, you are an otherworldly demon, but you have not obtained Red Lotus True Inheritance, right? If Celestial Court repairs Fate Gu, it will not benefit you. Similarly, my Longevity Heaven does not want to see Celestial Court succeed. If Fate Gu is repaired, it will be a huge help to Celestial Court. It will go against the luck path, true meaning that I, Immortal Venerable Giant Sun, left behind. Let us put aside our past enmity and resist this strong enemy together. Feng Yuan was silent for a while before asking, Who are you? Bing Sichuan. Soon, Feng Yuan learned of the other party's identity. This identity should be real. Feng Yuan could not help but sigh at Longevity Heaven's foundation. Even a legendary rank 8 like Bing Sichuan could hide it until now. And in Longevity Heaven, among the 4 Desolation Immortals, East Desolation Immortal had the highest status. The great Bing Sichuan was only second? Who was East Desolation Immortal? Longevity Heaven's sudden change in attitude caught Feng Yuan off guard. But thinking about it, against a terrifying existence like Celestial Court, it was entirely possible for Longevity Heaven and Feng Yuan to work together. After all, Feng Yuan was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, the leader of Shadow Sect. He had obtained Dream Path research results. He was a famous person in the world. Some time ago, Celestial Court had invaded Northern Plains and Langya Blessed Land. They had clashed with Longevity Heaven several times. Wasn't there a saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend? If they could work together, Feng Yuan naturally wanted to work with Longevity Heaven. After all, Celestial Court was his main enemy. But the problem was, how could they trust each other? To gain Feng Yuan's trust, Longevity Heaven purposely made their inventory public, trading immortal materials, and even immortal goo with Feng Yuan. From the looks of it, they were really sincere. Since we want to work together, why don't Lord Bing Sichuan work together with me to seize Dragon Palace? Feng Yuan had a thought as he suggested. Chapter 1706. Ever since rebirth, Feng Yuan's strength had been rising rapidly. His speed was shocking. Especially during this period of time, his cultivation level rose to rank 8. His immortal goo were extremely abundant. They were rare in the world. However, his current strength was not enough to take Dragon Palace. The ones fighting for the rank 8 Immortal Goo House Dragon Palace were Duke Long, who had pseudo-immortal venerable strength, as well as many Eastern Sea rank 8 Goo Immortals. They could be said to be the strongest Goo Immortal experts in Eastern Sea. Feng Yuan had risen up too recently, in front of the peak experts of a region. In front of Duke Long, Feng Yuan could not snatch the Immortal Goo House, especially when this Immortal Goo House had the ability to retaliate. But Feng Yuan knew that he could not stand by and watch. If the Celestial Court obtained Dragon Palace, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Especially that mysterious Dream Path Immortal Goo. It was not simple. It was likely created by the luck of heaven and earth. It was the catalyst for the Dream Path era that the Heavenly Tao gave to Eastern Sea. At this time, if the power of Longevity Heaven was drawn in, the situation would become even more chaotic. But only with more chaos could Feng Yuan take advantage of the situation. Feng Yuan had advanced to rank 8 now, but against any rank 8 Goo Immortal in Eastern Sea, he did not dare to be careless. Rank 8 Goo Immortals had deep foundations. They could be hit by their killer moves if they were careless. As for Duke Long, Feng Yuan knew that his battle strength could not compare to him. After all, Feng Yuan had personally witnessed how Duke Long defeated Zishan Makoto. In order to protect Feng Kim Hong, Duke Long did not use his full strength. I have never seen him use chi path methods. Even so, with just his transformation path methods, he is still the strongest expert here. He is constantly being attacked by the combined forces of others. Bai Ningbing and the rest are still cultivating on Red Lotus Island. Even with Future Self, they have peak rank 7 battle strength. It is a pity that I lost the incomplete Immortal Goo House. If I had it, after this period of development, it would definitely have rank 8 battle strength. It would be of great help to me. If I can steal adaptation Immortal Goo from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, I can use Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. It will also temporarily increase my battle strength. Unfortunately, the timing is too late. Heaven form is still being investigated. Feng Yuan felt regretful. However, this was the reality. Not everything could go smoothly and be just right. Dragon Palace did not show any signs of fatigue. Eastern Sea's rank 8 Goo Immortals were not all out yet. Duke Long was clearly waiting for reinforcements from the Celestial Court. Thus, the final contest for the Immortal Goo House would take some time. Naturally, Feng Yuan's attitude toward Longevity Heaven had changed drastically. However, even if they harbored ill intentions towards him, luring them into this battle would do more good than harm to Feng Yuan. This would help him obtain Dragon Palace, deal a blow to the Celestial Court, and even probe Longevity Heaven. It was killing many birds with one stone. But a few days later, Feng Yuan did not wait for Bing Sichuan. He only received a crucial piece of information. Celestial Court found a stone lotus island in the River of Time. It was now under their control. Bing Sichuan suggested to Feng Yuan, "You have Spring-Autumn Cicada. You are the legitimate inheritor of Red Lotus True Inheritance. If the Celestial Court takes away your fortuitous encounter, it would be detrimental to you, but it would also be a huge boost to them. Red Lotus Demon Venerable Damaged Fate Goo. It is likely that his true inheritance contains a shortcut that can help us destroy fate." Bing Sichuan's words were not wrong. He did not know that Feng Yuan had already obtained a Red Lotus True Inheritance. Feng Yuan did not obtain any shortcut, but what if another Red Lotus True Inheritance had it? That was hard to say. Of course, this could also be fake information from Bing Sichuan. It was a trap for Feng Yuan. Right now, Feng Yuan had two choices. One was to continue paying attention to Dragon Palace. The other was to go to the River of Time and fight for Red Lotus' true inheritance with the Celestial Court. The former was chaotic and filled with danger. The latter was the same. It was risky. Feng Yuan acutely sensed that this was a crucial choice. He could not help but think. In this situation, what should he choose? Southern border. Moral paradise. Two rank 8 Gu immortals ascended the mountain side by side. Their auras were concealed. They were like mortals. The one on the left wore a gray hemp robe. It was very simple. He had a strong physique like a bear. He wore a conical hat. It was wide and large. It covered his face. Only his chin was exposed. He was famous in Southern Border's Gu immortal world, the current generation inheritor of Paradise Earth, Lu Wei-yin. The one on the right was a woman. Her skin was white as snow. Her hair extended to her waist. Her eyes were like deep pools. Her brows were filled with sorrow. She wore a purple silk dress. She was beautiful and mysterious. It was the leader of the Celestial Court, the person in charge of Star Constellation chessboard. She was probably the #1 Wisdom Path great expert in the world. Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle actually appeared in Southern Border silently. She even interacted with Lu Wei-yin. Along the way, Lu Wei-yin and Fairy Myrtle conversed. Even though they did not speak much, the atmosphere was harmonious. After a turn on the mountain path, a red pavilion appeared in the lush greenery. Lu Wei-yin pointed at the red pavilion and said, "Lady Ziwei, we have climbed the mountain all the way here. Why don't we rest in the pavilion before setting off?" "Good suggestion." Fairy Myrtle smiled, moving forward happily. The two entered the red pavilion. There were stone stools in the pavilion, but Fairy Myrtle did not sit on them. She stood at the side of the pavilion, looking at the vast mountains and rivers. This pavilion was built at the edge of the mountain. It had a good view. Fairy Myrtle looked over at this moment. She saw that Virtue Paradise was filled with green mountains and clear waters. There were tree houses and villages at the foot and waist of the mountains. There was smoke coming from chimneys. Chickens were crowing and dogs were barking. It was a peaceful atmosphere. And in the sky, there were many small mountains floating. These mountains were made from floating soil. They could float in the sky naturally. They had their own unique characteristics and environments. Some were intertwined with vines that hung down like hair. Some were drizzling, reflecting rainbow-colored red lights. There were also waterfalls that poured down. Water flowed down until it merged into a wide river on the ground. White cranes flew, spirit apes cried. It was full of vitality. All kinds of immortal materials were dazzling. Desolate plants and desolate beasts could be seen everywhere. But what made Fairy Myrtle the most concerned was the harmonious coexistence of the mushroom men and humans in the villages. The children played with each other. The husbands and wives took care of each other. The elders were kind and filial. This is truly a paradise in the mortal world. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wants such a world, but unfortunately, humans are the orthodox race. How can variant humans be on equal footing with humans? But even so, I still admire Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Because for this dream of his, he has completely dedicated himself. He has never had any desire for benefits. Fairy Myrtle said slowly. The Celestial Court had humans as the main race. They were superior to the other variant human races. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, however, wanted equality for everyone. In his opinion, not just variant humans and variant humans, all life forms in the world should be equal. Precisely because of this difference in ideals, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not stay in the Celestial Court. He created a paradise in the 5 regions, creating his ideal homeland. Lu Wei-yin nodded. Even though we have different ideals, we have the same attitude towards the demonic path that is wreaking havoc in the world. Lord Ziwei is here to borrow Gu. It would be fine if it were other immortal Gu, but to borrow benevolence Gu to benefit the world, why would we stop you? But if outsiders want to borrow Gu, according to the rules left behind by the Immortal Venerable, they need to climb the mountain and reach the peak to have the qualifications to borrow Gu. Climbing the mountain is tough. The higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it is. I hope Lord Ziwei can understand. This mountain is not easy to climb, but this is also because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's good intentions. Reaching the peak is also very beneficial to me. Fairy Myrtle smiled lightly, her eyes shining with rippling light. Alright, let's continue. The River of Time. The 4 immortal Gu houses of the Celestial Court were in different directions, surrounding the immortal formation. The atmosphere among the Gu immortals was very lively. Lord Fengjoga, we have already trapped this Red Lotus Island. We only need to explore it. Shang Xianzi reported. Fengjoga nodded. He had wanted to use the River of Time to consolidate and strengthen his inspiration towards Destiny Song. But not long after he entered, a stone Lotus Island appeared and was trapped by the Celestial Court. The Red Lotus Island was personally created by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. I should go personally and see the methods of this world-shocking Demon Venerable. Fengjoga was about to enter the immortal formation. Boom. With a loud sound, the immortal Gu house he was in shook intensely. Enemy. Who is so daring to attack our Celestial Court? The immortals were shocked and furious. The newcomer appeared. Who else could it be but Feng Yuan? The heavenly court side was stunned. Someone immediately shouted. What a demon! You escaped last time, but you still dare to come back this time. Then come and die. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. After thinking about it, he decided to come to the River of Time and stop the Celestial Court from getting Red Lotus true inheritance. After all, Dragon Palace's situation was very chaotic. Everyone was not using their full strength. There were too many variables. As for the Red Lotus Island, if he did not stop them, the Celestial Court would definitely succeed. Feng Yuan had Spring-Autumn Cicada. He had a huge advantage in inheriting the Red Lotus Island. Feng Yuan, we meet again. Fengjoga's voice came from the immortal Gu house. It was filled with emotions. Chapter 1707. Feng Yuan, we meet again. Fengjoga's voice came from the immortal Gu house. It was filled with deep emotions. It has been a long time indeed. Feng Yuan sighed. After so many years, Feng Yuan and Fengjoga met again. They were like old friends. There was no emotion in their tone. But they were not old friends. After saying that, they became silent. At once, only the sound of the River of Time's water could be heard. It surged forward. Fengjoga still remembered the first time he met Feng Yuan. Back then, Feng Yuan had not even become a Gu immortal. He was only a mortal, but he obtained Hu immortal blessed land. Right now, Feng Yuan was famous in the world. He had rank 8 cultivation level. His growth speed was unprecedented in history. It was shocking. No matter what, Fengjoga had also become rank 8. His battle achievements were even more impressive. His strength was no longer the same as before. He had rank 8 Fate Armor Immortal Gu. He knew that as a Dao Guardian, he was greatly supported by Heavenly Court. Feng Yuan had once saved Fengjoga's life. Fengjoga had returned the favor. Because of their different factions, Fengjoga chased after Feng Yuan but failed time and time again. After fighting many times, Feng Yuan and Fengjoga knew each other very well. They had a deep understanding of each other. Both sides were wary of each other, but they admired each other's abilities and talents from the bottom of their hearts. Feng Yuan, you loser, I let you escape last time in the River of Time. To think that you would dare to come back and court death again. A voice broke the silence. The person who spoke was wearing blue star armor. He had a rough appearance. His body was overflowing with rank 8 aura. He was standing on shark flow lever. Feng Yuan took a glance and recognized that this was the person who chased after him last time. But last time he did not know this person's origin, but now he knew about it. This person had also awakened from the Celestial Court's immortal graveyard. He was a veteran rank 8 star path expert, Xingyi Wang. Feng Yuan then scanned the Celestial Court's lineup. The 3 Xuanzi occupied the present and past pavilion, and looked at Feng Yuan with eyes that seemed to be spewing fire. Their faces were filled with hatred. Last time, Feng Yuan had used the time-flying blade to kill Sun Guozi, causing the 4 Xuanzi's revival method to fail. Now, only 3 of them remained. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Qingyi had the same status as Xingyi Wang. He controlled Eternal Yacht with a grim expression. Hoshino Wang stood on the shark flow lever and glared at Feng Yuan. Fengjoga, on the other hand, was guarding the 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Terrace and did not reveal himself. 4 Time Path Immortal Gu houses, 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals, and many rank 7 Gu Immortals led by the 3 Xuanzi, as well as this super formation. Feng Yuan assessed their strength. Overall, it was not bad. because the Celestial Court did not send any more manpower. Thinking about it, Central Continent's earth veins were moving. Other than maintaining stability, the Celestial Court's focus was on repairing Rank 9 Fate goo. It involved a lot of manpower and resources. To the Celestial Court, Feng Yuan was not their main enemy. The Celestial Court's strategy did not include Feng Yuan. Thus, Fairy Myrtle had once tried to recruit Feng Yuan in Langya Blessed Land. The Celestial Court's goal was the whole world. It was the great era of Dream Path. It was the overlord of human path. This was the Celestial Court's magnanimity. Thus, the Celestial Court's focus had always been on repairing Fate goo. Moreover, last time, Feng Yuan escaped in a sorry state and narrowly escaped death. Afterwards, Fairy Myrtle used the Celestial Court's foundation to purchase Time Path immortal materials. She severely suppressed Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had been concealing his tracks. Even when the earth veins moved and countless immortal goo and immortal materials appeared, he did not show himself. Because of all these reasons, the Celestial Court did not send more troops into the River of Time. Of course, there might be other forces lying in ambush. Feng Yuan smiled coldly. No matter what, as long as the battle continued, the Celestial Court's trump cards would be revealed one by one. Roar. With a loud roar, Feng Yuan used Familiar Face and turned into the immemorial Year Monkey again. The Year Monkey's body was like a mountain as it charged towards the nearest 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. Feng Jioge was guarding it. Such a brave demon, let me fight you. Xing Yi Wang moved Shark Flow lever at an astonishing speed as he intercepted. Feng Yuan moved on the water as he pointed with his finger. Immortal Killer Move Spring Scissors flew out. Spring Scissors was green and agile. It was as large as an elephant, but it shrunk in front of Shark Flow lever. Xing Yi Wang was slightly shocked. He was already familiar with Spring Scissors, but it had such a transformation. The shrunken Spring Scissors charged down, but when it got close to the giant sharks in front of Shark Flow lever, it grew bigger again. Crack. With a soft sound, the scissors closed cleanly, cutting off the head of a giant shark. Crack. With another soft sound, another giant shark lost its head. Xing Yi Wang was shocked. He quickly stopped Shark Flow lever. He could not care about obstructing Feng Yuan anymore. He was thinking about how to block Spring Scissors. Feng Yuan blocked Xing Yi Wang with one move. He moved like the wind and arrived in front of 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. Inside the Immortal Goo House, Feng Jioge had an indifferent expression as he controlled it calmly. 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform burst out with a bright light, blocking Feng Yuan's attack. He felt like he had crashed into a metal board. His momentum was completely nullified. Feng Yuan turned into an immemorial Year Monkey. He snickered as he punched with his fist. The fist landed on 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform, causing the pavilion to shake. Debris flew everywhere as it was pushed back. This Feng Yuan's strength has increased by leaps and bounds again. That's right, at least he modified Spring Scissors and Winter Coat. The former changes in size it is hard to defend against, while the latter fused with his immemorial Year Beast transformation. His monkey skin is like ice, his fur is like frost, his defense is incredibly thick. 30 Xuanzi sat in present and past pavilion. They discussed with shock on their faces. Ever since Feng Yuan escaped pathetically and exposed all of his trump cards, Celestial Court had deduced all of his killer moves. To think that in this battle, all of their deductions were outdated, Feng Yuan's modification far surpassed Celestial Court's estimation. Celestial Court was caught unprepared. Not just that, Feng Yuan had also made many deductions about the 4 Immortal Goo houses. The fact that he had easily dealt with the Shark Flow lever and forced the 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform to retreat was proof of this. Feng Yuan's wisdom path attainment was high, and most importantly, he had Wisdom Goo's secret help. Celestial Court's side had not deduced this. Feng Yuan, who had the light of wisdom, used his information to deduce the background of Celestial Court's 4 Time Path Immortal Goo houses. He made great progress. In the previous battle, Feng Yuan exposed his trump cards, but at the same time Celestial Court's trump cards were also exposed. Feng Yuan understood all of them. It was not easy for Goo Immortals to create immortal killer moves. Modifying them was even harder. And what were Immortal Goo houses? Immortal Goo houses were the combination of countless immortal killer moves. Thus, Modifying immortal goo houses was even harder. Feng Yuan could modify immortal killer moves because he had wisdom goo. Celestial Court's modification of immortal goo houses did not have wisdom goo. It was even harder. Thus, these 4 immortal goo houses did not have many changes. They maintained their current state. Feng Yuan had gained a lot from his previous defeat. He now had a way to deal with these immortal goo houses. This was also one of the reasons why he gave up on Dragon Palace and chose to attack the River of Time. Northern corner is destroyed. We cannot retrieve the goo worms. 3 layers of Autumn Light shield have been broken. Only 1 layer is left. Immortal goo Autumn Light has cracks on its surface. Several goo immortals in 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform reported. They had anxious expressions. Feng Jioge was sitting at the main seat, but his expression was calm. He did not show any signs of taking action personally, because he knew that his sound path cultivation was useless in the River of Time. Only by relying on time path immortal goo houses could he resist Feng Yuan. Feng Jioge thought. Feng Yuan can suppress 2 immortal goo houses, but Celestial Court still has 2 more. This battle has just begun. Feng Yuan's barrage of attacks caused him to pant heavily. Even though 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform's exterior was damaged, its base was undamaged. It only lost a large number of mortal goo. Moreover, the rank 7 goo immortals inside the immortal goo house were trying their best to repair it. After the initial burst of energy, 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform got through the early stages. Feng Yuan's fierce attacks weakened rapidly. Xingyi Wang, who was on Shark Flow lever, had already dealt with Spring Scissors killer move. He rushed over again. At the same time, present and past pavilion, an eternal yacht formed a net from the left and right. Feng Yuan, I want to see how you deal with the alliance of 4 immortal goo houses. Xingyi Wang shouted. Feng Yuan saw that he was surrounded. His eyes shined with bright light as he suddenly laughed. Bing Sichuan, are you still not going to make a move? Before he finished speaking, Bing Sichuan's figure appeared behind present and past pavilion. Who is it? The 3 Xuanzi were shocked, because present and past pavilion was most proficient in investigative methods. They still found Feng Yuan but not Bing Sichuan. Bing Sichuan shouted lightly as he pushed with both palms. Cold winds blew as frost energy surged, enveloping present and past pavilion. At the next moment, the entire present and past pavilion was sealed in a huge piece of profound ice. The 3 Xuanzi did not move in the ice. Their expressions were frozen with fear. They looked extremely lifelike. On the deck of Eternal Yacht, the calm rank 8 goo immortal Qing Ye's expression finally changed. This immortal killer move is instant freeze. You are the time path great expert of Giant Sun Immortals era, Bing Sichuan. Bing Sichuan cultivated time path. He was most proficient in stopping time. His time path killer moves could imitate the power of ice path. He was a rank 8 legend. His battle strength was at the peak of rank 1, on par with Li Huang. But now that Li Huang was sent away, he was replaced by the newly advanced rank 8 Feng Jioge. And most importantly, this was the River of Time. Even if Li Huang was here, he would not be Bing Sichuan's match in a one-on-one battle without using a time path immortal goo house. Bing Sichuan had been preparing for a long time. His first move was earth-shattering. He attacked the weakest enemy, sealing a time path immortal goo house and eliminating the battle. Good moves. Feng Yuan could not help but praise. Bing Sichuan looked at Qingyi. I am Bing Sichuan of Longevity Heaven. To think that someone in this era can recognize me. He said this with a smile on his face, but he did not hold back as he attacked the rank 8 goo immortal Qingyi on Eternal Yacht. With Bing Sichuan's help, Feng Yuan suppressed the remaining 3 immortal goo houses of Celestial Court. At the next moment, the 5th time path immortal goo house appeared. This was a gatehouse. It had a simple structure but was beautiful. The pillars were red in color. It was very festive. The plaque on the door had 2 shining golden words, New Year's End. Chapter 1708. Year-end Gatehouse's appearance in the River of Time shocked not Feng Yuan's side, but Celestial Court. This was because Celestial Court only had 4 time path immortal goo houses here. This 5th time path immortal goo house, Year-end Gatehouse, came from Northern Plains. It was owned by one of the Huangjin tribes. When did an immortal goo house sneak in? Oh no, what is it trying to do to the river suppression lotus ceiling formation? Quickly stop it. Celestial Court side shouted. Even the rank 8 Gu immortals had shocked expressions. Bing Sichuan laughed loudly. Frost energy burst out from his body as he slammed Eternal Yacht to the bottom of the river. Feng Yuan shouted loudly, using all his strength to attack 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. His fists danced like a torrential storm, forcing the latter to retreat again and again. Present and past pavilion was already frozen. It had sunk into the river of time, vanishing without a trace. Xing Yi Wang, who was on Shark Flow lever, had an ashen expression. He tried to go back to stop Year-End Gatehouse, but it was too far away. Under the gazes of the immortals, Year-End Gatehouse approached the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. The gate started to shine with a pure white light. Next, a voice could be heard from inside. Watch closely, this is my 5 elements profound light. Buzz. With an ear-piercing buzzing sound, a 5-colored light shot out of the gatehouse, hitting the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. The 5-colored light was like 5 streams of light that fused with each other. Wherever it went, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation dissolved layer by layer. A huge hole was formed in the blink of an eye. Quick, quick, repair the formation. What method is this? The river suppression lotus ceiling formation has no resistance at all. The rank 7 Gu immortals controlling the super formation were shocked and furious. Feng Jioga's pupils shrunk. He recognized it. The one who attacked should be a Northern Plains rank 8 lone immortal, 5 elements grandmaster. This person cultivates formation path. He is skilled in imitating metal, wood, water, fire, earth, the 5 paths. He is a formation path great grandmaster. He was actually recruited by Longevity Heaven. After 5 elements grandmaster used this move, he gasped for breath, and his momentum suddenly fell to the bottom. His 5 elemental mystic light was best at breaking immortal arrays. He had prepared this move for a long time, and when it was unleashed, the results were shocking. A small part of the entire river suppression lotus ceiling array was destroyed, and it was on the verge of collapse. Of course, it was also because Feng Yuan had given Longevity Heaven crucial information. Feng Yuan had a deeper understanding of the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. After all, he had been locked inside and had personally broken the formation to break out. With this information, the 5 elements grandmaster was able to modify the 5 elements cave light, which happened to be able to restrain the river suppression lotus ceiling array. Once the formation was broken, the stone lotus island was immediately exposed to the immortals. Feng Yuan laughed heartily and leaped up. Boom. He used all his strength and stomped the 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform into the river, causing a huge wave. After that, he shot into the formation like a cannonball towards the stone lotus island. The Gu immortals inside the river suppression lotus ceiling array were in chaos. They were covered in sweat as they tried to maintain the formation and prevent it from breaking apart. Once this super formation breaks apart, the person controlling it would suffer a huge backlash. These Gu immortals were maintaining the formation. They were also saving themselves. The formation was busy trying to save itself. It could only look at Feng Yuan, who had come in. Red Lotus True Inheritance. Feng Yuan looked at the stone lotus island as his eyes shined with bright light. Spring Autumn Cicada was shaking inside the Time Path clone. It was no longer the same as before. Spring Autumn Cicada was rank 7 now. With the immortal killer move that Feng Yuan designed personally, he could immediately determine the authenticity of the stone lotus island. It couldn't be any more real than this. Last time, Red Lotus True Inheritance gave Feng Yuan huge gains. He managed to turn Feng Yuan's situation around. If he were to obtain the true inheritance of the Red Lotus sect, just how much would he improve? Feng Yuan, don't think you can escape. At this time, Xing Yiwang shouted as he moved Shark Flow lever to attack Feng Yuan's back. Get lost. At the crucial moment, Bing Sichuan appeared and blocked Shark Flow lever. Feng Yuan, quickly go and obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance. Bing Sichuan shouted at Feng Yuan while fighting. Feng Yuan looked at Bing Sichuan deeply. It seemed that Longevity Heaven was very sincere in cooperating with him. He did not stop for even a second. He got closer to the stone lotus island. Don't even think about it. Eternal Yacht carried the rank 8 Gu immortal Qingyi as it circled around Bing Sichuan and Xing Yiwang's battle, charging towards them. You want to chase? Hee hee, you'll have to get past me first. The Year's End gatehouse suddenly appeared without any warning, blocking Qin Ye's path. Qin Yi frowned as he sneered. My eternal yacht is the fastest. It can travel through the river of time. Your year-end gatehouse can stop me? Suddenly, Qin Ye's expression changed as he looked at Eternal Yacht. An immortal formation appeared around it. He created a time path formation so quickly? Qin Ye's heart shook. He finally experienced 5 Elements Grandmaster's shocking formation path attainment. This Red Lotus true inheritance is mine. With Longevity Heaven's help, Feng Yuan obtained the most crucial time. He got close to the Stone Lotus Island and was about to step on it. But at this moment, a change occurred. The Stone Lotus Island burst out with a formless force that pushed Feng Yuan far away. What's going on? Feng Yuan was suspicious. I have Spring-Autumn Cicada. Don't tell me, if this Stone Lotus Island accepts me, the island's defenses will fail? Or will there be a loophole that others can take advantage of? Boom boom boom. At this moment, a storm of attacks rained down on Feng Yuan's mountain-like immemorial year monkey body. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation was finally stabilized. Even though it was still damaged, the hole was shrinking rapidly. At the same time, the rank 7 Gu immortals controlling the formation had the strength to deal with Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was obstructed by the formation. He could not get close to the Stone Lotus Island like before. This formation was likely designed by Celestial Court to deal with the Stone Lotus Island. The Stone Lotus Island resisted me earlier because of this formation? Feng Yuan was thinking when 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform, which was guarded by Feng Jiuge, finally arrived in front of him. The formation between the two erupted again. They fought back and forth, attacking and defending. The situation fell into a stalemate. At the same time, Eastern Sea. Li Huang pays respects to Lord Duke Long. In the sky, flames scattered as an old man appeared. It was Celestial Court's reinforcements, the rank 8 Gu immortal expert Li Huang. Duke Long nodded as he patted Feng Kim Hong, who was beside him. Feng Jin Huang's entire body was shrouded in a spherical qi wall. At this moment, she slowly floated to Li Huang's side. Protect Huang Heir. If anything happens to her, I will hold you accountable. Duke Long said plainly. Li Huang had a solemn expression as he said confidently, Lord Duke Long, please don't worry, I have Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. Who in the world can injure Feng Kim Hong? Duke Long did not look at him, he looked at the horizon. In order to take care of Feng Kim Hong, there was a slight delay. Dragon Palace had already flown out of sight. Duke Long smiled lightly, he was not nervous at all. He clenched his fists, it was time to show his skills. At the next moment he vanished on the spot. Dragon Palace was obstructed by Qin Yuan again. The other rank 8 Gu immortals were still fighting each other. The opportunity is fleeting, I need to grab it. Qin Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. It had been so many days since he joined the battle. This was the 4th opportunity he had been waiting for. But just as Qin Yuan was about to get close to Dragon Palace, a huge force surged towards him. The aura of death was so dense that it made him suffocate. He quickly turned around and blocked the fatal attack. But his whole body was like a sandbag, he spat out blood and was sent flying. Duke Long, it's you. Qin Yuan's voice was hoarse, his face was filled with anger. Duke Long floated in the sky indifferently. The 2 horns on his forehead were shining with purple gold light. His long hair was fluttering in the wind. His body was like a boulder, his dragon eyes were shining with a cold light. Qin Yuan struggled to stop his flying body. He wanted to counterattack Duke Long, but suddenly, his expression changed. A dragon-shaped energy suddenly rose up from his chest, and suddenly exploded. Boom. The explosion was not loud, but Qin Yuan's defensive methods were like paper. Qin Yuan was filled with disbelief and panic as he retreated. Blood spewed out of his mouth, his ribs were broken, his entire chest was almost destroyed, his heart and lungs could be seen from the outside. Duke Long, take this. This immortal Gu house is mine. Song Qi Yuan and Zhang Yin flew over. The 2 gave up on fighting. They worked together to deal with Duke Long. Duke Long smiled plainly. Roar! The dragon roared. Song Qi Yuan and Zhang Yin were sent flying with confusion and shock. They suffered a heavy blow, but before they could even see what happened, they were defeated by Duke Long. Be careful. Duke Long is no longer a burden. He is about to go all out. Is this his true strength? Everyone attack together, don't let him succeed. Duke Long's powerful performance made the other rank 8 Gu immortals feel a huge threat. They turned around and surrounded Duke Long. Duke Long breathed in deeply. He slowly closed his eyes. He did not move at all. Only when the killer moves came from all directions did he suddenly open his eyes. Immortal killer move, chi engulfing mountains and rivers. At once, the rank 8 Gu immortals' bodies and minds shook. They felt an unparalleled pressure pressing down on them from all directions. Not just them, even the immortal killer moves that they activated. Even the surrounding tens of thousands of li of sky and sea were under immense pressure. Many killer moves broke apart. The rank 8 Gu immortals and Dragon Palace fell into the water like dumplings in a pot. All living beings turned silent. Heaven and earth became silent. Only Duke Long was left. He stood proudly in the sky, using his indifferent dragon eyes to look at the pathetic figures of the immortals. At this point in the fight for Dragon Palace, he finally displayed his true strength. Pseudo-immortal venerable battle strength suppressed his opponents. He had the upper hand. Kill. Duke Long, I will kill you. I don't believe you can defeat all of us. A few breaths of time later, huge waves rose in the sea. The rank 8 Gu immortals who were humiliated by Duke Long had ruthless expressions. They attacked Duke Long together. Duke Long snorted coldly. A dragon tail grew out from his back. His body was covered in dragon scales. The dragon horns on his head were as sharp as swords. He roared. It was the immortal killer move Dragon Roaring Wave. Next, his figure flickered around his opponents. His dragon fists smashed their faces one by one. His dragon claws tore through their defenses, causing a storm of blood. Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals were not his match. They were furious and shocked. Their immortal killer moves were constantly interrupted. Even if they succeeded, they could not do anything to Duke Long. After fighting for so long, other than protecting Feng Kim Hong, Duke Long had also been collecting information. He had already grasped most of the details of Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals. Old scoundrel, you are going too far. Take my killer move. Restrain him. I have even more powerful methods. Eastern Sea's rank 8s were furious. They were about to use even more powerful methods. Immortal killer move, chi engulfing mountains and rivers. Puff puff puff. At the next moment, Eastern Sea's rank 8s were pushed into the depths of the sea again. Chapter 1709. Withdraw. Duke Long suddenly appeared above the roof of Dragon Palace. A huge suction force was exerted. The rank 8 immortal Gu house resisted it as it was dragged into Duke Long's phantom aperture inch by inch. The other rank 8 Gu immortals saw this and quickly rushed over, attacking Duke Long with all sorts of killer moves. Duke Long sighed as he suddenly vanished on the spot. Dragon Palace lost its restraints and shot out from the bottom of the sea, flying into the sky again. Eastern Sea's rank 8s were about to give chase when Duke Long suddenly appeared in the sky, blocking their path. Dragon roars resounded again. Duke Long moved like lightning, weaving through the Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortals. The rumbling of the fierce battle was like a ceaseless thunderclap. A myriad of innocent lives suffered calamity, and enormous waves that were hundreds of meters tall and over 1,000 meters tall arose on the surface of the sea. Without Feng Kim Hong burdening him, Duke Long displayed astonishing battle strength. None of the rank 8 Gu immortals present were his match. However, these Eastern Sea Gu immortals could cultivate to rank 8. They had deep foundations and some skills. Even though they could not defeat Duke Long and were showing signs of losing, their lives were not in danger for the time being. Even though they were wary of each other against Duke Long, they cooperated when they could. At once, Eastern Sea's Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and Lone Cultivators worked together to deal with Duke Long. Duke Long felt increasing pressure. Earlier, when he erupted and suppressed everyone, it was because he had been enduring and did not make a big move. Thus, Eastern Sea's rank 8s were caught unprepared. As the battle continued, Duke Long's methods were gradually familiarized by Eastern Sea's Gu immortals. They quickly found the correct methods to counter or deal with him. In this world, there were no invincible immortal Gu or invincible immortal killer moves. There were only invincible Gu immortals. Any immortal killer move, no matter how complex and mysterious, had its traces. It had advantages and weaknesses. Duke Long was indeed strong. None of the Eastern Sea rank 8s present were his match. But the current situation was special. Everyone was fighting for the immortal Gu house. Nobody wanted to fight to the death with Duke Long. The immortal Gu house continued to fly. The battlefield was moving around. Duke Long could not set up a battlefield to restrain the enemy. Dragon claws swept out, forcing back many Eastern Sea rank 8s. Duke Long crashed into Dragon Palace and grabbed with his hand. In an instant, a pair of giant dragon claws appeared and held onto the Dragon Palace tightly. The Dragon Palace's body shook violently. It shattered the illusory dragon claw and broke free. Duke Long sighed. This situation had happened many times. It was not easy to take the Dragon Palace. He had to fight for a while and temporarily defeat all the competitors. Then he would have a good opportunity to try to take the Dragon Palace. But Dragon Palace was a rank 8 immortal Gu house with great strength. It was very difficult to take it. Duke Long had tried many times, but all of them had ended in failure. Duke Long is too strong. What do we do? When he attacks, we will not have a chance to get close to Dragon Palace, not to mention taking it. Duke Long is the only one attacking. Thankfully, this immortal Gu house is strong enough. We can't let this go on. Dragon Palace's resistance is getting weaker. It will be subdued by Duke Long sooner or later. Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals were all injured. They communicated with each other. They wanted others to use their trump cards to deal with Duke Long. At rank 8 level, who did not have trump cards? These immortal killer moves were definitely powerful or mysterious, but no one was willing to expose them. No one could guarantee that in this complicated battle environment, these immortal killer moves would not fail. The stronger the killer move, the greater the backlash. Duke Long was also holding on to triple chi retraction. He did not use it. It was not that he did not want to use it, but it was very risky. He might injure himself. Earlier, when he fought against Zishan Makoto, he tried always to probe him. After feeling that the other party did not have any special methods, he found a chance to use triple chi retraction. In this situation, if Duke Long rashly used triple chi retraction and was countered by the enemy, what would happen? These Eastern Sea rank 8s had a lot of people. They had deep foundations, who knew what methods they were hiding. It was like an arrow on a bow, hanging in the air without being shot. It was very worrying. When Gu immortals hid their killer moves, they were often a form of deterrence. River of Time. Immortal killer move Summer Fan. Feng Yuan was still in the immemorial year monkey form. He successfully used his killer move, grabbing at the air with both hands. A huge palm leaf fan with a long handle suddenly appeared out of thin air, and was grasped in his hand. Bing Sichuan, move aside. Feng Yuan twisted his waist, his arm muscles bulged as he fanned. Whoosh! Winds blew sweeping forward. The intense winds swept 3 autumn yellow crane platform, and even shark flow lever into it, binding them and sending them out of the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. But at the crucial moment, Feng Jioge and Xing Yiwang flew out of the immortal Gu house, pouncing towards Feng Yuan and Bing Sichuan. Even though they did not cultivate time path, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation did not collapse. Inside the formation, time path was suppressed while other paths were strengthened. The rank 7 Gu immortals sent by the Celestial Court were all elites. During this period of time, they had worked together to repair the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. Even though the hole was still there, it had shrunk by a lot. 5 Elements Grandmaster, quickly use your profound light. Feng Yuan shouted. 5 Elements Grandmaster's voice came from the Year's End Tower. I won't be able to use the Dongxian light again in a short amount of time. This formation has changed a lot. Using the Dongxian light again won't be as effective. Immortal killer move Song Warrior. Feng Jioge's body flickered as 4 Song Warriors appeared, surrounding Feng Yuan. Xing Yiwang's body shined with starlight as he pounced towards Bing Sichuan like a porcupine. Bing Sichuan and Feng Yuan looked at each other before flying into the sky, abandoning their opponents and attacking the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. This was the wisest tactic. As long as the river suppression lotus ceiling formation broke, be it Feng Jioge or Xing Yiwang, they would have to hide in their immortal Gu houses. Feng Jioge and Xing Yiwang quickly stopped them, while 5 Elements Grandmaster controlled the immortal formation to trap Qing Ye's eternal yacht. In the intense battle, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation shook more and more intensely, enduring Feng Yuan and Bing Sichuan's attacks. more and more cracks appeared. However, on Celestial Court side, 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Platform and Shark Flow Lever, which were taken away by Feng Yuan, entered the battle again. Feng Yuan and Longevity Heaven's side gradually fell into a disadvantage. Feng Yuan, you still don't trust me now? The situation was disadvantageous. Bing Sichuan shouted anxiously. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He snorted coldly as he approached Bing Sichuan. Bing Sichuan's arms shook as a spherical light membrane covered himself and Feng Yuan. This was his immortal killer move. It was used for defense. Anything that landed on the light membrane, be it living beings or killer moves, would be frozen in time. Break it! Feng Jioge and Xing Yiwang shouted at the same time. 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Platform and Shark Flow Lever also unleashed killer moves, attacking Bing Sichuan's light membrane. But any killer move that landed on the light membrane would be frozen in time. They would stop. At once, the entire light membrane seemed to be covered in a layer of colorful fireworks. It was extremely beautiful. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth. His body shook as he held on to the light membrane. Even though he had peak rank 8 battle strength, inside this formation, Time Path was suppressed. He was facing the attacks of 2 immortal Gu houses and 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. It was very taxing. Feng Yuan saw this chance. He dispelled his immemorial year monkey transformation and activated Yama Emperor. At this point, he finally had the chance to change his battle style. Feng Jioge and Xing Yiwang had too much battle experience. They did not give Feng Yuan any chance to transform. He was constantly interrupted. After Feng Yuan transformed into Yama Emperor, he immediately activated his killer move. His aura rose rapidly, from weak to strong, and from strong to a terrifying level. Feng Jioge and Xing Yiwang had solemn expressions. They were very vigilant. At this point in the battle, Feng Yuan finally had the time to use his trump card. Immortal killer move, Luo Pasil. Pay attention. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth. He dispelled his defensive killer move and charged at the front. Without any obstruction, the attacks that had stopped earlier surged towards Bing Sichuan and Feng Yuan like a tidal wave. Bing Sichuan stood at the front. He forcefully opened a path for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan held Luo Pasil as he charged towards Xing Yiwang while enduring the aftermath. Xing Yiwang retreated. Feng Jioge went to the right and attacked Feng Yuan from the side. Feng Yuan smiled coldly as he flew up. Luo Pasil flew out and landed on the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation. The formation's activation stopped. Several rank 7 Gu immortals inside died on the spot. Bing Sichuan felt the pressure on him lessening. Swish, swish, swish. Large amounts of water from the River of Time flowed into the formation through the opening. Then, with a series of crisp cracking sounds, the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation fell apart piece by piece. 5 Elements Grandmaster was extremely shocked. Feng Yuan's Luo Pasil actually attacked the core of the formation and destroyed the core immortal Gu. How did he deduce that? Boom. Feng Jioge attacked Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's attention was on breaking the formation. He could only take Feng Jioge's attack head-on. Even in Yama Emperor's state, Feng Yuan coughed out 3 mouthfuls of blood. A large number of Soul Path Gu worms died and several immortal Gu were injured. Without the formation's help, the battlefield changed. Feng Yuan and Bing Sichuan gained the upper hand again. Both sides fought for a while longer. The River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation was left with a third of its original strength. The remaining rank 7 Gu immortals tried their best to hold on, but the formation was just a step away from breaking apart. They had no hope. Protect me, Feng Yuan said to Bing Sichuan. Bing Sichuan used a spherical light barrier again, covering Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan used this chance to cancel Yama Emperor and use Immemorial Year Beast Transformation. Protect me, Feng Jioge shouted. Xing Yiwang and the 2 immortal Gu houses surrounded Feng Jioge. Immortal killer move, Winds of Assimilation. Feng Jioge took a huge risk and successfully used the number 1 wind in the world. Bing Sichuan's forehead was covered in sweat. He shouted to Feng Yuan. Oh no, my defensive killer move cannot block the winds of assimilation. We need to retreat. But out of their expectations, the winds of assimilation did not attack the defensive light barrier. They attacked the Stone Lotus Island instead. Under Feng Yuan's shocked gaze, the Stone Lotus Island was engulfed by the winds of assimilation. It broke into pieces and turned into wind. The winds of assimilation were getting stronger. Whoever went to the island would have to face this destructive tornado. Feng Jiuge, Bing Sichuan was exasperated. Feng Yuan's expression was also slightly dark.